Chapter 201. Under the increasingly dictatorial control of the wealthy young woman, Paya, the hotel reservations for Jadis and Joyce were cancelled, and their pre-booked rail tickets directly to Liao City were also refunded. Although Paya promised that their intelligent vehicle would be fast and efficient, allowing Jiang Yunu to wait for his family at their villa in Liao City, Jiang Yunu still decided to travel with the intelligent vehicle to the first transfer station after entering the second district to wait for the Jadis mother and son. The Jadis mother and son arrived an hour later than expected. Jiang Yunu didn't mind the wasted time and showed no impatience while waiting. When the red-haired woman and the now much taller red-haired boy appeared, Jiang Yunu, who was pacing back and forth in the transfer station hall, immediately spotted the two bright red figures. He instantly turned his heels, which looked like they were polishing and waxing the hall's floor tiles, and strode towards them with lightning speed. "Brother!" Jiang Yunu called out from a short distance, "Auntie Daisy." There were quite a few people entering the transit area in the evening. The hall was bustling with people. This new place was exciting for the Qiao mother and son. After entering the hall, they were clearly looking around, perhaps captivated by the novel sights. Jiang Yunu's call acted as an anchor, instantly piercing through the chaotic, unfamiliar sounds. Qiao Daisy turned her head first, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before immediately locking onto Jiang Yunu, who had already approached. "Little new," Auntie Daisy called to Jiang Yunu, while casually tugging at Joyce's ear. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" The red-haired boy cried out softly, skipping and hopping along with his mother to Jiang Yunu's side. His ears, finally free, couldn't help but mutter a complaint. "Mom, we're in the second district now. Can't you be a little more considerate? Don't always pinch my ears, like you do at home." Joyce had grown taller since their last winter break meeting. The red-haired boy could now be called a red-haired teenager, and he seemed to have a better understanding of adolescent vanity. Jiang Yunu stood smiling in front of the red-haired mother and son, enjoying the little family comedy unfolding the moment they met. "Little New has become more mature than you," Aunt Daisy said, giving Joyce a gentle pat on the back. Joyce looked closely at Jiang Yunu, but his first reaction wasn't to compare their appearances to protest Aunt Daisy's words. Instead, he exclaimed, "Hey! You really have grown taller again." Joyce used the word again. It was clear he was verifying in person whether Jiang Yunu's growing taller claim during his pre-summer break phone call was true. And the result was clearly true. Jiang Yunu had not only grown taller, but had also become a bit more muscular. His arms, visible through his summer clothes, showed easily defined, toned muscles. Following the concerned and scrutinizing gazes of her family, Jiang Yunu looked at her arm, and couldn't help but smile with a touch of pride. "Recently, with daily morning and evening physical training, I feel my body fat percentage has dropped by another 2 percentage points, and my muscle definition looks more pronounced than before, right?" Aunt Daisy touched her arm. "It's definitely stronger," Xiao Daisy said with satisfaction. "Can I join your physical training?" Xiao Yisan asked with envy. "No need to participate in competitions or compete for rankings. Just let me train with you every morning and evening to build muscle." Jiang Yunu had already picked up the suitcase that had been beside Aunt Daisy. She smiled and said, "Maybe it really will work? I send a report to the camp management center later and ask them about it." Long ago, when heavy luggage needed to be moved, Jadis would naturally instruct Joyce-san to be more considerate and not let her younger sister, Jiang Yunu, carry the heavy loads. But this time, Jadis didn't say that. Back then, she made Joyce-san carry the heavy loads because, in Jadis' judgment at the time, Jiang Yunu was the weak one, the one who seemed more vulnerable. Now, the little girl she had taken in halfway through had grown much taller and stronger than before. Continuing to treat a strong and capable person as a weakling needing care would be disrespectful to a strong and capable girl. The girl was picked up, and the luggage was returned to the vacant property of the Olay family. Following the recommendations that Paya had prepared in advance, Jiang Yunu took Joyce-san and Aunt Jadis for a stroll around Liaohao City, explaining the differences between Hao City and Liaohao City as they walked. Although both are well-known cities in the second largest region, Hao City has a higher overall green coverage rate, making it more like a large park. Liaohao City, on the other hand, hosts many events, so it has just as many civilian and official training venues. Whether you're an ordinary citizen, a student participating in a competition, or a full-time superhuman needing special training, you can easily find the most suitable training place. Joey-san sharply commented, "A city brimming with martial virtue." Jiang Yunu, "That's absolutely right." After touring several landmark buildings in Liaohao City, Aunt Daisy explained to Jiang Yunu the reason for their delay. The checkpoints for those coming from the front-ranking regions have become stricter. Starting from the 4th district, Jada said, each subsequent checkpoint takes an extra 15 minutes compared to usual. Joy-san was also puzzled by this change, but his perspective was simple. Is it because it's summer vacation? My mother and I are caught in the summer peak season for district population movement. A certain intuition gently tapped into Jiang Yuna's heart, reminding her of her various unusual experiences over the past 6 months. She instinctively felt that the reason for the increasingly strict entry checks was probably not so simple. But she only said, maybe it's because of summer vacation. Her attitude was relaxed, her tone light. Neither Jadis nor Joy-san noticed the reservation in her words. During dinner, Joy-san was also drawn to the floating screen in the shopping center. The red-haired boy squinted at the screen floating prominently, recognizing it as a competition camp. The screen quickly switched to a battle scene. Full of curiosity, he asked Jiang Yunu, "Is that your competition camp?" Jiang Yunu looked up at the sound of his voice and glanced at the screen. The images seemed similar at first glance, but the venues and buildings were different. And strangely, the buildings on the other screen appeared more expensive. "No, this isn't our camp." Jiang Yuna quickly spotted the camp logo peeking out from the corner of the screen. She said, "This is the district-level competition venue for the first major region. The district-level competitions for the 3 upper regions are held around the same time, and the top 10 are determined before the end of summer vacation to determine which schools will participate in the advanced league in the new school year. Because they are competitors in the subsequent leagues, the major regions within the 3 upper regions also keep track of each other's district-level competition progress." Upon hearing that the broadcast wasn't about Jiang Yunu's match, Joysen's interest immediately waned considerably. Jiang Yunu, however, was indirectly drawn to the screen, subconsciously glancing more at the regional broadcast of the first district's matches. Then she spotted a familiar school. The current top-ranked high school in the first district, Duma Academy. Even seeing this renowned school, another name suddenly popped into Jiang Yunu's mind. She focused on the floating screen for another 2 minutes. Sure enough, shortly afterward, the person corresponding to that name appeared on the screen. The current captain of the Duma Academy team, Shinijing. The commentator enthusiastically announced, "It's quite clear who will secure the league qualification for Duma Academy this year. Undoubtedly, it's the current captain of the Duma Academy team. The top spot in the district rankings is probably already in Captain Chen's hands." Hearing this commentary, Joy-san couldn't help but complain, introducing someone like this directly, won't it just create a lot of animosity? Aunt Daisy, however, seemed more interested in Jiang Yunu's reaction, as he stared at the screen than in introducing the unfamiliar male student. "Little new," Aunt Daisy said, "are you interested in this person on the screen?" Daisy's words drew Joysen's attention to Jiang Yunu as well. The red-haired boy, seeing Jiang Yunu's expression, confidently told his mother, "Mom, I know, little Jiang clearly wants to fight." Jiang Yunu, his sister, was someone he knew best. Jiang Yunu loved challenging those considered the strongest in their respective fields. Faced with the expectant mother and son of the Qiao family, who were both waiting for his reaction, Jiang Yunu thought for a moment and agreed with Qiao Yisen's words. "You're right." Encountering the floating screen broadcasting the first regional competition in the central business district of Liaohao City was just a small incident during Jiang Yunu's 5-day vacation, spent with his family. The 5-day vacation was coming to an end in the blink of an eye, meaning Jiang Yunu would have to take Aunt Daisy and Qiao Yisen to the transit station again. The Qiao mother and son didn't stay long in the second region. Firstly, they had planned a short trip, and secondly, Jiang Yunu's friends had taken care of all their transportation and accommodation in the second region. From Aunt Daisy's adult perspective, this was all about building up the friendship between Jiang Yunu and his new friends. Favors are often the most expensive expense, and Qiao Daisy didn't want her and Qiao Yisen to continue wasting Jiang Yunu's favors. She felt that visiting the little girl and briefly experiencing the scenery of the second region was already quite good. "I heard that at least one match in the senior league is an open match, where guests can be invited to watch, even family members," Jiang Yunu said as she saw Jadis and Joyce off. "I send you invitations then, and the guests' accommodations will be at the league camp." Jadis patted Jiang Yunu's head, feeling that the little girl had not only grown taller, but also become more mature. She smiled and said, "Okay, we be in Charlotte City, waiting for you to send the invitations." After a 5-day rest and vacation, Jiang Yunu returned to the district-level tournament camp. The player from another school, who had lost all 3 matches, immediately came to Jiang Yunu's door, stating confidently, "I noticed, you haven't been to the training hall at all in the past 5 days, nor have you checked in at any practice room." Jiang Yunu asked, "So?" The player from the other school puffed out his chest, The second half of the district-level competition starts tomorrow, and I think I can at least beat you once. During these 5 days, this player hadn't slacked off at all, even training extra on days without scheduled intensive training, spending every day at the venue from early morning to late at night. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunu's training log for these 5 days was blank. This gave the other player a lot of confidence. Jiang Yunu still encouraged him, saying, "Really? Then I look forward to it." The player from the other school, "Just you wait." Then, a few days later, in a new practical match, this person was once again lying on the floor of the match venue. Chapter 202. The sight of her opponent lying desolate on the ground prompted Jiang Yunu to approach again. She poked him once more with her green supernatural tentacles. "Are you alright?" Jiang Yunu asked. The opponent initially feigned death, but the arena had a time limit. After a round of combat, if either competitor refused to leave, the arena's intelligence system would automatically assess the situation, determining whether the competitor had lost the ability to leave on their own or continued conflict after the battle. The former would trigger the system to call for medical facilities, while the latter would be strictly prohibited by the system, which would issue a yellow warning. Currently, the system had classified this competitor from another school as the former. "Please indicate within 10 seconds that you still have the ability to act independently," the system said impartially. Otherwise, after the 10-second countdown, the system will automatically call for medical assistance. 10, 9, 8. The competitor from another school kicked his legs when the countdown reached 7. "Still alive," he said faintly. "Still able to move. Able to salvage what little confidence and dignity I have left on this battlefield." Jiang Yunu and the system, having received the explicit instruction, fell silent. The man actually slowly got up and made a picking up air motion. Jiang Yunu remained silent. The other said, "Do I look like I'm picking up air?" "It's alright, it is, because my so-called remaining confidence and dignity are actually as ethereal and intangible as air." Jiang Yunu turned to the system, whose information-gathering light was still on, and said, "Should we call for medical assistance for him? But don't report any obvious external injuries or soft tissue contusions." The intelligence system politely inquired, "What kind of injury do you think should be reported for your opponent?" Jiang Yunu replied seriously, "Mental injury." Jiang Yunu was genuinely serious. There was no intention of mockery or joking. Seeing the system actually begin collecting and analyzing Jiang Yunu's words, the student from another school instantly regained 70% of his composure. No, he waved his hand at the system. "Don't listen to her, I'm not that serious. Although I am indeed mentally injured, reporting mental injury would only worsen my condition." The confidence he had gained from training 5 days longer than Jiang Yunu was completely crushed by Jiang Yunu's still rapid attack style. Having finally regained some composure, the student from another school looked at Jiang Yunu with disbelief. "Why are you in even better shape after 5 whole days without practicing?" The other person said. "Your ability comes like a whirlwind, then suddenly disperses, and each of its tendrils contains offensive power. It can be a whip or a restraint. Did you use this skill in the first half of the competition?" Jiang Yunu became genuinely serious. She said, "No, in the first half of the competition, I didn't try to continuously change the form of my ability within the same skill. Using different ability techniques and constantly changing the form of an ability within the same skill are two different things. The former involves a user having many abilities, and each technique requires drawing energy from the energy core. The act of drawing and releasing energy constitutes one move. The latter, however, involves rapidly changing the form of released energy within the same energy release. Jiang Yuna seemed to always be able to change the form of her energy after releasing it, and to draw power back from the energy core with minimal frequency. She used to think her energy manipulation method was common, but after numerous battles, she gradually realized that her method of combat might be quite niche. Most people couldn't sustain such frequent and sustained form changes with the energy they drew from their core in a single instance. It's like a faucet in water. Sorok and Jean Qing had once listened to Jiang Yunu's questions about combat tactics. They had jointly studied Jiang Yunu's unique way of using her abilities, and then analyzed it for her. There are regular faucets and fancy faucets. A power user's different moves and skills can be seen as different faucets. The energy is the water drawn from the core, and through the shape of the faucet, the final form of the water flow is changed. A conventional one-move one-energy method is to first open the faucet with shape A, release skill A, then close faucet A, then open faucet with shape B, and continue releasing skill B. Your way of using your ability is like changing the shape of the faucet while keeping the water flowing continuously. Senior Jean Qing concluded, her expression somewhat incredulous as she stated this. because this method of using abilities was, at least in Jin Qing's understanding, completely unheard of. Even among the full-time superhuman warriors of the three major associations, I never heard of anyone who can use their powers like that, Jin Qing said. Sorok, on the other hand, was relatively objective and neutral. He said, perhaps there are people within the associations who can do this, but they never publicized it, keeping it as a unique secret weapon. This unconventional way of using supernatural abilities could easily become a winning strategy in a competitive duel. Throughout the latter half of the district-level competition, Jiang Yuna continuously delved into the continuous variations of this skill form. She had unprecedentedly fertile ground, allowing her skills, which had previously lacked intensive practical experience, to grow rapidly. The district-level competition schedule was far more intensive than the school-level competition, and the final rankings were based on a points system. This meant that even players with lower rankings throughout the competition wouldn't be eliminated early due to low points. They would continue to compete until the final week's point sprint week. Jiang Yuna used to pay attention to her points, checking her recent win rate and ranking progress. However, after discovering her unique way of using her abilities in the second half of the competition, she became completely absorbed in the game, playing with unwavering intensity. She practically forgot about win rates and rankings, focusing solely on whether it was her turn for the next match, what she had learned in the new battle, and then immediately diving into the solo training room to reapply her gains to her skill practice. Not everyone is overwhelmed by Jiang Yunu's ever-changing skills. Some had watched her matches beforehand and knew her strengths. When the two faced off, their opponents would specifically prepare defenses against her, even devising ways to counter her versatile style. When others specifically defended against her, attempting to counter her, Jiang Yunu's attitude was, "Is this for real? Don't you feel like someone is deliberately targeting you, making you feel like you're sitting on pins and needles?" For the first time ever, Little Yili from the school team spoke to Jiang Yunu, clearly finding her attitude towards being targeted incomprehensible. Because Jiang Yunu seemed genuinely enthusiastic. "No," Jiang Yunu answered confidently. She grinned, revealing a set of fine teeth, like an excited little shark. "This is a golden opportunity to fill in the gaps in my skills." Anyone targeting her must have found what they perceived as her weakness. To be honest, up until now, Jiang Yuna felt she had progressed too smoothly. She didn't even know the weaknesses of her special ability-based fighting style. She needed to explore her shortcomings and skill ceiling through actual combat. Someone thought they had found her weakness. Someone was actively researching and exploring her flaws with her. In short, what a stroke of luck. Little Yili seemed stunned by Jiang Yunu's remarkably good composure. He remained silent for a long time, finally giving her a silent thumbs up. This was the most clear affirmation Jiang Yunu had received from this school team member, who was restricted by family rules and couldn't communicate freely with her. Jiang Yunu nearly completed the second half of the district-level competition in this state of self-forgetfulness. One evening, as she stepped out of her individual training room, she happened to run into the other school's player, who had suffered 4 consecutive defeats in the training hall's lobby. The other player, seemingly unable to break down due to his previous losses, completely shut down communication with Jiang Yunu. He even took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Congratulations in advance." Jiang Yunu blinked. "Huh?" Jiang Yunu asked, "Congratulations on what?" The other school's player stared at Jiang Yunu for a long time with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you pretending to be stupid?" Then, as if realizing that the white-haired girl in front of him was genuinely dazed. She was clearly completely immersed in the world of battle and couldn't extricate herself, oblivious to her surroundings. The player from another school sighed again, "I'm impressed," and said, "Congratulations in advance on your ranking in the district competition. If all goes well, 2 of your Golden Uriel players will secure league qualification tickets for the school this year." Jiang Yunu blinked again. After saying goodbye to the player, Jiang Yunu returned to her dormitory at the camp and finally opened the district competition player interface, which she hadn't checked in a while. Then Jiang Yunu stared blankly at her personal information on the player interface for a while. She was ranked 4th among the district competition players. With only 2 matches left, even if Jiang Yunu lost both, her score would at most drop to 7th or 8th, still placing her in the top 10. No wonder that player from another school congratulated her in advance. Sometimes, when you wholeheartedly dedicate yourself to something, constantly investing in it and reviewing it, you suddenly look up and realize you come a long way and achieve new successes. In the final 2 battles, Jiang Yunu didn't lose. Her transformative skills danced across the battlefield, as unpredictable as her fighting style. She accumulated a wealth of new experience through extensive combat and meticulously studied the individual skills of several opponents in the district-level competition. In a single skill release, Jiang Yunu used the signature abilities of 3 former opponents in the blink of an eye, leaving her current opponent stunned and leaving a lasting impression in the Second Region's Challenge Cup district-level competition. You really are a little monster. After losing the match, her opponent shook her hand. It was clear the opponent was trying to be polite, but the words little monster, after careful consideration, still slipped out. Jiang Yunu said thank you. The opponent he lost to was a senior from another school, a female student. She had also beaten Jiang Yunu once in the first half of the district-level competition, so no one knew better than her, having previously defeated Jiang Yunu, just how terrifyingly much progress Jiang Yunu had made throughout the entire round. Significant improvement itself might not be uncommon, but for someone who started at a high level to improve so dramatically in such a short period. After much thought, the female student from the other school could only sincerely call him a little monster. The little monster ultimately finished third in the district-level competition, moving up 1 place in the rankings. Golden Uriel Academy did indeed secure 2 league entry tickets this year. Chapter 203. The poor Golden Devils got 2 admission tickets this year? This was a bright and clean lounge. Judging from its interior design, it was hard to imagine that it belonged only to a few students. It was a student-only lounge, not a VIP reception room for special guests. The speaker sat on a large, high-back sofa. The sofa material was visibly luxurious, soft yet supportive, allowing the person to cross their legs with a natural elegance. The person standing by the window replied, "Yeah." The person on the sofa didn't mind the brief reply, nor did they find it perfunctory. Because the other person often had an expression that said, "I have nothing to say to you guys." This person clicked their tongue slightly. They're starting to look a bit like lazy bums, aren't they? This wasn't a question seeking approval. It sounded more like a self-talk expressing a preconceived conclusion. But the person by the window still briefly added, "Perhaps." This was the first district, the Duma Academy's varsity team lounge. The Challenge Cup district-level competitions in the 3 upper regions have all concluded. Although the list of participants for the new season's Advanced Ability School Alliance competition has not yet been announced, the final rankings of each district's competitions are enough to deduce which schools have qualified for the league. As everyone knows, Golden Uriel Academy in the second region is the gatekeeper of the Advanced League, having failed to win a single game in the last 3 seasons, consistently ranking at the bottom. However, these golden poor guys have strangely managed to consistently qualify for the league every 2 years. In previous years, there was always one hero who single-handedly dragged the relatively weak Golden Uriel Academy into the Advanced League. This year, judging from the final rankings of the second region's competitions, the heroes pulling the Golden Uriel team up have become 2. One is our old acquaintance, Sorok. We participated in the last league together. Let me see. And the other is? Who is this? A voice on the sofa uttered a question. This person was one of the few approachable members of the Duma Academy team. Unlike most of the other team members, who were arrogant, and unlike their captain, who was always quiet unless necessary. He was enthusiastic about the new faces in each league, finding great pleasure in gathering information. But he felt that this year's new face, which had earned another ticket for Golden Uriel, was a bit too new. Only a freshman? Which junior school in the second district did he attend before? How come I haven't heard of any junior school sending a seeded player to Golden Poor Guys? The approachable Duma team player muttered to himself, his hand constantly tapping and swiping on his personal terminal screen. Standing by the window was none other than the captain of the Duma Academy team, the person Jiang Yunu had briefly reviewed on the floating screen in the Liaohao City Commercial Center not long ago, Shen Yijing. Captain Shen said, "No need to check anymore, her primary school isn't in the upper 3 districts." The team member on the sofa stopped and leaned out the window from behind the sofa. "Captain, you checked?" the person asked. Suddenly, the person realized, "You weren't saying anything just now. Were you already checking this new face's information?" Shen Yijing remained noncommittal, her face still expressionless. The team member asked again, "Captain, what do you think the chances are that Golden Poor Ghost School will improve their league performance this year with the addition of such a fresh warrior?" The team member's tone was curious, perhaps even tinged with a hint of amusement. A subtle, subconscious hint of disrespect for Golden Uriel Academy, a league opponent, a sense that adding a newcomer wouldn't significantly improve their chances. After all, from the perspective of Duma Academy, a perennial champion in the league, would Golden Uriel Academy really be that useful with one more person who could drag the school team into the league? Could one more person really change the school's 6-year losing streak across 3 terms, or reverse the team's overall lack of explosive performance? It seemed unlikely. Knowing that Shinijing was a man of few words, this teammate analyzed the situation internally, then shook his head, already making a judgment about Golden Uriel Academy. I think they're at best just floundering, but having one more flounderer might make their former captain's performance less hopeless. This person had also participated in the league the previous year. Back then, he was a freshman like Shinijing. While the rest of the school team either sarcastically or genuinely called Shinijing team leader, he, a fellow freshman, obediently followed behind Shinijing, calling him captain from the beginning. He had witnessed the golden goalkeeper law of the Golden Poor School in the previous season, marveling at it, and remembering their then captain, Sorik. I remember their captain was a nice guy. The school team's strength was average, but the captain's character was impeccable. Just based on that important character, this player felt that it might be a good thing if Golden Uriel Academy didn't get completely crushed this year. Shinijing remained silent. He hadn't officially met this league rookie yet, and wasn't sure of the opponent's strength. He didn't like making preconceived judgments about his opponents. However, captain should open the player information on his personal terminal screen again. He stared at the player's registration photo, scrutinizing the rookie's white hair for a few seconds. To be honest, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he always felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. Two things lingered in Captain Shin's mind. First, at the late summer social gathering last year, in the Emerald Dome area of the 2nd District, on the connecting bridge of the Crystal Night Light Park, he inexplicably encountered a water ghost. Second, even earlier, when he organized a non-supernatural holographic simulation operation, someone in the holographic snow scene simulation map said that snowflakes had fallen on his black hair, asking if his black hair covered in snow looked like dandruff blown on by a strong wind. Shinijing still couldn't forget that inhuman analogy. He also couldn't forget the feeling of someone suddenly leaping out of the water and grabbing his ankle in the connecting bridge arch. He wasn't sure what the water ghost he encountered in the Crystal Night Light Park looked like. The lighting there was terrible, the area had been deliberately dimly lit with a hazy effect, and even the floor tiles at the bottom of the pool had a flowing fluorescent effect, making it impossible for him to determine the water ghost's hair color. Its face was completely shrouded in shadow. But he was certain that the girl he encountered in the snow map also had white hair. So the question is, white hair isn't exactly a common hair color. Excluding the possibility that the girl in the holographic world used appearance items, is there a possibility that these two white-haired girls are the same person? Jiang Yunu didn't know anyone still remembered her casual question in the holographic world. The district-level competition finally ended, meaning this year's summer vacation was also coming to a close. On the day she left the camp, Jiang Yunu felt a sense of disorientation, as if those last 10 days or so of intensive training and competition had made her feel like she had spent half her life in the camp. Because you haven't stopped for almost a moment these past few days, Senior Jean Qi explained gently. The senior even gave her a bottle of a drink only available at a small shop outside the camp. Inside the camp, the food, drinks, and daily calorie intake of the contestants were regulated. High-sugar ice cream and happy water were prohibited in the camp's restaurants and vending machines. Jiang Yunu took a big gulp of happy water, feeling her body and taste buds, activated by the large amount of sugar, awaken together. I'm alive again. Jiang Yunu pressed her face against the still sizzling bottle, and sighed contentedly. You haven't even screwed the cap on yet. Don't spill it on your face. Peiya's voice came from beside her. She conveniently snatched Jiang Yunu's uncapped bottle, and screwed the cap on for her. Paya had come to pick Jiang Yunu up from the camp, so they could return to the Olai family's property in Liaohao City together. Summer vacation was drawing to a close, but not quite over yet. With only a few days left, Jiang Yunu didn't have time to return to Xiate City, so she decided to stay at Peiya's house and spend the last days of summer with her. Jiang Yunu was extremely grateful for Peiya's support in terms of accommodation and daily life. During the last week of the vacation, she diligently served as Miss Olaya's summer companion, always ready to help. This is also your last period of relaxation before the start of the Advanced League in the new school year, Peiya said. Why don't you just not think about anything these few days, and have fun? Jiang Yunu chuckled and replied, Don't scare me beforehand. Isn't the Advanced League only held in mid-October of the year? Paya smiled but remained silent. When summer vacation ended and school officially started, Jiang Yunu realized she had been too naive. In the new semester, she was no longer a freshman, she had moved up to sophomore, becoming a senior. Golden Uriel Academy also welcomed a new batch of freshmen. Miss Nega hadn't returned to school this late summer/early autumn. She could no longer compete with Jiang Yunu for the title of most popular freshman, because the freshmen already had other, fresher faces. But time doesn't stop for anyone. As soon as school started, Jiang Yunu received notification that she had been selected for the school team. She went to the team meeting room to report and found herself promoted on the spot. She had been promoted by Sorok to acting vice captain. "I play one last league season this year," Sorok said. "One reason is that I still want to play, and I decided to give myself another chance. The second reason is that I hope to leave Golden Uriel with a fresh, energetic captain before I completely retire." Jiang Yunu, Sorok looked directly at Jiang Yunu. "Don't feel guilty. We keep your acting vice captain position for now. We all believe in you." Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu looked around and found that none of the veterans on the school team seemed to object. She took a deep breath. "I've been prepared for this for a long time, knowing I should repay the seniors for their teaching and care during the school competitions," Jiang Yunu said. "But is this really okay? Acting vice captain, she be?" "Huh?" Chapter 204. Letting her be the acting vice captain of the Golden Uriel school team right after joining. Is it really her? Is this really okay? The same question kept changing in Jiang Yunu's mind, her words rearranging and rewriting, but it always stayed on the central theme. Is she really going to be the acting vice captain? Sorok told her definitively, "Yes, really." The other members of the school team also kindly affirmed, "It's true." This school team decision, which sounded bizarre and was even more bizarre in reality, didn't actually encounter any opposition from any of the veteran members. No one wants to raise any objections. Jiang Yunu asked weakly. The arduous battles hadn't made her feel weak, but the title and responsibility that had been bestowed upon her could. Senior Jean Qing smiled at the conference table, as if she couldn't hold back any longer. She said, "It seems that apart from you, no one has any objections." The Golden Uriel school team itself didn't have a full-fledged vice captain. There had always only been one captain. Now that Jiang Yunu has been announced as acting vice captain, she is effectively considered the full-fledged vice captain. Acting vice captain is more like acting captain, as the two roles are practically identical. The only difference might be that the former makes the responsibility sound slightly lighter, the kind of lighter that might make a newcomer to the school team want to quit overnight. Jiang Yunu, It took Jiang Yunu almost a week to accept this reality that only she disagreed with. Then, she quickly adjusted her mindset, and with astonishing adaptability and self-regulation, began learning from Sorok how to be a good acting vice captain. First, you need to understand your team members, their role within the team, their strengths and weaknesses, Sorok said. Once you have enough basic information about them, you should also be familiar with their personalities and understand when their personalities might affect their individual performance, turning a winning situation into a losing one, or a losing situation into a comeback. Jiang Yunu said, "Captain, is the point you mentioned at the beginning the reason why I had the senior students take turns playing against me during the school competition?" Sorok smiled, very down-to-earth and kind-hearted, and said yes. The famously kind captain of the Golden Uriel school team also said, "When I first saw you, I guess you were a practical person. Compared to purely theoretical concepts, you are definitely more suited to directly memorizing individual characteristics and fighting styles through combat. So I had them try you out, directly showing you their characteristics and styles through combat. And the result was obvious." Jiang Yunu indeed firmly memorized the characteristics of the school team members through personal combat experience. Even though she only played against a few team members in the Challenge Cup inter-school competition, she faced off against other team members, who had also advanced in the subsequent district-level competition. This even included the young senior Yili, who was restricted by family rules. Rumor has it that, after his match against Jiang Yunu in the district-level competition, Yili received a call from his family that very evening, lasting almost half an hour, causing him to miss a quarter of the evening's training session. This is all gossip from the district-level competition camp stay period. Regardless, Jiang Yunu at least understood Yili's fighting style. Sorok was teaching her meticulously, truly grooming her to be the next full-fledged captain of Golden Uriel Academy. When Jiang Yunu was immersed in battle, she sometimes became oblivious, focusing entirely on her opponent. Sorok said, "But now you're the captain, leading your team. As the core and soul of the team, you must consider the entire battlefield and everyone's situation. Learning to consider the overall situation while engaged in combat, not allowing her attention to be completely focused on one point, and learning to quickly switch her attention, took up some of Jiang Yunu's extracurricular time. When she suddenly looked up, she realized that September, the month symbolizing the start of the school year, was already over. October was approaching, meaning that the prelude to the Advanced League in mid-October was not far off. The Advanced League seemed to be just around the corner. Sorok personally guided Jiang Yunu through the application process for the Advanced Ability School inter-school competition. He explained, Although the list of schools eligible to participate in this year's league has already been released after the district-level competitions in the 3 upper districts, the basic application process still needs to be followed according to regulations. This is one of the necessary rituals for participating in the advanced league. Jiang Yuna watched as Sorik skillfully filled out the long list of information, meticulously checking each line of the form for accuracy. She watched intently because she knew the underlying meaning behind Sorik's actions. By this time the year after next, you'd be responsible for filling out these things. This was a message hidden behind the captain's demonstrative gesture. Jiang Yunu watched as Sorik finished filling out the information. A question lingered in her mind ever since she was appointed acting vice captain, and with no other team members around, she finally asked, "Captain, why me?" Sorik clicked submit on his personal terminal screen, then pressed confirm in the pop-up window. Jiang Yunu clearly hadn't finished speaking, so he waited a moment. Sure enough, Jiang Yunu continued, "Why don't you choose a captain from among the other senior members of the team to train?" Pushing all the opportunity and responsibility onto someone who was still a freshman last year seemed a bit abrupt. Besides, based on Jiang Yunu's observations from last semester's Challenge Cup and her formal joining the team this semester, she felt that the Golden Ariel team wasn't lacking in talent. For example, Senior Jin Qing, the somewhat gentle yet eccentric Senior Ao Liang, Senior Yelena, who served as the A's support, and even the meticulous but responsible Xiao Yeli. Every single one of these people has the potential to be developed into a qualified captain. Why her, and not someone else with league experience? Because the Golden Ariel school team doesn't need a captain who is merely capable, responsible, and follows the rules of captaincy. Sorik turned to look at her, answering earnestly. Jiang Yuna still didn't understand and asked again, then what else is needed? Capable and following the rules. Aren't those already the qualities a qualified captain should possess? What's missing? Sorik said, the resilience to hold on to hope even in adversity, the confidence to believe in victory even under immense difficulties, and the courage to be neither defeated nor afraid to get back up. The captain spoke at a measured pace, neither too fast nor too slow. He neither spoke with fervor nor with excitement, but simply and earnestly addressed Jiang Yunu with this long sentence. Jiang Yunu suddenly realized that the person before her had heard of the school's losing streak before enrolling in Golden Ariel, and had personally experienced defeat after entering the school herself. Jiang Yunu said, "It sounds like the most important thing for a captain is to be able to withstand pressure." Her tone carried a hint of deliberate lightness to ease the atmosphere. Sorik also smiled and said, "That's right. Someone who isn't very resilient under pressure wouldn't be able to decide to try one last time after hearing about failure and experiencing failure firsthand, and wouldn't be able to keep the already weak school team from falling apart." Jiang Yunu had one last question. She looked at Sorik curiously, "But why do you think I can do these things?" Sorik maintained his usual good-natured smile, gazing into Jiang Yunu's eyes, and said, "Intuition." This was the secret conversation Jiang Yunu and the captain had during the registration process. While finally understanding why the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders, she also indirectly gained a deeper understanding of the other members of the school team. Senior Jin Qing has a great personality, is a good listener, observes the enemy's movements on the battlefield, and understands her teammates' mentality in private. However, at the same time, she also needs external support to share her burdens, more trust and support. Otherwise, she easily falls into self-doubt and is prone to internal conflict after misjudging the battlefield. Her ability to withstand pressure is actually not that good. Senior Oren is a person who is gentle yet sharp, and he is good at being sarcastic. On the battlefield, he is responsible for clearing out and sweeping, but he is often ambushed and killed by other teams with stronger combat power. He can only win a few verbal battles when he loses his ability to fight. Because of his numerous defeats, he tends to become mentally resigned when faced with similar interception dilemmas, resorting to a talk-it-out-if-you-can mentality and relying solely on verbal communication for output. Senior Yelena, as an all-around support character, has a forthright and cheerful personality, but she prefers to hone her skills rather than think about the big picture, delegating the overall management to others. Senior Yelena understood herself very well, and would directly tell Sorik and Jiang Yunu, "I'm only responsible for becoming a useful team member, a handy multifunctional tool. As for how I play on the field, whether it's coordinating offense or defense, advancing or staying put, I follow orders. Don't make me think." Senior Xiao Yeli was the team's secondary damage dealer. In Jiang Yunu's eyes, he had the potential to be captain, but after several training sessions with the school team, Jiang Yunu discovered that his fighting style was conservative, his tactics inflexible, and he would easily fall for the opponent's unexpected moves. He was the kind of honest guy who was easily fooled on the battlefield. Because he was often fooled, He was particularly self-aware of this, so Senior Xiao Yeli was honest, and never took on the role of making strategic judgments. Jiang Yunu, Looking at the teammate profile she had created, and recalling Sorik's words that day, Jiang Yunu completely understood why the other members of the school team had no objections to her position. She took a deep breath, then exhaled the stale air from her lungs. She could sigh, but the heavy weight of responsibility on her shoulders remained impossible to dispel. The first 2 weeks of October flew by. In mid-October, the pre-competition for the inter-school competition among advanced special ability schools began. Chapter 205. Jiang Yunu initially didn't understand what league warm-up meant. When she first heard this specialized term, she wore an expression that perfectly matched the stereotypical country bumpkin girl, openly displaying her ignorance. She directly pulled the resourceful Peiya aside and asked, "What's a warm-up for the inter-school competition of advanced supernatural ability schools?" The advanced league in the upper 3 districts was like using an old-fashioned gas stove to stir-fry food over high heat. Before you start cooking, you have to preheat the pan, waiting for the oil to heat up, or something like that. Peiya was already used to Jiang Yunu's lack of common sense in this area, and was unfazed by her various sudden questions. Peiya patiently explained, "Before the official start of each year's advanced league, there's always a promotional and preview phase. This is because it's the largest student competition in the 3 upper districts, and it's a good opportunity to identify promising students who can be directly recruited into the 3 major associations after graduation, becoming the next generation of young pillars." Unlike the junior league, which is related to students' college entrance exams, the advanced league is also closely linked to high school students' post-graduation development. Furthermore, the latter is more prestigious, and the competition results are more convincing in demonstrating individual talent. Some schools, despite not having great competition results, still insist on competing in the Challenge Cup for league entry tickets, Peiya said. Actually, this is partly because they don't prioritize competition results, but rather want their students to have more exposure and recognition in competitions. The final league result is the team result, but even if the overall team performance is average, outstanding individuals may still have the opportunity to be remembered. Being seen means gaining attention, and with attention comes opportunities for personal development and future prospects. Because the advanced league is such an important competition, involving numerous participating schools, attracting high attention, and covering a wide range of people, there is always pre-event publicity to highlight its scale and importance. The pre-tournament usually consists of 2 important parts. Peiya brought up her personal terminal screen, enlarged the size so Jiang Yunu could lean in and watch with her. Pointing to the screen, she continued, "First, there's the extensive advertising campaign, widely announcing that another league is about to begin. Second, to showcase the strength of this year's participating teams and create an atmosphere that promises an exciting and captivating event, there will be a special exhibition match." Jiang Yunu asked a clear but foolish question. An exhibition match? But our school doesn't seem to have received any notification, nor any instructions on preparing for an exhibition match. Peiya said expressionlessly, "Of course, a spectacular exhibition match showcasing the strength of this year's participating teams and the intensity of the competition. What does that have to do with our school?" The exhibition match wasn't just irrelevant to Golden Uriel Academy, the bottom-ranked gatekeeper, it was irrelevant to all schools except for the top-ranked region. Jiang Yunu then realized that these promotional matches, prefixed with adjectives like strong and intense and exciting, were only open to past champions of the Advanced League. And based on past performances in the Advanced League Championship race, it was practically locked in between 2 schools, Duma Academy and Du Academy from the first region. If another school manages to reach the finals of a league and earns the opportunity to compete against one of these 2 schools for the championship trophy, then that school could potentially be represented as the previous year's top 2 in an exhibition match in the following Advanced League. Peiya shrugged slightly. Unfortunately, Miss O'Reilly, with her extensive network of information, didn't finish her sentence, but her body language and tone clearly conveyed, "It's a pity that such a school hasn't emerged yet. No one can shake Duma and Du Academy's position as perennial champions. No one can break this long-established top 2 ranking barrier. Without new champion contenders, the exhibition match naturally belongs only to those 2 specific schools. Over time, the public has even come to accept that the exhibition match belongs only to the first region. After all, who else besides them could do this? Who could truly deliver on the promise of strength and excitement?" Jiang Yunu understood the background of the exhibition match. She sorted out the information and sighed. "I thought only resources would be monopolized, but it seems even a good reputation is going to be monopolized. Because the resources are monopolized first, the status built on those resources is solidified, and the opportunities to cultivate a good reputation are only for them. Over time, resources, status, and reputation, they naturally have it all, Peiya said calmly. Oh no! Jiang Yunu leaned on Peiya's shoulder, and she suddenly said ominously, we sound like we're gossiping behind people's backs, like we're talking sourly. Peiya's attitude was indifferent. Then I take it as me being sour. I'm sour too, Jiang Yunu agreed. Admitting to a little imbalance, when facing a gap is human nature, one shouldn't deny their emotions. The exhibition match was held on the weekend of the week that the promotional event for the Advanced League took place. As expected, the participating schools were Duma and Dio from the first region. Other schools were not on the invitation list, and each school was only given a holographic viewing invitation. This viewing was even mandatory for the school team. Jiang Yunu, driven by a let-me-see mentality, entered the specially set-up holographic viewing room with the team members. After they entered, found their seats, and put on their holographic glasses, the surrounding scenery automatically changed, transforming the original indoor space into a VIP box with a panoramic view. It was indeed a truly spectacular exhibition match. Jiang Yunu had never believed that her school team had any real fatal weaknesses, even though many people, including the team members themselves, felt they were weak in teamwork and their individual strength couldn't match the dominance of the top two teams. However, she believed her team had its own strengths, and those shortcomings in teamwork might be reconcilable. She initially admitted to being envious of the top two team status, but after watching the joint exhibition match between the two schools, she acknowledged that they were indeed quite strong. Both Duma Academy and DU Academy already seemed to possess the qualities of a full-fledged superpowered team. Duma Academy's fighting style is a spearhead assault, with no one in the team holding them back. Even the support staff possess considerable combat capabilities, capable of independently supporting both offense and defense at key points when necessary. While the support positions demonstrate this level of strength, Duma Academy's main offensive force is unparalleled. Their captain acts as a stabilizing force in the battle. Wherever Duma Academy's captain is, that area of the battle gains a complete advantage, forcing their opponents, DU Academy, to constantly reposition themselves to avoid direct conflict with areas where their captain is located. The DU Academy team exhibits stronger team cohesion, consistently forming a tight, unyielding unit, like a moving iron barrel on the battlefield map, or a near-ground tank equipped with robust firepower. Their group movement is swift and stable, allowing for immediate action. During battle, their formations change but remain organized, adapting their tactics based on the number of enemy units. Duma Academy's entire team consists of elite soldiers, but even a lone elite soldier struggles against a moving group. The format of this exhibition match is capture the points. Within a pre-planned realistic combat zone, the team that captures more points before the timer expires wins. Vanishing, planting, and defending flags at the opponent's captured points is also possible. This format seems to allow elite soldiers more flexibility, but the iron barrel can hold the largest points, Sora commented quietly while watching the exhibition match. The points within the combat zone are not evenly distributed, the areas vary in size. Ultimately, Duma Academy won the match by occupying an extra section of the map. Jiang Yuna felt a strange sense of no surprise about the person who had seized the extra section. It was Duma Academy's captain, Shinijing. When the exhibition match ended, the Golden Uriel school team also automatically left the holographic viewing box. Senior Xiao Yeli was not far from Jiang Yunu. While removing his holographic glasses, he said to Ao Liang, Shinijing is much more imposing than he was in his first year. If it were me, I would also give up trying to compete with him for the section at the last minute. Senior Xiao Yeli's words were filled with avoidance toward Shinijing. Senior Ao Liang also said, yes. Jiang Yunu felt a gentle tap on the back of her shoulder. Turning around, she saw it was Senior Jin Qing. Jin Qing asked, and you? Jiang Yunu tilted her head slightly. Senior Jin Qing asked again, if it were you, would you ultimately give up on competing with Captain Shin from Duma Academy for the item? The senior's tone was purely curious, and after listening, Jiang Yunu thought for a few seconds, then gave her a somewhat shy expression. This is bad, she said. If I had the chance to meet him on the battlefield, I really like to try. Jin Qing, try what? Jiang Yunu, just snatch it from him. Snatching something from someone who's generally considered someone to be avoided, just thinking about it was thrilling. With the exhibition match over, there were less than 10 days left before the players from each school had to depart for the league's base. As usual, Jiang Yunu took some time to make a series of calls, informing everyone she needed to notify of her upcoming itinerary, and received a string of well wishes from friends and family in the 7th region. When the call reached Zhou Jinxue, Jiang Yuna paid extra attention, carefully listening to her tone of voice and other subtle reactions. This semester, Zhou Jinxue had already entered her second year of high school. Logically, having graduated last semester, she should have entered a higher education institution this semester, beginning her first year. However, Jiang Yuna couldn't offer Zhou Jinxue her congratulations on her academic advancement. Because during the summer vacation, while competing in a district-level competition, she learned from a message sent by Xiesher that Zhou Jinxue's father was seriously ill, and she had postponed her registration at her new school, potentially not even being able to register this semester. Senior. Jiang Yuna waited a long time before Zhou Jinxue answered the phone. She greeted her softly, "Are you alright? Did I disturb you by calling at this hour?" Zhou Jinxue replied, "No, I just happened to have some free time." "I'm glad you called." Without Jiang Yuna needing to say anything, Zhou Jinxue had already guessed the purpose of her call and congratulated her. "Are you going to play in the Advanced School League? I saw the promotional video on the floating screen here a few days ago." Jiang Yuna said, "Yes, that's right." Actually, Jiang Yuna wanted to ask Zhou Jinxue more questions, such as her family situation and whether there was anything she could help with, but the senior avoided these topics, subtly deflecting the conversation. In the end, she didn't get any answers, and had to respect the boundaries Zhou Jinxue still maintained. After reporting to her family and friends, she continued her on-campus training with the Golden Uriel school team members for another week. The school began notifying the team members to pack their things and prepare to depart for the league base. Chapter 206. Having learned from packing for the district-level competition, Jiang Yuna packed his belongings much more easily this time, quickly and efficiently packing everything he needed. As usual, Peiya supervised him, reminding him not to forget to bring clothes for different seasons, spare training clothes, and so on. The Advanced League lasts longer, covering the entire winter break, from autumn to next spring. Peiya, the little supervisor, said. At the league base, sometimes to train the player's physical fitness, the temperature control system might be turned off in certain areas, allowing you to more clearly experience temperature changes and the differences in combat conditions in different climates. With temperature differences, it means there's no longer room for laziness in clothing. You can't just bring a few outfits suitable for all 4 seasons. Training at the league base is almost from morning till night. Although humans have evolved superpowers, they haven't evolved away from sweat glands and other bodily organs. The teenagers, with their fast metabolisms, sweat the most, sometimes needing to change their combat training clothes 2 or 3 times a day. Luckily, the school is generous and willing to give us league players a few extra sets of training clothes. Jiang Yuna folded her 4 set of training clothes and put it into her suitcase, marveling at her already considerable number of clothes. Peiya glanced at the clothes Jiang Yuna had already packed and shook her head. "You still don't have enough clothes." What Jiang Yuna considered considerable was, in Miss Elias' eyes, not worth a glance. "Sister," Jiang Yuna said, "I'm going to bring my entire dorm wardrobe." Peiya was indeed older than Jiang Yuna, and she accepted being called sister naturally. She walked over to Jiang Yuna, personally rummaged through her suitcase, and then opened Jiang Yuna's dormitory wardrobe to take a look. Miss Olay shook her head again. "With this kind of preparation, you probably won't have enough clothes to change into at the league base." Jiang Yuna's small wardrobe seemed to be slightly disliked. She also glanced at her own wardrobe and felt that her wardrobe, when she was studying at Golden Uriel Academy, was almost 5 times the size of her wardrobe when she was studying at Engel Junior Ability School. And this wasn't enough? Jiang Yuna didn't choose to reflect on herself, but instead questioned Peiya's standard of enough to change into. Does this mean that in the league base, every player brings their own large wardrobe, carrying more than a dozen sets of clothes? Peiya said, "More than that. Students in the first region probably each have their own walk-in closet." Jiang Yuna, Jiang Yuna, ? Jiang Yuna never expected to receive such a reply. She was shocked by the difference in the living standards of students between regions for a full 3 minutes. But regardless, what she had already packed into her suitcase were all the spring, autumn, and winter clothes she currently owned. The Advanced League season didn't include summer, so she couldn't very well cram in a few short-sleeve summer clothes to artificially inflate her wardrobe, could she? After her initial shock, Jiang Yuna said, "Never mind, that's fine with my luggage." Peiya thought for a moment, then a tiny, invisible light bulb seemed to go off beside her head. Miss O'Reilly said, "Okay, you can go like this for now, leave the rest to me." Jiang Yuna didn't quite understand what "leave the rest to me" meant. After packing her personal belongings, there was another round of inventorying the travelers. Jiang Yuna was the acting vice captain. She was responsible for assisting Sorik with various team administrative tasks, such as submitting personnel lists for the league base, applying for dormitory accommodations, requesting supplies in advance, and arranging shuttle buses upon arrival at the league base. The notice from the league base stated that each school team, in addition to its main players, could nominate 3 to 5 accompanying students. These students could be reserve players, backup players, or lower-year students who could help with logistics or simply be brought to the league base to broaden their horizons. Sorik and Jeong Yuna specifically discussed who should accompany them. Sorik recommended 1 first-year student and 2 upperclassmen. This freshman is very interested in the league, and his entrance exam scores and first semester midterms were both excellent. He might become a new addition to the school team next year, Sorik said. As for these 2 upperclassmen, they are old friends of the school team. They are familiar with the league process, can help with logistics, and can also serve as substitutes to fill vacancies when needed. Jeong Yuna thought for a moment, and then recommended 2 more. All acquaintances. If possible, I'd like to bring Paya and Song Yang, who's in the same grade as us, Jeong Yuna said. Paya might not be very interested in the league itself, but she's very good at gathering intelligence, and can get a lot of important information outside the competition venue. I think she'd be willing to go to the league base with us. As for Song Yang. Jeong Yuna paused, then continued, Song Yang, I faced him in the school competition. His special skill might not be outstanding in individual battles, but it might be surprisingly effective in team battles. I think he'd be willing to accept this opportunity to go to the league and further explore his potential in supernatural combat. Sorik had no objections to Jeong Yuna's recommendations, and almost immediately filled in Paya and Song Yang's names. But after filling them in, Sorik looked at Jeong Yuna for a moment and suddenly smiled. Jeong Yuna was puzzled, looking at her captain, who had suddenly smiled. Sorik said, watching you analyze your classmates just now, I suddenly feel that you really do look like a proper captain. The kind who actively recruits talent for the Golden Uriel school team and analyzes potential members. Sorik's tone was very pleased, and he took on the task of informing all the accompanying students afterwards. Paya had just helped Jeong Yuna pack her luggage the day before yesterday, and now it was her turn to pack her own. But she accepted it without complaint, telling Jeong Yuna, perfect. If you were gone for 3 seasons at a time, I'd be bored staying at school all by myself. Jeong Yuna smiled and helped out, saying, exactly. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. If we don't see each other for that long, what's the difference between that and 100 years? Compared to Paya's calm acceptance, another classmate, Song Yang, was much more excited. Song Yang had already been excited when he received Captain Sorik's notification, jumping up and down to express his heartfelt gratitude. When he learned that Jeong Yuna had recommended him and secured the opportunity, this energetic student rushed to the girls' dormitory that very night, stretched his personal terminal screen to its maximum, and then projected large characters onto Jeong Yuna's dormitory window. Thank you so much. Jeong Yuna was already preparing to turn off the lights and lie down when the scrolling, colorful characters on the window jolted him awake again. Jeong Yuna scrambled to her feet, bewildered. First, she checked that the scrolling text on the window wasn't her imagination. Then, she opened her dormitory window. Good heavens! A beam of colored light shone directly into her face from below. This unique, multicolored light made Jeong Yuna's face glow a vibrant red. With her face flushed, Jeong Yuna looked down at the silent, yet undeniably prominent, male students below, adhering to nighttime visit etiquette by not making a sound. Song Yang, seeing Jeong Yuna peek out, began waving enthusiastically, his expression excited, even causing the screen on his personal terminal connected to his wrist to sway. The dazzling multicolored light danced across Jeong Yuna's face. Jeong Yuna remained expressionless, not even blinking at the light. She waved back at Song Yang, then revealed her personal terminal screen and typed rapidly. You're welcome. But please get lost. Song Yang laughed even more heartily, and happily rolled away. All pre-departure preparations were completed, and 2 days later, the Golden Uriel school team departed for the league base. The journey took less than half a day. The league base is located at the border of the first and second major regions. It is not the exclusive jurisdiction of either region. It is a floating city specifically built to host large-scale events. The entire base consists of multiple floating areas, with the central platform at the very center being the core of the base, and the living quarters for participating players and other personnel. Surrounding the central platform are training platforms and competition platforms. The competition platforms are the most numerous. Each round of the competition has its own designated arena. As the flying vehicle approached landing, Sorik explained the various hovering platforms within Jiang Yunu's field of vision. For example, the one closest to us right now is the point control arena. The outermost ring of light is the official entrance, and to its left is the beast-killing arena. Passing through the gate decorated with the 4 elemental symbols, you enter the elemental beast time-killing zone. Since the vehicle was still in flight, it only briefly flew over these platforms, and Sorik only had time to explain the 2 closest ones to Jiang Yunu. But that didn't matter. They would personally experience all of these platforms during the competition. Jiang Yunu was very interested in the one platform, one map competition locations. As the vehicle fully landed at the designated docking point, she noticed that among the still visible outlines of the hovering platforms, one platform had a unique structure that looked like a 7-story tower. What was that? Jiang Yunu was filled with curiosity, but before she could ask, she immediately had to begin the handover with the AI at the docking point, submitting their group's identity verification information. Welcome, contestants from the Golden Uriel Academy. The AI verified everyone's identities and issued a welcoming voice. The central access key and dormitory electronic door access were automatically sent to individual terminals. Jiang Yunu opened her terminal screen, casually checking other unlocked items. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, not particularly friendly, but not arrogant either. Excuse me, could you please not block the verification machine? Chapter 207. Jiang Yunu felt this question wasn't arrogant enough, mainly because there are always people more capable than oneself. Just 2 seconds after the speaker uttered the question, before the last syllable of their words had even faded, new footsteps sounded behind them, remarkably synchronized. This orderly, rhythmic march caused the students surrounding the verification machine to turn and stare at the newcomers. Jiang Yunu was no exception. She saw a group of students in gold and brown school uniforms, clearly having just arrived at the docking point by airship, and then walked to the large plaza in front of the central platform. With her good eyesight, Jiang Yunu even recognized the embroidered school emblem on their uniforms, the symbol of the first district, Diyao Academy. The Diyao Academy team marched in perfect unison, and as they passed, students from other schools, who had been gathered in small groups automatically parting the Red Sea like Moses parting the Red Sea to make way for them. Upon reaching the verification machine, the student in the lead remained silent. A student half a step behind spoke, slightly raising his chin, and asked, "Are you all finished verifying?" Jiang Yunu was about to say that their team had finished, but the opposing team, arriving after her, hadn't yet, and that the Diyao students could wait in line. However, the student who had spoken earlier remained silent, and he and his team collectively stepped aside 2 steps, making room for Diyao Academy. Jiang Yunu felt she was experiencing a kind of invisible academic hierarchy, which she found novel. Then, a hand quietly reached out and pulled her aside as well. It was Pei who reached out and pulled her away. The students from Diyao Academy didn't say much, nor did they thank her, as if it were their due to others making way for them. The team members following the lead student didn't even glance at the person who had made way for them. They went forward one by one to the machine, verified their credentials, received their keys, and then lined up again, marching in unison through the gate connecting the plaza and the buildings without looking back. So arrogant, Jiang Yunu exclaimed sincerely. Pei tugged at her sleeve again, whispering, "Someone even more arrogant is coming." Jiang Yunu? ? She was about to say, "Another expert?" But before she could speak, Jiang Yunu felt a gust of wind brush past her shoulder. That gust wasn't natural wind, but rather the unavoidable change in airflow caused by the deceleration and landing of some heavy vehicle, which disrupted the original wind direction on the platform, creating a short-term convection. The designated parking areas provided by the organizing committee for each school were not far from the central plaza. However, most of the school vehicles that had landed earlier were quiet and low noise. The vehicles regularly provided to students by schools were also mostly low-energy civilian models. It was rare for a school to officially equip itself with a high-powered vehicle. These high-powered, heavy vehicles were expensive to build and consumed a lot of energy, with annual energy costs exceeding their construction cost. They were often equipped with some firepower, making them less of a purely civilian vehicle and more akin to a fully armed small warship. The vehicle landing at the parking area, however, clearly far exceeded the level of a typical high-end school bus, approaching the level of a self-armed warship. Jiang Yunu asked, "Is this a ship belonging to the organizing committee, or one of the 3 major associations?" The student who had previously asked her to make way remained silent in front of Diyao Academy, becoming a quiet and unassuming mute. But upon hearing Jiang Yunu's words, he suddenly miraculously regained his voice. The other student chuckled, seemingly incredulous, and asked, You don't recognize Duma Academy's exclusive warship? Jiang Yunu didn't care about the mockery of her ignorance. She replied, no, does it matter? Do you think their warships can be used in the competition? That their exclusive warships can be deployed in battle? She asked sincerely. As long as the vehicles provided by each school aren't counted in the league teams, and the vehicles students ride don't become firepower on the field, then what difference does it make whether other teams arrive by school bus or warship? It seems the only difference is the level of extravagance between schools. Anyway, their school was known as one of the poorest in the upper 3 districts. Extravagance was irrelevant to them. Faced with the objectively existing financial disparity between schools, all the students of Golden Uriel remained remarkably calm. The contestant, who tried to ridicule Jiang Yuna, found himself humiliated, overwhelmed by the golden popper's aura from the neighboring ship. He quickly shifted his attention to absorbing the oncoming Duma extravagance. The wind whipped up by the Duma Academy warship seemed to carry the scent of elites and money. Their team members disembarked on the passageway deck, and after the hatches slid up and closed, they emerged from behind heavy alloy panels, dressed in uniform black combat uniforms, and steadily descended the deck. The Duma Academy team didn't emphasize overall uniformity in their marching, unlike the Earthly Radiance Academy where even the pace and rhythm were synchronized. However, their team still possessed a clear sense of order and a defined sense of positioning. This group of people in black uniforms seemed to have fixed positions. No one would voluntarily overtake those ahead of them. If someone in front slowed down, everyone behind would adjust their pace accordingly, coordinating the deceleration and acceleration. The queue maintained its positions at all times, with constant spacing. On the central plaza, students from other schools, who had previously made way for Dia Academy, still stood to one side, the path leading directly to the verification machine extremely wide. The Duma Academy team headed straight for the machine without looking to either side, seemingly oblivious to the other students around them. According to Jiang Yunu's observation, several members of their team slightly raised their chins, occasionally making eye contact with other students on the roadside. The students would then glance casually at the other students out of the corner of their eyes, and then, as if they were just ordinary plaza decorations, casually look away. They exuded an air of superiority, as if everyone present was beneath their notice. Jiang Yunu had no intention of showing off or trying to make her presence known to this group of elites, who were clearly even more arrogant than those from Dio Academy. She and Paya stood arm in arm with the rest of the Golden Uriel team, forming the backdrop for the top academy group. But strangely, when the captain of the Duma Academy team, Shen Yijing's gaze inadvertently swept over the side of the verification machine, his eyes clearly only glancing over it, as if he considered the other students as background figures, he suddenly paused after his gaze had moved away, and then turned his gaze back. Shen Yijing's gaze swept over the pile of Golden Uriel uniforms beside the machine, as if he had picked out a white on top of white target from a group of white and gold uniforms. His gaze lingered on Jiang Yunu, then froze. Jiang Yunu stammered, ? The captain stopped, and so did the Duma team, who were supposed to use the machine for verification. The captain didn't step forward, didn't use the machine first, and none of the other members of the Duma team would step forward. None of them could verify before Shen Yijing. Paya stood with Jiang Yunu, thankful that her thick glasses could hide her expression. Sorok sensed something was wrong. He whispered to the unresponsive Jiang Yunu, "Do you know each other?" Sorok's answer was vague, avoiding mentioning Shen Yijing's name. After all, some people, even just mentioning a name or asking if they knew each other, seemed like they were trying to establish a connection. Jiang Yunu's gaze swept across Shen Yijing's face. She had no idea what he was looking at, and found him rather strange. "No," she said firmly. As she spoke, she glanced at the person opposite her again, thinking Shen Yijing was quite good-looking. Handsome. But still, without spending a significant amount of time together, she definitely wouldn't remember his specific features. Jiang Yunu also recalled that her most memorable moment with Captain Shen dates back to when she was in Engel's Junior Ability School. To subdue a wind elemental beast with aerial combat abilities in a holographic game, she found a combat video of Shen Yijing online and carefully studied his tactics. Compared to Captain Shen's face, she was actually more familiar with his body posture as he leaped and slashed at the elemental beast. Thinking that she was more familiar with his physique, Jiang Yunu, being thick-skinned anyway, adhered to the principle of "you look, I look too." She not only openly continued to look back at Shen Yijing, but her gaze also slowly moved downwards, settling on his body. The combat uniforms of Duma Academy really accentuate the physique, so it's immediately noticeable that Captain Shen has grown taller and more muscular compared to the videos I saw online a couple of years ago. His overall figure is taller, his shoulders are broader, and his waist is proportionally longer and more toned, and then his legs. His legs moved. Shinjing expressionlessly withdrew his gaze from Jiang Yunu and coldly walked away from her. This inexplicable staring contest seemed to end with Jiang Yunu abruptly looking away. Jiang Yunu didn't know why Shinjing was looking at him, nor did he think there was anything wrong with the way he looked back. Why did he stop? Jiang Yunu asked. Thankfully, the Duma team had already left the plaza and entered the inner building area through the gate by the time she said this. Peya and the rest of the Golden Uriel looked at Jiang Yunu, hesitant to speak. Whatever his reason for stopping, Peya, who was closer to Jiang Yunu, finally spoke up. She carefully chose her words, expressing everyone's confusion. Why did you look at him like that? Huh? Jiang Yunu was puzzled. How did I look at him? He looked at me first. Of course, I had to look back at him. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem even stranger to avoid eye contact or pretend not to notice? Peya struggled to find the right words for a moment, then seemed to give up. Sigh, Miss Oli said. Jiang Yunu looked even more confused. Anyway, the verification and registration for the Golden Uriel Academy had already been completed, and the group had no reason to linger in the plaza any longer. They passed through the gate and entered the central platform's building area. Chapter 208. A total of 8 school teams participated in this year's Advanced League. 2 teams came from the first region, Duma Academy and Bio Academy. 3 teams came from the second region. Besides Jiang Yunu's Golden Uriel team, there were Khan Academy and Hunter Star Academy, both of which had performed well in the Challenge Cup regional competition. 3 teams also came from the third region, Michelle Academy, which had previously rejected Jiang Yunu's application, and 2 others, Ramfi Ability School and Neza Ability School. Jiang Yunu had gained a preliminary understanding of the schools in the 3 regions. Unlike before, when mentioning these school names left her completely clueless, she was no longer a complete novice in this area. This was all thanks to the lessons her school team members had given her during the preparation period. Senior Jean Qing and Senior Sorok were the biggest contributors. At the very least, you can't mispronounce someone's school name during interactions between the 2 schools and act completely ignorant about them, Senior Jean Qing said, while tutoring Jiang Yunu. Only those 2 schools in the first region can convey an attitude of I don't know your name. Whether I remember your school's name or not is irrelevant. Jiang Yunu didn't have a strong sense of this college hierarchy at the time. She had only heard about it, not witnessed it firsthand. But this time, in the central plaza of the league base, she had a glimpse of its effectiveness. The student representative, who had been cut off by 2 top schools, Jiang Yunu later learned that the other student was from Mitchell College in the third region. Mitchell College has been developing well in recent years, belonging to the first tier in the third region. A couple of years ago, there were rumors that their overall strength was approaching that of our potential Waterloo in the second region. Therefore, some Mitchell College students tend to be quite arrogant. Peya, true to her role as the intelligence gatherer off the field, had somehow uncovered the details of the student with whom Jiang Yunu had the brief conversation. The one who spoke to you was their school team's vice captain, one of the more arrogant students from Michelle Academy. He recognized our uniforms, but felt we didn't need to show much respect to our golden goalkeeper. But things will be different when they face Dia Academy and Duma Academy. Peya gave a slight sneer to the student, who subtly hinted at snobbery. Jiang Yunu said, then I tried to make him remember during the competition that our school deserves respect too. Peya smiled and said, okay, I have complete faith in you. The Golden Uriel school team had already arrived at the accommodation area specially arranged for the players. Although the name Central Platform included platform, giving the impression of a small, cramped space, it was actually quite the opposite. Passing through the gate standing in the outer plaza and entering the Central Platform's building area, the first thing that came into view was another garden. The garden, serving as a lookout area for the construction zone, provides a place for athletes to relax during their free time and also acts as a landmark for guidance. In the center of the garden stands a stone tablet with a miniature 3D model of the construction zone floating on it. This allows participants to view the dynamic changes in each area in real time and find specific routes to various locations. The entire construction zone is a safe zone, Sorok said. Jiang Yunu initially didn't understand the meaning of safe zone. She asked, is there anywhere in this competition base that's unsafe? The competition stage might not be that safe, Jean Qing replied jokingly. Then her senior explained, the safe zone refers to the strict control over the release limits of supernatural abilities within the building area. No matter who is here, they cannot use highly lethal supernatural skills. Furthermore, if anyone shows any intention to use an offensive skill, it will be immediately detected by the omnipresent monitoring devices. The Central Platform's building area is the contestants' living and working center for the next few months. Security here is set at the highest level, and the probability of internal supernatural conflicts between contestants is strictly limited. In other words, Jiang Yuna concluded after hearing the explanation, the competition committee wants us to focus all our combat energy on the competition, but competition is competition, and private feuds and brawls are not allowed. Jean Qin said, that's the gist of it. All basic living facilities are available within the central platform's building area. The main training hall, intended for contestants outside of the competition, is not located here, but has been moved to another floating platform closest to the central platform, where a sizable training facility has been built. Within the central building area, only a few independent physical training rooms unrelated to supernatural abilities could be found. Jiang Yunu, as usual, was most interested in the canteen in the living area, followed by the dormitories. There were 8 participating schools, each sending not only student athletes, but also accompanying support staff. Jiang Yunu had initially assumed the dormitories would be either like those in the junior leagues, with each school having its own independent building, or like the Challenge Cup district-level competitions, where all participants lived in a large, futuristic dormitory apartment. As a result, the Advanced League base took a different approach, finding a middle ground. The 8 school teams each moved into 2 apartment buildings, with each team having access to 2 entire floors. These 2 floors included individual dormitories for each team's players, team meeting rooms, team lounges, equipment maintenance rooms, and more. When Jiang Yunu entered the 2-story building dedicated to Golden Uriel Academy, she was astonished by the presence of a small open kitchen and bar. Really? Jiang Yunu looked around the open kitchen. We can cook in the dormitories? This is probably to prevent players from staying too late at the training area, as the cafeteria stops serving food when they return to the building area, so that late returning players have something to eat. Peia toured the kitchen with Jiang Yunu, and she even opened the large refrigerator to check, confirming that it was already stocked with some popular fast food items favored by students. Jiang Yunu, like a happy mouse discovering a new granary, exclaimed, "This place is perfect for making your own midnight snacks." Maybe, Peia shrugged slightly, honestly telling her, if you want to try making your own midnight snacks later, I can only cheer you on from the sidelines, because I really know nothing about the kitchen. Jiang Yuna thought this perfectly suited Peiya's image as a hidden little rich girl, and she promised with a smile that she would definitely take Peia out for homemade midnight snacks whenever she had the chance. The apartment building where Golden Uriel Academy was located was Building B. The first floor of the building was a common area, with the residential area starting from the 2nd floor. Jiang Yunu and her group were assigned to the 6th and 7th floors. Living 2 floors above them were the Star Hunter Academy from the same region, and living below them were Ramfi and Neza from the 3rd region. As for the other schools, including Dia Academy, Duma Academy, Michelle Academy, and Khan Academy, they naturally all lived in Building A, which was separated from Building B by an inner courtyard. It was said that this allocation was done by a random draw. However, considering the history of Dio Academy and Duma Academy consistently living in Building A, it's hard to say whether this random allocation was secretly predetermined. Jiang Yunu was quite satisfied with her dormitory building and neighbors. Each team had its own 2 floors, and the living areas were not interconnected, but there was still a chance of bumping into each other in the building's elevators. When Jiang Yunu and the others from Golden Uriel entered the building, they happened to run into the Ramfi school team from the 3rd district in the elevator. The captain of the Ramfi school team was a somewhat gloomy person. As the team's newly appointed diplomat, Jiang Yunu greeted him as she entered the elevator. The seemingly gloomy Ramfi captain responded politely, and she thought he was a nice person. Ramfi's captain wasn't originally gloomy. After entering the Golden Uriel's exclusive floor, Peia casually relayed Ramfi's captain's personal information to Jiang Yunu, saying, "He's the one who was injured by a Duma Academy player in the last Advanced League." Jiang Yunu was taken aback. So it was him. She sighed softly, recalling Ramfi's appearance in her mind. Speaking of Duma Academy, the rest of the school team had already received their room numbers and gone into their rooms to unpack their belongings. Only Peia was accompanying Jiang Yunu, first showing him around the floor. Seeing an opportune moment, Peia, following the keyword Duma Academy, brought up a scene from the Central Plaza not long ago. Peia asked again, confirming, "Tell me the truth, you really don't know Shinijing from Duma Academy at all?" Jiang Yunu's eyes widened, and she said with utmost sincerity, "If I knew anyone else in the 1st district." "No, if I knew anyone else in the upper 3 districts, wouldn't you know?" Peia was the first person to approach Jiang Yunu after she entered the 2nd district. Her social circle was entirely built with Peiya's witness. In other words, Jiang Yunu's social circle in the upper 3 districts was completely transparent to Peiya. Peiya seemed pleased by Jiang Yunu's statement, and a reserved smile appeared on her lips. "All right," Miss Oli said reservedly and happily, "you're right. If you really knew someone from the 1st district, I shouldn't not know. Jiang Yunu, right?" In Jiang Yunu's opinion, she truly didn't know Shenijing. Even Peiya's intelligence network was temporarily ineffective. She couldn't figure out why Shenijing was staring at her in the square. The same question arose in Building A across the street. The Duma Academy students lived on the top 2 floors of Building A. Unlike the Golden Ariel team, they weren't as free-spirited. Team members couldn't choose their own rooms. Shenijing's room was located next to the team affairs meeting room. He had pre-selected his room, and so, with the captain's chosen room as the center, the other students' rooms were arranged around this center according to a certain hierarchy. Shenijing didn't carry many personal belongings. Their luggage had been directly transported to their dormitories by dedicated service robots after the warship landed. He didn't need to unpack himself. After the room number was assigned, the luggage was again moved into the room by the service robots, intelligently categorized and properly organized. Captain. The student who had discussed the new face with Shenijing in the Duma team's lounge knocked on the meeting room door, then peeked inside. Sure enough, Shenijing was already there. Shenijing was using his personal terminal, seemingly processing some kind of document or report. The captain, without looking up, said, "Speak." The student shuffled into the meeting room, hesitated for a moment, then couldn't suppress his gossipy curiosity and asked, "That golden poor. Cough cough cough, I mean, the newcomer on the Golden Ariel Academy team. Did you know her before?" Shenijing's hands, which were operating his personal terminal, stopped. The captain looked up at the team member. But just as the student was prepared to hear a negative answer, he didn't expect to hear a question in return. Shenijing said, "What do you think? I feel like you two aren't very familiar with each other." The team member touched his heart, but still answered truthfully based on his feelings. "But you don't seem like complete strangers either." Shenijing said, Chapter 209. What kind of reaction is that? The Duma team members and their captain stared wide-eyed. After a moment, the team member finally realized that a simple was the only response he could get, while his captain had already lowered his head again, burying himself in his personal terminal. This behavior would be described as arrogant by others, but in Duma Academy, especially in Shenijing's case, it seemed perfectly normal. Duma Academy was a place where the elite class reigned supreme. Shenijing himself didn't like idle chatter. He talked the most when commanding his squad on the battlefield. Except for necessary social occasions and combat periods, it was almost impossible to have a private conversation with him lasting more than 3 minutes. And someone had actually timed it. If you were to ask who in Duma Academy was so bored and so bold, it would undoubtedly be the team member himself, trying to gossip about his captain's private affairs. Leonardo Hayes. This person's name was Leonardo. Hayes was his family name. Captain. Leonardo, a classmate of Shenijing, tentatively took 2 steps forward, still unwilling to give up, wanting to talk to Shenijing about something. Shenijing didn't even look up, calling him by his surname, Hayes. Leonardo instinctively straightened up. Shenijing said, "If you're free now, go check everyone's preparation progress and tell them to assemble 5 minutes early. We won't be the last team to enter the assembly center." Leonardo was the vice captain of Duma Academy. Of course, he wasn't as capable as Shenijing. Back when he was a freshman, he had already outshone everyone and become the little captain in the eyes of the veteran team members. He had diligently followed Shenijing around like a mere accessory for 2 years, finally becoming the vice captain of the school team during the summer break between his 2nd and 3rd years. Receiving the assignment meant that casual conversation had been unilaterally and completely ended. Leonardo might be a little more familiar with Shenijing than others, but that little familiarity wasn't enough to grant him any special treatment in front of her. Leonardo said, "Understood." The vice captain left the meeting room readily. Golden Ariel Academy was also preparing to head to the assembly center. The assembly center was an auditorium, located next to the garden scene upon entering the building complex, connected to the building by a tree-lined walkway. Once all the school teams participating in the Advanced League had arrived, a players' assembly would be held at the assembly center. This assembly would include pre-match pep talks, the announcement of the competition schedule, and broadcasting of participant guidelines, essential procedures for any league, commonly known as ritual. Jiang Yunu had already read through various written versions of the regulations. She had a good memory for text, and was familiar with everything. Sitting in the auditorium, listening to someone repeat what she already knew over and over again, was incredibly uninspiring. The overly soft backrest of the chair also made her drowsy. Just as Jiang Yunu was about to fall asleep, Sorik patted her urgently. Jiang Yunu opened her drooping eyelids again and mumbled to Sorik, "Have they started talking about anything useful yet?" Before Sorik could answer, the gloomy-looking captain of Romfy School glanced at her. The seating arrangement for the various school teams in the assembly center was as follows. The seating areas were roughly divided according to the school's region. However, within the first, second, and third regions, the specific seating arrangement, which schools sat on the left, which on the right, and who sat in the middle, was entirely up to the individual team captains within each region to decide. And in the designated seating arrangement, the school team captain and vice captain had to sit in the first 2 rows, with the team members from each school sitting in the back. Jiang Yunu naturally sat in the front with Sorok. To Sorok's left was the vice captain of the Star Hunter Academy, and to Jiang Yunu's right was the captain of the Romfy School. Jiang Yunu was suddenly glanced at by him, and initially thought she had disturbed him with her murmuring. She thought the Romfy captain seemed rather serious, but unexpectedly, this captain, who looked as gloomy as a bladed mushroom, said, "First time participating in the league?" Jiang Yunu glanced at the stage where someone was still giving a passionate speech, and nodded slightly. "Yes." "Soon," said the Romfy captain, "after the contestant instructions are finished, we should talk about the special challenges of this year's league, and do the first round of the stage draw." Jiang Yunu quickly gave him a "you're such a good person" look. Wow! It seems her feeling in the apartment elevator was right. Captain Romfy had a gloomy aura, but overall she was still a friendly person. She was always outspoken and straightforward. She never hesitated to express her goodwill and gratitude towards someone, staring directly at them before sincerely saying, "Thank you." Captain Romfy wasn't used to being stared at like that, and he turned his head away when Jiang Yunu stared at him. "If you're awake, keep listening," Captain Romfy said. "Sleeping in the front row will be very noticeable." Jiang Yunu decided to speak her mind directly, continuing sincerely, "You really are a good person." Captain Romfy, Sorik had originally intended to give Jiang Yunu a similar reminder, but Captain Romfy had already done it first. He could only gently pat Jiang Yunu's arm again and whisper, "Keep listening." Jiang Yunu, reminded by her own and the other team's captains, perked up. Thankfully, the repetitive and structured explanations and player guidelines were nearing their end. Next, I will explain the special challenges of this year's league. The 7-layer trial tower. The 7-layer trial tower? The mere mention of anything related to challenges and battles immediately energized Jiang Yunu. She also recalled the floating platform with its tower-like structure that she had once seen from afar in the outer plaza of the central stage. Is that the trial tower? The explanation quickly confirmed her guess. The 7-story trial tower, located between Arena 2 and Arena 3, is a 7-story indoor challenge building that will officially open after the first round of the league. During the trial tower's opening period, all participants can attempt to conquer it. The difficulty of the levels increases with each floor, and there will be a major change in the level mechanics every 3 floors. The top floor is of hell difficulty, comprehensively testing the participants' overall combat skills. Its completion is extremely difficult. The competition committee's explanation of the 7-story trial tower was very detailed, emphasizing not only the overall concept, but also the reward and punishment mechanisms. Tower completion results are not linked to league results. The two are unrelated, the committee representative said. This means any participant can attempt to conquer the tower without any psychological burden. Failure along the way will not affect your school's points calculation or ranking during the competition. However, if a participant is lucky enough to complete the entire tower, that participant will receive unimaginable personal rewards. Regarding the nature of this unimaginable personal reward, the person on the podium deliberately left it a mystery, only offering a meaningful smile to the contestants below who were murmuring slightly, but not continuing. This generous personal prize will only be revealed after the first contestant completes the entire challenge, said the competition committee representative. Jiang Yunu wasn't particularly interested in the mysterious personal prize, but if someone told her about the diverse mechanics and progressively increasing difficulty of the trial tower levels, she would genuinely want to experience it immediately. After explaining the trial tower and weighing the appetites of all the contestants, the final part of the gathering began. Drawing lots to determine the arenas for the first round of battles. The league base has multiple battle arenas, each with a different battle map and competition mechanics. Which arena a contestant would be on for each round would be determined by a live draw during the gathering. The competition committee representative was responsible for drawing the first round match positions for everyone in front of the entire competition. As the numbers for the different arenas scrolled across the screen, the previous buzzing murmur ceased simultaneously, and the entire arena fell silent. Soon, With a slight tap from the committee representative, the scrolling stopped. Number 4. Congratulations, everyone, the representative said. In the first round, you will compete in team battles on arena number 4. This map is called Banner of the Stars. Banner of the Stars signifies that this map contains numerous flags, like stars scattered across the map, some visible, some hidden, emitting a certain glow to attract the participants' attention and indicate their location. Find the flags, mark them. At the end of the countdown, the team that marks the most flags will be the winner, receiving the highest score for this round. The remaining teams will be ranked in descending order based on the number of flags marked, receiving points accordingly. It sounds a bit like capturing points in an exhibition match, Jiang Yunu said. Sorik finally managed to answer his vice-captain before the other captains could. The difference is that points can be captured and then stolen, requiring a balance of offense and defense. But flag exploration and marking is a completely swift and decisive battle. Marking is irreversible and cannot be stolen. Jiang Yunu blinked slightly. So, it sounds like a capture battle could easily occur near a flag that's about to be marked. Romfy's captain suddenly interjected. But at the beginning of the match, no one wants to go through the trouble of fighting. At least in the first half, all teams will focus on exploration, spending as much time as possible finding flags, rather than wasting time fighting at the start. Romfy's captain's words made a lot of sense. Fights for ownership of a flag often erupt in the latter half of the match when few unmarked flags remain. At that point, the competition becomes fierce, even for just one flag. Jiang Yunu, a first-time league participant, obediently listened to the guidance of the two experienced captains on either side of her. With the dust settling on the first round of matches, this long gathering of players was finally coming to a close. The first round of matches was scheduled for 20 hours later. These 20 hours were reserved for the newly arrived players to rest, catch up on sleep, replenish their energy, and plan their team tactics. Leaving the assembly hall, Jiang Yunu rose with Sorik, waiting for the school team members in the back row to gather around them. The students from Duma Academy had already assembled a few rows away, about to leave the hall with their captain, Shin Yijing. Jiang Yunu felt herself being glanced at again. She followed the gaze and her eyes met those of Duma's captain, Shin. Seeing Jiang Yunu look back, Shin Yijing turned around and led the Duma Academy team towards the auditorium exit. Jiang Yunu? Could he have been waiting for me to look at him? Jiang Yunu wondered, both puzzled and increasingly puzzled. Chapter 210. The players' assembly concluded at 9:30 p.m. local time. Considering everyone had only just arrived at the league base that day, enduring a long and tiring journey, and that the brief time allotted for personal belongings was far from enough for rest, Sorik readily decided that, after leaving the Assembly Center auditorium, the Golden Uriel team members could disperse and do whatever they wanted. Those who want to go to the cafeteria can go to the cafeteria, those who want to go straight back to the apartment building can go back to the building, and those who want to wander around can do so as long as it's within the apartment building's latest curfew, Sorik said. We meet again tomorrow morning in the Team Affairs meeting room in the apartment building at 7:30 a.m. This meant that the Golden Uriel team would officially begin their preparation period starting at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. With 20 hours until the official match start time, starting at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, they would have a full 10 hours to prepare. The Golden Uriel team scattered like birds. Jin Qing, Song Yang, Xiao Yeli, and the two upperclassmen accompanying the group all wanted to go to the cafeteria. Yelena, Oren, Sorik, the first-year students accompanying the group, and the others wanted to return to the apartment building. Jiang Yunu looked left and right, and found that only he and Peiya remained at the auditorium entrance. Peiya asked, "Where do you want to go?" Jiang Yunu thought for a moment. "Want to wander around and familiarize myself with the area." Peiya said, "Let's go." Jiang Yunu and Peiya then wandered around the various parts of the building area. Jiang Yunu didn't pay much attention to Shin Yijing's subtle gaze, and the strange feeling he gave off. It wasn't anything important anyway, compared to the fact that she seemed to have caught the attention of Captain Shin, whose title shone brightly at Duma Academy. Jiang Yunu was more concerned about the upcoming first round of matches. As for Shin Yijing himself, she was only curious about his and his team's performance in the first round. Seeing is believing. Whether it was the video footage she found online 2 years ago, when she was at the Eng Junior Ability School, or the exhibition matches she had recently watched online through holographic equipment, Jiang Yunu had only witnessed Shin Yijing's fighting style through signal transmission and virtual images. As a warrior, nothing was more effective than directly engaging in combat on the battlefield to understand an opponent's strength and gauge the depth of the gap between them. "You seem quite interested in that, Captain Shin," Peiya said while strolling with Jiang Yunu. She had already overheard Jiang Yunu's thoughts on the first match. The Banner of Stars battle map itself also piqued Jiang Yunu's interest. After all, he holds the title of strongest, Jiang Yunu readily replied. Jiang Yunu was particularly interested in whoever was currently recognized as the strongest student. Even if the other person's words and actions sometimes seemed a bit strange. Peiya hesitated again upon hearing Jiang Yunu's assessment of Shen Yijing as a bit strange. Based on her intuition, as a future outstanding intelligence officer, Peiya felt that Shen Yijing didn't seem to be a complete stranger to Jiang Yunu. The two didn't seem like complete strangers meeting for the first time. However, similarly, based on Peiya's familiarity and understanding of Jiang Yunu, she felt that Jiang Yunu wasn't lying. Jiang Yunu genuinely felt that he and Shen Yijing were complete strangers. A bit strange. Peiya pondered silently. It wasn't just Captain Shen's attitude that was strange, their ambiguous acquaintance was also strange. But Peiya chose to remain silent for the time being. As long as Jiang Yunu seemed unaffected, who cared about the others? Peiya comfortably accompanied Jiang Yunu on his tour of the construction area, noting down all the vending machines except for the cafeteria. These were all small, regular supply points for Jiang Yunu. After their walk, it wasn't yet time for the cafeteria to completely stop serving food, so Jiang Yunu took Peiya to the cafeteria for a late-night snack, reiterating his promise. After the first round of matches, I used the apartment kitchen to cook something myself to celebrate the end of the competition. It was already quite late, and surprisingly, the cafeteria was crowded. Several school uniforms could be seen swaying around. Looking at the tired faces of the school team members, some even holding their trays, while simultaneously displaying small screens on their wrists, whispering with their teammates, it wasn't hard to guess that these teams had probably just finished their evening party. They're all such busybodies, rushing to team meetings as soon as the tournament ends. Jiang Yunu deliberately scanned the cafeteria, noticing no one in their Golden Uriel Academy uniforms. It seemed their team members had all arrived early, eaten, and gone home. You're only thinking about celebrating the end of the competition, not even about celebrating winning first place? Someone suddenly spoke from a table behind him, not naming names, but judging from the ambiguous tone, it was probably directed at Jiang Yunu and Peiya. Jiang Yunu recognized the voice. He turned around. Oh, the vice-captain from Michelle Academy. It's you, Jiang Yunu said. Her tone was flat, but somehow, this flatness seemed to have stepped on his tail again. Yes, so what if it's me? The vice-captain of Michelle Academy raised his chin, with an air of pride, as if he would punch the Golden Uriel, trample the second district, and head straight for the first district the next day. You, Golden Uriel Academy, as a school in the second district, is this all you got? You're just going to celebrate after the competition, without even considering winning the championship? I wouldn't dare, Jiang Yunu said sincerely. DU Academy and Duma Academy are still here. Who would say they want to win the championship in front of him? This was true. The vice-captain of Michelle Academy was busy trying to make his presence known to the Golden Poor guys, and probably didn't notice that just before he provoked Jiang Yunu, students wearing the golden brown uniforms of DU Academy and the black combat uniforms of Duma Academy had sat down at the tables next to and behind him, respectively. Upon hearing the keyword championship, the students at both tables stopped eating and silently watched the vice-captain of Michelle Academy. Jiang Yunu smiled and pulled Peiya, who had also finished eating, to her feet. She pressed the empty plate return button on the table and calmly walked past the frozen Michelle vice-captain, saying expectantly, "See you on the battlefield. Your school takes winning the championship as its standard of achievement. You must have made ample preparations, right? I look forward to your performance." After speaking, as she passed the Michelle vice-captain, Jiang Yunu gave a slight nod to the students from Diyao and Duma, whom she had inexplicably named, as a greeting. As for whether the students from these two incredibly arrogant top schools would respond to her, who cares? She did what she wanted, not expecting anything in return. The vice-captain of Michelle Academy's frozen expression was priceless. That alone made it all worthwhile. Jiang Yunu returned to her apartment building with Peiya, feeling refreshed. She slept soundly, and the next morning, before 6 o'clock, she woke up early as usual, did her morning stretches in the Golden Uriel school team's common room, then connected to the league's player service system, and ordered meals from the cafeteria for the entire team. Meals from the league base could also be delivered directly to the player apartments by robots. Although delivery times were limited, it was convenient to use only occasionally. Jiang Yunu stayed alone in the living room for at least half an hour when Sorik appeared, dressed neatly. Seeing her already sitting on the sofa, he was quite surprised. "You been up for a while?" Sorik said, able to tell from Jiang Yunu's demeanor that she hadn't just woken up. Jiang Yunu said, I'm used to waking up early. Jean Qing was the second to arrive in the living room. Seeing Jiang Yunu, her first words were also, "So early. Have you had enough rest?" Jiang Yunu handed his senior a cup of invigorating tea. "Enough. We can go up on stage right now and earn a lot of points for the school." Jean Qing held the teacup, deeply agreeing, "That's fantastic." Saying something like that at the 8th school assembly would be a bit presumptuous, but now they were in the school team's private apartment floor. What's wrong with saying something ambitious? No problem at all. At 7:30 a.m., everyone on the Golden Ariel school team entered the team affairs meeting room and took their seats in turn. The time to go up on stage is 5:30 this evening. Sorik pointed to the real-time time on the floating screen and said, "Now, let's discuss the main tactics for this round. The flags of the stars. The one with the most flags wins. The mechanism of the first round is relatively simple, nothing too complicated. The only two things to watch out for are, first, speed is crucial, second, in the later stages of the game, be wary of others capturing flags. We can start by spreading out, exploring in different directions, marking as many flags as possible. Once the number of unmarked flags on the field drops to a certain level, we can regroup at a fixed point and begin our collective action." Jean Qing's suggestion was clear and logical. Jiang Yunu eagerly suggested, "The captain and I are strong in individual combat. We can each take charge of a location and explore separately first." Sora considered Jiang Yunu's plan for 2 seconds and nodded. "As long as we don't encounter the entire opposing team alone, we should both be able to handle it on our own. As for the others, it's safer to operate in pairs in the early stages." Sorik added, "Even in the early stages, there are many flags left on the field. If the opposing team has significantly more members and both sides are eyeing the same flag, prioritize your own safety and don't try to fight for it." Sorik's words revealed his good-natured captain qualities. He truly lived up to his reputation as a kind person, even among players from other schools, prioritizing his own teammates in a competitive scoring tournament. Jiang Yunu responded with a nodding in agreement, following the instructions. However, as a member of the team support staff, Peya listened from the sidelines, and the more she listened, the more she felt that some people might verbally agree but actually have a completely different answer in mind. Jiang Yunu might secretly try to steal from other teams. But regardless of whether Jiang Yunu would actually fight strong opponents and seize opportunities, the final 10 hours of pre-competition preparation passed in the blink of an eye. At 5 p.m., all the athletes had gathered in the square at the central platform. Following the same random draw order, after being collectively transported to platform number 4, they were placed at different landing points by school team. Chapter 211. From a distance, arena number 4 appeared small, like an inflatable castle floating in the air. However, upon approaching it via the base's specially provided hovercraft, one could discover that it was also a vast area. As the map codenamed Banner of the Stars, Jiang Yunu had already reviewed the map guide issued by the competition committee during the pre-competition preparation period. This realistic combat map featured many hills, rocks, ravines, and strong winds. It was also lacking in water, sunshine, and vegetation. How could this area, being mostly hilly, lack water and vegetation? According to geographical common sense, hills should receive abundant rainfall, their gentle undulations formed by long-term ground erosion, right? Jiang Yunu initially didn't understand, but then she clicked on the map's 3D projection and immediately understood. The hills here were entirely vast, continuous stretches of barren mountains. These were low, barren mountains with an average elevation of less than 500 meters, numerous small cliffs and ravines, and a severe lack of green vegetation. Geographically speaking, such a map makes it harder to conceal items, making flags scattered throughout the map more conspicuous. However, from another perspective, if this terrain can't hide objects, it certainly can't hide people. Occupying a relatively high vantage point allows you to see the movements of all living things in the surrounding area. But don't forget, Jean Qing, skilled in reconnaissance and perception, said, being on high ground in a desolate hillside, if there's no cover around, or if someone with sensory abilities is sweeping across the area, you be the first target on the hillside. The Golden Ariel school team's landing gate number was familiar as 3. They were awaiting the final countdown to their entrance. Jiang Yunu noticed the growing tension emanating from the teammates beside her, so she initiated a conversation about the terrain to ease the silently building tension. Jean Qing's words also served as a reminder. The landing gates were spaced far apart, and the 8 league teams would circle the entire map, landing from different directions. This arrangement was also to prevent any single strong team from dominating the map and sweeping the entire field from a single entrance. By landing separately, At least some weaker teams could still gain immediate access to points marked by flags near their landing gates during the initial short period after entering the field. Looks like we still need to wait for the right opportunity. Jiang Yunu rubbed her chin. Sorek glanced at her. Xiao Yeli also glanced at her. The white-haired girl's voice was thoughtful and intrigued, which made the two most mature and composed members of the team suddenly feel a chill. Sorek thought, was Jiang Yuna lying to me about all those promises she made in the team meeting room? Jiang, the usually composed captain began, preparing to call out to the vice-captain, who suddenly seemed unreliable. Just then, a countdown timer sounded in the landing gate passage. Attention all players, the landing gate is about to open. The countdown has begun. 5, 4, 3. The electronic announcement echoed in the brightly lit passage, drowning out all other voices. When the countdown reached 0, the long-closed alloy door automatically split into 4 sections, retracting its metal partitions in 4 directions, like curled-up leaves. Jiang Yuna stepped onto the field, feeling the dryness of the barren mountains in the wind blowing against her face. A smile bloomed on her face. I'm going first. Following the previously agreed-upon tactics, they were indeed to split up immediately upon landing, trying to capture as many of the remaining flags as possible. But Sorok hadn't finished speaking, and he wanted to double-check, to make sure Jiang Yuna wouldn't take the opportunity to do something risky alone. Jiang. The captain of the Golden Uriel spoke again, his hand reaching forward to put his arm around the vice-captain's shoulder. Then he felt a slight gust of wind shift from the other's movement. Jiang ran away, Oren said gently from the side. It was hard to say that his tone wasn't tinged with a hint of gentle mockery. Jiang Yunu was like a legendary ghost, disappearing without a trace. Sorek didn't even manage to touch a hem of her clothes before his white-haired vice-captain darted away, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Sorek took a deep breath. Judging from Jiang Yuna's speed, he knew he absolutely couldn't catch her. He rubbed his temples and turned to the others, saying, according to the previous groups, everyone disperse and move out. Please, Jiang Yunu, don't do what you promised you wouldn't do. The good-natured captain could only silently pray. And Jiang Yuna really had already darted far away. The team meeting had said, disperse after entering and move out as quickly as possible, and she naturally wanted to perfectly embody the word fast, pushing her movement speed to an extremely high level. However, Jiang Yunu hadn't actually reached her maximum speed yet. At her maximum speed, everything around her would appear distorted, stretched and twisted into slanted shadows, potentially causing her to miss a flag hidden between rocks or tucked into a crevice. What's the point of speed if you only aim for speed and end up missing points? Speed is for scoring. Jiang Yunu maintained a speed that was both stable in her vision and efficient in her exploration. Her speed did indeed pay off. Within 20 minutes of entering the arena, Jiang Yunu had discovered 2 flags. These 2 flags were located on a flat area not far from the landing point, and on low rocks on the first hill, respectively. Marking the flags was simple. Just reach out and touch them, allowing the player's terminal to scan the flag's code. After a successful marking, a small green flag icon would appear on the player's interface on their personal terminal, representing the marked flag on their team. This page was shared by the entire team, and the real-time marking status of others was also reflected on their own screen. After marking 2 flags, Jiang Yuna glanced at the real-time flag data at the top of the screen, 24,200. A total of 24 flags had been marked, averaging 3 points per team. However, it was clear that this number of flags was not evenly distributed among all teams. Duma Academy and Dio Academy likely accounted for the majority of the points. In the minute or two Jiang Yuna spent checking the data, the number flashed and updated, becoming 27,200. The pace needed to be quicker. The first 3 hours were the golden period for exploring the map and scoring quickly. At this stage, almost every school was vying for points, with little difference in scores between them. The Golden Uriel school team unanimously decided that once 70% of the flags on the field were marked, the team members must assemble. The final 30% of the flag capture time required collective action. They were still far from the 70% standard, and Jiang Yuna continued to expand her search area alone. The wind blowing across the barren hills was not only dry, but perhaps due to the sparse vegetation and lack of water, dust particles easily adhered to the rock surfaces. This meant that when the wind was slightly stronger, it would also stir up some fine dust, giving a slight gritty feeling when the wind blew against her cheek. This less than comfortable wind evoked a sense of nostalgia in Jiang Yunu. On the isolated island base, she experienced this kind of particulate wind almost every day. However, the isolated island base had a fake sea, where the wind became humid near the water, unlike this battle map, which was purely and thoroughly dry. It's a pity there won't be 22 here. What's here are flags, teammates, and ample supplies. This is a school competition she's doing without having to fight for her life. Thinking about it this way makes the competition seem even better. Recalling the past and comparing it to the present actually invigorated Jiang Yunu. With even greater enthusiasm than before, she moved like a nimble lightning bolt, constantly leaping across the area associated with landing point 3. In less than an hour and a half, at least within the area Jiang Yunu had traversed, she had swept through all the flags she could observe and find on the flat ground. She scored 5 points. That seems pretty good. But when you look at the match statistics, you see that almost every school team has scored reasonably well in the past 90 minutes. Of the 8 schools, 6 have total scores exceeding double digits, while only 2 are still hovering in single digits. Jiang Yunu subconsciously glanced at Duma Academy. Duma Academy not only had a total score in double digits, but even the first 10 digits were already 2. Golden Uriel Academy, on the other hand, had a total score of 14 points, placing them in the middle of the pack among the 8 schools. Sorok had previously told Jiang Yunu that in previous years, when participating in this type of competition, their ranking would start to drop from the middle and continue to fall until they reached the bottom, as the competition for flags intensified in the later stages. So this year's goal is, first and foremost, not to be last, Jiang Yunu said. The continuous exploration over the past 90 minutes has taken a considerable toll on the players' physical strength. Jiang Yunu explored alone for another 15 minutes, keeping a close eye on the data system. She then noticed that some teams' score growth rate had slowed significantly. But this doesn't mean their easily accessible zones have been fully explored, Jiang Yunu muttered to herself, her gaze sweeping across the real-time data. It's more likely that some teams have members starting to tire, and have decided to take a break to replenish their energy before continuing. While some schools' growth rate had slowed, others showed no signs of slowing down. For example, Duma Academy and DU Academy. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunu saw Duma Academy's score jump by 3 points. Jiang Yunu brushed a strand of white hair that had been blown across her face by the wind, and began to recall the landing gates drawn by each team. What was Duma Academy's landing gate number again? The 2 schools in the first region seemed to have consecutive numbers, something like 5 and 6? Chapter 212. 8 teams, 8 landing points. Consider the entire 4th arena as a circular island. These 8 landing points are evenly distributed around the island's perimeter, with equal spacing between them. Jiang Yunu recalled that Duma Academy and Diyao Academy drew consecutive numbers. Then, she further remembered, Duma got an even number. Between landing points 5 and 6, Duma Academy was the latter. Number 6. Jiang Yunu confirmed her memory. Pretty good, pretty lucky. But she deliberately recalled this, clearly not just to praise Duma Academy for even having such a lucky draw. While remembering the Duma landing point numbers, Jiang Yunu had already quickly mentally calculated the locations. Consider the 4th arena as a complete circle, divided equally into 8 parts, and then numbered sequentially. Then, landing points 1 and 8 are actually adjacent. Number 1 is directly opposite number 5, number 2 is directly opposite number 6, number 3 continues in a straight line, and is directly opposite number 7, and number 4 is directly opposite number 8. Going towards number 7, and then slightly shifting to the side, you can directly reach the linked exploration area of number 6, where Duma Academy is located, from the fan-shaped exploration area linked by number 3. Jiang Yunu continued to enjoy the dry wind blowing through the barren hills, slowly blinking her eyes to brush away the dust particles that had been blown to the edge of her eyelashes. She had a mischievous idea in her mind. It's still the golden scoring period. Most players are focused on exploring their own linked exploration areas, with only a very few starting to move towards the central area, hoping to get a few flags in the middle area to score points early. However, since few teams are currently willing to venture into the central area, and most prefer to secure their points by farming near the landing point, are there even fewer willing to directly infiltrate other schools' link areas and steal their resources? It seems no one is so reckless, and certainly no one is so rogue. In previous competitions with the same mechanics, the flag battles always occurred when everyone was rushing towards the central area. Jiang Yunu wanted to try it. She would leave the easily accessible flags in the link exploration area to her teammates, while she, relying on her speed, would try being a rogue on the field. If she was going to be a rogue, she would definitely target areas with abundant resources, areas where no one would expect to steal. In their logic, the concept of someone stealing points from the edge of their own exploration area might not even exist. Jiang Yunu was tempted and acted immediately. She decided to pick the biggest one possible. The individual terminals had been preset with dedicated communication channels for the team, allowing members operating separately to easily exchange information. Jiang Yunu, while rapidly advancing towards the target, opened the team channel. I cleared all the flat land on the left side of the area. There's one hill left to explore. Captain, send a team to explore this hill. I go check further ahead. Sorek's alert voice rang out. Where are you going? Jiang Yunu, just going to check. Sorek, The captain's intended message was drawn out, and Jiang Yunu, as if afraid that even a second longer of communication would result in her kind-hearted captain's gentle persuasion, ended the call without hesitation. Sorek, who had already single-handedly secured 3 points, tried to contact her again, only to find that Jiang Yunu's team icon had changed to a full speed ahead icon. Full speed ahead, do not disturb. Sorek, Sorek, did she really just go check it out? The captain looked around, feeling the disadvantage of acting alone becoming apparent at this moment. He couldn't find anyone who shared his suspicions about Jiang Yunu, but the task still needed to be done. Sorek contacted Orion and Xiao Yeli again through the team communicator, instructing them to take over the left hill vacated by Jiang Yunu, and telling them not to worry about the flat land on the left. Jiang Yunu cleared the flat land on the left, all by herself? Orion's tone was incredulous. It sounds a bit shocking, said Xiao Yeli, but it's not surprising that Vice Captain Jiang could do it. Ao Liang remembered something and asked Sorek, we went to the left, where is she? Sorek was silent for a moment in the team channel. She went to do solo reconnaissance. Solo reconnaissance was the good guy's captain's sincere hope for Vice Captain Freedom. And Freedom's Vice Captain had already, in the blink of an eye, passed the sector corresponding to Landing Port 4. The Banner of Stars map has an advantage. Even if members of other teams enter your linked exploration area, it won't trigger a zone alert. It doesn't have any zone warning lines at all. Jiang Yunu first entered the central area from the Landing Port 3 linked area of Golden Uriel, then discreetly moved through the central area using the hills and boulders as cover. Lacking abundant vegetation, the barren hills indeed offered few cover, making it difficult for an ordinary person to completely conceal themselves while advancing, and they also had to be careful to avoid the sensory abilities of possible members from other schools. But Jiang Yunu was no ordinary person. Her past experience surviving in the wilderness made her exceptionally skilled at rock climbing, allowing her to traverse unusual paths that others would almost never take. Jiang Yunu was like a nimble gecko, moving silently along rock walls, crevices, and the gaps between boulders in the mountainside. Twice, she even heard footsteps and conversations coming from the mountain path above. We get into the central area early. Every bit of food we can get is valuable. Once Duma and Di Yao's people enter the central area, we hardly get a sip of soup. Didn't Duma and Di Yao's people enter the central area early? It's hard to say. They might have already entered, but they usually focus on their own side. We don't go to the side adjacent to their connecting area. While these competitors were talking above Jiang Yunu, she was right below them, clinging to the crevice between two rock walls. The place was steep and narrow, and Jiang Yunu was only able to stand steadily thanks to her slender build and strong grip on the wall. She glimpsed the uniforms of the Star Hunter Academy through a gap. It wasn't hard to guess that the two-person team above didn't have a scout position. Their abilities hadn't been used to scan the rock layers below, and they were completely unaware of the lurking opponent. If this were a points-based competition targeting individuals, then her current position was perfect for assassination, catching the opponent off guard. Jiang Yunu briefly considered this, even simulating a quick attack route and assassination position. Then, feeling her aggression was a bit too strong, she silently repeated this as a capture the flag competition twice, and waited until the two Star Hunter Academy members, who had inadvertently given her the information, passed by before continuing forward, crossing the center of the circular area. Midway through, Jiang Yunu even found two more flags in a tricky spot, a crevice between layers. She discreetly marked them, and slid under other schools' teams exploring the hilly terrain. Consider the entire arena as an irregular circle, with landing points 3, 4, 5, and 6 located within the same semicircle. Jiang Yunu passed through the center point of the circle, swiftly traversing the link area of landing point 4 and entering the link area of landing point 5. Then, she would reach link area 6. As Jiang Yunu entered link area 5, she heard strange noises and sensed distinct energy fluctuations in the space above. The sound suggested a battle. She glanced at the time. 130 minutes had passed since the start of the match. 130 minutes, still in the golden scoring period, yet a fight had already broken out near the center of link area 5. Who was it? Landing point 5 belonged to Dia Academy, and Duma Academy was right next to them. Who was robbing the flag from the near-center area of the Earthly Radiance Academy, stealing from one of the top 2 teams? The answer was quickly revealed. Jiang Yunu was in the lower space of a hill formed by 2 giant rocks, where there was a cave covered by a thin layer of rock, allowing her to peek furtively at the outside world. A black combat uniform belonging to the Duma Academy flashed past. Whoa! The Duma team was robbing their good neighbor, Earthly Radiance. Jiang Yunu was only surprised for a second before she realized. Most likely, the Duma Academy felt that their own sector didn't need many people to operate. Just placing a 2- or 3-person team in their home base was enough to sweep up all the guaranteed points. As for the other elite students from the school team, whose individual combat abilities were equally strong, they were directly assigned to penetrate deep into the central area, starting early to devour points in the middle zone. They could also raid the edges of other teams' territories. Whose idea was this? Whose thought process was so similar to hers, and who even went so far as to raid their neighbor's doorstep? Jiang Yunu felt a slight resonance with this decision-maker. She initially deduced that this person might be Duma's captain, Shen Yijing. Moreover, Captain Shen, whether out of a preference for proximity or a sense of honor, only raided the neighboring Diao area, without directly targeting the territories of other weaker teams. How coincidental, she also wanted to steal points from the territories of strong teams. Jiang Yunu discreetly observed half of this small battlefield, discovering at least 3 Duma Academy players, scattered around the outer perimeter of Diao Academy's near-center zone and the more central area. Diao Academy had deployed at least half of its school team to deal with these Duma students, who were flashing around and grabbing flags. Hee. In the top 2 duel between the 2 schools, Jiang Yunu became the ghost, discreetly bypassing the core battle zone and sneaking into the link area of landing gate 6 without anyone noticing. The Duma Academy team lived up to its reputation as a team of elites and also lone wolves. Jiang Yunu noticed that the Duma players remaining in Sector 6 hadn't formed groups. There were only 3 of them, scattered in 3 directions, efficiently but listlessly marking the flags within the area. The Duma students probably never imagined that someone would sneak into their territory and steal their kill. Fighting was raging at the distant boundary of the area. Only students with extremely keen supernatural senses could perceive the battle from afar, vaguely sensing the flashes and movements of supernatural energy in the air. A student wearing a black, fitted Duma combat uniform approached the stone wall near the hill. He glanced at the central area, mentally calculating when the entire sector would be completely cleared. He also wanted to be in the center zone, instead of passively clearing away flags that were destined to become points for the team, like a support staff member. However, in the Duma school team, the captain's orders came first, and generally no one would challenge Shen Yijing's authority. At least not since Shen Yijing was no longer a freshman. The Duma player sighed, but his speed didn't slow down. He had already spotted a flag on the hill ahead. But just before he reached the flag, a hand, as if emerging from a crack in the rock, with a personal terminal on the wrist. The terminal quickly scanned the flag, and the unmarked flag instantly became marked. Chapter 213. Vanessa? The Duma player called out his teammate's name. His first thought was that an outsider had come to steal points. By observing the hand protruding from the rock surface, he determined it was a woman's hand, with bone structure more slender than a man's for the same age. At the same time, only one female teammate remained with him at base camp, so he naturally called her name. He was also curious how his teammate had gotten under the rock, wondering what new exploration path she had opened up. The disadvantages of the Duma team's habit of operating separately became apparent. They were all very confident, and had complete faith in their teammates. When exploring separately, unless they were truly at a disadvantage and needed to seize crucial resources, they almost never used the team channel to contact each other, let alone report their location to teammates in the same area in real time. After all, everyone was quite skilled and could handle more than 75% of unexpected situations. They just needed to explore their own routes, sweep up flags, and collect points. My teammates will definitely do just as well as I do. This Duma player not only continued forward without any suspicion, but also didn't even check his terminal to see if his school had scored. He even asked, pointing towards the direction his hand was pointing, "I remember you went east at first. Did you mark all the flags over there?" Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu actually planned to leave after touching the flags. She was mentally prepared to trigger a battle, and had even planned a hit-and-run escape route in advance, ready to sneak to the next area in the blink of an eye and see if she could steal a point. It seemed the Duma team hadn't even noticed their points had been stolen. The Duma team members, calling out Vanessa's name, stood on the rock face, trying to strike up a conversation with her. their relaxed demeanor like someone getting up in the middle of the night without glasses chatting with a thief in their living room. This experience was so rare that even the thief couldn't resist stopping to listen to a few more words. But when this person half squatted down, knees on the rock surface, trying to bend over and check the space below, he continued calling out, "Vanessa? Are you still down there?" "Jiang Yunu, eh." Jiang Baihu quietly and nimbly slid away again through the crevice in the rock face. The Duma students only saw an empty crevice. No teammate Vanessa. Even the most oblivious person should have sensed something was wrong. With some indescribable feeling in his heart, this player waited 5 minutes before opening the team communicator, which he usually only used to receive instructions from the captain, and proactively contacted Vanessa. Teammate Vanessa quickly joined the chat. "Speak." The player asked, "Were you near me just now?" Teammate Vanessa, "What good would that do me?" The player immediately realized. This meant no, Vanessa hadn't been near him. That hand wasn't Vanessa's. If it wasn't Vanessa, then who could it be? A huge question mark descended upon this Duma player's head, yet even now, he still didn't immediately consider the possibility of someone stealing points. He seriously wondered, did I just see a ghost? He then remembered to check the player panel, and the Duma team's score was steadily rising, with members scattered throughout actively marking flags to score points. That single point change had long been lost in the continuously updating data stream. Jiang Yunu, relying on her superior stealth abilities and the assumptions of the Duma players, had successfully entered the next area. She didn't leave the hills at all, only using the rock formations and walls to traverse between them, avoiding the flat areas. Her combat uniform, clearly belonging to an outside school, made her a moving target. Jiang Yunu scored 2 more points in a narrow ravine between 2 hills. The 2 flags were in rather tricky locations. It seemed that even if the Duma team were to explore on their own, they would probably only find them when searching the crevices. These were safe points, completely unnoticed by the local players stationed in the sector. However, after successfully earning 3 points in succession, Jiang Yunu finally faced the end of her newbie thief protection period. Halt! A red beam of supernatural energy cleaved through the air, like a sharp blade of light, striking Jiang Yunu with overwhelming force. Jiang Yunu dodged, hiding behind a hilltop cover she had only moved a few steps from. They encountered a fire-type ability user with sensory abilities. It seems the Duma school team placed those with sensory abilities in their home turf, allowing them to explore the largest base area with the fewest possible numbers. Jiang Yunu didn't actually make any noise. Her stealth remained perfect. However, her opponents, with their comprehensive sensory network, detected her unusual movements as an outsider. "You come to our school's territory to steal points?" The one who finally realized there was a thief in their territory was none other than Vanessa, who had been mistaken for someone else earlier. She was the only female member of the Duma school team left in the connecting sector area, and also a sensory ability user. In other school teams, generally, those with sensory abilities would be positioned as scouts, tasked with things like infiltrating the central area early to secure points in the contested zone, something other teams would routinely do. But the Duma team didn't have this routine. The weakness of sensory skills is insufficient attack power, lacking advantage in solo combat, but maximizing strengths when exploring the safe zone alone. Vanessa's mind worked faster than the previous Duma member. She unleashed a barrage of fire attacks on Jiang Yunu, simultaneously determining that Jiang Yunu was from another school. Her combat uniform was unfamiliar. She couldn't immediately recall which school she belonged to. Which school's player was so bold? Stealing points on Duma Academy's territory? But regardless of the school, it didn't stop Vanessa from quickly realizing, was it you before? She was referring to receiving the contact. Jiang Yunu was forced out of cover by 3 consecutive energy arrows that hit her feet. She nimbly dodged and moved nimbly. "Have you seen me before?" Jiang Yunu deliberately obfuscated the situation. "Don't play dumb," Vanessa snapped. "My teammate suddenly asked if I was nearby. It turns out you already infiltrated, haven't you?" "Are you sure?" Jiang Yunu's tone was calm, tinged with mystery. "Are you sure your teammate really encountered me? Why are you so certain I came alone?" Vanessa's attacks relentless. Her supernatural arrows unleashed a barrage with every swing, capable of both group attacks and individual strikes. When Jiang Yunu made any unusual movements in front of her, she used her arrows to track the strange white-haired girl's movements. When Jiang Yunu hid behind cover, a single fiery red supernatural arrow charged up and pierced through stone, forcing the white-haired girl out. "Do you have accomplices?" Vanessa asked. Although Jiang Yunu was temporarily enveloped by her attacks, she remained calm, seemingly quite at ease. "This is Duma Academy's link area. The white-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, as if announcing a well-known secret. Would I come to Duma's territory alone? She seemed temporarily overwhelmed by Vanessa's attacks, being chased and beaten, yet she still had a smile on her face. The problem was, Vanessa had previously firmly believed that the person she and her teammates had mentioned was the same person, but after hearing her words, Vanessa became uncertain. The people of Duma Academy were never short of confidence. Someone breaking into Duma's scoring territory alone sounded like a fantasy, but if it was a group operation, a premeditated plan, specifically to rob them, it suddenly sounded much more reasonable. Vanessa hesitated, her lips tightening, her gaze darting back and forth between Jiang Yuna's body, face, and body language. Jiang Yuna could tell at a glance that his opponent was wavering. Yes, Jiang Yuna said in a low voice, why am I the one who came to find you? Even though she was the one discovered by an opponent with sensory abilities, Jiang Yuna made it sound like she came to find them. She maintained her mysterious demeanor, her tone even more enigmatic. The Duma school team only has you left with sensory abilities, right? Jiang Yuna continued, now that you're entangled with me, lacking your area of effect perception, the others can freely explore and feast in your territory. The white-haired girl grinned, her tone as pleased as if she were celebrating her successful scheme. Vanessa remained silent for a long time, not responding when Jiang Yuna spoke, but finally, she said, don't even think about it. Jiang Yuna thought to herself, what? On the surface, Jiang Yuna said, what can you do now? The answer was a hail of arrows raining down on her. This rain of arrows was more of a warning and a deterrent than actual damage. Duma will not let you take a single point from his rear, Vanessa said fiercely. She opened the team communicator. Those staying in the rear area, assemble at my position immediately. While Vanessa was gathering the rear personnel through the communicator, forming a 3-person squad with area of effect awareness, Jiang Yuna seized an opening and slipped away like a slippery eel. Vanessa said, just run, we catch you again, and your accomplices too. Jiang Yuna ran off happily. The 3 Duma team members left behind had all assembled into a squad. Didn't that mean that as long as they avoided this 3-man squad, the rest of Duma's linked area would be unguarded? What was the difference between that and eating a flag buffet in Duma's territory? Time was of the essence. They had to make a killing here before any truly intelligent person from Duma Academy, someone not blinded by overconfidence, realized what was happening. Jiang Yuna increased her speed to the maximum under the exploration standard. She sped along, scavenging all the unmarked flags along the way. Something seemed to have happened in their own backyard, and this anomaly was finally noticed by Shinijing. Shinijing was in the central area. He had initially been very confident in his team's rear, not believing that the 3 left behind for sweeping would make any mistakes. However, after discovering through the team channel that the 3 behind had assembled and were forming a squad, Shinijing sensed something was wrong. Reporting from the rear. Shinijing spoke in the team channel. Why did we assemble early? Have we finished exploring the rear flags? Captain, there are intruders. Vanessa reported the situation to Shinijing, explaining her considerations regarding teamwork, premeditated intrusion, and multi-pronged infiltration. Shinijing listened, remaining silent for only 2 seconds. Then he said, you've been tricked? Chapter 214. Vanessa didn't forget to include a summary of the suspect's statement in her report, but she simplified the wording to make the information more concise and intuitive. Shinijing listened, his tone still calm and his attitude resolute. He said, she's lying to you. Shinijing deduced with astonishing accuracy. There was no such thing as teamwork or large-scale invasion. He was in the central area, and the Duma team didn't need a special vanguard reconnaissance position. He himself possessed both perception and attack skills. Shinijing walked in the central area connecting the 8 landing gate link areas. He was a living mobile scanner. If multiple players from other teams were to penetrate Duma's rear and invade their territory, they would only have 2 paths to take. The first was to traverse the currently less populated central area, taking the center crossing route, directly reaching the link sector of landing gate 6. The second option is to avoid the center, and instead cross the boundaries of other landing zones, following a boundary crossing route until they enter Duma's sector. If the former were a large-scale operation, Shinijing couldn't possibly have remained completely unaware. If the latter were a large-scale operation, then the other school teams stationed in their respective sectors wouldn't be pushovers either. A war should have already broken out at some boundary line. A large-scale intruder team, assuming each member is truly talented and acts silently as a group, capable of both collectively avoiding Shinijing by crossing the central area and discreetly crushing or intimidating other school teams by crossing the boundaries. Then, in Shinijing's understanding, the only team capable of doing this is currently standing before him. DU Academy? The DU Academy team was clearly operating within the central area. Within the entire Advanced League arena, there shouldn't be another team capable of such stealthy, collective movement. Conversely, it wouldn't be surprising to find an individual player capable of such stealthy action. Shinijing was the captain of Duma Academy, known for its pride and arrogance, but he always respected the possibility of strong individuals from other non-top 2 schools. But who was so bold as to venture into Duma's territory alone, and with a few sweet words, trick the remaining team members into a trap? When Vanessa reported the suspect's characteristics, she said, a female team member from another school, uniform. I guess it was originally a white uniform, but she clearly traveled over mountains and valleys, and didn't seem to care much about the appearance of a dusty uniform. White uniform. This keyword made Shinijing's heart skip a beat. He had already notified the 3-man team in the rear area to disband. The immediate priority was to continue exploring the flags within the area. Tracking the intruders wasn't the primary objective. Because it's too late for you to split up now, Shinijing said calmly. It's better to focus on continuing to explore the flags. His tone wasn't intended to criticize anyone, but simply stating an objective fact. A lone individual, unpredictable strength, very good at deception. Such a cunning and capable person, once they discover the sole remaining team member has gathered together, will seize the opportunity to rake in points like crazy. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Jiang Yunu was indeed on the path of knowing when to quit while you're ahead. She took advantage of Duma Academy's momentary lapse in attention, seizing the opportunity while they were being deceived to make a hefty profit. But Jiang Yuna knew, of course, that as a recognized powerhouse, the Duma Academy team, though fooled for a time, wouldn't be fooled forever. Once they realized what was happening, those who had been personally lured into her circle, regardless of others, would likely unleash a furious pursuit, using their perception skills to conduct a thorough search for her. She acted decisively, withdrawing swiftly. Sorik had already contacted her 3 times via the team's communication channel. The good guy captain was frantic. Where did you get so many points? The player panels of other teams weren't as impressive as those of Duma or Diao, where the total score changed almost instantly. The golden scoring period was nearing its end, and teams were finding it increasingly difficult to gain points quickly within the linked sectors. Yet Jiang Yuna was still scoring for her team, until just now. Sorik was alarmed just watching the constantly changing data on the panel. Tell me honestly, did you venture deep into the inner circle alone? Sorik said. That's dangerous. There must be strong teams in the inner circle now. You might run into Duma's lone wolf or Dia's mobile fortress. Jiang Yuna reassured the captain, don't worry, I didn't score any points in the inner circle. Sorik breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I've given you the coordinates. Come back and rejoin the team. The golden scoring period was over, meaning it was time for all the teams to regroup. After hanging up, Sorik looked up and found his teammates standing nearby with strange expressions. Ao Liang, Yili Yulina, and the others had already rejoined him. What's wrong? Sorik asked. Olin's expression was indescribable. He pointed to the captain's personal terminal, which had just ended team communication. The data panel on it was still displayed. Have you considered this? Olin said, Jiang Yunu isn't in our own link sector, nor in the center sector. So where did she get all those points coming in? Sorik clearly fell into deep thought. The good guy captain had really been a good guy for too long. His mind only had 2 scoring channels, exploring the link sector and contesting the center sector. He was a good guy with absolutely no intrusion mentality. Yelena was more direct. Seeing the captain's fruitless pondering, she simply said from the side, Jiang Yunu went to raid other school teams' territories, didn't she? Sorik, Sorik visibly froze. Yeli said, openly stealing would cause a conflict, but judging from the intervals between her points, she probably didn't encounter any conflict. So, it's more accurate to call it stealing points rather than robbery. Sorik, The good guy captain lived up to his name. He was a veteran of many league seasons, yet words like robbery, invasion, and theft had never appeared in his tactics before, nor had they even been considered. Orlean continued to observe his captain, a little curious to know how Sorik, a man accustomed to being a good guy, would view Jiang Yuda's actions. Sorik wiped his face after a moment. She absolutely mustn't get caught, he said firmly and sincerely. Jiang Yuda was unaware that her captain was praying for her, only hoping she would return safely to reunite with the others. On her return journey, Jiang Yuda still chose the shortest path, crossing the central area back to her own link zone. As she left the Duma Academy's sector boundary, Vanessa, a Duma member who had recently disbanded, rushed to the spot where Jiang Yunu had been 5 minutes earlier, tracking the last remaining trace. However, She hadn't expected Jiang Yunu to move so quickly, leaving Vanessa, having missed her target and broken the trail, only able to fire 2 arrows into the open in frustration. Jiang Yunu smoothly escaped the Duma boundary, but her detailed return route had to be changed. The stealthy path she had previously taken was impassable. A conflict erupted between the Duma Academy's vanguard team entering the central area and the Earthly Radiance Academy, raging from the boundary to the center, causing large sections of the interlayers, fissures, and rock formations to collapse along the way. The gecko lost its stealthy gliding route and was forced to take the open path. Fortunately, the scattered rubble, cracked mountain walls, and broken rifts provided new cover, preventing Jiang Yunu's path from becoming too obvious. Jiang Yunu moved discreetly, avoiding the tense atmosphere of the conflict zone, ignoring the flag fighting that had erupted in the central area, focusing solely on reaching her team's rendezvous point. She was steadily advancing towards the coordinates provided by her captain when suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. It was a mysterious and inexplicable intuition, like someone walking peacefully on a flat road, suddenly struck by a sudden inspiration, wanting to bend down to tie their shoelaces. In those few seconds of stopping, something fell from the sky ahead, a heavy object that would have struck them squarely on the head if they had taken just a few more steps. Jiang Yunu hadn't yet sensed anything amiss, but her senses were suddenly jolted. Her shoulders tensed instinctively, and the fine hairs on the back of her neck seemed to stand on end. Jiang Yunu stopped abruptly, her wrist flicking as green supernatural energy gathered in her hand. Her gaze fixed in a certain direction. A moment later, a figure emerged from behind the rock wall, carrying a long sword almost as long as the person. The figure's gaze also fell on Jiang Yunu. Black combat uniform, black hair, black long sword. Jiang Yunu maintained a calm expression, but inwardly she muttered, "Sigh. Haha, I just finished stealing their school team's rear link area, and on my way back, I got intercepted by their captain." Shen Yijing seemed to have been waiting there specifically. He blocked Jiang Yunu's path, the long sword in his hand seemingly absorbing all surrounding light, its blade so pure black that it reflected no glint of light. What a coincidence. Jiang Yunu decided to greet him first. Shen Yijing said, "No coincidence." Captain Shen's voice, like the person he gave off, was cool and strangely familiar. For a moment, Jiang Yunu wondered where she had heard that voice before, but the current situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. She fully utilized her thick skin and outspokenness. No coincidence. "Did you really wait for me here on purpose?" The white-haired girl smiled, as if the longsword Captain Shen of Duma Academy carried didn't exist, as if the green supernatural power still swirling around her own hands didn't exist either. Shen Yijing said, "Yes." Jiang Yunu sighed, "I never imagined I'd be so popular in the Advanced League." Captain Shen, his face impassive even in the face of a collapsing mountain, calmly watched her. Jiang Yunu dramatically raised her hand to cover her face, and a burst of green supernatural energy surged, instantly forming a barrier. Shen Yijing swiftly and fiercely struck with her blade. Chapter 215. It was a truly swift and fierce strike. Shen Yijing's longsword resembled a long, narrow black hole, capable of absorbing all nearby light, leaving not a single ray of light on its blade. However, when he swung his longsword, delivering a devastating blow, Jiang Yunu felt as if a black lightning bolt had struck her head-on. The strike pierced the air, whipping up the surrounding air currents. The air seemed to burst open, and her eardrums were ringing with the sound of tearing air. The green barrier didn't completely stop the strike, it merely slowed its advance. These slight delays were enough for Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu dodged the strike, with a speed comparable to Shen Yijing's sword speed. Like a light gust of wind, or a feather swept away by Shen Yijing's imposing aura, she gracefully landed behind a protruding rock on the nearby mountainside. Shen Yijing's sword remained sheathed. In that split second, Jiang Yunu was still able to discern the state of the opponent's blade, confirming that the black long sword was not actually unsheathed. Perhaps Captain Shen's fighting style was rather conservative towards a weak school player like her, feeling there was no need to draw the blade for her sake. Or perhaps Captain Shen felt her crime didn't warrant him drawing his blade. Shen Yijing's strike missed, but he didn't stop or quicken his pace. Shen Yijing gripped the black long sword with one hand and continued walking steadily forward, approaching the rock behind where Jiang Yunu was. "All you do is hide?" Shen Yijing asked. Jiang Yunu said, "I'm not used to being pursued too passionately." Shen Yijing fell silent again. But Shen Yijing's blade was anything but silent. Even unsheathed, encased in a scabbard as black as the blade itself, the longsword remained incredibly intimidating. It could easily pierce the air, producing a high-speed hissing sound as it was pierced through, the resulting wind sharp and capable of carving marks into the rock face. Jiang Yunu, however, had a strange intuition. She felt that if the other party wanted to, their blade could be even more ruthless. Shen Yijing's overall demeanor felt odd to her. She felt that the other party was acting out of duty, obligated to intercept her, the thief who had wreaked havoc behind Duma Academy. But from another mysterious angle, Captain Shen seemed to find her acceptable, hence the lack of ruthlessness. At least not intending to tear her to pieces right away. Shen Yijing's blade continued its pursuit. In a way that, given Shen Yijing's usual level of skill, was actually anything but intense. Using the mountain cliffs as cover, Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing circled around, treating Captain Shen like a boss in a game, essentially kiting her. But keeping the kite going like this was getting boring, and it resembled a bizarre two-person battlefield skit. Jiang Yunu didn't notice any other school team members nearby. She guessed Shen Yijing must have assigned tasks beforehand, and then ambushed her here alone. "When are you going to get serious?" Jiang Yunu asked. She and Shen Yijing circled around again, feeling as if the cliff face they had encircled within their battlefield had thinned, like melted ice cream, silently collapsing. "If you just wanted to show off Captain Duma's physique and style to me, then I've seen enough. I'm leaving." Jiang Yunu spoke again. This wasn't just a joke. She genuinely intended to escape if Shen Yijing couldn't maintain a truly high-damage attack, and continue to rejoin the Golden Uriel school team. The match time wouldn't stop just because she triggered the two-person show with Captain Shen Easter egg. The match was still ongoing, and Sorik and her other teammates were still waiting for her. The later the Golden Uriel moved into the center zone, the lower their probability of scoring points from there, and the less optimistic their score growth would be in the later stages of the match. Shen Yijing's blade grazed the edge of the rock where Jiang Yunu had hidden 2 seconds earlier, a gust of wind passing through Jiang Yunu's clothes, making her float backward as if weightless. Shen Yijing said, "Are you serious?" During their two-person show, Jiang Yunu had done most of the talking, and Shen Yijing rarely replied. From Shen Yijing's perspective, he didn't think Jiang Yunu was being serious. Jiang Yunu had indeed only been dodging the entire time. She observed him with keen interest for a long time, maintaining a carefully maintained safe distance, as if dissecting him from head to toe. Her gaze seemed to pierce through his black combat uniform, trying to see the movement of every muscle in his body as he wielded his sword. This kind of gaze was something Captain Shen, with his privileged background, rarely experienced. In the first district, let alone in ordinary times, even during combat, staring so intently at an opponent would be considered offensive. However, the white-haired girl opposite her seemed completely oblivious to this. Looking as she wanted to, that was her basic way of dealing with everything and everyone around her. After hearing his words, she even sighed, half-jokingly. She had been forced to relocate so many times by the force of his blade, narrowly escaping its grasp each time, yet her breathing remained steady, and her voice was calm and composed. "Sigh." The white-haired girl said, "You're not serious, and you know I'm not. I've genuinely been admiring Captain Shen's demeanor the whole time. You wouldn't knowingly be deliberately not serious so I could admire him a little longer, would you?" Shen Yijing, Listening to her talk really makes it easy to lose focus on the battlefield. Jiang Yunu sensed a sudden change in Shen Yijing's attack. Perhaps her repeated verbal provocations had finally pushed her to the limit. Shen Yijing suddenly raised her shoulder and arm, her long sword slashing down from the air. This strike was unstoppable, an irresistible sharpness emanating from the sheathed blade. This was Shen Yijing's most serious strike since their encounter that day. Before the blade even reached Jiang Yunu, she could already feel the sharpness flowing in the air. Jiang Yunu blinked, her hand slightly rising. But she didn't create another energy-based defensive barrier. The air was filled with a sharp, microscopic supernatural power created by Shen Yijing's blade, and also with a more flexible energy. These energies precisely pierced through all the swirling, blade-like sharp points. Shen Yijing, following his usual thought process, assumed Jiang Yunu's power would precisely collide with his own, using offense to neutralize offense. He had already lowered his wrist, prepared for the black blade to receive a counterattack from the earth-based power. But after his wrist slightly lowered, he couldn't raise it again. Green, vine-like supernatural power pierced through the air, bypassed the blade, and directly wrapped around Shen Yijing's wrist. Like the verdant leaves of spring willows, the green supernatural power of the same origin moved closer together. The supernatural power wrapped around his hands extended countless tiny energy tentacles, ultimately connecting the two powers rapidly. Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu handcuffed his hands. They were basically a pair of green supernatural handcuffs, binding Captain Duma's hands. Captain Shen froze for a few seconds in this unprecedented battlefield experience, and those few seconds were more than enough for Jiang Yunu. "I know your team is already feasting in the central area." Jiang Yunu left after handcuffing him, flashing out of the battle circle. Her voice, carried by the wind, reached her opponent still halfway up the hill. Sorry, I'm really in a hurry. I have to get back to help my team earn more points. Hearing the slightly amused voice carried by the wind, Shinijing took a deep breath. The amber gold light of his wind-based supernatural ability enveloped his wrists, shattering the handcuffs. Jiang Yunu wasn't too concerned about Captain Shin's intense inner turmoil. She had already disappeared in the blink of an eye, rushing towards the rendezvous point. Regardless of her inner turmoil, Shinijing felt that the fact that the other party hadn't pursued her further was a good thing, and she should move on from this matter for now. While Jiang Yunu and Shinijing were facing off, Sorek had already sent her another team communication, wanting to ask where she was, but Jiang Yunu was too busy to answer. When Sorek's second inquiry came, Jiang Yunu had just arrived at the rendezvous point. Jin Qing, with her sharp eyes, noticed Jiang Yunu's distinctive white hair as soon as it came into view and told the others, "Little Jiang is back." Sorek stopped sending another communication request, and he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Sorek went to greet the returning Jiang Yunu. "Was your journey here smooth? I sent you a request earlier, but you didn't answer. Were you busy traveling, or did something happen?" The captain immediately launched into a barrage of concerned questions, demonstrating his genuine care for each team member's safety. Jiang Yunu didn't hide anything, frankly stating, "I encountered a small problem, but it's alright. I successfully bypassed the enemy and am back." Upon hearing that Jiang Yunu had triggered an encounter battle, Sorek's heart tightened, immediately recalling Jiang Yunu's previously inexplicable string of points. After the team regrouped, everyone was safe and sound. Sorek led the team back towards the center area, carefully choosing his words as he asked, "Can you tell me, when you said you were just going to check things out, where exactly did you go, and where did you get so many points?" The other members of the Golden Ariel school team around them perked up their ears. Thanks to Jiang Yunu's just going to check, the entire golden scoring period had passed, signaling the start of a more competitive second half of the game. However, the Golden Ariel school team's overall ranking was surprisingly impressive. Besides accumulating enough guaranteed points from the back zone, they also had a large number of unknown points scavenged by Jiang Yunu alone. The combined scores from both areas propelled the Golden Ariel school team into the upper middle of the overall rankings. They're even in the top 4, and not just by a small margin, but with a significant lead over the teams behind them. "I checked other teams' link sectors," Jiang Yunu answered honestly. Sorek rubbed his forehead. He felt his teammates' earlier guesses had been perfectly accurate. Jiang Yunu maintained an honest, obedient, and reliable demeanor in front of his captain. Ahead lay the central zone. Sorek took a deep breath. He could already sense the mixed energy within. All the school teams are now entering the inner zone, the battlefield for the 8 school melee. But before that, Sorek felt he needed to know who was most likely to target their Golden Ariel team immediately once they entered the inner zone. Especially the school Jiang Yunu had. "Checked out. Whose link sector did you go to?" Sorek asked. Jiang Yunu said, "Duma Academy." For a split second, Jin Qing sensed that the captain looked like he wanted to turn back before reaching the inner zone and lead the team away at top speed. Chapter 216. But Sorek, a veteran of several leagues, lived up to his reputation. Sorek's raised foot hovered in midair for only a few seconds. Then, summoning all his courage, he used his thigh muscles to propel his leg forward. Stepping into the boundary of the central area. "Duma Academy is great," Oren said in the team, his tone both gentle and sarcastic. "Even if we get riddled with bullets in the central area today, at least after this battle, we can boast that we successfully raided Duma Academy." Sorek was accepting reality. Hearing Oren's words, he involuntarily closed his eyes for a moment, as if opening them would reveal that everything he had just heard was a dream. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Opening his eyes, the world was still the same as before. Jiang Yunu's raid on Duma Academy remained a fait accompli. "Is it really Duma Academy?" Sorek asked Jiang Yunu again, a faint hope lurking in his voice. That hope that the white-haired girl would laugh and tell him, "Captain, haha, you've been fooled. Actually, I robbed someone else's house." However, Jiang Yunu simply said honestly, "It's Duma Academy." Sorek, The captain, known for his good guy persona, wiped his face. He mentally adjusted with astonishing speed, and then said nonchalantly, "Okay, Duma it is then." Oren, on the other hand, gave him a rather curious look. In Oren's opinion, their captain was genuinely a good person, with impeccable character and conduct. Among all the high-level schools in the upper 3 districts, Sorek was definitely at the top of the pyramid in terms of character. But being too kind also has its drawbacks: a lack of assertiveness, indecisiveness, and a prioritization of team safety over striving for victory. In a competitive sport, a lack of courage and drive can be fatal. It can even appear cowardly. Aoyang knew that some who respected Sorik's character would praise him behind his back, but others ridiculed the current captain of the Golden Uriel school team as a coward, weak-willed, and not worth guarding against. A weak coward shouldn't have accepted the robbery of Duma Academy points so quickly. Aoyang felt he was seeing Sorik in a new light. The Golden Uriel team was moving deeper into the inner circle. They could sense the complex energy shifts within. Jin Qing's senses extended continuously to a fan-shaped area around her. She could now accurately perceive which directions in the vicinity were where battles were breaking out, reporting the surrounding combat movements to her teammates in real time. Simultaneously, she carefully managed her abilities, ensuring that the energy she released wasn't detected by the sensory abilities spread across the battlefield by others. Jiang Yunu also had some small questions. After glancing at her captain 3 times to confirm that Sorik was truly calm and hadn't concealed any further loss of composure, Jiang Yunu was still curious. She wanted to know her captain's specific thoughts at that moment. Captain Jiang Yunu spoke first, her tone curious. "Don't you want to say anything more about me?" Sorik said. "What else can I say?" Jiang Yunu thought for a moment, then gave an example. "For instance, criticize my actions for being too reckless, and for attracting so much hatred? Trying to stir up trouble is one thing, but I chose the biggest one, going to pull the tiger's mantle at Duma Academy?" Sorik said. "Your self-reflection is very clear." Jiang Yunu sensed that the captain's tone still didn't seem to be blaming her. She also discreetly observed the expressions of her teammates around her, and found that apart from Senior Ao Liang's sarcastic yet gentle comment on her behavior, no one else seemed inclined to say anything more. Just as she was silently pondering, a small floating screen suddenly appeared beside her. It was Jin Qing. Jin Qing displayed the floating screen, showing the real-time rankings of Golden Uriel Academy, as well as the dynamic changes in scores of other schools. The golden score period had ended, and as expected, the score growth of all schools had slowed down. Only the top two schools were still gaining points at a relatively fast rate, and the top 2 positions were changing every now and then. Your actions were risky. We might face severe retaliation from Duma after entering the inner zone. Jin Qing gently pointed out the fact that everyone knew, but her tone contained not a trace of blame. Instead, it seemed somewhat interested. Yelena chimed in, "But you know what? This is the first time in years that Golden Yuri Academy has entered the top 4 in their very first league match." "That's right. This time, they're not destined to be at the bottom so early. Just maintaining a top 4 position, or even just staying in the middle tier, is a huge improvement for Golden Yuri Academy, their perpetual bottom place defender. So even if this score was a bit unusual, and Vice Captain Jiang pulled off a big stunt, so what? High rewards always come with high risks. That's exactly the point." Sorik finally delivered the final blow, characterizing Jiang Yunu's recklessness. "There might be a tough battle ahead," the captain said earnestly, "but we're no longer at the bottom. We have a chance to get our best opening match ranking in years. With such a reward and incentive, any hardship is worthwhile." Sorik was indeed a good person. Even when an unexpected major event occurred, he didn't complain, didn't blame the troublemaker for the potential risk of retaliation, and quickly identified the key points most advantageous to his team, adjusting his mindset to boost morale. Birds of a feather flocked together. The entire Golden Uriel school team was similar to Sorik, and the team members shared a similar mindset. "Wow!" Jiang Yunu exclaimed softly. "I really have the best godlike school team in the entire Upper 3 district." Her praise was genuine. Even Yili, who usually tried to maintain a low frequency of interaction with her, smiled. But soon, Yili's smile faded. "Vice Captain Jiang." Yili addressed Jiang Yunu by his formal team title, then added, "It seems like retaliation specifically targeting you has begun." Jiang Yunu looked up and realized this wasn't a joke, nor was it alarmist talk. A figure in a black combat uniform was rapidly approaching, fiery red hair fluttering behind them. This was clearly not Shinijing, whom they had encountered not long ago. This was Vanessa, the Duma team member, who had been misled by Jiang Yunu, and made the wrong decision in the Duma rear area even earlier. "Liar!" Vanessa shouted angrily. She didn't even spare a glance for the other people in white uniforms beside her. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Yunu in the middle. Duma's female teammate angrily shouted at Jiang Yunu's face, "You despicable thief!" Jiang Yunu immediately distanced herself from her teammates to avoid dragging them into the inevitable 1v1 battle. Jiang Yunu remained unfazed by Vanessa's angry accusations and curses. She ignored the insults, leading Vanessa to a clearing on the hill to the side, and dodging the energy arrows fired by the enemy. I didn't expect to actually manage to take points from Duma's territory. I'm really sorry you fell for my trick, Jiang Yuna said. Vanessa was furious, her hair burning red with rage. Are you mocking me? Do you think I'm stupid? That I believed your flawed nonsense? Flawed nonsense was only revealed after Shinjing's analysis. In reality, before hearing the captain's analysis, Vanessa hadn't even considered that Jiang Yunu was lying to her. But this only made her angrier. Jiang Yunu was entangled by the female member of the Duma school team, and the two finally had a real fight in the open space. In the Duma female member's view, this battle should have been a foregone conclusion. She had found the thief who dared to deceive her, and with a real fight, she could easily and thoroughly teach him a lesson. But the expected scenario did not materialize. Golden Uriel Academy, a team generally considered weak in the league, had produced a new vice-captain whom she struggled to subdue even with her full power, let alone an easy crushing victory. Jiang Yunu had a generally favorable impression of all red-haired people, with a high initial affinity rating. She and Vanessa exchanged blows, focusing on using skills to restrain each other, until after they had been fighting for quite some time, she sensed that her school team needed support, and she swiftly and decisively unleashed two attack skills on Vanessa. Vanessa found herself suppressed by Jiang Yunu. Sorry, I have to go now, Jiang Yunu said. Once Vanessa broke free of the green power shackles, Jiang Yunu had once again disengaged from her, joining the battle for the flag deeper within the inner circle. For the entire Golden Uriel school team, this should have been the most bizarre day in their competition history. Bizarre here is used as two words: miracle and strange. The Golden Uriel school team achieved an unprecedented first-ever entry into the top 4, and miraculously maintained this top 4 position until the final results. When the last flag on the Flag of the Stars map was marked, the announcement of the match's end was made. Sorok opened the player panel, feeling that the rankings were so unreal. The match end notification was a powerful final battle announcement. Before receiving this notification, the Golden Uriel school team had a rare highlight moment in the chaotic battle of the inner circle, being noticed by the captain of Duma Academy, and by some members of Duma Academy. The Earth Radiance school team, drawn by Captain Duma's attention, also turned their focus to the Golden Uriel school team out of curiosity. While their collective offensive capabilities weren't strong, their extensive experience in self-preservation, their ability to survive, allowed them to weather this targeted attention successfully, even when chased and forced to run wildly across the field. Amidst this chaos, another unexpected force emerged: Jiang Yunu. She was more adept at maneuvering and jumping than anyone else. While her teammates shared the burden, she shot towards the unmarked flag she had already discovered, like an arrow released from a bow. When her teammates were suppressed by the strong team's supernatural attacks, Jiang Yunu turned to the opposing team, using her reckless charging momentum and incredibly aggressive tongue to divert most of their offensive firepower. In short, the Golden Uriel school team achieved an unprecedentedly good result in their debut match in the Advanced League. Are we still fourth? Jean Qing's usual gentle and reserved demeanor vanished. Her hair was plastered to her face with sweat. She hadn't even had a chance to check her own panel before asking Sorok, who had already seen the results. Sorok, panting, couldn't hide his shock and joy. Third. Chapter 217. Third. When this ranking was laid out before him, even the most sarcastic Oren stopped being sarcastic. Oren's gaze was clearer than ever before. He opened his eyes wide, first looking at the floating screen that Sorok had displayed again and again, then opening his personal terminal player interface and refreshing his player screen repeatedly. Yeli couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Oren said, "I'm afraid there's a bug in the system." So he needed to refresh it a few more times to see if it had mistakenly grabbed data from other schools and put it above theirs. Urena rolled her eyes beside him. "You know this is the Upper 3 Districts Advanced League system, right? The Upper 3 Districts Advanced League system is the least likely system in the entire universe to misattribute scores and rankings. If their system in the 3 upper districts could still make such a mistake, then the system's back-end designer and maintainer should resign on the spot, hold a 3-day, 3-night self-reflection conference, and finally issue an apology letter to all university students in the 3 upper districts, which should be read live in each district during prime time via 3D projection technology." "I know," Ao Liang said, continuing to refresh the page, "but I can't convince myself that this is really true without refreshing it a few more times." Yelena and the others let him be. The more he refreshed, the more his eyes shone, the more the senior, known for his mastery of yin and yang, lit up. "We really are third place," Ao Liang finally announced. "Yes, yes." Jean Qing, pulling Jiang Yunu and Sorok along, walked over to join the school team. She tucked a few strands of sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. Thank you for telling us this news that has been repeatedly confirmed. Jean Qing chuckled jokingly. The Golden Ariel School team did indeed secure third place in the first match. This realization brought a sense of relief and exhilaration to the entire team. Previously, when their golden scoring period ended, Sorik mentioned they were currently in the top 4, which, in reality, meant a solid 4th place, placing them slightly above average in the middle of the 8 teams. Calling 4th as top 4 sounded much more morale-boosting, and even 4th place was a unique achievement for the Golden Ariel School team in recent years. The Golden Ariel School team had been at the bottom for several years. While their other strengths might not be outstanding, their overall mentality was stable, and they were very adept at self-preservation in intense matches. In other words, they were good at playing it safe. I thought that if we just tried our best to preserve ourselves and secure 4th place until the end, that would be good enough, said Senior Yili. I actually considered the possibility of our ranking dropping 1 place to 5th. Senior Yili was an honest person. Ao Liang. But we actually moved up 1 place. Jiang Yuna chuckled beside him. She'd been the busiest person on the field, constantly moving, yet her observation skills were surprisingly broad. She said, Senior, didn't you guys have that amazing teamwork with Senior Jean Qing at the end, securing 4 flag points? Scoring in the final moments of the center zone was a feat even in the history of the Golden Ariel School team. Ao Liang recalled their final scoring moment as if it were a dream. Yili remained more grounded and realistic. Yili continued Jiang Yuna's words. That's because you drew their attention. In previous leagues, on maps like Banner of Stars, only a handful of schools could ultimately compete for the banner. The 2 unshakable giants, Duma Academy and DU Academy, plus the top schools from the 2nd and 3rd regions. No more than 4 schools would fight to the very end in the core battles. Many lower-ranked teams would even deliberately avoid the clashes with these strong schools, refusing to participate in the final core battles to avoid not only failing to secure points, but also being dominated by other strong schools, suffering a blow to their self-esteem and confidence. But this year is very different. First, the Golden Ariel team is no longer in the lower tier. Second, they can no longer avoid the clashes with the strong schools even if they wanted to. Strong schools were chasing after them. Vanessa from Duma Academy seemed to have a built-in Jiang Yunu tracking lock. Towards the end, she became completely obsessed, disregarding team honor and collective points. This red-haired Duma player was fixated on Jiang Yunu, relentlessly searching for his whereabouts throughout the match, and even tracking the movements of the other members of the Golden Ariel team to pinpoint Jiang Yunu's location. Besides Vanessa, even more shockingly, during the chaotic battle, Sorik felt his hair stand on end. He sensed danger approaching, but his speed and reaction time were slower than his opponent, making it impossible to dodge. A black long sword was placed in front of him. This black long sword was so distinctive that Sorik knew who wielded it just by looking at the blade, not the person. Shenijing, a third-year student and captain of Duma Academy. Did he already deserve to be sought out by an opponent of Shenijing's caliber? He had already received such honorable treatment. For a few fleeting seconds, Sorik did nothing, his mind racing through 1,000 thoughts. He froze, staring at the long sword before him, and the pair of well-defined knuckles gripping it. Where are your teammates? The hands and the sword's owner asked. Sorik snapped back to reality, his sense of responsibility exploding. Just fight already, Captain Shin. Why are you looking for my teammates? Shenijing remained silent. At that moment, Sorik felt a gust of wind brush past him. The wind grazed his back, then clearly shifted, disappearing to the side. Shenijing's gaze shifted. Like a cat distracted by a laser pointer, Shenijing's eyes darted around, his handsome but expressionless face turning slightly to the side. Jiang Yuna's voice drifted from behind Sorik. Captain Shin, what a coincidence. Shenijing pursed his lips. Sorik only felt a blur before his eyes, and Shenijing vanished from his sight. Captain Shin rushed straight towards the direction from which Jiang Yuna's voice came. Sorik, eh. The good-natured captain had no idea what had happened, but then he realized, damn it, Jiang Yuna must have stolen points from the rear area of Duma Academy and seriously offended Shenijing. But Jiang Yunu had actually offended Captain Shin for more than just stealing points. Shenijing chased after Jiang Yunu, Vanessa focused on Jiang Yunu, and even the DU Academy, which had previously been most guarded against Shenijing, began to focus on Jiang Yunu. They wanted to determine the probability of Shenijing appearing near her by observing Jiang Yunu's activity range. Seeing their captain's state, the other members of the Duma Academy team occasionally showed concern for Jiang Yunu. Shenijing, however, had given instructions midway through, saying, do your own thing, focus on scoring. The other Duma members obeyed, frantically searching for the flag marker in the final moments. However, Their distracted attention wasn't easy to regain. They couldn't help but announce it on the team channel whenever they spotted the white-haired woman from Golden Uriel nearby. In those split-second moments, a momentary lapse in attention could mean someone snatching the flag right under their noses. The Golden Uriel team went all out, adopting a "since we're already in the spotlight, might as well try to steal it" attitude, and they actually scored points, successfully climbing the leaderboard and ultimately securing third place. Jiang Yunu, on the other hand, became famous overnight, leaving a deep impression on many players. However, this impression wasn't entirely positive. Vanessa called out to her, as the teams were about to be teleported off the battle map. The red-haired Duma player seemed less hysterical now, but the grit in her teeth and the anger in her expression remained undiminished. "You just wait," Vanessa said. "In the next match, I'd be chasing you again, and I won't give you any chance to pull any tricks." Jiang Yuna responded, "Okay, I look forward to playing with me again next time." Vanessa glared at her angrily, taking her playing with me as a dismissive remark, and didn't reply at all. She tossed her fiery red hair and turned to walk away. Further away, the Duma team had already assembled. Shenijing's black longsword returned to his back. One hand hung naturally at his side, while the other was in his uniform pocket. Until the teleportation beams transported everyone off the map, and all the contestants from each school returned to the starting landing point, then boarded special vehicles to fly back to the central platform. His hands never left his pockets. "Captain," Leonardo Hayes stammered. Despite suffering a theft in this competition, Duma Academy's final ranking wasn't significantly affected. Shenijing led his team out early in the morning, clashing with Dio Academy at the Dio area's boundary, preemptively seizing the flags in the central area and Dio's boundary, a score that perfectly offset their loss from the stolen points. They were also in first place today, but perhaps a rare moment of feeling aggrieved in first place. "I think next time we should just wipe out these weak teams." A member of the Duma Academy team spoke grimly. "Let's warn them in advance, so they won't dare to act rashly, let alone try anything they shouldn't." Shenijing didn't sit down in the spacious, comfortable chair. The Duma team's vehicle was like a small ship, with ample interior space, allowing him to stand by the porthole and look at the sky outside. "Who are you calling a weak team?" Shenijing asked calmly. He turned around from the porthole. "Are you saying a team that can single-handedly cross the central area, traverse a diameter across the entire Star Banner map, penetrate deep into our rear to rack up points, and even return safely after being intercepted, is a weak team?" Shenijing's voice was calm. He spoke a long, descriptive statement, his gaze fixed on the member who had spoken with a grim expression. His gaze seemed to carry a certain weight, pressing down on the member's throat. "I have another question," Shenijing said. "Does anyone here know how to traverse the entire map and return easily in under 2 hours without alerting any other teams?" A silence fell over the small cabin of the Duma squadron. How did the Golden Poor Ghosts produce such a newcomer? Someone muttered quietly. And this was the common question on the minds of all the other teams. Where did the Golden Uriel squadron find such a talent? Chapter 218. After each match, there is a designated rest and recuperation period for the players. Only when the 8 school teams are summoned to the Assembly Center to wait for the draw for the second round's venues in the Assembly Hall can they learn the format and corresponding playing fields for the next round and begin preparing to return to the battlefield. Jiang Yuna noticed a significant increase in the attention she received. Before the first match, Jiang Yuna was just a small fry from Golden Uriel Academy. Needless to say, her entire Golden Uriel team wasn't highly regarded by other teams in the league. Only 2 friendly schools from the same second-largest district, and their neighbors living in the same dormitory building, would proactively greet them. There was some overlap between neighbors and friendly schools. However, after the first match, things clearly changed. The number of captains and vice-captains from other schools proactively greeting Sorik increased. As Jiang Yunu walked into the public area of the central platform building, she attracted more attention. Even the ordinary students of the Golden Uriel school team, including Peiya and 3 other accompanying students, received more stares in the public area. Was that someone from Khan Academy just now? Peiya, carrying 2 drinks, walked back to the small table Jiang Yunu had reserved. Jiang Yunu had already brought them their plates, and upon seeing her return, quickly took a cup from her. "Thank you," Jiang Yunu said politely. "It seems strange for you to say thank you to me," Peiya said, glancing again at the beverage machine where she had been standing. Jiang Yunu followed Peiya's gaze and glanced in that direction. Next to the beverage machines was a table with 3 students in school uniforms seated there. Those were indeed the uniforms of Khan Academy. The Khan Academy students had just chatted with Peiya, who was getting a drink, enthusiastically introducing her to the rows of beverage machines, specifically pointing out which two machines produced the most palatable and delicious drinks. Their enthusiasm left Pei bewildered and quite surprised. Jiang Yunu looked over there, and there were also people looking at their small table. Their eyes met, and the person raised their cup, politely gesturing to Jiang Yunu from afar, and even smiled. Jiang Yunu smiled back. After exchanging greetings, she looked back at Pei. Pei was looking at her. "I understand," Pei said in a clear tone. "They're not after me, they're after you." There were simply too many people trying to pry into Jiang Yunu's personal information. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, Jiang Yunu is like Sun Wukong, bursting forth from a stone. She appears without any rhyme or reason, disregarding all the established unwritten rules of the upper three districts' advanced leagues, yet she happens to possess considerable strength, able to wreak havoc on the turf of strong schools, showing no fear of retaliation. No background, unknown skill ceiling, unknown battlefield behavior pattern. Such an opponent would be a headache for any team. "The scariest thing is that Captain Sorok doesn't restrain me at all," Jiang Yuna summarized. If she joined another school's team, most of the other team's decision-makers wouldn't be as good-tempered or as indulgent as Sorok. Jiang Yunu's do-as-you-please, body-as-your-heart approach would likely have been met with suppression from her captain on her very first day elsewhere. The Golden Uriel school team's hands-off policy towards her was just right, making her even more unpredictable on the field. Where exactly did Golden Uriel Academy find her? The answer, of course, is that the school didn't put in much effort. She submitted her application herself, and was admitted as a regular freshman. On the night the first match ended, students with better information channels were already inquiring about her. Due to habitual thinking, everyone would start by searching the junior schools in the upper three districts, wanting to see Jiang Yuna's junior school resume. However, after searching the entire upper three districts' junior schools, the name Jiang Yuna was like a pebble dropped into the sea. No news at all. "They can't find you through traditional information channels," Paya objectively analyzed. "So they can only conduct on-site investigations, taking turns to personally contact you, including your partner." Jiang Yuna said cheerfully, "I welcome them all to speak to me proactively. Anyone who doesn't come up as either sarcastic or aggressively challenges me, I'm very easy to get along with." The easygoing Jiang Yuna even encountered Duma students 2 or 3 times in the public area. The elites from Duma were all very aloof, unwilling to speak to her at all, but they would glance at her out of the corner of their eyes, clearly still resentful about her robbery in the first round of the competition. On the contrary, someone from DU Academy spoke to Jiang Yuna once. "You are Jiang Yunu." The captain of DU was a 4th-year female student. Her gaze fell on Jiang Yunu. She looked very calm, possessing a maturity beyond her years. Jiang Yunu could sense the other person's intense curiosity about her. She responded gracefully, "Yes, I am." "You're very impressive," said the captain of DU Academy, her tone carrying a hint of approval. "When Duma attacked our border, you seized the opportunity to ambush their rear. That was bold, but you remained unscathed until the end of the match, which shows your strength." Jiang Yunu had previously thought that DU Academy only looked to the top and didn't care about students outside the top 2, but after hearing the captain's words, she realized she had been somewhat narrow-minded. "Not at all," Jiang Yunu said modestly. "I just happened to have a bit of courage, and I just happened to avoid being caught by Duma's competitors." The captain of DU Academy shook her head. "I saw Chen Yijing go towards you at least twice. That's not something that can be explained by mere coincidence." DU was also an elitist academy, but compared to Duma's individualistic elitism, DU emphasized collective elitism. The captain of DU Academy said quite sincerely, "If you had applied to DU Academy, you would have had a much stronger team as a whole." Jiang Yuna sensed a subtle recruitment tactic in his tone. She didn't know if transfers were possible between advanced supernatural ability schools. Of course, the captain might just be engaging in normal team diplomacy, saying something polite and agreeable. Jiang Yuna said, "It would be good to be able to stand in the position of an opponent and witness what a strong school looks like." She offered a perfectly timed compliment to DU Academy, and to avoid seeming insincere, she even gave the captain a simple hard gesture. "Thank you for your recognition." Jiang Yunu smiled, and made a hard shape with her hands. "My current team is great too, it suits me perfectly." After saying that, Jiang Yunu had something else to do. She had promised Peiya before the first match that she would make a homemade late-night snack in the apartment building's kitchen after the competition. Tonight was the agreed-upon night, and Jean Qing and Senior Yelena were already at the apartment, having prepared the ingredients. She said goodbye to the captain of Diyao and left first, leaving the captain of Diyao bewildered by her heart-shaped gesture. After a while he said, "What a lively opponent." Was that the usual greeting etiquette of the 7th District? Jiang Yunu returned to the apartment and, surrounded by friends and family, fulfilled her promise, personally cooking the late-night snack. The simple, steaming late-night snack was served, receiving unanimous praise from everyone who had the chance to taste it. "This tastes so delightful." Senior Yelena praised generously. "It has a flavor unlike anything you find in the cafeteria's robot-made food." Jiang Yuna replied seriously, "That's right, because it's handmade, it's infused with my love for my team." A relaxed and cheerful atmosphere permeated both floors, belonging to the Golden Uriel Academy. The next day, the contestants were summoned to the Assembly Center. But today's gathering wasn't for drawing lots for the format and stage of the second match, but for announcing another important piece of news. The trial tower is open. Whether your results in the first match were gratifying, or you wish to continue improving and climbing higher, it's all in the past. You must always look forward, said the representative and host of the competition committee. Today, we gathered all the contestants here to announce. The trial tower is officially open to all contestants. From the moment you stepped out of this assembly hall, you are free to proceed to the floating platform where the trial tower is located. The doors of the trial tower are open to you 24 hours a day. The trial tower. Jiang Yunu had noticed the 7-story tower-shaped floating platform as soon as she arrived at the league base. She was intrigued by it, and eager to try out the transformation mechanics and levels that had already been explained. After the host announced the end of the meeting, even before leaving the assembly hall, discussions about the trial tower could be heard everywhere. "Are you interested?" Sorik walked side by side with Jiang Yunu. He could already tell from the white-haired girl's expression that she wanted to go. Jiang Yunu gave the captain a knowing smile. Does this question really need to be asked again? Sorik had already started thinking. The instructions don't say whether the trial tower must be entered solo or in a team. Maybe either way is fine? If you want to go take a look, we can form a team for you. The concerned captain was already considering which members of the team might also be interested, wanting to form a team for them to travel together. Jiang Yuna didn't care about going solo or in a team. If everyone has other plans, I can go by myself. She hadn't expected to have set herself up for this prophecy. It wasn't that no one wanted to go with her, but rather that she had a reason to set off alone first. Later that day, Jiang Yunu received a cross-regional communication from the 7th region. Chapter 219. The caller was Xiesher. Jiang Yunu rarely received calls initiated by Xiesher. She paused for a moment when she saw the contact's name flashing on her screen. Jin Qing, her senior, asked from beside her, "Is someone looking for you?" The team meeting had just ended, and a few people remained in the team meeting room in the apartment building. Jin Qing's seat was right next to Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu said, "Yes, that's right." She got up from her chair, quickened her pace out of the meeting room, and found a quiet spot in the common area of the floor before connecting the call. Xiesher's voice came from the other end, so slow. "You know, if someone else made me wait for more than a minute on the waiting screen, I would have withdrawn the request long ago." Jiang Yunu spoke casually with her friends from her hometown. She chuckled, "Great, I'm on the list of people who can make you wait more than a minute." Xiesher was silent for a moment on the other end. Then, the young master Xie abruptly changed the subject. "I have something important to discuss with you," Xiesher said. "Didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Senior Zhou Jinxue?" Something happened to her family. Jiang Yuna paused, her relaxed smile vanishing. "Something happened to Senior Zhou's family?" she asked, her heart sinking slightly, her voice dropping in a low voice. Young Master Xie answered crisply with a single word, "Yes." Since last semester, Zhou Jinxue had given Jiang Yunu a strange feeling. She felt that Senior Zhou seemed to be carrying a burden, making the already calm and composed person even more silent and reserved. But when she tried to probe a few times, Senior Zhou noticed her probing but skillfully deflected her questions, telling her not to worry. Jiang Yuna quietly planted an informant, asking Xiesher to keep a close eye on Zhou Jinxue in the 7th district. She knew Xiesher had many well-connected and reliable sources in the 7th district, and entrusting such matters to him was more trustworthy. Xiesher was indeed reliable, taking Jiang Yunu's task seriously. However, in the past few months, he hadn't noticed anything particularly unusual about Zhou Jinxue. Until recently. Recently my elders found out first. "I overheard them chatting in the living room," Xiesher said. "I heard the elders saying that the Zhou family seems to be having a hard time lately. In the entire 7th district, there was only one family that could be considered a Zhou family by name. That was Zhou Jinxue's family." Jiang Yunu asked, "What happened at your family, senior sister?" The elders wouldn't tell me at first, Siesher said. They even scolded me for eavesdropping on the adults' conversation. I told them I'd be going to a higher school in a year, and I'm not a little kid anymore. And senior sister Zhou isn't someone I haven't been in contact with. Only then did they give me a little information. The information Siesher received was roughly this. A batch of difficult-to-transport goods was stuck in the 8th district. They wanted to use the Zhou family's channels to get through the 7th district through official channels, obtain the necessary approvals and permits, and then continue transporting it from the 7th district to the higher-level district. The Zhou family didn't agree. I asked the elders what kind of goods were so difficult to transport, but they wouldn't tell me either. Young Master Xie was still a little dissatisfied when he spoke of this. He gave a light humph on the other end of the communicator, however. Even if they didn't tell me, I could guess it wasn't anything good, or at least, it certainly wasn't something that could be directly declared and approved by the district. Jiang Yunu had only met Zhou Jinshua's parents once, when she was a student at the Eng Elementary Ability School. She remembered her senior's father as somewhat stern, habitually scrutinizing everything with an appraising gaze, while Zhou's mother was more elegant and dignified, possessing a refined aura befitting an upper-middle-class lady. Regardless, someone who could raise a girl like Zhou Jinshua must have basic moral standards and upright character. This special shipment was supposed to go through the Zhou family's channels, but Zhou's father disagreed, and Zhou's mother also refused with an elegant and dignified demeanor. Then the Zhou family suffered a secret revenge. Jiang Yuna was concerned about Zhou Jinshua, her tone somewhat anxious. How is your family doing, senior? How is she doing lately? Because of this, senior Zhou was supposed to enter a senior high school this year, but she applied for a delayed enrollment and hasn't reported to the university yet. Siesher's tone was also grave. The Zhou family doesn't dare let any family members leave the core area of the 7th district. They're afraid that if a family member steps out of the regional protection network of the core area and escapes the core's vigilance and surveillance, they will suffer misfortune. Jiang Yunu's anger flared up instantly. She hadn't expected that this was the reason why Zhou Jinshua couldn't even leave the district to attend a normal school. And yet, her senior had been pretending nothing was wrong. Whether it was talking about the Challenge Cup district competition before summer vacation or celebrating winning the Eng Junior League, Zhou Jinshua hadn't revealed a single bit of her predicament or distress. Damn it! Senior is so patient. It's also possible that the situation wasn't so bad back then. Siesher seemed to be able to sense Jiang Yunu's emotions through the voice call, and he offered a word of comfort on the other end. Then he continued, the Zhou family urgently needs a high-grade crystal core. Jiang Yunu immediately asked, how urgent? Siesher paused noticeably on the other end of the communication line, and after a moment, said, aren't you even going to ask why they urgently need this? Jiang Yunu said, find out the time constraints first, then figure out the reason for the need. The former is more important. Young Master Xie sighed, very urgent. Because the entire Zhou family cannot easily leave the core of the 7th district right now. This high-grade crystal core must be at least A-grade, and energy crystal cores of A-grade or higher. You know, in the 7th district, attaining one is no less difficult than building a high-level supernatural ability school in a lower-level district. Siesher's tone was tinged with a sigh. The young master was always proud of his family's considerable wealth in the 7th district, but he was also very clear that the 7th district was completely insignificant compared to all the numbered 8 districts. The resources he possessed were practically nothing in the outside world. Perhaps the Zhou family has some connections in other regions, but to obtain a grade A or higher crystal core, Zhou Jinshua's father or mother would have to personally make connections and try to purchase a suitable crystal core through a legitimate trading platform. Jiang Yuna suddenly remembered the crystal core group he had joined at the junior high school. Although the crystal core group was an online game group at the time, through the group leader, Jiang Yuna learned that crystal core trading platforms also existed in reality, and many members of the Superpowered Individuals Association would earn extra money by selling additional crystal cores. Aren't there online platforms that sell crystal cores? Jiang Yuna quickly provided the information. However, young Master Xie sighed again, have you forgotten? Only crystal cores below grade B are publicly sold on these platforms. Grade B and above cannot be purchased through such convenient public platforms. Zhou Jinshua's family urgently needs a crystal core of at least grade A, and they are difficult to find in the 7th district. The Zhou family cannot leave the 7th district, and there is no way to trade online. Siesher was only here to report important information to Jiang Yunu. He had been diligently observing Zhou Jinshua's movements for so long, following Jiang Yunu's instructions, and finally, he had been able to help Jiang Yunu in some way. I'm just here to tell you this, Siesher said, as a way of fulfilling your previous request. Jiang Yuna remained silent on the other end of the communication line, seemingly deep in thought. Young Master Xie immediately became alert. He quickly advised, "You must understand, the Zhou family's predicament isn't something just anyone can solve, much less something a student who hasn't even graduated from a top-tier supernatural academy can handle. Are you even listening to me?" Jiang Yunu was certainly listening. She was just distracted, but she wasn't deaf, and she was adept at multitasking. She replied, in Xiesher's opinion, rather perfunctorily, yes, I understand everything you're saying." Xiesher didn't believe her. "Then repeat what I just said?" Jiang Yunu said tolerantly, "You said that the senior's family's predicament isn't so easily resolved." At first glance, Xiesher felt that Jiang Yunu's repetition seemed correct. The other person seemed to have indeed understood his meaning, which slightly relieved him. Young Master Xie wouldn't know for several days that he had relaxed too soon. Jiang Yunu didn't repeat the crucial point that this isn't something a student who hasn't even graduated from a high-level supernatural ability school could solve. After receiving the inter-district call, Jiang Yuna found a sofa in the apartment's common area and began searching for information related to A-grade crystal cores. She sat in the common area until almost midnight. Paya came out of her room and naturally walked over to Jiang Yunu. Seeing that she seemed focused on her work, she didn't disturb her, simply sitting down next to her and continuing to play her game. Then, she glanced casually at the content displayed on Jiang Yunu's personal terminal screen. When the search keyword A-grade crystal core appeared, Paya's hand stopped typing on the virtual keyboard. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Paya heard Jiang Yunu ask, "Do you have any clue where you can get an A-grade crystal core the fastest?" Paya spent 5 minutes observing Jiang Yunu to confirm that the white-haired girl was serious. When she confirmed that Jiang Yunu seemed serious, Paya pushed up her thick glasses and said, "If you're particularly confident in your combat skills, we can break into the apartment building next door, Building A, tonight, and then you can kidnap Duma's captain, Shenijing, and see if you can pry the elemental crystal core off his long sword." Jiang Yuna said, "Is there a way to obtain it through legitimate channels that makes me look less like a thug and less like a robber?" Paya thought for a moment. "There's also the annual auction in the upper 3 districts at the end of this year. There will definitely be A-grade crystal cores for sale there." Jiang Yunu, "It's a bit late, and even if I were sold, I probably couldn't afford the auction price." "You can't say that," Paya said. "What if you're worth far more than an A-grade crystal core in the future? Someone might even throw away 100 A-grade crystal cores for you." Paya first seriously rejected Jiang Yunu's self-deprecation, and then she too fell into thought. She said, "Wait a minute. The Loki rich girl from the Olay family, the future top-level intelligence strategist Paya, began to take action." She pulled her thick-rimmed glasses down again, seemingly frantically searching for information. She even went to the window and made 1 or 2 late-night phone calls. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Paya returned to the sofa in the common area. The apartment's common area lights were on all night, and the sofa area was still brightly lit. Jiang Yunu had already made a hot drink for each of them. The steaming white mug sat on the table. Paya only said 3 words to Jiang Yunu, "Trial Tower." Jiang Yunu said, "Okay." Chapter 220. Paya, "Wait, come back here." Displaying the fastest reaction speed a logistics personnel could muster, the great and omnipotent intelligence officer pulled Jiang Yunu back. After saying okay, Jiang Yunu immediately stood up from the sofa, exuding an aura of being ready to storm out the trial tower in the dead of night. Paya had to pull her back, wanting to make Jiang Yunu more level-headed, at least not so impulsive. "Do you know it's 1 a.m.? Paya's tone was helpless and doubtful. After speaking, she glanced at the time and found it was later than she expected. "No, it's already past 1:30 a.m. In about 20 minutes, it'd be almost 2 a.m. Jiang Yuna glanced at the transparent time window that Paya had deliberately enlarged and brought to her eyes. She said, "I know, and it's so dark outside it's like it's haunted." To allow the 8 school contestants living here to rest better, the public lights in the apartment area are turned off after midnight every night. Especially in the square courtyard between Building A and Building B, the landscape streetlights and ground lights are all turned off. Although the apartment is brightly lit inside, it's pitch black outside the glass windows, which act like mirrors, faithfully reflecting the interior images. Paya finally managed to ask the question, "Why have you suddenly started needing A-grade crystal cores? And why do you seem so anxious?" Jiang Yunu replied briefly, "I received a phone call. Someone very important urgently needs them." She didn't mention Senior Zhou, nor her old friend from her hometown. The phrase "someone very important" better highlighted the importance of the crystal cores and their true owner. Jiang Yuna completely trusted Paya, and Paya could sense it too. Because she only mentioned Trial Tower, Jiang Yunu had no doubts, and was already heading towards the Trial Tower. Is it particularly urgent? Paya asked again. Jiang Yunu nodded under the white light of the common room, her expression serious, very urgent. The great and omnipotent intelligence officer sighed, briefly explaining her source. I first searched through my mother's basic system to see if there were any reasonably priced A-grade crystal cores for sale recently, but the prices I found were all exorbitantly high. So I tried searching for free A-grade crystal cores. Luckily, there really were. Although the AI that helped with the search thought free A-grade crystal cores was a pipe dream, within the advanced league camp where they were, any participant who could complete the entire trial tower would receive a key. The key can unlock a mysterious treasure vault provided by the competition committee, and among the prizes available is a super A-grade elemental crystal core. Because this news seemed too opportune at first glance, like a pillow appearing just as one was about to fall asleep, it aroused suspicion. Paya even made 2 phone calls to confirm the information's credibility. Super A-grade crystal cores contain even higher and stronger energy than ordinary A-grade crystal cores, and are also much harder to obtain. Jiang Yunu recalled the first player gathering, when the official representative of the competition committee mysteriously mentioned a personal mystery grand prize after clearing the entire trial tower. This personal mystery grand prize was what she was referring to. At the time, she thought she wasn't interested in the mystery grand prize, only in clearing the levels. Unexpectedly, she was proven wrong now. She cared more about the grand prize than clearing the levels. Jiang Yunu gave Paya a hug without reservation. It's so good to have you, Jiang Yunu said. What would I do without you? Paya was no longer the Paya they had first met. She was now the Paya who could naturally and proactively approach Jiang Yunu, pressing close to her. But she still felt the hug was a little too tight, while simultaneously feeling the straightforward and passionate emotions emanating from the white-haired girl. You find a way even without me, Paya said. When you want to do something, nothing can stop you. Jiang Yunu hugged her helpful friend for another 10 seconds, then released her, saying seriously, you're right, so I really do need to head to the floating platform where the trial tower is located to see what its trial levels are all about overnight. Paya, she knew it. Paya's intuition about Jiang Yunu was never wrong, and she really couldn't stop her a second time. Paya escorted Jiang Yunu into the apartment elevator. Don't you want to rest a bit before going? Jiang Yunu returned her a refreshed face. No, I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well go straight. The competition committee representative had also stated that the trial tower would be fully open from the moment the second gathering ended, and entry would be possible 24 hours a day. This meant that while the probability of an incident occurring was low, it wasn't zero if she traveled from the central platform to the floating platform, where the trial tower was located in the early morning. Jiang Yunu stepped out of the apartment building, her retina quickly adapting to the change in light from the brightly lit interior to the dark courtyard outside. Then, following the route she had memorized, she quickly left the building area and arrived at the outer plaza of the central platform. Besides the dedicated flying vehicles for each school, when landing on the competition platform, there were also public flying vehicles from the league base on the central platform. Jiang Yunu swiped her personal terminal to start the flying vehicle. The artificial intelligence on board greeted her and, in a human-like manner, inquired about her travel time. Good evening, but according to my data analysis, this is not a typical travel time, the AI said politely. Jiang Yunu also politely replied to the AI, Good evening, my destination is the floating platform, where the trial tower is located. Perhaps the travel time is unusual, but I think my destination should be within the time limit? The AI replied, Of course, please sit tight. You will arrive at the trial tower in 2 minutes. 2 minutes was just a blink of an eye. Jiang Yunu disembarked at the floating platform, where the trial tower was located. She stood before the magnificent 7-story trial tower, whose grandeur was only apparent upon closer inspection. Each floor of this tower was at least 4.5 meters high, and the top floor resembled a small palace in the clouds. Jiang Yunu didn't know if anyone was already inside the tower, or how many people had come to test their skills since the competition committee representative announced that it was open to challenge the tower. She didn't care. Jiang Yunu simply looked at it thinking, I will try to conquer it. After a moment, when she had reached the tower's entrance, she changed her mind. She wasn't just trying to conquer it. She was determined to conquer it. Jiang Yunu's figure disappeared within the teleportation circle at the tower's entrance. For hours later, dawn broke over the central platform's construction area. About an hour later, the light grew brighter. Just before 7 o'clock, Sorik left his room, having already washed up, but was somewhat surprised not to see Jiang Yunu in the common room. The time spent at the league camp had been enough for the members of the Golden Ariel school team to quickly get to know each other's schedules. The whole team knew that Jiang Yunu was the team's #1 early riser. No matter how early you thought you were up, you always find Jiang Yunu up before you. It was a team consensus. This morning, however, Sora couldn't find Jiang Yunu, who should have been up even earlier. He circled the common areas, making sure that the conspicuous white hair wasn't anywhere, which puzzled him. He muttered to himself, "So early, has she already gone to the cafeteria?" Someone spoke up unexpectedly, "She's definitely not in the apartment." Sora was almost startled. He turned around abruptly and spotted a rare figure on the sofa in the corner. "You? Olay?" Unlike Jiang Yunu, who was always adept at building rapport, Sora always addressed Paya by her surname. Paya's special ability to minimize her presence worked again. The captain of the Golden Ariel had walked right past her, even circling back from behind her sofa, yet he hadn't noticed her at all. Paya spoke up, alerting him to her presence. "Yes, it's me." Paya straightened up on the sofa, slowly stretching, her joints making a soft cracking sound. "Why are you up so early today?" Sora, recognizing her, instinctively asked with concern, "When did you get here? Did you get a good night's rest? Wait, did you go back to your room last night?" As Paya sat up and then stood up, Sora could see the wrinkles in the fabric of this unassuming yet wealthy classmate's clothes. Deep creases appeared on her back and one side of her ribs. The effect of clothes being pressed down from being leaned against something for a long time. Looking at Paya's face, the girl wasn't wearing her signature thick-rimmed glasses today. Her face was slightly puffy, and there were bluish spots under her eyes. She went back. Paya yawned, or maybe not. Sora, Was this the kind of response a sane person would make? Paya didn't seem to care if her words were a bit illogical. She did briefly return to her room, but after seeing Jiang Yunu out, she found herself unable to fall asleep, worried about the energetic girl's progress in the trial tower. If she's not doing well, and the levels are too difficult, she'd probably be back soon. That's what Paya had thought last night. After thinking it over, she finally got out of bed, and sat on the sofa in the common living room. If Jiang Yunu comes back early, at least I'd be here and can comfort her. This thought led the great Miss O'Leary to sit on the sofa in the outer room, forgoing the more comfortable bed, and dozing off while propping herself up against the backrest. As a result, she didn't wait for Jiang Yunu to return halfway. Her nap lasted until dawn, when she was met by Sora, who was also a habitual early riser. "Where's Jiang Yunu?" Sora asked Paya about Jiang Yunu's whereabouts. In his understanding, he felt that the two girls' daily activities were intertwined more than 80% of the time. Since Jiang Yunu wasn't in the apartment's common area, and Paya was here, she probably knew where Jiang Yunu was. Paya glanced at the sky and said, "She's having a snack." Sora didn't understand, simply assuming Jiang Yunu had gone to the cafeteria. But as another 2 hours passed, and the other members of the school team gradually got up, Jiang Yunu still hadn't returned to the apartment. Jin Qing began to feel that something was amiss. Did Xiao Jiang really go to the cafeteria for lunch? Jin Qing asked with concern. Paya's gaze grew brighter as Jiang Yunu's disappearance continued. She said yes. 2 more hours passed, and it was almost noon. Just as Ao Liang was complaining to Yili, this extra meal has been going on from early morning until noon. What kind of extra meal is this? Are they secretly doing some extreme training behind our backs? Paya, who was listening in, murmured But before Paya could decide whether to cover for Jiang Yunu again or simply tell the truth, suddenly, even through the thick floorboards, she could hear the commotion from the other contestants and residents below. Sora's personal communicator rang. He looked down and saw it was his neighbor, the captain of the Romfi school team. "Congratulations," Captain Romfi said immediately after connecting. "Your team has produced the first person to clear the entire trial tower." Chapter 221. The captain of the Romfi school team had been a melancholy pretty boy for quite some time. Since the start of the league, they had become neighbors in the camp apartments, one floor above the other. This was the first time Sora had heard his neighbor's captain speak with such enthusiasm. Sora's response was, "Huh?" He responded to the Romfi captain's unusual enthusiasm with a single, somewhat dazed-sounding syllable. On the other end of the communication, the Romfi captain clearly paused. "Is the signal bad, or is it noisy on my end?" The Romfi captain, also a subtly kind person, immediately checked his surroundings. In the background noise of his communication, he could indeed hear the Romfi school team downstairs making quite a racket, with people constantly talking in the background. Sora rubbed his face, feeling like he hadn't fully woken up yet. Otherwise, How could he have overheard someone saying something like, "Their team has produced the first person to clear the entire trial tower"? But before Sora could ask further, Oren, standing beside him, suddenly gasped. Oren was also fiddling with his personal terminal. He noticed that just 3 minutes ago, a public notification had been pushed to all participating players through the tournament committee's official announcement system. Oren instinctively read aloud the text he saw. The league committee is thrilled to announce. The first person to clear the entire trial tower in this year's Advanced League has been born. Let us all congratulate this player from the Golden Uriel Academy team. Oren finished reading the text. The Golden Uriel Academy team's common room was completely silent. Yelly, who in our team cleared the entire trial tower? Sorek's ear was still connected to Captain Mafi's communicator. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving noticeably. Did you just see the news? Captain Mafi's voice softened slightly. He had overheard the conversation between the school teams on Sorek's end and had a general understanding of the situation. Sorek replied, yes. Captain Mafi's tone held a hint of amusement. Do you have a clue who this mysterious player is now? The league's official committee was quite something, always trying to create suspense. The mass notification sent to all league camps stated that the first person to clear the trial tower was from Golden Uriel Academy, but deliberately omitted the player's name. Sorek closed his eyes briefly, then his gaze swept like a searchlight towards Paya. Paya maintained a calm expression, but her eyes sparkled. I know it very, very clearly, Sorek said. Hanging up the call with Captain Mafi, the other end added humorously, when your first member returns, please ask her to come downstairs, okay? There are already quite a few people downstairs who admire her, and others who want to ask her for tips on how to beat the game. A chorus of agreement echoed from Mafi Academy's background, along with a loud shout of, please. The volume was so loud that Sorek worried about Captain Mafi's eardrums. Sorek's gaze remained fixed on Paya. He looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but then swallowed it back. His mouth opened and closed slightly several times before finally, the worried and weary captain reached for the back of the sofa, as if needing support, before weakly saying to Paya, so this is what you meant by Jiangyuna going to have a snack? Paya remained unfazed by the hidden resentment in Sorek's words. She said she wanted to try the tower first, sneak in some early runs, and then try to get the completion reward. How can that not be considered extra training? This extra training was different from the real thing. With no one in class, Jiang Yunu went off to have a special self-study session. Aol Yang murmured beside her, she really did sneak in extra training, and then she made a big fuss about it. Senior Jean Qing was more concerned about another key point. She remembered Sorek saying that he hadn't seen Jiang Yunu in the apartment building since he got up around 7 a.m. The senior asked Paya, what exactly did Xiao Jiang go to the trial tower? Paya replied, in the early morning. Jiang Yunu, who had challenged the tower in the early morning, had successfully cleared the trial tower after 8 hours of solo combat, and had just finished the battle on the top floor, which resembled a palace in the clouds. 8 hours had passed outside, but inside the tower, the perceived flow of time was even longer. She thought she had been inside the tower for 3 days and 3 nights. This trial tower truly lived up to the word trial. Its internal levels were highly varied, with a significant upgrade in difficulty and mechanics every 3 floors. The bottom 3 floors were roughly equivalent to an enhanced version of school practical training, a challenge that any player capable of participating in advanced leagues should be able to overcome with a little effort. From the middle 3 floors onward, the difficulty increased dramatically. The elemental beasts that randomly spawned had random attributes and skills, and there was a frequent possibility of one against many situations. Sometimes, players would have to deal with multiple attacking beasts simultaneously within complex, mechanical maps, comprehensively testing the challenger's physical fitness, special abilities, and battlefield adaptability. Upon entering the top level, Jiang Yunu immediately felt a very peculiar sensation. It was strange, yet it felt like a return to a more primal state of life. The sensation was both familiar and alien, making her clearly aware of the changes within herself, yet for a moment unable to pinpoint exactly what had altered. Then Jiang Yunu realized. Her energy core had disappeared. The top level of the trial tower was the power-free space. Through a special mechanism, superpowers were disabled here, and energy cores were strictly suppressed, preventing the young student contestants from drawing any elemental energy from their cores. For young superpowered individuals born with cores, already accustomed to their stable operation, this feeling was unbalanced, bizarre, even terrifying, like an organ disappearing from their body out of thin air. But for Jiang Yunu, she only paused stunned. Before coming to this world, she had never experienced what it meant to possess a superpower core. She had only ever possessed her own human muscle core. Jiang Yunu stretched her arms and legs, clenched her fists, and took 2 short running steps within the space where supernatural abilities were disabled. She jumped in place to test her physical agility and combat strength. The response from her body was encouraging. Although supernatural abilities were disabled, everything inherent to her body remained intact. This allowed Jiang Yunu to thrive on the 7th level of the trial tower. She could dodge attacks with her agility, use primal fighting techniques to find ways to counter her opponents, and launch attacks with her incredible dexterity and physical strength. After clearing the entire trial tower, the expected teleportation exit didn't appear immediately. In the center of the main hall, which Jiang Yunu had violently cleared, a small, shimmering floating platform appeared. On the platform sat a black treasure chest inlaid with 4 colored gems symbolizing the 4 elements. Jiang Yunu observed it for a few seconds, confirming it wasn't an additional obstacle or a trap, before approaching and poking the treasure chest with something she held. The thing in her hand was originally a decorative strip from a mural somewhere in the palace. Because the material was unexpectedly hard and sturdy, but the strip wasn't perfectly fitted to the mural, Jiang Yunu had removed it by hand, making it her temporary companion. The top of the strip was trapezoidal. Poking it at the treasure chest, it warped the small chest that had originally been perfectly square on the floating platform. The untrusted treasure chest, Jiang Yunu, having finished poking it, looks like you're fine. At least you won't automatically spring open, like Pandora's box, and unleash calamity. The treasure chest not only didn't unleash calamity, but as if unwilling to be misunderstood like this, it clicked open automatically the next second. A key, also inlaid with 4 elemental gems, lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Jiang Yunu used the decorative strip to poke at the key again, confirming there were no problems, before reaching out and taking it out. The floor of the main hall trembled slightly as the key was taken out, and a door that had never been there before rose out of thin air, a conspicuous keyhole in the very center. Without a doubt, the keyhole and the key Jiang Yunu already held in his hand were a perfect match. Jiang Yunu put the key in, and the door opened easily. Behind the door was a virtual treasure vault. After clearing the trial tower, the mysterious grand prize that the competition committee representative had kept so secret, and the prize vault mentioned in Paya's intelligence, were now clearly displayed before Jiang Yunu's eyes. Floating within the vault were 3D projections of many treasures. As the one who cleared the level, Jiang Yunu could touch any of them. The physical items would be delivered to her player apartment room after she made her choice. Congratulations, the first clearer of this year's special level. The trial tower. Jiang Yunu entered the vault, where the artificial intelligence automatically congratulated her, and explained the rules for claiming the treasures. This AI seemed to have some kind of recommendation ranking information programmed into it. It immediately introduced Jiang Yunu to the most valuable treasure here. Would you like to try the invitation on your right? Don't underestimate it. It was signed by a top-tier elemental weapon blacksmith from the 1st district. If you obtain it, you have the opportunity to have a high-level blacksmith personally forge a weapon for you. However, of course, the blacksmith is only responsible for forging. The provision of other materials and crystal cores is not included in this reward. But for 90% of the students in the upper 3 districts, resources are not difficult to obtain. Hiring a blacksmith is. Or would you like to take a look at the purple bottle on the left? That symbolizes a comprehensive maintenance and channeling of your energy core, empowering you externally. It's said that using it can allow a superhuman to increase their abilities by at least 30% within their talent level. Jiang Yunu glanced at the purple bottle. She felt a sense of déjà vu with the AI's description, and it didn't sound very plausible. She interrupted the AI's introduction, stating very directly, I want to obtain the grade A crystal core here. The AI smoothly replied, of course, please continue forward. The super grade A crystal core is on the projection platform directly ahead. As Jiang Yunu touched the crystal core projection, the AI said again, however, considering the special nature of grade A crystal cores, especially since this is a super grade A crystal core, we need to register its basic destination. Please fill in your intended use for this crystal core. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunu pulled up the virtual keyboard and typed in the usage direction. Giveaway. Okay, the AI said, you want to give away this super grade A crystal core. Chapter 222. Even the artificial intelligence paused for a rare moment, seemingly receiving extremely unusual data. Given away. In the data system of this online treasure trove, an unprecedented entry for an A-grade crystal core was indeed written. Jiang Yunu, however, didn't think much of it. She had rushed to the trial tower overnight, pushing through it from the first floor to the top like a madwoman, all to get an A-grade or higher quality crystal core for Senior Zhou's family. Although she didn't yet know what use the crystal core would be for Zhou Jinshua's family. But her life motto was, rather than sitting still and pondering a long string of thoughts, it was better to act immediately. The artificial intelligence had already conducted a very thorough personal scan of Jiang Yunu when she entered the treasure trove, and had also read her contestant information from her entry registration. Perhaps because of her young age, and fearing that this contestant, clearly a member of the young prodigy group, might be deceived, or perhaps because she was too young to assess the value of a Super A-grade crystal core, the AI system didn't immediately remove her from the treasure vault after completing the prize binding. Please allow me to repeat, the AI said, its tone suggestive. This is a Super A-grade elemental crystal core, its internal energy exceeding that of an ordinary A-grade crystal core by 30%. Jiang Yunu said, so powerful. It will definitely meet the needs of my senior's family, and should help them solve their difficulties. If you plan to forge your own elemental weapon in the future, the AI said, its tone instructive, then such a crystal core is suitable for any elemental weapon. It can bring a near A-grade weapon to standard A-grade level, and can transform a standard A-grade weapon into a Super A-grade. Jiang Yunu simply said, oh. The artificial intelligence, after self-checking to ensure it had fully explained the rarity and wide applications of a Super A-grade crystal core, asked again, do you need to modify the destination information? This is a crystal core you obtain through your own efforts. You have the right to dispose of it as you see fit. Jiang Yunu grinned, her sharp canine teeth peeking out from the edge of her upper lip. No change, she said. I have the right to dispose of it as I see fit, and my disposal is to give it away. And so, Jiang Yunu, carrying a mysterious grand prize destined to only briefly transfer through her hands, returned to the central platform. She hadn't even entered the central platform's building area when she was intercepted in the outer plaza. Leading the team, the Golden Ariel school team, including accompanying students, stood in a very neat row at the camp's dedicated hovercar station. As soon as Jiang Yunu stepped off the hovercar, she was greeted with a high-level welcome. Good afternoon? Jiang Yunu blinked, trying to greet everyone in a relaxed and casual tone. She left the trial tower at 13:18, right in the middle of the standard lunch break. Jiang Yunu also asked the wall of people in front of her, has everyone had lunch? Yes, Yulina said. But not much per person, Orion added, because everyone was half full from that amazing news earlier. Jiang Yunu glanced at Sorik, who hadn't said a word, then at Jean Qing, whose expression was a mixture of pride and slight reproach, and finally at Peiya. Ah, Peiya is indeed the best in the world. Peiya's face and eyes were full of support and encouragement for her. Seeing Jiang Yunu looking over, Peiya silently gave her a thumbs up from within the human wall, a silent show of approval. Next to Peiya, senior student Xiao Yeli noticed Peiya's raised thumb. His lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Sorry, I couldn't wait to explore the trial tower with everyone. Jiang Yunu readily apologized for her sneaking out. She had indeed promised Sorok that if others in the team were willing, they could form a group and explore the trial tower together. However, an unexpected event occurred. Leaving her no time to wait, she rushed into the trial tower and finished off the challenge in a flash. The good guy captain finally spoke, shaking his head before doing so. You don't need to apologize for not waiting for anyone. Sorik's voice was tinged with helplessness and concern. What we're worried about is why you ran out of the apartment building at 2 in the morning, suddenly wanting to challenge the tower. And challenging the tower must be incredibly difficult, Jean Qing said. You weren't among the first to enter the trial tower, but you were the first to clear it completely in a short time. Aol Liang murmured again, it's like agreeing to go out together, taking a leisurely drive. But then suddenly you go off alone in the middle of the night and race 800 kilometers, even winning a racing championship. It really was sudden and exciting. Jiang Yunu fully embodied the principle of even though I did something reckless, I apologize sincerely, and obediently said again, I'm sorry for making everyone worry, I was wrong. Sorik's mountain-like figure finally moved slightly, creating a gap in the human wall, signifying the end of this symbolic group trial, and signaling Jiang Yunu to return to the team. However, glancing at the white-haired girl's slightly lowered head, as she apologized, he felt he understood her much better now. I was wrong, Sorik said, as he led the team back to the central building area. Didn't it also have a subtext? I was wrong, but will you do it again next time? Jiang Yunu immediately widened her eyes innocently. How could that be? Sorik stared into her eyes. Really not. Meeting her captain's gaze, Jiang Yunu understood perfectly. Her captain was genuinely good and honest, a good guy in the purest sense, without any distorted meaning. Feeling a little embarrassed to always deceive an honest man, she cleared her throat. When falsehood is taken for truth, truth becomes falsehood. When truth is taken for falsehood, falsehood becomes truth. Sorik, eh? Orion chimed in aptly, hee hee. Jiang Yunu returned to the dormitory with the entire Golden Uriel school team, who were waiting for her. Along the way, they naturally bumped into other school teams, exchanging greetings and brief pleasantries. She even suspected that many students from other schools were deliberately waiting on the only route back to apartment building B, hoping to create a chance encounter. However, because the Golden Uriel school team acted as a group, any attempt by others to continue the conversation was politely cut off by the team members with, "Sorry, we have some internal matters to discuss. We have a small meeting to attend to." As Jiang Yunu approached the apartment building, she said to her senior, Jean Qin, "Senior, did you anticipate this floor and come to pick me up?" Jean Qin said, "Can't we all go and pick a fight with you?" Though she said this, her tone was clearly gentle and friendly. Senior Yelena chimed in, "Yes, that's exactly what we were thinking." It was Jean Qin who came up with the idea. Without the entire school team accompanying her, Jiang Yuna might have been overwhelmed the moment she stepped onto the plaza outside the central stage by a throng of curious and questioning players from other schools. The first player to clear the special challenge of this year's league. The 7th floor trial tower. It was the Golden Eel school team again, who had already made a dark horse debut in their first match. And it was Jiang Yunu again, completely unknown in the upper 3 districts, with no trace of her attending a primary school there. What was her background? Could she be an heir being groomed by some hidden family in a lower district? Various speculations ran rampant. Jiang Yunu returned to her apartment building and socialized with the Romfi school team, who were already waiting on the Golden Uriel floor, for a while. She shared information about the trial tower's levels with her team and neighbors. The Romfi captain listened attentively and gratefully, his perpetually gloomy face brightened today. After explaining the levels, everyone's eyes were on Jiang Yunu, over 80% of their gazes still carrying a certain anticipation, yet no one dared to express it first. Then Peiya asked, "What's that mysterious grand prize?" Peiya was the least hesitant to ask about it. In fact, she was the one who told Jiang Yunu that the mysterious grand prize contained an A-grade crystal core. On the way back to the dormitory building with the school team, Jiang Yunu gave Peiya a tight and affectionate hug. The two were openly affectionate, attracting strange looks from several students from other schools, who were about to strike up a conversation. Jiang Yunu dismissed it all as people from the first district being unfamiliar with close friendships. Peiya asked on behalf of everyone what they couldn't bring themselves to ask. "The mystery prize is a treasure trove," Jiang Yunu shared with a smile. This wasn't some secret. The league committee representative had said that the details of the mystery prize would be announced after the first player cleared the level. This was essentially an incentive to encourage the first clearer to share the prize information and attract more participants. Jiang Yunu briefly explained the prize details. Each time he mentioned one, the others, like elementary school students listening to a teacher, would exclaim "wow" with shining eyes. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "What did you choose?" The question came from a Romfi team member. His question was immediately met with 2 heavy coughs from the captain, a subtle warning. Asking about the grand prize details and prize contents is fine. Delving deeper into the specific reward chosen by the other party is a bit like prying into their privacy. However, Jiang Yunu didn't hide anything. She said, "A crystal core?" But she didn't say what it was for. After this Jiang Yunu trial tower mini-class, Jiang Yunu spoke to Peiya alone. Peiya was also waiting for her. "My dear Peiya, the all-powerful intelligence officer." The white-haired girl used this sentence as the opening line of their private chat. The all-powerful intelligence officer's reply was much more concise. "What do you want me to do?" Jiang Yunu cupped her hands in her hands. The great, invincible, super-war family that has been doing cross-regional business for many years. "Do you have a way to help me send a super A-grade crystal core into the core of the 7th region?" Chapter 223. The Zhou family was trapped in the core area of the 7th district, and family members couldn't act rashly. The Olai family made their fortune by transferring goods between the rear star sectors and the frontline major regions. They had a very well-established private transportation route, coupled with a high-level defense and security system, covering the entire region from bulk basic material transportation to high-value insured transportation, with a complete industrial chain. Even more intriguing was that, as a newly established family already rooted in the upper 3 districts, and a family that was only known in the 7th district, no one would have imagined that the Olai family would specifically deliver goods to the Zhou family in the 7th district. After all, the two families seemed to have no connection on the surface. In fact, The two families had indeed had no connection in the past. It was Jiang Yuna who, through her all-powerful intelligence officer, Ms. Paya, briefly linked the Zhou family and the Olai family together. No one could have imagined that the Olai family shipment to the 7th and 8th districts contained a Super A-grade crystal core for the Zhou family. The prestigious Super A-grade crystal core was encased in a very unassuming box. This seemingly plain square box was actually a highly sophisticated energy container, designed to not only prevent energy leakage, but also evade at least 28 types of energy detection instruments. The crystal core, along with its box, was placed in an ordinary supply delivery crate and, along with the Zhou family's order of living supplies within the core area, was delivered to the core area of the 7th district by a special courier. Zhou Jinxue personally signed for the delivery. These past few days, the Zhou family had remained confined within the core area, relying entirely on online procurement for supplies. Outside the core area, at least a dozen surveillance cameras were installed, closely monitoring all entrances and exits, attempting to find any trace of the Zhou family leaving the core security zone, and collecting facial information for data comparison in real time. However, as long as the Zhou family doesn't leave the core area, those outside can't do much. This group's mission is to encircle and intercept them. The 7th district is still a well-managed area on the surface. They can't act as recklessly as they did in the border areas of the 8th district, and they certainly can't break through the core area's security defenses that would attract unnecessary attention. The transportation of daily necessities is also safe. The Olai family member changed into a uniform from the 7th district's local logistics company. Her work vest was printed with the logo of a local consumer goods manufacturer. She drove a small delivery van, slowly entering the core area. As she crossed the core area scanning line, her disguise chip automatically activated, recording a verifiable employee identity on the data panel. This female delivery worker wore a baseball cap, and she slightly raised the brim, nodding towards the scanning machine as if to greet them. After being given free passage, the female delivery woman looked away and continued driving into the residential area. Her gaze swept across a small device next to the scanning machine, the surveillance camera placed there by the people watching the Zhou family. The camera detected nothing wrong with the delivery woman, nor did it scan her supply box for any issues. The delivery woman steadily maneuvered the vehicle, thinking, "A bunch of incompetents." Having mercilessly mocked the equipment used by the surveillance team, the delivery woman drove to the gate of the Zhou family mansion and connected to the electronic butler outside the gate. Following the preset instructions from its owner, the electronic butler politely said, "Please place the list of supplies at the gate." The delivery person operated the terminal panel, entering the automated voice message mode. She crisply said, "There are items in the order that require in-person signature. Please have someone come to the door to meet me." After sending the message, there was a brief silence on the other end. Zhou Jinxue finally arrived at the door 10 minutes later. Before deciding to sign for the package at the door, she had a brief tug-of-war with her father in the main hall. Her father thought it was unsafe to sign at the door, and that only an adult should go. But Zhou Jinxue said, the 7th district is one of the few districts that prioritizes the safety of students and children above all else in its security policy. The core area already has a high security level, and with this policy in place, even the most reckless person wouldn't choose the core area to harm her. Zhou Jinxue arrived at the door and met the female delivery person. The deliverman smiled kindly at her. "This is the box that needs to be signed for in person." The box containing the Super A-grade crystal cores was carried by the deliverman. The box was quite large and heavy, but the deliverman easily lifted it with one hand. She then handed Zhou Jinxue an electronic waybill. Zhou Jinxue quickly scanned the contents of the electronic waybill, confirming that it contained all the items from her order. She didn't immediately see anything that required in-person signature, but soon, her gaze stopped on a certain line at the bottom. The item name in that column was a bit strange. "A heartfelt delivery from my junior." Such a strange name, and it even explicitly stated junior. Zhou Jinxue suddenly looked up, but the deliverman only deepened her smile, then held up a finger and made a should gesture. The deliverman didn't say what was inside, and Zhou Jinxue didn't open it at the door. After carrying this box along with other regular household supplies into the house, Zhou's father was rather nervous, circling his daughter like a bee twice to make sure there was no danger outside that could harm her. His daughter, however, seemed oblivious to his presence. Zhou Jinxue stared at the box, which only required a signature upon delivery, for several minutes, countless thoughts racing through her mind. But finally, she resolutely reached out and slowly opened the box. Amidst a cluster of household items, lay a simple black square box. Zhou Jinshua's heart suddenly pounded as her hand touched the box. Thump, thump! Jiang Yuna's heart was also pounding. She had just ducked to avoid a gust of wind slicing down from above. While the Ally family's delivery specialist and security guard successfully delivered the elite goods to the Zhou residence, at the Advanced League base in the upper 3 districts, Jiang Yuna was already playing her second team match in the league. This time, they drew stage number 6, on a map called Eye of the Desert. Unlike the Banner of Stars map from the first match, the format on this map is that the first team to reach the hidden landmark, Eye of the Desert, and touch the core item on the surface wins. First, everyone is searching the vast map to find the Eye of the Desert. Second, what is the core item inside the Eye of the Desert? How can they ensure their team is the first to touch it? This is a map that descends into chaotic team battles from the very beginning. All the teams went on a rampage from the start. Because no one can guarantee their exploration direction is correct, and no one can guarantee the enemy won't find the Eye of the Desert first. Sorok had a clear assessment of the battle situation. He also had a less than ideal crooked idea. Maybe we can play it safe, get away from the center of the battle, and wait for the other teams to figure out a general direction, then follow their ultimate path. Before Captain Sorok could finish his idea, his vice-captain suddenly grabbed his shoulder and shoved him forward from behind. At the same time, Yelena reacted quickly. Her tactical crate slammed into the ground, instantly becoming a protective fortress, withstanding the heavy blow from above. Sizzle. That was the sound of high-frequency energy sweeping across the fortress's protective shield, like a scorching knife cutting through precious metal. Jean Qin pulled Yeli closer to the fortress's core, preventing her self-sacrificing teammate from using her body to fill a weak point in the defense. She said, "Captain, it seems we can't just hide anymore." Just kidding, Duma Academy attacked right from the start. This chaotic battle map is practically nicknamed the Revenge for Grudges, Justice for Injustice's map. All the Duma team members still remember the humiliation of having their rear territory ambushed by the Golden Uriel Academy team in the previous team battle. This round, as soon as they entered the arena, a Duma member had already remotely locked onto the Golden Uriel Academy team's location, and Vanessa's senses provided scouting, so they charged straight towards the Golden Uriel Academy team. Jiang Yuna had previously pressed down on Sorok to prevent the tragedy of the tallest captain bearing the brunt of the fall, and she only stayed in Yelena's fortress for 3 minutes before decisively saying, "I go out. I can take at least half of their fighting force." This is true. Jiang Yuna was a walking, talking hate magnet. The moment she broke free of Yelena's fortress, at least 3 Duma members instantly changed direction, unleashing 3 different colored elemental energy ribbons that chased after her. Jiang Yunu darted across the sand 7 or 8 meters, disappearing with several murderous ribbons trailing behind her. The rest of the Golden Uriel school team formed a large group and were drawn into the center of the melee, while Jiang Yunu became the new center of attention. Her heart was racing, her adrenaline was surging, and her emotions were soaring along with her hormones. Jiang Yunu had already undergone a trial in the trial tower. On the 7th floor, she had long experienced the exhilaration of fighting without using any special abilities, relying solely on physical strength. Afterward, she even felt that her close combat skills had improved. She was never afraid of being surrounded. The more treacherous the battle environment, the more she could unleash her combat potential. Jiang Yuna reveled in testing her improved skills amidst the chaotic battle. The slash she ducked to avoid was a sweeping attack from Shinijing, his supernatural power enveloping his long sword. A strike where the power-transformed blade and the physical sword coexisted. Jiang Yunu's white hair flew wildly with the movement, a strand of it severed by Shinijing. Shinijing remained calm. Even in the scorching heat of the Eye of the Desert map, his black combat uniform was impeccably tailored, and not a drop of sweat appeared on his body. It was as if he didn't sweat, nor did his body temperature rise due to the intense heat. His gaze lingered on Jiang Yunu's severed white hair for a second, causing his sword-wielding hand to momentarily hesitate, as if he wanted to slip it into his pocket. Even when he logged out of the first battlefield, his hands had remained in his pockets. From the previous Banner of Stars map to the building area back at the central platform, Captain Shin's fingers were entwined with the same white hair that had now fallen onto the sand. Chapter 224. It's obvious whose white hair Shinijing took. In this year's Advanced League, there's only one person with naturally white hair. But what did he take Jiang Yuna's hair for? Shinijing himself probably didn't understand. Anyway, before he figured out the logic and realized how strange his actions would seem to others, he had already collected the white hairs floating in the air and stuffed them into the pocket of his combat uniform from the previous match. Now, those few strands of white hair, cut by his blade, are still in his apartment room. Staring at the hairs slowly drifting down from midair to the sand, then watching them being swept up by the sandstorm on the battlefield map, drifting lightly with the sand to a randomly farther place. That's much more arrogant than just saying contemptuous things. Jiang Yunu's voice suddenly drifted to Shen Yijing's ears, carrying a hint of laughter and a touch of objective neutrality. Shen Yijing's expression remained unchanged. His black longsword seemed like a new arm extending from his body, an external combat organ. The black blade shifted direction as Jiang Yunu finished speaking, slashing towards her new location. Jiang Yunu was behind Shen Yijing when she spoke the first half of her sentence. By the second half, she had already flashed to the side. Jiang Yunu also held a long-handled weapon, but it was clearly not a physical weapon. It was filled with energy of the same origin as herself, an elemental creation she had made on the spot using her elemental abilities. Shen Yijing was somewhat confused about Jiang Yunu's created weapon. He hadn't been able to figure out what it was from the beginning. Let's just consider it a hand halberd for now. Jiang Yunu wielded the hand halberd she created with her own supernatural ability, briefly blocking Shen Yijing's still-sheathed black sword. The pure black clashed with the vibrant, shimmering green, sending bursts of elemental energy flying from the edges, like fireflies leaping from Jiang Yunu's weapon. Am I an opponent who easily distracts you? Jiang Yunu asked with a smile. She didn't directly clash with Shen Yijing's elemental weapon, instead relying on her own superior physical abilities, outstanding stamina, and exceptional arm strength. She stood remarkably stable on the soft sand, lifting her elemental creation upwards. Shen Yijing didn't feel the energy clash, but his sword-wielding arm was lifted by an seemingly irresistible force. You were distracted just now. Jiang Yunu's voice didn't tremble despite the exertion, her breathing was even, and she asked with interest, what made Captain Shen shift his focus away from his target on the exciting battlefield. Shen Yijing's gaze fell on his hands, which had been forcibly raised, along with his weapon. He finally moved his lips. Normally, people would be glad I wasn't focusing on him. Jiang Yunu smoothly replied, that means I'm quite extraordinary. In the upper 3 districts, especially the 1st district, even 5-year-olds have to learn to speak politely, neither overly humble nor overly arrogant. At least not in front of those of equal or significantly higher social standing. Jiang Yunu clearly didn't belong there. She must have come from a very free, unrestrained, even somewhat wild, upbringing. Shen Yijing was a little envious of her. Other Duma members were originally nearby. Jiang Yunu had initially been chased by Duma fighters led by Vanessa, ending up in this sandy area and facing a multi-person encirclement. However, when Captain Shen arrived, as if following some unspoken rule within the Duma team, everyone else dispersed, automatically shifting to other battles, leaving Captain Shen's target alone for her. Jiang Yunu already knew perfectly well. Shen Yijing was the ceiling of combat power among all students at the Advanced Superpower School. All her classmates, and even those 3 years above and below her, would automatically avoid her at the mere mention of Shen Yijing, afraid to confront this ceiling head-on. But she wouldn't. Isn't the purpose of a ceiling to be something to reach for, to touch, to test one's own abilities, and to see if one can break through it? Jiang Yunu loved challenges. She remained unfazed by Shen Yijing's offensive, engaging in 1v1 duels in both team battles. She had only seen Shen Yijing's fighting style in a short combat video before, but in actual combat, she quickly grasped his fighting habits through closer observation and more direct experience, planning ahead and strategic maneuvering. Shen Yijing possessed an exceptional spatial awareness. It was as if he had an extra eye, able to oversee the dynamic changes throughout the entire battle zone. Simply put, when he swung his sword, he had already pre-planned which directions his target would dodge. If the target chose to dodge in any of A, B, or C, then, against those directions, where would his next strike land, and how should he attack? A simple pursuit, or to block the opponent's movement? Should he unleash a wide, imposing strike, or a small, gentle yet sharp slash to shave the tail of the opponent? This information, like countless constantly changing dynamic data, relentlessly occupied Shen Yijing's mind, making it like a sophisticated combat instrument, allowing him to adjust his every move on the battlefield in real time. Compared to Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu was a purely instinctive fighter. But it's hard to say which of these two factions currently had the upper hand. Jiang Yunu rarely experienced being chased and bitten, especially when the target of this chasing and biting possessed real harm, the kind that could actually bite her hard. But it was also very interesting. It was the kind of pleasure where you and your opponent are finally matched correctly, not completely suppressed, nor easily suppressing the other. However, she had clearly temporarily forgotten that as a completely unknown country bumpkin from the 7th district, her ability to match correctly with Shen Yijing in actual combat was enough to make everyone's jaw drop. Jiang Yunu had only been chased to the sandy area by Duma's students, but this sandy area wasn't wasteland. The entire Eye of the Desert map is now a chaotic battlefield, with students fighting everywhere, kicking up dust and sending elemental lights of all four colors flying. Exploration of the large map is also slowly progressing amidst the battles. DU Academy has a greater advantage on this map. They no longer need to disperse their forces to mark more flags, as they did on the Banner of Stars map. Due to the characteristics of this battle map, the DU team can maintain their formation from the moment they land on the battlefield, firmly maintaining their iron wall formation, moving collectively across the map. The DU team's collective movement is almost unstoppable. Even the scattered Duma players avoid them, lest they face the DU team alone. The DU team passed through the battle zone between Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing. As they passed the edge of the battle zone, Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing had long since strayed from their starting coordinates. Deep trenches, cleaved by Captain Shen's black blade, remained on the soft sand, their edges still bearing remnants of amber gold wind elemental energy. Scattered green earth elemental energy specks filled the air. The DU captain had a clear objective: to maximize the team's advantage on this map, to be the first to find the Eye of the Desert, and to be the first to obtain the core item, giving DU the lead in this round. But outside Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing's battle zone, the DU captain signaled the team to halt their advance. She gazed intently at the green-gold glowing battle zone for a long while. "Captain." A member of the DU team spoke with a slight respect, but more so with suspicion and curiosity. She earnestly inquired of her captain, was Duma Shen Yijing deliberately holding back? Yes, seeing someone fight Shen Yijing to a standstill in a 1v1, everyone's first reaction was to suspect Captain Shen of holding back. In the last league and the previous exhibition matches, did you see Shen Yijing holding back? The DU captain replied, her gaze still fixed on the battle circle. The DU captain stated fairly, Shen Yijing's sword wasn't drawn. You can't say he used all his strength, but he wasn't holding back either, he was fighting seriously. In fact, if Golden Uriel's Jiang Yu crossbow could draw Shen Yijing's black sword, then not only this year's Advanced League, but even the current president of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association, President Shen, would likely be alarmed. That would mean that, without elemental weapons, the meticulously cultivated genius of the 1st District would be no match for an unknown figure emerging from the 7th District. Shen Yijing seemed unconcerned about exploring the Eye of the Desert, his focus entirely on Jiang Yunu. During a lull in the fighting, Jiang Yunu heard Captain Shen say, "You're stronger than in the last match." Jiang Yunu replied, "There's no way around it, I'm just someone who improves at lightning speed." Shen Yijing felt that he could easily be rendered speechless by Jiang Yunu if he wasn't careful, so he pretended that his 2-second pause hadn't occurred. "What did you choose in the treasure vault at the top of the trial tower?" Shen Yijing asked. He asked a question that completely surprised Jiang Yunu. And the question seemed abrupt and disjointed, with the preceding and following topics appearing to jump drastically. Jiang Yunu also paused. Her thoughts paused, but her body, driven entirely by instinct and battle, didn't stop moving. Jiang Yunu, at an angle exceeding Shen Yijing's expectations, leaped vertically, dodging Shen Yijing's horizontal sweeping blade. Under Shen Yijing's slightly fixed gaze, Jiang Yunu, with incredibly light and agile movements, jumped into the air, then used his blade as a springboard, briefly stepping on the scabbard before flipping behind him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunu asked from behind him, "Aren't you paying a little too much attention to me?" Even asking what reward she was choosing from her treasure vault. Chapter 225. The feeling of being stepped on by a blade is rare and mysterious. Shen Yijing hadn't used his special ability to coat the blade. Realizing that Jiang Yunu's combat strength seemed formidable enough, and that he was still a competent warrior even without using his abilities, he consciously withdrew his power. He was actually very curious, wanting to know how he could fight Jiang Yunu without relying on elemental weapons, or drawing upon his energy core. But the fact that the longsword wasn't coated with special ability, leaving Jiang Yunu an opportunity to step on it, didn't mean that the elemental weapon and Shen Yijing's energy core were unconnected. Elemental weapons rely on their owner's abilities to activate the link, and the connection between him and the black longsword never broke during combat. Jiang Yunu's step was transmitted through the blade to the connection between man and blade, leaving Shen Yijing with a truly strange sensory experience. But Jiang Yunu was only focused on the question Shen Yijing had just asked. The white-haired girl playfully questioned Captain Shen if he was paying too much attention to her, but beneath her relaxed tone, a red flag was secretly being raised in her mind. The grand prize she took from the top-level treasure vault of the trial tower was a Super A-grade crystal core. A high-grade crystal core that was crucial to the Zhou family in the 7th District, and had already been sent to the core of the 7th District by the Oli family's logistics. Why was Shen Yijing suddenly concerned about what reward she had received and what she was doing with it? Did he know about her low-key DD Express arrangement, or was he aware of what was happening in the 7th district, perhaps even implicated, and was subtly testing her? Jiang Yunu generally didn't like to speculate maliciously about others, but this incident was special, involving her close relatives and friends in the 7th district, with Zhou Jinxue being the key figure. It was difficult for her not to have a lot on her mind in just 2 minutes, engaging in a brainstorming session. After being choked again by the white-haired girl, Shen Yijing surprisingly followed her logic and admitted, "For the first time ever, I am indeed paying attention." Jiang Yunu, ouch. Jiang Yunu had a head with a complex and ever-changing thought process. Hearing this, she immediately replied to Captain Shen with utmost sincerity, "Is this your tactic?" Shen Yijing didn't know that a tactic had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His considerations were clearly different from Jiang Yunu's, which caused a hint of confusion to appear on his face, like a bubble suddenly rising from the surface of a calm lake. Shen Yijing said, "My tactic?" "Yes." As Jiang Yunu spoke, her figure moved with the wind. Of course, she wasn't just standing there having a 1v1 discussion with Shen Yijing. She was constantly sparring with him, the two never stopping their exchange. Jiang Yunu used her elemental creations to parry Shen Yijing's long sword, and Shen Yijing's gaze fixed on her face. He was still waiting for her further explanation. She smiled and said, suddenly admitting to focusing on someone else on the battlefield to disrupt the opponent's mind and find a momentary weakness. "Captain Shen, would you devise such a tactic?" Shen Yijing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yunu's face, but somehow, Jiang Yunu discerned 4 words from his expressionless face, utterly baffling. Shen Yijing commented indifferently on Jiang Yunu's tactical conjecture, low level. "This kind of plan is not within my scope of consideration." The white-haired girl sighed. She said in a seemingly regretful tone, "Really? But I would use it." Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu's elemental contraption blocked Shen Yijing's unsheathed sword again, but this time, she didn't deflect it, nor did she use her arm's strength to lift it, nor did she forcefully change direction in a bizarre way. Jiang Yunu continued to press forward with the weapon created from her elemental power, leaning forward to shorten the distance between her and Shen Yijing. The white-haired girl was right in front of him in the blink of an eye, still smiling as she looked at Shen Yijing. That smile was extremely cunning, with the malicious intent of a wild animal deliberately greeting its prey. "Captain Shen has been so special to me since the start of the league, and even admitted to paying close attention to me. It's really hard not to," Jiang Yunu said, pressing down on Shen Yijing's sword, "and the person, being so proactive, I can't help but start paying attention to you too." Shen Yijing, The proactive that Jiang Yunu spoke of must have some deeper meaning, and most likely it was intentionally ambiguous. Shen Yijing never retreated while his combat skills were still at their peak. Of course, even when his stamina waned and his combat prowess declined, he never retreated. But under Jiang Yunu's relentless pressure, he was forced to take a small step back. "She didn't seem to pay any attention to me before," Shen Yijing thought to himself. As the only son of the current president of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association, and having displayed exceptional talent since the junior ability school, being noticed, admired, envied, and jealous was Shen Yijing's daily routine. However, judging from Jiang Yunu's tone, he suddenly seemed like an ordinary person. It was only because he was paying attention to her that she was willing to reciprocate and pay attention to him. Wait, what was I originally going to say to her? This thought, like a high-powered searchlight piercing through the fog, instantly cleared away the distracting thoughts swirling in Captain Shen's mind. He snapped back to reality, finally realizing that the topic had strayed far, far from his original intention. Shen Yijing genuinely cared about what Jiang Yunu had taken from the Trial Tower's treasury. Why is it this question again? Jiang Yunu's heart skipped a beat when the topic was steered back to this point. She thought the matter was long gone, but Shen Yijing still remembered. Just as Jiang Yunu was silently assessing what to say to steer the conversation away from the topic, Shen Yijing, perhaps fearing she would lead her astray again, adopted a more direct approach to her question. "I just want to know, did you take any potions from the treasury?" Shen Yijing stared intently at Jiang Yunu, as if not wanting to miss the slightest change in her expression. "Potion?" Jiang Yunu's face showed genuine bewilderment. Her mind was racing with the Super A-grade crystal core. She couldn't immediately recall what kind of potion Shen Yijing was referring to. What potion? And that's exactly what she asked. Her reaction had already given Captain Shen the answer. Shen Yijing seemed relieved. "It's good you didn't choose the potion," Shen Yijing said. Jiang Yunu then pieced together the key words. Right after finishing the trial tower, she had indeed been recommended a potion by the AI in the treasure vault. The effect was energy amplification, seemingly some kind of combat power enhancer. Shen Yijing said, some players in the camp are already making private requests, hoping to have someone capable of clearing the trial tower bring out the potion for a secret transaction. It sounded like a new get-rich-quick scheme had appeared in the league camp. But considering Shinijing's attitude and the subtle hint that he hoped she wouldn't choose the potion, Jiang Yuna had a bad feeling. Will choosing the potion cause a lot of trouble? Jiang Yuna asked, her mind racing. Or is the potion itself a little troublesome? Shinijing's gaze suddenly shifted away from her. The black longsword broke free from its confrontation with Jiang Yunu, and Captain Shin sheathed it with astonishing agility and turned away. Jiang Yuna couldn't understand why Shinijing had suddenly stopped fighting. The object that had been chasing and biting her for so long seemed like a robot with a sudden change in its internal commands, ready to switch to a new mission. Look! Shinijing gestured for Jiang Yuna to look in the new direction as well. He said, Eye of the Desert. Wow, the core area of the map had actually been discovered by them while they were fighting, by sheer accident. Following Shinijing's direction, Jiang Yuna looked and saw that Captain Shin was pointing to a patch of quicksand. She hadn't paid much attention to that area before because Shinijing's wind elemental abilities left traces on the sand. The residual wind energy would adhere to the sand grains, and only after the elemental energy completely dissipated would the sand, temporarily shaped by the elemental energy, gather and return to its original state. Besides the remnants of Shinijing's wind energy, there were also green earth elemental energy remnants wherever the two had fought. On the Eye of the Desert battle map, the hidden exploration mechanism of its core area, Eye of the Desert, was as follows. Both wind and earth elemental abilities had to be used simultaneously to cover the sand area surrounding Eye of the Desert, and the outline of Eye of the Desert would then appear. No wonder it's been so long since the competition began, and other schools, while fighting and exploring, haven't found this core area yet. It really was Jiang Yunu and Captain Shin who stumbled upon it by chance. Shinijing is already assembling the Duma school team. He won't forget his responsibility as captain. After quickly completing team communication, his gaze turned to Jiang Yunu. He knew, of course, that Jiang Yunu would also contact the Golden Ariel school team. The location of the Eye of the Desert has been determined. The next step is to delve deeper into this map. But Jiang Yuna contacted more than just the Golden Ariel school team. In the chaotic battle zone where other schools continued to clash, Jean Qing explored using her senses, with Sorik and Yelena protecting her as they moved quickly. They avoided combat and found the DU Academy, advancing like an iron fortress, within the chaotic zone. When they sensed other teams approaching at high speed, the DU students responsible for the outermost formation were already glowing with supernatural energy. But the captain of Earthly Radiance stopped them, saying, Wait a minute. The good-natured captain of Golden Ariel hurried forward. Jean Qing, now that she could see the Earthly Radiance team with her naked eye, also withdrew her sensory abilities to scan them. Yelena continued to escort the two. Captain Sorak of Golden Ariel, the Earthly Radiance captain, said calmly. She rarely used his title in the high-level leagues, and rarely spoke to him. But things were different now. With Jiang Yunu in the Golden Ariel team, they were a team that needed to be treated normally. The Earthly Radiance captain asked, You seem to have something to discuss with me? I'm looking for your whole team. Sorak didn't beat around the bush. He lowered his voice and got straight to the point, sharing important information. Jiang Yunu has found the location of the Eye of the Desert. She specifically asked me to share these coordinates with the Earthly Radiance team. Chapter 226. The Earthly Radiance team had a significant advantage on this map. However, after a long battle, Jiang Yunu still managed to locate the core area of the Eye of the Desert first. Sorak, known for his good guy captain reputation, generally wouldn't deliberately spread misinformation to confuse the opponent. The Earthly Radiance captain agreed to go with the Golden Ariel team to the coordinates provided by Jiang Yunu. But the Earthly Radiance captain had her own considerations. She asked Sorak, Does Jiang Yunu want to share the coordinates with our school to facilitate cooperation and allow your Golden Ariel team to better explore that unknown key item? Finding the exact location of the Eye of the Desert wasn't enough to secure victory. They also needed to obtain the key item mentioned in the competition rules inside the Eye of the Desert. The team that obtained the item first would win this round of team battles. Sorak recalled the message Jiang Yuna left when he sent the intelligence. He tried to tell the DIA captain the truth in a more tactful way, but ultimately, the good-natured captain, lacking the skill of eloquent tongue, hesitated and chose honesty. Jiang Yuna said he absolutely had to share this intelligence with you, because Duma Academy is also there. DIA captain, With that, the DL captain understood everything. In the previous round of team competition, the Golden Ariel school team had clearly incurred the wrath of Duma Academy. At the very start of this round, Duma's people were chasing after the Golden Ariel players, and Jiang Yunu was even entangled with Shinijing. If only the Golden Uriel school team and the Duma school team knew the coordinates of the Eye of the Desert, then one can imagine how immense the pressure would be for the Golden Uriel school team when the two teams met at the coordinate point. Not every member of the Golden Uriel is like Jiang Yunu. Even one Jiang Yunu couldn't protect everyone on his school team in front of the entire Duma team. Some Golden Uriel members would inevitably suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the Duma players. "Aren't you worried about us teaming up with Duma?" a member of the Earth Radiance team asked. After her captain's conversation with the Golden Uriel captain ended, this Earth Radiance player couldn't hide her confusion. She couldn't understand why Duma was a threat to the Golden Uriel, but not to their Earth Radiance. Could it be that they looked down on Earth Radiance's strength? That can't be it. Regarding this question, Jin Qing answered. Jiang Yunu also said that Earth Radiance's captain seems completely uninterested in following Captain Duma's orders. This was Jiang Yunu's exact words when she sent the intelligence. Senior Jin Qing had overheard her conversation with Sorok at the time. Having already played 2 team matches against Shinijing, Jiang Yunu clearly understood that Duma Academy's activities were entirely driven by Shinijing. Shinijing had long been accustomed to her unquestionable role in team operations. The probability of cooperation between DU Academy and Duma Academy was extremely low, not only due to the inherent rivalry and grudges between the top two schools, but also because Shinijing's absolute authority was completely ineffective with the DU captain. DU Academy prioritized its own captain, who was the linchpin of their impenetrable formation, the weathervane of their actions. Asking one decision-maker to unconditionally cooperate with another was a joke, especially since they remained their biggest competitors in this round of team matches. "I really don't like listening to others." A slight smile appeared on the calm and composed face of the Earthly Radiance captain, especially a man who's been praised to be the best in the world. "Wow, this sounds like it's not just for the team's sake, but also involves a bit of personal resentment." But the entire Golden Uriel team kept their eyes downcast, not uttering a single word they shouldn't. Only Orion winked at Yeli. Yeli pretended not to see it, glancing down at the team information panel on his personal terminal, checking how far they were from the coordinates Jiang Yunu had given them. Because they had to meet up with their temporary allies, the Golden Uriel team arrived at Eye of the Desert a little later than the Duma team. Jiang Yunu briefly faced off against the entire Duma Academy team alone, without flinching. When the Duma team members gradually gathered at the designated coordinates, she remained quite composed, nodding to the first Duma member who noticed her presence. The other person stared at her as if they'd seen a ghost. Jiang Yunu greeted the other player. "Good evening on the battlefield. How many battles have you fought in other areas? How were the results?" The Duma team member's first reaction was to attack. There was a clearly out-of-school player at the assembly point their captain had notified them of, and their newly minted regular enemy. But Shinijing was right next to Jiang Yunu, and it seemed their captain hadn't continued fighting the player, nor had he immediately given the order to attack. The Duma team member froze, inexplicably and passively accepting Jiang Yunu's greeting. What on earth is going on? How does she manage to act like we're so close? The Duma team members were puzzled and remained silent. Jiang Yunu also discovered that Shinijing was surprisingly righteous. Even though she had brazenly stolen points from Duma Academy's rear during the previous round, and even though she had recently fought fiercely with Captain Shin, Shinijing didn't try to monopolize the Eye of the Desert, which they had both discovered by chance. Nor did he use the team's overall strength to force her out. After the Duma Academy members gathered, Shinijing simply glanced at them again, silencing any objections within the team. Then he led the Duma team deeper into the Eye of the Desert, which had already emerged from the sand. The Eye of the Desert was a place that required the simultaneous use of wind and earth elemental abilities to explore and reveal its outline. Its main structure was located beneath constantly shifting quicksand, requiring someone to continuously output elemental abilities to stabilize the surrounding space and create a sand shield. The Duma team's mobile sand shield was simultaneously opened by 2 team members, allowing their team to enter the underground space first. When Huang Jinli and Di Yao's teams arrived, only the outlines of half a building remained visible on the sand. "Where are Shinijing and his team?" Di Yao's captain asked Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu pointed to the partially open space, caused by residual energy that hadn't completely dissipated. "They all gone down," she said. "Good." Di Yao's captain nodded. "We go too." Di Yao's captain acted decisively, and the Di Yao team followed her instructions closely. Jiang Yunu jogged to her team's side, joining her captain and senior students. "From what I observed," Jiang Yunu whispered to his teammates, "I feel that Captain Di Yao is a generous and easygoing person. He wouldn't mind us following behind Di Yao and getting a bit of some of their protective barrier." Sorok only had time to check on Jiang Yunu, confirming that the usually energetic vice-captain was perfectly fine and still lively after fighting with Captain Shin for so long. Hearing Jiang Yunu's words, he responded with an eh. While Jiang Yunu's posture was discreet, his voice wasn't actually discreet at all. He was speaking at a volume that the Diyao team in front could hear. Captain Diyao's voice came from the front, saying, "Okay." The entire Golden Uriel team thus boarded the tailwind opened up by the Diyao team. Ao Liang was amazed by Jiang Yunu's shamelessness and begging skills. He couldn't hold back and asked in a low whisper, "How do you do that?" Jiang Yunu tilted his head slightly. Ao Liang said, "How do you manage to say these things so naturally, without any fear of rejection?" "Because I'm not afraid of rejection. I'm prepared for the other person to deny, reject, or even dislike me," Jiang Yunu said frankly. "So I can say these things naturally. In a way, the secret is one thing. Thick skin. However, if you stop moving forward and dare not try because you're afraid of being denied, rejected, or even disliked, you might miss some hidden opportunities." At least with the captain of the Diyao school team, she was clearly willing to give Jiang Yunu a chance. The Earth Radiance team was unstoppable in terms of coordinated combat and teamwork. Even with the addition of the entire Golden Uriel team, their sand shield remained steadfast. The barrier, woven from gold and green, was incredibly tight, completely enveloping the Golden Uriel team, following behind. Yulina and Sorok studied the weaving of this shield for a while, then simultaneously began to secretly learn its technique. The two schools were temporarily allies. Earth Radiance had a more traditional school spirit and a strong sense of collective honor. One team member, noticing their technique being copied, turned to glance at the Golden Uriel members. Senior Jean Qing readily praised, "Truly worthy of Earth Radiance Academy. Your collective shield is captivating." Jiang Yuna chimed in, "It's amazing. You're both incredibly skilled and generous." The Earth Radiance team members then turned their attention back to the front. The two schools moved swiftly. The Diyao team was somewhat surprised to find that Golden Uriel, a perennial bottom-ranked goalkeeper, was surprisingly fast, keeping pace with their pursuit of the Duma team ahead. Soon, Diyao's vanguard scouts detected the Duma team. "Defend!" the Diyao captain shouted. The Diyao team members at the front gathered energy and condensed a shield as instructed. A stream of amber gold energy cleaved through the sand ahead, striking the shield. Diyao's scouts sensed the Duma team, meaning they had entered Duma's, or rather, Chen Yijing's perception zone. The wind blades piercing the sand served as a deterrent and a warning. But at that moment, a surge of green earth energy emerged from behind the combined two-school team, extending into the sand pierced by the wind blades. Diyao's players wouldn't act without their captain's orders. The students of Diyao turned to look at the Golden Uriel school team. Green earth-type energy swirled around Jiang Yuna's hands, her 10 fingers adorned with countless green threads. Jiang Yuna slightly raised her chin, gesturing forward. "Captain Shin has generously offered such a powerful wind-type energy to guide us, I can't let his kindness go to waste." Her earth-type energy hooked onto Chen Yijing's lingering wind-type energy, using Captain Shin's intimidating attack to clear a path. Chapter 227. Utilizing an opponent's remaining superpowers to clear a path. This kind of use of even the opponent's residual energy seems quite unusual. But considering that the person doing this is Jiang Yunu, everyone finds it quite normal. The captain of Diyao even gave Jiang Yunu a second look because of this. Quickly fusing with an opponent's superpowers isn't something anyone can master quickly. It's not that simple. For example, the two team members in Diyao's team responsible for maintaining the sand barrier are longtime partners, with excellent teamwork. Since entering school, they always work together in group class assignments, possessing rich experience in coordinated combat. This has allowed them to reach a level where, with just a command from the captain, their superpowers instantly overlap, and the energy remains extremely stable after merging. However, Jiang Yunu, clearly, only formally met Chen Yijing for the first time during this year's Advanced League. There was absolutely no possibility that Chen Yijing and Jiang Yunu had any private contact, let alone any special practice sessions to improve their energy synergy. How could Jiang Yunu so skillfully cover Chen Yijing's overflowing energy and stably fuse the two elements? Was it purely based on their previous encounters? But counting from the first team match of the league, they only played 2 team matches so far. The captain of Diyao was accustomed to doing more than talking. She quietly noted her observations, saying nothing for the time being. The residual energy left by the attack wouldn't last long. Jiang Yunu's earth elemental ability had been stacked up in time, marking a path in the fine sand ahead, traced by Chen Yijing's attack trajectory. The 2 Diyao team members, who had activated their energy shields, reacted swiftly. As Jiang Yunu's power entangled Chen Yijing's, they immediately used the irregular passage to double-layer their energy, creating a wider and more stable passage that could accommodate both teams. Luckily, I heard Shinijing is a very emotionally stable person, Ao Liang quietly complained to Healy. Otherwise, if he knew his attacks could be used like this, he might explode with rage on the field. Healy silently thought, Captain Shin might also calmly come and attack us. That's certainly a possibility. When the combined Di Yao and Golden Uriel teams finally reached the depths of the underground structure eye of the desert, they officially met the already arrived Duma team. Shinijing seemed completely unsurprised, at least outwardly, and immediately locked his gaze on Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu remained composed. Then a three-way melee ensued. The main forces in the melee were undoubtedly the teams of Di Yao and Duma, with Golden Uriel mixed in, struggling to avoid being knocked out of the sand shield coverage area and swallowed by the quicksand. This melee lasted for quite some time. The key turning point came when a Di Yao member suddenly made a hand gesture to her teammate beside her. Without words, her teammate immediately understood her meaning, and at least 3 Di Yao members began to move closer to her, subtly showing a tendency to protect her in the center. Sorak hadn't yet noticed the subtle change in their temporary allies. He and Yulina were trying to support Di Yao's main force while defending against Duma's sand shield attacks. Jiang Yuna was like a ghost roaming the battlefield. She silently drifted behind Jin Qing and Yili. Senior, Jiang Yuna called to Jin Qing, but her words were directed at both of them simultaneously. Go help the Earth Radiance team members on the left front. They're digging deeper in that direction. Jin Qing paused. Without asking Jiang Yuna why, the senior immediately cooperated. Yili was also one of the most obedient members of the Golden Uriel team. Since Jiang Yuna was given the title of vice captain, he unconditionally obeyed any clear orders given to him. This small team of several Earth Radiance members, along with the 2 Golden Uriel members, quickly broke away from the main force and plunged into a new area of quicksand on the left front. Shinijing kept a close eye on Jiang Yunu. He noticed her subtle movements as she approached her fellow team members. In Captain Shin's mind, which seemed capable of constantly surveying the battlefield from a third-person perspective, he automatically began rapidly analyzing, dissecting, and studying Jiang Yunu's actions. Vanessa. Shinijing suddenly called out a team member's name. Then he called on the second person, and Hayes, you two follow the Di Yao team members in that direction. The 2 Duma players obeyed and went off. However, Jiang Yunu blocked the entrance to the newly excavated passage. Don't you want to fight me now? Jiang Yunu said to Vanessa with a smile. This was practically a direct, face-to-face attack. Vanessa was furious at the sight of his face, her pale skin instantly gaining a touch of color. But Vanessa forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately attack Jiang Yunu, coldly saying, "Get out of the way." For the Duma team members, Shinijing's orders always came first. Even personal grudges could take a back seat. Jiang Yunu, of course, wouldn't yield. No! The white-haired girl held her elemental artifact horizontally. With a flick of her wrist, her green energy swept towards the 2 Duma players. I told you, you have to fight me first. Jiang Yunu's voice was light and relaxed, like a friendly greeting to a not-so-familiar new friend. But her movements were clearly decisive and forceful. The green energy she unleashed was brimming with power, carrying a strange surge of life force and killing intent. Vanessa and Hayes were simultaneously forced back by her attack. The red-haired female Duma player gritted her teeth. As someone who had also faced Jiang Yunu in the previous team match, she attributed her previous failure to overwhelm her opponent on the battlefield to her opponent's tricks and cunning, not to her own inferiority. But after a couple more exchanges, she could clearly sense that her opponent was indeed stronger than anyone had expected. So strong that this person seemed out of place at Golden Uriel Academy. Even more so, out of place in the backward 7th district. What was even more frightening was that Vanessa felt Jiang Yuna seemed to have improved again in a short period of time, becoming even more difficult to deal with than in the first team match. Jiang Yuna firmly guarded the entrance through which the Earth Radiance team members and Jin Kinjali entered. She didn't allow anyone who wasn't a temporary ally to approach the entrance, acting like a gatekeeper who was somewhat nonchalant in demeanor, but steady and reliable in action. After yet another failed attempt to rush the gate with Hayes, Vanessa stared at Jiang Yunu and asked, "What did you do?" Huh? Jiang Yunu didn't understand what she meant. What did she do? Jiang Yunu asked, puzzled. I was stopping you, preventing you from interfering with our allies. No. Vanessa stared intently at her. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking, between the last team match and this one, what did you do? Jiang Yunu was even more confused. She said, I went to the trial tower. Wasn't the notification that I was the first to clear the trial tower sent to your personal terminal? That notification was sent to all league camps, so Vanessa's personal terminal naturally received it as well. Vanessa's eyes were the same red as her hair, her irises like tiny, concentrated flames. She looked at Jiang Yunu with those two tiny flames, then suddenly lowered her voice. Her desire to become stronger, her resentment at being surpassed by a Golden Uriel student from the 7th district, and some other inexplicable complex emotions made Vanessa pause her fight. She whispered to Jiang Yunu, "Did you use that potion?" Jiang Yunu looked back into those eyes. Jiang Yunu thought to himself, "It's medicine again." Chapter 228. The word potion had been appearing in her life far too frequently lately. And just recently, the captain of Duma Academy, Shen Yijing, had briefly discussed potions with her. Captain Shen had given her a piece of advice: don't choose potions. Jiang Yunu initially only vaguely remembered the ability enhancement potion in the Trial Tower's treasury. She had heard the AI's introduction and felt the name sounded familiar, but at that time, and even now, Jiang Yunu was more concerned about Zhou Jinshua's family, and more concerned about whether she could quickly obtain the A-grade crystal core and successfully deliver it to the 7th district. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to this potion, an item that wasn't even within her needs. But after being reminded like this repeatedly, many related fragments of information suddenly clicked together in her mind. Several months before summer vacation, Peiya dragged her to stroll through Howled City at night. In a retro-style restaurant in the commercial district, she encountered Supervisor Wait, who was on some kind of patrol mission, and received a warning from him. If you receive any push notifications from unknown sources addressed to students recently, immediately reject them and submit a report. During the Challenge Cup inter-school competition, Linet Nagu experienced a bizarre physical mutation on the battle stage, exhibiting partial characteristics of an elemental beast. After a series of diagnoses and examinations, the cause of the mutation was traced back to her contact with a certain special substance. Going back even further in time, on the day Jiang Yunu arrived at the entrance checkpoint of the 2nd district, she encountered a sudden accident at the entrance gate and indirectly participated in the arrest of suspicious individuals rushing through the gate. Later, through a slight blackmail of Principal Bai, she learned from him that the people who broke through the gate were engaged in the cross-regional smuggling of some kind of contraband. A sudden warning, witnessing firsthand the alienation, unintentionally getting involved in smuggling. Add to that Xiesher's earlier briefing phone call, in which he mentioned that Zhou Jinshua's family would be resented because they refused to allow a batch of goods transported from the edge of the 8th district to enter the 7th district, refusing to assist in moving these goods onto the main road. Many seemingly unrelated past events connect like scattered puzzle pieces, finally revealing that they might all point to the same thing. But what is that thing? What are the goods? What is the special substance that Linet Nagda came into contact with? What are the potions available for contestants to choose freely in the treasury at the top of the Advanced League's Trial Tower? If the repeatedly mentioned potion is also related to the previous events, then why, and by what right, is it in the treasury at the top of the League's Trial Tower? This is a competition between the advanced supernatural ability schools of the 3 upper districts. This place gathers the wealthiest and most talented young superhumans from the 3 upper districts. They are the future blood of the Superhuman Alliance, the backbone of the 3 major alliances in a few years. Jiang Yunu had many questions, but couldn't figure them out for the moment. There wasn't much time for her to delve deeper. Since Vanessa from Duma whispered that question to her, Jiang Yunu had been engaged in a brainstorming session, but actually, less than 5 minutes had passed. During these 5 minutes of brainstorming, Jiang Yunu had only replied with a brief 2-word response. "Potion?" she said. The white-haired girl's face held a suitable look of confusion, seemingly unaware of what the red-haired female contestant from Duma was talking about. Her gaze was open, making no attempt to avoid eye contact. On the other hand, another student from Duma remembered that Shen Yijing had called the other person Hayes. Hayes seemed to have been stung by a scorpion suddenly emerging from the sand. He jolted awake, finally realizing that his teammate's topic was inappropriate, and quickly stopped her. Vanessa. Vanessa heard the warning, but she still found it difficult to completely shift her attention. So, after exchanging 2 more rounds, the red-haired female contestant from Duma stared at Jiang Yunu, determined to confirm again. "You really don't have any?" This time, she was more cautious, at least avoiding directly uttering the key word. Jiang Yunu indeed hadn't touched any potions. The elemental artifact in her hand blocked the male contestant from Duma, who was trying to use a diversionary tactic while his teammate was talking to her. Jiang Yunu steadily stopped Hayes with one hand, looking at Vanessa. "I chose something else that's more valuable to me." Jiang Yunu revealed a vague part of the truth. The white-haired girl smiled slightly at the red-haired Duma team member, a smile that suddenly became extremely infuriating. "Actually, I really think I'm quite strong. This thought comes from the bottom of my heart, Jiang Yunu said sincerely. So I don't need to rely on any external amplification to make myself stronger. But what about you guys? Jiang Yunu seemed very casual, deliberately provoking her opponents on the battlefield by asking, "Did any of you secretly try that thing?" Vanessa answered without hesitation, of course. Vanessa. Hayes interrupted again, this time raising his voice. The female member of the Duma team finally shut up. What followed, of course? Was it of course there is, or of course there isn't? Jiang Yunu leaned towards the former. Her reasoning was clear. If Vanessa hadn't heard about, or even witnessed, the use of the drug from others, she wouldn't have thought to ask Jiang Yunu about drug use. Similarly, it could be concluded that Shen Yijing must also know something. The topic of the drug came to an abrupt end, and Jiang Yunu had bought enough time for her Diyao allies and Jin Qin to penetrate the flank of the fine sand area. A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted in the side sand area. One of the Dia team members was the first to detect the energy frequency changes in the side sand area. She sensed that deep within the side area, there might be an object with pure and abundant energy, and an object possessing such qualities was highly likely to be the core object of the Eye of the Desert mentioned in the competition rules. The DU students cooperated seamlessly. Needing no overt communication, teammates automatically protected those who had established a sensory link and began exploring the side direction. Jiang Yunu, as a student from another school, hadn't joined the DU student silent communication group, but her keen intuition allowed her to guess that the DU students might have discovered something. She immediately instructed Jin Qin and Yi Li to cooperate with Diao. Jiang Yunu was right. Dia's sensory ability user had also found the right person. The burst of high-purity energy acted like a signal, instantly shifting the entire battleground of the underground space. Go and provide backup. The Dia captain ordered. All the Earth Radiance contestants began converging on the side of the sandy area, establishing a direct passage to the energy source. Jiang Yunu, wielding her elemental artifact, acted like a human gate, allowing only Earth Radiance students and her own students who went to provide support. She also strictly guarded against and blocked the Duma students. As the Earth Radiance students drew ever closer to the crucial item, and the first place in this round seemed to be decided, a male student from Duma gritted his teeth, his face contorted with resentment and unwillingness. Captain. The male student abruptly broke away from the group, ignoring Shen Yijing's instructions, and rushed towards Jiang Yunu like a hurricane. I'm going to deal with this obstacle from Golden Poor Ghost. Shen Yijing glanced sideways, the command to stop him already on his lips, but his voice didn't immediately follow. He wanted to stop one of his own team members. But he clearly saw that what swept past him was a monster whose face suddenly bulged with dark veins, as if steel tissue was rapidly growing beneath its skin, and steel bones were about to pierce through its flesh. Chapter 229. Has anyone at Duma Academy already tried the potion? The answer is, of course, yes. Even though Shen Yijing had strictly forbidden exchanging potions in the Trial Tower's treasury, prohibited trading potions with star coins or other resources, and instructed Hayes to closely monitor each team member's progress in the tower and their daily routines, there were still those who slipped through the net. The underground space of the Eye of the Desert map has no built-in lighting, the environment is dim, and the sparse visibility relies entirely on the equipment support personnel of each school team. In the recent chaotic battle, the technical equipment personnel of the Diyao, Duma, and Golden Uriel teams were all involved in the combat, making it impossible to set up a permanent, fixed light source. Furthermore, the space was filled with the dazzling light of supernatural abilities, with everyone's energy peaks varying, and the interplay of light and darkness from the four elements making the entire space even more unpredictable, flickering between bright and dim. Jiang Yunu possessed a wide field of vision. Unlike Captain Shen, she didn't have a head that seemed to survey the entire battlefield, but she had eyes like a predator, capable of precisely searching for prey across vast territories. She was also highly adaptable to changes in ambient light, alternating light, and dark didn't affect her vision. When Shen Yijing abruptly stopped moving, Jiang Yunu was the first to notice something amiss. Even during her battles with other contestants from Duma Academy, Shen Yijing seemed to have been marked by Jiang Yunu. His every move was reflected in her sensory network in real time, and she wouldn't let him out of her detection range. Otherwise, if Captain Shen abandoned his confrontation with the main force of Diyao led by Captain Diyao, and suddenly decided to ambush her, things would get interesting. It's also possible she intended to launch a surprise attack. Why did Shen Yijing stop? Jiang Yunu wondered. Her attention shifted to the dimly lit corner where he was, and she quickly realized that Shen Yijing had not only stopped, but he was also staring intently in a certain direction. His black long sword was held horizontally, a blocking motion. But he didn't move forward for a long time. What was he looking at? What was he blocking? And what was he hesitating about? Anything that could make Shinijing stop so completely on the battlefield must be significant, and Jiang Yunu subconsciously paid more attention to it. She used her elemental creation as a short stick, sweeping it in all directions, finally managing to shift slightly from her tightly guarded gate, making it easier to probe more details through the gap in the crowd. A gust of wind brushed past her elbow. A Duma Academy contestant, seeing this subtle movement as an opening, attempted to exploit the loophole in her defense, only to be blocked by Jiang Yunu's spiderweb-like green supernatural power. Orion and Yulina from the Golden Uriel school team were right beside her, having arrived to support her and help her establish a blockade. Jiang Yuna had a moment to think. Could this be Captain Shin's new tactic, making some unusual behavior from a distance to attract my attention? Like, distracting her so that the Duma Academy players could cross the blockade. But all these aimless thoughts stopped after she truly saw the situation in that corner. Shinijing was indeed blocking, and indeed hesitating. His black sword, which Jiang Yunu had never seen drawn before, was held horizontally in front of him, the light-colored tendons taut from the force of his grip. A row of teeth was wedged into his knife. Jiang Yunu almost thought she was seeing things. She rarely doubted her eyesight, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed a row of teeth. The lower teeth were slightly longer than the upper teeth, and the lower jaw extended outwards by about an inch. 2 rows of teeth were exposed in the lower jaw, and when biting, the upper teeth could fit perfectly between the 2 rows of lower teeth. These strange teeth, 1 upper and 2 lower, were tightly gripping the center of Captain Shin's black knife, the tips constantly trying to penetrate deeper into the blade, creating a violent yet futile crunching sound. Crunch, crunch. Shinijing's long knife was being bitten by these teeth. He didn't let the other party get closer, but the black knife was also frozen, unable to move forward an inch further. Shinijing was caught in a dilemma. What should he do? What could he do? Just minutes ago, the teammate in front of him was at least able to communicate in human language, but the speed at which the signs of mutation appeared and the partial mutation became complete was astonishing. The last words he uttered were, "I'm going to clear out that obstacle from Golden Uriel." If the mutation couldn't be perfectly reversed, then those words might become his final words. Shinijing could no longer blame a teammate whose head had mutated for disobeying orders. Just minutes before, the opponent's target was Jiang Yunu, but after the complete mutation, the opponent seemed to have had their mind clouded, treating everyone in their path as an enemy. Shinijing had been on a real elemental battlefield. He had killed elemental beasts with his bare hands. But killing an elemental beast and defeating a half-elemental beast mutated by a teammate were 2 completely different things. He hadn't yet gotten used to wielding his sword against a former teammate. The stalemate was broken by a voice from behind. "Even if you stay here all day, you can't restore him to his original state." Jiang Yunu had already moved from his previously firmly held gate to behind Shinijing. The Di Yao side already had enough supporters digging for the core object, and the new situation on Shinijing's side made the situation even more chaotic. Jiang Yunu quickly determined that the situation here was more critical. Shinijing didn't speak, but a half-orc-like team member let out a roar from his throat. This clearly inhuman noise finally attracted more attention. What's that sound? There's an elemental beast in the fine sand layer of the underground area of the Eye of the Desert? Which direction? Which direction? Captain! The closest contestants gathered around, and a Di Yao 3-man team and a Duma member even stopped fighting, both sides simultaneously focusing on the elemental beast. And there was Sorok's voice. "Wait! Don't go any further." Sorok's shout was directed at a Di Yao student. Su Sanho, from the Earthly Radiance faction, was closest to the source of the incident. During the previous battle, while responsible for outer perimeter defense, she had been briefly blinded by a powerful energy beam. Therefore, as she approached Jiang Yunu and Shinijing, she failed to see the monster confronting Shinijing in the dimly lit corner. The former Duma contestant, like a shark smelling blood, realized a new target had entered his attack range. This new target seemed easier to handle than the 2 before him, leaving the impression of lower defense level in his half-beastly brain. He opened his jaws, which could no longer align, and turned to bite at the Earthly Radiance contestant. What greeted him was a green energy whip. Snap! The elemental creation transformed in Jiang Yunu's hands, the whip lashing at the mutated contestant's cheek, then wrapping around his protruding jawline caused by the mutation. "You can't do it, so I do it for you," Jiang Yunu said to Shinijing, gripping the whip handle with one hand. Chapter 230. Jiang Yunu's tone was calm, as if it were a common occurrence during a team match when a player from another school suddenly transformed into a half-elemental beast. Her green energy whip coiled around the mutated player's mouth. Or perhaps snout would be a more apt description. This mutated Duma player reminded Jiang Yunu of Lynette Nagu from back then. She clearly remembered witnessing the young lady's transformation on the battle stage. But compared to the young lady Nagu, the Duma player before her was similar yet different. The young lady Nagu had mutated into some kind of amphibian-like feature. Her mouth, which had uttered many harsh words, hardened, then pointed forward, becoming a bird's beak. Metallic feathers sprouted from her cheeks, and her voice became hoarse. The Duma player, on the other hand, had mutated into a very distinctive snout, a long, newly formed snout that was caught by Jiang Yunu's energy whip, preventing him from opening and closing his mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. The energy whip instantly relayed every piece of information to its master. Jiang Yunu could sense that the contestant's snout skin was tough yet supple, not fully hardened. If I remember correctly, Jiang Yunu asked Shen Jing directly, "This contestant of yours, is he a water-type ability user?" Shen Jing nodded silently. Just now, in the split second the white-haired girl made her move, Captain Shen's hand holding the knife also moved. His wrist rose, but the trajectory of the black blade was uncertain. He was still wavering. Shen Jing wasn't sure if, in that instant, he wanted to assist Jiang Yunu in controlling the mutated and berserk teammate, or if he subconsciously wanted to stop it, still retaining an instinct to protect his teammate. Fortunately, Jiang Yunu's movements were swift and precise, and her restraint was perfectly measured. Shen Jing's half-second hesitation had no effect. He only felt a pang of self-reproach for his indecisiveness at such a crucial moment. Jiang Yunu might have noticed Captain Shen's wavering blade, but that wasn't the focus at the moment, and she didn't have time to provide any wartime psychological counseling. However, the Diyao student, who had almost run into the mouth of the mutated contestant earlier, finally realized what Jiang Yunu was controlling. The sight made her pupils constrict. This isn't an elemental beast, is it? Overwhelmed with emotion, the Diyao member almost broke her voice. Isn't this Alexander from Duma? Because the exact name was called out, this time, more people noticed the details. Alexander? Shen Jing didn't give the order, but the other Duma members had already sensed the unusual battlefield atmosphere. With their superior individual combat strength and movement speed, more Duma students moved towards them. Then, the absurd scene in the dimly lit corner was revealed to everyone who had rushed over. The mutated Duma player, or rather, Alexander, was still bound by Jiang Yunu's energy whip, futilely trying to break free, desperately trying to open his mouth and bite the whip while it was wrapped around him. The rigid thinking brought on by the mutation had made him forget he had limbs. Besides using his mouth, Alexander seemed to have forgotten all other methods of attack. The Diyao team, deep in the side sand area, found the crucial item. However, while the first team to find the item appeared on the battlefield, and the notification that the winner of this round of team competition had been decided was sent out in all directions, in the core area of the Eye of the Desert where the crucial item was hidden, no second team touched the item. No one was thinking about immediately becoming the second-place team in this round of competition. Duma's Alexander was finally restrained by Shen Jing, who used an item that could only be used in extremely special circumstances, a pair of energy shackles. Energy shackles, specifically designed to restrain high-level elemental beasts, were being worn on human wrists for the first time. This scene left all the students present with strange and complex feelings. The Earth Radiance team members, who had almost been attacked by Alexander, shuddered. "This is too strange," she murmured. "Will we even be able to finish the league this year?" Chapter 231. "Perhaps," Jiang Yunu said from the side, "but I can't guarantee it." The nearby Diyao, Duma, and members of the Golden Uriel's own school team all turned to look at her. Jiang Yunu didn't seem to find the struggling mutated contestant particularly creepy. Even with energy shackles on him, Alexander continued to struggle, his wrists rubbing and clashing against the specially made metal shackles, producing a teeth-grinding metallic clang. Jiang Yunu was half-crouched behind Alexander, intently observing the shackles, especially the energy circuits engraved on them. "That's true," Oren said, standing in the Golden Uriel team. Like the others, he didn't get too close to Alexander. Seeing a student who was once somewhat familiar become a grotesque figure was visually shocking for a group of young, still graduating ability users. Everyone instinctively avoided getting too close to the mutated individual. Orleans maintained a safe distance, saying, "You talk like the League's continued success is directly related to you." This was a sarcastic remark, but also a way to pull Jiang Yunu out of the bizarre situation. A player from Duma had actually undergone a transformation during the match, and students from 3 different school teams had witnessed it firsthand. There were bound to be all sorts of people around with different thoughts. Jiang Yunu's comment might have been meant to ease the tension, but dragging the white-haired girl into it unnecessarily was inappropriate. Jiang Yuna checked the energy circuits on the shackles, memorizing their general operation. Of course, I don't have that kind of power to influence the match. I can't control whether there will be any more unusual events, Jiang Yunu said. She straightened up from her half-squatting position, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw another half-extended hand beside her, mirroring the posture of the black knife that had been half-hidden before. Jiang Yunu was a little puzzled. She continued to honestly tell those around her, but I wasn't very lucky when I participated in the junior league. After saying this, the white-haired girl belatedly realized, oh, was someone worried that she was holding the squatting position for too long, afraid that her legs would go numb and she would stumble when she stood up? The hand she had seen out of the corner of her eye had already silently retracted. Jiang Yunu thought for a moment and decided to pretend, as before, that Captain Chen's little trick hadn't happened. The mutated Alexander had been brought under control, and Di Yao Academy was the first to find the important item in the underground area of the Eye of the Desert. Di Yao was the winner of this round of team competition. The most important thing now was obviously not the competition, but to bring the mutated contestants out of this underground space and report the situation to their superiors. However, the competition couldn't be completely ignored. In the Advanced League's team competition, besides the first-place team receiving a large number of points in each round, the second and third-place teams also receive points, and the total points affect the final league ranking. Sorok and Shinijing exchanged glances, the good-natured captain from Golden Uriel looking slightly embarrassed. The matter of the second and third-place team competition points was brought up not long ago by the captain of Dio Academy. Dio had already secured first place in this round, and the key item was still in the hands of their team members. No longer in a hurry to win or lose, the Dia captain was very generous, saying, "Since we're about to return to the surface, I'd like to trouble each school to send a representative to come and handle the key item so we can claim the second and third place team competition points." But between the Golden Uriel school team and the Duma school team, which team should take second place, and which should take third? Almost simultaneously with Captain Di Yao's speech, some nimble Duma players made a move, then quickly restrained themselves and looked at their captain. Since Shinijing didn't speak, the Duma players couldn't just rush in and try to grab a place that would make their prestigious top 2 school in the top region look undignified. Shinijing was looking at Jiang Yunu. What? Jiang Yunu, feeling the gaze, spread her hands, her expression puzzled. Is Captain Shin checking if I false start, preventing me from touching the items first? Shinijing said, I didn't mean that. Jiang Yunu tilted her head again and said, Then are you looking for my captain? Please turn 60 degrees to the left. Our captain is looking at you. He's probably waiting to discuss the rankings with you. Shinijing, Shinijing silently turned 60 degrees, and sure enough, met Sorik's gaze. From the moment Captain Di Yao spoke, the good-natured captain of Golden Uriel had been watching Captain Duma Shin, trying to make eye contact with Shinijing, but Captain Shin's attention was firmly fixed on the other side. Sorik's embarrassment stemmed partly from the difficulty of attracting Captain Shin's attention, and partly from his own indecisiveness about whether to secure second place for Golden Uriel Academy or voluntarily concede to third. Sorik habitually relinquished the choice, hoping Shinijing would decide. Regardless of whether Golden Uriel came in second or third, the points wouldn't be a loss. They could maintain their third place ranking overall. Shinijing's gaze fell upon him, but Captain Shin also played the silence as golden game. Sorok couldn't glean any insight into Shinijing's thoughts from her impassive face. Captain Shin, Sorok called tentatively, should your team send someone to handle the item? This was a veiled question. Did they want to take second place? Captain Dia raised an eyebrow slightly beside him. Jiang Yunu had already silently returned to the team, startling Yeli, who had suddenly spotted her. She lacked any sense of respect or awe for the top schools in the first district. Seeing that Shinijing hadn't responded to her captain's question after a moment, Jiang Yunu, as the vice-captain of Golden Uriel, repeated her captain's request and asked more directly, Should we give you second place? The white-haired girl's tone was calm, without any deliberate mockery or contempt, as if she genuinely believed that Duma Academy was an academy that Golden Uriel needed to give to. Vanessa, with her red hair, flushed red again, her expression turning furious. Just then, Shinijing spoke up, saying briefly, No need. Oh, okay. Jiang Yunu didn't hesitate for even a second, slapping her hand onto the key item held by the Di Yao team member beside her. The Di Yao students considered Golden Uriel a temporary ally. As long as the Di Yao captain didn't explicitly dissolve the alliance between the two schools, the Di Yao students were used to not being wary of the platinum-uniformed individuals nearby. Especially Jiang Yunu, whose naturally friendly skills were maxed out. Jiang Yunu's hand reached out, and the Diyao team member didn't flinch. A faint buzzing sound was heard, and the multifaceted, die-like item instantly recorded the information of the second contacting team. Golden Uriel Academy. The expressions on the faces of the Duma members were priceless. Jiang Yunu nonchalantly withdrew her hand. If someone told her don't be polite, Jiang Yunu truly wouldn't be polite to anyone. The second team match of the Advanced League on the map Eye of the Desert concluded with Earthly Academy taking first place, Golden Uriel Academy coming in second, and Duma Academy surprisingly slipping to third. But what stirred the league camp even more than the match rankings was the news of Duma's mutated player being directly transferred from the match map to the Central Medical Area. Chapter 232. The entire incident was not publicized. Within the Eye of the Desert competition map, only the teams from Duma Academy, DU Academy, and Golden Uriel Academy witnessed the mutated student. Shenijing seemed to possess a special internal communication channel. While the three teams were still in the underground space, he had already contacted the competition maintenance personnel on the other end of the communication line, requesting them to open an emergency transfer channel for the players and bring the best mobile medical pods to properly house the mutated Duma team members and transfer them to the medical center with a single click. This process was quick. Basically, as soon as the three teams emerged from the underground space of Eye of the Desert, the team that came to pick up the mutated student was already waiting at the entrance to the surface passage. The competition then proceeded as normal. The competition also ended quickly. The teams from Earthly Radiance Academy, Duma Academy, and Golden Uriel Academy had collectively disappeared from the surface for half a day. This movement was enough to attract the attention of anyone with a discerning eye, serving as a silent beacon indicating the correct path to the other teams still wandering aimlessly. The three teams that had already secured the top three positions hadn't even left the entrance to the underground area of the Eye of the Desert when the Romfi team could be seen moving in the distance. Earthly Radiance and Duma Academy never waited for anyone, they also saw the Romfi team. But that didn't stop them from preparing to retreat directly to the vicinity of the map's exit without a word. The Golden Uriel team, however, waited a little longer for their neighboring school. The Romfi captain approached the Golden Uriel team and said, "This is it, right?" Although it was a question, Captain Romfi's expression was resolute. Sorik nodded slightly and said amicably, "Down there, it would be best to send your wind and earth elemental members to create a protective shield that can cover the entire team." This was essentially a leak, and not one of complete secrecy. Gratitude appeared on Captain Romfi's inherently melancholic face. "If our team receives any advance information for the next match, we will definitely share it with you, Golden Uriel." Having solemnly made this promise, Captain Romfi waved his hand, and the wind and earth elemental members of his team stepped forward and began digging down into the sand according to the information generously shared by Golden Uriel. The original entrance to the underground area of the Eye of the Desert was naturally closed after the three advanced teams withdrew, as the team members withdrew their abilities. In Romfi's team, one member, with sharp eyes, waited for his teammates to reopen the portal while glancing at the Duma and Dia teams, who were already far away. This member said, "Huh, am I seeing things? Duma's Alexander is gone?" Romfi's captain's expression darkened again upon hearing that name. In the previous Advanced League, the person who had acted without any regard for the rules, deliberately injuring his energy core, was none other than Duma's Alexander. He had no liking for this man, and coldly instructed his teammates, "Don't worry about him, focus on our match." Romfi's school team took fourth place in this round of competition. The Duma school team's Alexander's apparent disappearance wasn't noticed until after the second team match, when the players entered their break between matches. The Advanced League had already reached the end of the second round of team matches, and the players had all become familiar with each other. Alexander from Duma not only disappeared during the latter half of the second round of team matches, but he also didn't appear with Duma's team when all the other school teams withdrew from the competition area. Back in the central area, in apartment building A, the other school team members living in the same apartment building as Duma Academy didn't see Alexander entering or leaving the building's elevator either. As for the other public activity areas of the central area, the training hall, the cafeteria, the public garden, this usually high-profile and arrogant member of Duma Academy had simply mysteriously vanished. If it were a low-profile student disappearing from a lower-ranked team, it might not have attracted so much attention so quickly. But Alexander from Duma was a high-profile person, often arrogant and haughty, always maintaining an attitude of "Who are you? You dare to talk to me?" towards anyone other than Duma students. On the field, players like Jiang Yunu easily attract hatred, and off the field, those who constantly look down on others naturally attract even more hatred. People with high hatred levels are always remembered. Where's that Alexander guy from Duma? Has anyone seen him anywhere lately? I was wondering why the air quality in the cafeteria had improved a bit. Turns out the guy who always exudes a smug, superior aura isn't here. 2 team matches have already been played in the league, and Jiang Yunu's understanding of the team members from various schools is deepening. She only recently realized that there are quite a few masters of complaints among the lower-ranked teams. Don't be fooled by their seemingly respectful demeanor and adherence to long-established class rules in front of the top 2 schools. In reality, those with an exceptionally strong sense of superiority, who not only crave admiration for their abilities, but also expect others to fawn over them, like slaves, because of their strength and privileged background, don't actually buy into that mentality. Jiang Yunu came to the cafeteria for a snack and overheard a bunch of complaints. Peiya said from the side, given how often the name Alexander has been mentioned in the living area lately, it's only a matter of time before everyone discovers his true whereabouts. Just as she finished speaking, the intelligence officer subtly took a step to the side, moving closer to Jiang Yunu. Feeling Peiya almost leaning against her back, Jiang Yunu was still staring at the cafeteria's daily special electronic menu, contemplating whether to try the special A or B meal, or eat one meal, practice for 2 hours in her reserved practice room, and then come back for a second meal. Without turning her head, she teased, "Why are you suddenly standing here? Want to admire my increasingly imposing back?" Peiya silently poked her from behind. Jiang Yunu looked up and saw Captain Shen standing nearby. Shen Yijing, with his super second-generation aura emanating from just walking, scared away Peiya, who was allergic to such overly assertive people. Shen Yijing heard Jiang Yunu's earlier words and stopped in front of her. A towering back? Who? The white-haired girl, who looked half a head shorter than her friend? Yes, a towering back. Jiang Yunu said without changing her expression. The equipment at the training center shows my muscle mass has increased again. I believe I have a towering back sooner or later. Shen Yijing, But Shen Yijing clearly wasn't there to talk to Jiang Yunu about a towering back, even though his gaze followed her words and subconsciously swept over her. Then, as if sensing something amiss, he discreetly looked away. Can we talk in private? Shen Yijing asked. Jiang Yunu didn't indulge the other person just because she was Captain Duma. Unlike those trainees who secretly complained behind her back, she couldn't even maintain a show of outward respect and admiration. She said, "Not right now, because my friend and I need to eat." Shen Yijing said, "Okay, I can wait here." And so, this became Peiya's most tasteless meal. When Jiang Yunu pulled herself out of the corner and told herself not to worry about Shen Yijing beside her, that they could do whatever they wanted, and that nothing would affect their meal, Peiya silently thought to herself, It's okay if our meal is affected for a moment. She could skip eating for now, really. But why did Miss Olai, who couldn't eat, ultimately say nothing and force herself to finish the meal? Ultimately, it was probably because she felt that eating was really important to Jiang Yunu. Nothing could stop the white-haired girl from filling her stomach first. After all, even if the sky were to fall, you need to be well-fed to have the strength to carry it. Jiang Yunu seemed to read Peiya's mind. Your efficiency drops when you're hungry. Peiya sighed. It's not like you ever been hungry. Jiang Yunu smiled. Maybe? Shen Yijing, standing nearby, glanced at the white-haired girl again at her words. Captain Shen, of course, didn't uninvited himself to sit at the same table as the 2 girls. He sat at an empty table across the aisle. Even sitting at that empty table, his presence was still strong, drawing glances from passing students. Yes, it was a distant view. Because from the moment Shen Yijing sat down next to them, at least 5 or 6 tables within a radius of their 2 tables became empty, automatically creating a vacuum zone for them. After finally finishing their meal, Peiya automatically slipped away. Shen Yijing invited Jiang Yunu to talk in the nearby garden lounge area. I thought you would immediately apply for a private meeting room, to have a private meeting with me in a more formal place. Jiang Yunu followed Shen Yijing towards the garden. Do I look that rigid? Captain Shen's tone was somewhat speechless. Maybe you're not rigid. Jiang Yunu said frankly, maybe my stereotype of you is just too strong. These 2 consecutive maybes made the statement ambiguous. For Shen Yijing, who was used to others following the prelude, euphemism, highlight, clarify process in conversation, this was already quite frank. Perhaps both are true. Captain Shen had learned Jiang Yunu's way of speaking. He found a secluded corner in the garden, making sure there were no other contestants loitering nearby, nor any surveillance cameras facing that corner. Alexander isn't doing well, Shen Yijing said. I heard you also witnessed the mutation firsthand. Was there any difference between what you witnessed and Alexander's situation? Jiang Yunu didn't answer the question, She raised an eyebrow slightly. You heard? Where did you hear that from? She countered Shen Yijing's question. Chapter 233. Shen Yijing didn't remain silent in the face of this unconventional question. He was taller than Peiya, who was already half a head taller than the white-haired girl, and Shen Yijing, standing in front of Jiang Yunu, was even taller, easily seeing the top of her head. He stood under a meticulously manicured tree in the park, his eyes slightly lowered, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yunu's face. He said, I heard it from the specialist the Snow Wolf Association sent to the 2nd District to investigate the student mutation incident. Jiang Yunu wasn't surprised that Captain Shen had such well-connected sources, but hearing this source still made her sigh. Just one sentence, and the superiority of family background is presented to the fullest. Jiang Yunu's comment might be a bit harsh, even a little sarcastic. Shen Yijing frowned visibly. I don't have any sense of superiority regarding my family background, Captain Shen corrected, his expression serious. It's also possible that you just think you haven't experienced it. Jiang Yunu shrugged slightly. Not wanting to continue arguing with Shen Yijing about this, she quickly steered the conversation back on track. You asked me if there was a difference between the two mutation processes I witnessed. I can tell you with certainty that the answer is yes. The return to the main topic silenced Captain Shen, who had been about to argue his point. He listened intently. The last mutation I witnessed was slower than this one. Jiang Yunu clearly remembered everything she saw on the battle stage, and she also clearly remembered the feeling of seeing Miss Negu gradually become inhuman before her eyes. From the subtle sense of disharmony, to the growing disharmony, and then to the appearance of obvious mutation characteristics, based on the time frame of a two-person match in the Challenge Cup school tournament, this process probably lasted at least half a match. In fact, Jiang Yunu's sense of disharmony arose even earlier. Back then, almost immediately after she and Lynette Negus stepped onto the battle stage, she felt that Miss Negus seemed a bit strange that day. But this was more of an intuition than a tangible abnormality from Miss Negu at that time. So Jiang Yunu left this earlier point of time aside. The two-person duel in the half-court Challenge Cup inter-school tournament. Shen Yijing softly repeated the key information, lost in thought. He looked at Jiang Yunu with a polite question. Is the match time calculated based on the longest single match time officially stipulated by the school? Jiang Yunu, The white-haired girl said, is it calculated based on the single match quick kill time Captain Shen takes to quickly defeat the opponent? Shen Yijing always felt that he was easily attacked by Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu's attitude towards him seemed less friendly and approachable than the way the other school captains. Like Captain Romfey. But he was certain there was something wrong with it. If this was the price he paid for communicating with her, he felt he was willing to endure the occasional attacks. I understand, Shen Yijing said briefly. He quickly compared the longest match time officially stipulated by the school with the time it took for Alexander, from his own school team, to undergo mutation. From the moment Alexander spoke to me to the moment he showed signs of mutation, it was only about 3 minutes, Shen Yijing said gravely. Under the ornamental tree, he and Jiang Yunu fell silent for a moment. After a while, Jiang Yunu said, is it related to the intensity level of the special substance they came into contact with, or is it related to the depth of their own energy cores? Shen Yijing paused. Why did you think of those two directions? Shen Yijing asked softly. Intuition. Jiang Yunu raised her gaze, focusing intently on Captain Shen's face. It could also be some minor experience from a couple of encounters with mutants. Undoubtedly, Duma's Alexander was far stronger than Lynette Nagu. Their combat skills, and the abundance of their supernatural abilities were on completely different levels. Alexander's energy core was also certainly deeper, with a stronger energy reserve, while Lynette Naga's energy core was much thinner in comparison. It's just a guess, Jiang Yunu said. The stronger the supernatural being, the more intense the special substance they come into contact with, the faster the mutation reaction can be catalyzed, resulting in a more complete mutation effect. Shen Yijing didn't speak, his eyes flickering slightly, but he didn't break eye contact with Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu looked at him. You seem to know more about this than anyone else in the entire league camp. Shen Yijing neither admitted nor denied it. I told you about my observations. The white-haired girl moved a little closer to him. And you, do you have any secrets to share with me? Or perhaps? Jiang Yunu lowered her voice, asking softly, you need to go back to your apartment building and make a long-distance call to your parents to inquire? Whether Captain Shen actually made that call remained to be seen until their next meeting. However, after ending her garden conversation with Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu returned to her apartment building in Golden Uriel and received a cross-regional call from the 7th District. This time, it wasn't Xiesher calling her, but Zhou Jinxue. Zhou Jinxue didn't send a voice call request. she initiated a video call directly. Jiang Yunu had just stepped out of the elevator in Building B of the apartment complex when she saw the video call request from her senior. She immediately turned around, her steps reversing her direction towards the floor-to-ceiling window in the common area. It was lunchtime, and most of the team members were resting in their rooms. "Senior?" Jiang Yuna greeted her warmly the moment the video signal connected, even though Zhou Jinxue from the distant 7th district was still a blur of black and white pixels in the video window. The pixels seemed to hear the familiar greeting and swayed slightly. "Little Jiang." As Zhou Jinxue's voice came through the communication signal, the image downloaded instantly, and Zhou Jinxue's image became clear. Zhou Jinxue had lost a lot of weight. If Jiang Yuna's previous impression of his senior was that of a tall, elegant girl like a pine tree, then now, Zhou Jinxue seemed like a slender poplar that had survived a harsh winter. Not yet tall enough, weathered by wind and frost, yet still possessing a tenacious resilience. After calling Jiang Yunu by her nickname, Zhou Jinxue only said 3 words, "Thank you." Jiang Yuna saw that Zhou Jinxue's eyes were red. "Senior, don't cry, don't cry." Jiang Yunu immediately became flustered. "Did the things I had someone send over before work? Did they work?" "Senior, your crying makes me feel like I can go back to the trial tower and kill 2 more rounds in one night." Chapter 234. Zhou Jinxue said, "Nonsense." Although trapped in the core area of the 7th district with her family, Zhou Jinxue wasn't entirely unaware of the outside world. Jiang Yunu, having come from the 7th district, had far surpassed his peers in gaining admission to the Golden Uriel Academy in the upper 3 districts. Don't let the Golden Uriel Academy's somewhat awkward position among the schools in the upper 3 districts, often ridiculed as the Golden Poor Ghost Academy, simply fool you. Outside the upper 3 districts, it was a truly prestigious high-level school for supernatural abilities, its reputation shining brightly. A child from the 7th district had entered a school in the upper 3 districts and was performing exceptionally well, participating in the Challenge Cup school and district-level competitions, and even joining the school teams of upper 3 district universities, qualifying for the advanced inter-school competition. This news, when it reached the 7th district, was treated like news. People actively sought it out, and others promptly disseminated the latest information about Jiang Yunu in the upper 3 districts. While Zhou Jinxue and her family remained secluded in their safe residence in the core area, Zhou's father suddenly asked his daughter a couple of questions one morning. "That girl you used to be so close to, Jiang Yunu, right? Has she already joined the Golden Uriel Academy's school team and set off for the advanced league camp in the upper 3 districts with the team members?" At the time, Zhou Jinxue was preoccupied with her mother's health and wasn't as well informed about Jiang Yunu's real-time news as her father. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle," Jiang Yunu said sweetly on the video call, adding, "Senior, please give my regards to Uncle later." A faint smile appeared on Zhou Jinxue's face. Zhou Jinxue's eyes were still slightly red, but under the influence of Jiang Yunu's nonsensical threat, "If you cry again, I play the trial tower twice more tonight," she quickly calmed herself down, fearing that this impulsive girl might act rashly. Seeing Zhou Jinxue's smile, Jiang Yunu immediately smiled back. Then, changing the subject, she asked, "Senior, what happened to Auntie earlier?" Jiang Yunu tilted her head on the other end of the video window, her movement somewhat demure, her gaze fixed on Zhou Jinxue's face as she continued, "What illness did Auntie have?" Zhou Jinxue's face suddenly tightened again. The now thin and elongated senior didn't reply immediately, instead looking around, as if even at home, she couldn't speak freely on this topic. After confirming that she was safe, the senior looked at Jiang Yunu again. "Xiao Jiang," Zhou Jinxue said softly, "is it convenient for you to talk now?" Jiang Yunu was in the common room of the Golden Uriel Academy's apartment. Previously, it was a convenient place to make cross-regional calls to her senior classmates from her hometown, and no one else lingered in the common room during lunch break. But after her senior's comment, the common room no longer seemed convenient. "Wait a moment," Jiang Yunu asked her senior for a 5-minute break. She moved from the common room to the team affairs meeting room. After a brief moment's thought, she opened the door to the team affairs meeting room's private bathroom and carefully locked herself inside. "It's convenient now," Jiang Yunu said with satisfaction to Zhou Jinxue, who was waiting on the other end of the video call. Zhou Jinxue had been silently waiting on the other end of the video call, participating in Jiang Yunu's location selection from a remote perspective. But after seeing her junior lead her into the bathroom, and hearing the click sound of the door being locked, the senior felt that this convenient conversation location was a bit strange. It seemed a little too convenient. "There definitely won't be any surveillance here," Jiang Yuna continued with satisfaction, and no one would want to install any listening devices in the bathroom, unless they're a super pervert. Zhou Jinxue accepted this explanation and felt that this convenient place was indeed convenient. The senior took a soft breath in the video window. Her voice was still not very loud, as if even in a relatively safe environment, what she was about to say would make her hesitant. My mother was forcibly injected with a small amount of power-enhancing drugs. Jiang Yuna's relaxed expression vanished in an instant. She was using the toilet seat as a stool, her posture not very upright, but upon hearing this, she straightened up immediately. Auntie, she? The white-haired girl asked immediately. She's all right now. Zhou Jinxue understood what Jiang Yuna wanted to know and answered first to put her mind at ease. She looked at Jiang Yuna, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. It's all thanks to you finding a way to get the A-grade crystal core into the core area of the 7th district. Jiang Yuna fell silent again. Next was Zhou Jinxue's private explanation time. Zhou Jinxue told Jiang Yuna that the group that tried to use the Zhou family's channels to divert a batch of unknown goods to legitimate transportation had initially been very friendly and approachable when they contacted her family, even trying to become sworn brothers with her father. But after several failed attempts to persuade Zhou's father, and realizing he wouldn't budge, the group revealed their true colors. They kidnapped my mother, Zhou Jinxue said. But it was very short. So short that even the old model police robots in the 7th district didn't have time to react. When Zhou's mother was released and returned home, no one in the Zhou family even realized she had been briefly kidnapped, because she seemed perfectly normal. The decent suit she was wearing when she left was undamaged, and the vehicle she had driven in didn't have any emergency alarms. Zhou's mother herself felt fine. The group had only sent 2 men who, as she finished her business and was about to get into the car, suddenly emerged from behind a pillar in a blind spot, stopped her, and exchanged several minutes of trash talk with her. One of them reached out and tapped her shoulder and arm twice. She felt the man's nails were a little sharp, and even through the fabric of her suit, they felt a slight prick. But a little prick was nothing compared to other potential possibilities. Zhou's mother didn't immediately tell her family about the incident. She started having a low-grade fever 4 days later, Zhou Jinxue said. The fever lingered and didn't improve, and ordinary medications were ineffective. After a thorough examination in the family medical pod, abnormal readings were discovered near the energy core. It's entirely thanks to the fact that my mother isn't a combatant, Zhou Jinxue said softly. After graduating from school, she took a clerical career and rarely needed to use her powers, let alone fight. Therefore, the trace amounts of power-enhancing drugs circulated slowly within Zhou's mother's energy core and didn't cause her any mutated effects. But it did leave her weak, persistently weak. Chapter 235. All the initial signs of the anomaly seemed to be linked to a fever. When Zhou's mother's low-grade fever persisted, despite having no other obvious symptoms and growing increasingly weak, she knew she could no longer hide the fact that she had been briefly kidnapped. She wasn't sure exactly why she had the persistent low-grade fever, but her intuition told her it was inextricably linked to her experience that day. You probably already heard most of what happened afterward from your source, Zhou Jinxue said. Her tone when she mentioned her source was slightly teasing, as if subtly implying, I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with this source. You're even going to such lengths to gather information for them. Zhou's mother's low-grade fever was confirmed to be related to the group of merchants from the edge of the 8th district. The merchants made no attempt to hide it, stating when Zhou's father contacted them that they had indeed offered Zhou's mother a taste of something good, euphemistically claiming. Since the Zhou family was hesitant to trust their goods, and the Zhou family didn't understand how valuable their products were, they had no choice but to use some underhanded tactics to force a member of the Zhou family to taste them. This is a priceless treasure, the merchant's contact person said, as if the Zhou family had gotten a great deal, smacking his lips on the other end of the line. Such a treasure would be readily available in the upper 3 districts, with countless nobles waiting to buy it with piles of star coins, yet we've been so generous, offering your wife half a milliliter for free. This is half a milliliter more precious than the Alliance's most valuable metal. Do you feel our sincerity? What sincerity? Clearly, it was a malicious attempt at coercion. The merchant liaison also generously told Zhou's father that due to the Zhou family's passive attitude, they were embarrassed to give such a precious set to Zhou's mother for evaluation. Therefore, they only gave Zhou's mother half a milliliter of the amplification essence, but not the accompanying stabilizing essence. Amplification plus stabilization are needed to synthesize a complete enhancement potion. As for what would happen to Zhou's mother, who was only injected with a small amount of enhancement essence without the stabilizing essence, the liaison said they couldn't say for sure, but would be happy to have the Zhou family provide a sample. The Zhou family ultimately did not yield. They tried every means possible, with the covert help of other local forces in the 7th district, to learn that grade A crystal cores could help stabilize the situation. Without a stabilizing solution, the amplifying essence injected into the body won't fully integrate. It will linger near the energy core, continuously stimulating it and worsening the body's condition, Zhou Jinxue said. However, because this external energy is still lingering and cannot be fully absorbed by the energy core, using an A-grade crystal core as a conductor can absorb most of the impurities, minimizing the amplifying essence's damage to the core. This is why the Zhou family desperately needs an A-grade crystal core. This information wasn't carefully guarded by the merchants, allowing it to reach the Zhou family. Because these merchants from the 8th district had enough confidence to know how difficult it was to find an A-grade crystal core in a backward region. What's more painful than having no hope is being given hope, only to know that there's an insurmountable chasm between you and that hope, making it impossible to approach. The merchant waited for the Zhou family to succumb to Zhou's mother's worsening alienation disease. However, this news, after several twists and turns, reached Jiang Yunu by Xiesher. Jiang Yunu happened to be participating in the Upper 3 Districts Advanced League, and among the rewards pre-stored at the top of the special trial tower of this year's league was a Super A-grade crystal core. Jiang Yunu was also strong enough. She had a deep relationship with Zhou Jinxue, and she had the all-powerful intelligence officer, Miss Paya, who could utilize the Olai family's secret transportation channels. I am the chosen one who can help my senior, Jiang Yunu said without any modesty. Others would inevitably be polite and careful with their words at this moment, lest they seem to be demanding repayment. These concerns were clearly non-existent for Jiang Yunu. Her frankness made Zhou Jinxue feel that this is Jiang Yunu, and also ease some of the psychological pressure of owing her a significant favor. Yes. Zhou Jinxue laughed. You're the chosen one. Luckily, when the school decided to implement the one-on-one mentoring program, the campus system assigned me to be your senior. I'm also happy to be assigned to be your senior, Jiang Yunu said sweetly. Although she was used to Jiang Yunu's sweet talk at the Eng Junior Ability School, it's highly likely that since Jiang Yunu skipped a grade and left, the frequency of being sweetened has decreased significantly, to the point that her resistance has weakened. Zhou Jinxue's eyes were red when she called, but now her cheeks are flushed from her junior sweetness. Jiang Yunu seized the opportunity, and made a hard shape with her hands for her senior. Have those merchants continued to give your family trouble lately? Jiang Yunu asked an important question. Zhou Jinxue's blush faded, and she regained her composure. No, she said. They've probably given up on my family's distribution channel, and aren't planning to waste their time on us. The Zhou family clearly had powerful backers. They were impervious to both soft and hard tactics, and even underhanded tricks were thwarted. Instead of wasting energy on securing the Zhou family's distribution channel, it was more important to find other avenues and get the goods out as soon as possible. The 7th region's unwillingness to get involved in this money-making path didn't mean that no one in the 6th or even 5th regions was willing, as long as the returns were high enough. And I heard from my father that those people were in high spirits the week before. Before hanging up, Zhou Jinxue carefully shared the latest news with her junior. She whispered, I heard that one of their projects has achieved another breakthrough, and the experimental results are completely in line with expectations. So they've been instructed to expedite the delivery of the new goods, and they don't necessarily need to worry about whether the transportation routes are completely compliant. When the profits we can create are substantial enough, the rules will be rewritten for us. This is the latest slogan circulating among traders. Jiang Yunu hung up the phone and sat on the toilet for a while. She processed all the important news she had recently received, going over it all in her mind. Then, with a slightly preoccupied expression, she got up, pushed open the door, and walked out of the bathroom. Why do you look so serious? Did you have trouble using the toilet? Someone asked as soon as the door opened. Jiang Yunu paused, looked up, and suddenly realized that 7 heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, had all turned to look at her in the conference room. The atmosphere became slightly awkward and subtly tense. Jiang Yunu quickly realized. I missed the meeting notice? Senior Jin Qing coughed. We thought you were in your room. They couldn't find Jiang Yunu in her room either. Sending messages to her personal terminal went unanswered, and trying to relay a signal to her revealed that her signal was busy. The others couldn't find Jiang Yunu in the common areas either, almost assuming she had sneaked out alone again. Sorik almost panicked and immediately went to find Paya, asking if Jiang Yunu had gone off to do something important again. Paya said. She just returned to the apartment building not long ago. She might not be going out again right away. Why don't you check the locked common areas? Yili was the first to notice the locked conference room restroom. Why didn't anyone knock on the door to warn me? Jiang Yunu asked, bewildered. The bathroom door in the meeting room is quite soundproof, Jean Qing said. Jiang Yunu didn't realize until the team meeting was over that Jean Qing's words didn't mean we're afraid you won't hear us if we knock. They meant we're afraid you're busy with some secrets, and it's inconvenient to disturb you. Jiang Yunu, Wow, her teammates are so considerate. Jiang Yunu didn't have any secrets she couldn't reveal, but she did have some that she couldn't share publicly for the time being. Peiya used the Olai family's connections to deliver the goods, without asking about the specific details of the confidential transport of a super A-grade crystal core. Her intelligent and unassuming friend bluntly stated, sometimes, the less you know, the safer you are, the less you know, the easier it is to do things for others without any psychological burden. My family only knows that we need to deliver a crystal core to the 7th district for you. I only know that this crystal core is very important to someone, and that's enough. Jiang Yuna thought for a moment, realizing that the information she had gathered recently was indeed exceptionally important. Giving it all to her friend at once might mean she was sharing the risk. She needed to find someone with whom she could more wholeheartedly share the risk. Who should she look for? The answer seemed to be already in the question itself. Chapter 236. Of course, she needed to find someone who seemed to know more than she did. Jiang Yunu habitually opened her personal terminal's contact list, scrolling through her ever-growing number of contacts, trying to find the name that had already surfaced in her mind. But she found nothing. Strange? Had she given Captain Shin some kind of nickname, like Captain Duma Shin, or something even more inappropriate like Shin Moon? Jiang Yunu was puzzled. She scrolled back to the top of the contact list, this time using keyword search, entering Shin, which showed 0 matches. She then entered the prefix Duma, and the result was still 0. That was very wrong. In Jiang Yunu's memory, she clearly remembered Shin Yijing proactively bringing up her personal terminal's communication interface, offering to exchange contact codes, thinking it would be more convenient for them to add each other as contact information. Why couldn't she find him in her contact list? This shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening at all. Jiang Yunu stared intently at his terminal screen, deep in thought. His expression unconsciously became rich and vivid, as if stung by an unexpected anomaly. Peiya, carrying a drink, strolled past Jiang Yunu. The all-knowing intelligence officer, like a ghost randomly spawning on a map, glanced at Jiang Yunu's expression and slowly asked, "What are you doing? Why are you staring at your contact list? And why is your expression so contorted?" Jiang Yunu raised his face, his expression vivid and contorted, and said, "Something's up." Peiya, ? The white-haired girl showed her terminal screen, further explaining, "I clearly remember Shin Yijing proactively sharing his contact code and suggesting we add each other's contact information, but when I checked the list now, I couldn't find him." Peiya, The all-knowing intelligence officer studied the screen that lit up in front of her for a few seconds, pondered for a moment, and asked the crucial question. "When did he ask to add you as a contact?" Peiya said, "Also, were you busy at the time? Did you respond to him immediately and confirm that you had added him?" This time it was Jiang Yunu's turn to ponder. "Damn it," the white-haired girl said after a moment, "I don't think so." Her eyes widened. He brought it up in the underground space of desert words. "The timing was a bit unfortunate. The 3 school teams were all converging on us. Shin Yijing had already prepared her personal terminal and displayed her contact code, but Captain Diu was already nearby, and he had proactively asked Jiang Yunu what was going on, his gaze also falling on the alien students from Duma. Jiang Yunu went to talk to Captain Diu. "So you left Shin Yijing there?" Peiya calmly summarized. Jiang Yunu tried to struggle one last time. "I remember telling him I'd talk to him later." Peiya, "How late exactly is later?" Jiang Yunu, So late that they'd been back in the central building area for 2 days, and she completely forgotten about talking to Shin Yijing about it. But Jiang Yunu was still desperately trying to salvage the situation. "Didn't he just talk to me in the cafeteria?" Jiang Yunu said incredulously. "When he came to talk to me, he could have reminded me that we hadn't actually exchanged contact information yet." "Was that so hard?" Peiya genuinely felt sorry for Shin Yijing for a few seconds. What if he had brought it up himself, only to be told later again? Jiang Yunu was effectively silenced by that comment. Ultimately, Jiang Yunu was in the wrong. She was just desperately trying to find an excuse for herself, but she knew very well that she had to take responsibility for her carelessness and standing him up. Thank goodness Captain Shin's temper was surprisingly good. Even after being stood up like that, he still came to her in the cafeteria to share information. Apartment Building A evening. Shin Yijing had just stepped out of the elevator, passing a decorative pillar in the lobby, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. A strange feeling of being watched crept up his back. He quickly stopped and turned around, his gaze sweeping over the pillar. Jiang Yunu emerged from behind a pillar. "Good evening." The white-haired girl greeted him strangely. "Is it late for me to come find you now?" Chapter 237. Shinijing had originally planned to have dinner at the cafeteria. His mealtimes were very regular, with almost all his main meals occurring within a few designated time slots. If he deviated from this habitual schedule, he felt extremely awkward, as if a program that had been running for years had suddenly malfunctioned. But today, his program was destined to be delayed. "Is it late?" he asked. The tone rose at the end, expressing inquiry and doubt. Shinijing stared at Jiang Yunu, who had swayed from behind a pillar to stand in front of him, and realized that he couldn't immediately understand the question correctly. "What is it late?" Captain Shin was like a machine suddenly receiving incomprehensible data. He reviewed his recent interactions with the white-haired girl, and couldn't immediately match the question "Is it late?" with a recent experience. "We originally had plans for tonight." Shinijing even made a bold assumption. Jiang Yuna couldn't help but look at him with a very peculiar gaze for a while. Shinijing, his face expressionless, felt a little uneasy under his gaze. After a moment, he asked again, "What did I forget?" Captain Shin was unexpectedly straightforward. He would quickly consider all possibilities, then pick out the one he thought had the highest probability, and proactively communicate, presenting each option for confirmation. This was completely contrary to the stereotypical image he projected. He wasn't the aloof, shrewish type at all. "I noticed you just look a bit aloof," Jiang Yuna said, looking at Captain Shin with curiosity, seemingly unrelated to the question. Shinijing paused for a second. Many years ago, there was a stereotype that people with white hair at a young age were very mature. Jiang Yunu, sigh, she felt like she'd been rebuffed in a very straightforward and serious way. But being gently countered made Jiang Yunu feel even more pleased. "Fine." Jiang Yunu keenly sensed that a subtle sarcasm and a sense of humor were buried beneath Captain Shin's seemingly aloof and composed exterior, usually restrained by the so-called elite demeanor of Duma Academy and the majesty of Captain Duma, unable to surface. However, as long as the right trigger was found, like gently pressing a switch somewhere within Shinijing's body, snap, a more vibrant Captain Shin would break through this facade, subtly revealing a glimpse of her true self. Jiang Yunu loved this kind of social interaction, like a treasure hunt. She was like playing some kind of peculiar human scratch-off lottery, occasionally wiping away a piece of the lottery area, waiting to see what reward the prize area would present when the disguise was completely removed. Anyway, the worst that can happen is just a thank you for participating. Alright. Jiang Yuna revealed a hopeful smile. "Let's get serious." Shinijing swallowed a thought. "So you know you're always being inappropriate. Back in the underground space of the Eye of the Desert, didn't you mention exchanging contact information for easier communication?" Jiang Yuna continued, rattling off, "I'm sorry I accidentally dragged this out until now." Shinijing's reaction seemed to suggest he thought the girl had completely forgotten about it. One of his eyebrows twitched slightly, but he remained silent. The white-haired girl clasped her hands together in front of him, saying sincerely, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I come to apologize now. Can I make up for my mistake? Can we exchange contact information again?" Shinijing had witnessed firsthand how people in the first district would try to salvage a seemingly minor social incident. The process was invariably tedious, filled with intricate interpersonal relationships and a push-and-pull dynamic of words and actions. After the parties involved met, it was crucial not to jump straight to the point. They had to first adopt a sufficiently humble and respectful posture, then launch into a lengthy preamble, explaining that their behavior that day was unintentional, reflecting on their own inappropriate actions, praising the other party's usual refined and elegant manners, before finally apologizing. The conclusion was to continue praising the other party, stating that they were so kind and gentle that they shouldn't hold their minor transgression against them. He knew this process by heart, having seen many people speak this way within the association's upper echelons and in social settings. But few spoke like Jiang Yunu. A concise explanation of the cause and effect, a straightforward apology, no preamble, no flattery. He seemed completely unconcerned about being rejected. "What if I don't want to add it now?" Shinijing asked, his voice tinged with complex emotions. His tone wasn't accusatory, but rather a genuine question, perhaps even tinged with curiosity. Jiang Yunu blinked. The girl didn't even manage a troubled or embarrassed expression. "Then there's nothing I can do." Jiang Yuna lowered her clasped hands. "If you don't want to add it, then forget it." Shinijing, She gave up so decisively. But Jiang Yunu, who had almost given up, didn't turn and leave. She remained where she was, making a new request. Besides adding contact information, I have other important matters to discuss with you. Even if we don't add terminal contacts, I have to trouble Captain Shin to spare a little more time. I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Shin Yijing's gaze fell on Jiang Yuna's face. He said, I'm surprised. Surprised by my decisive abandonment, or surprised by my shamelessness? Jiang Yuna asked curiously. Shin Yijing said, surprised that you're more polite than I expected. You actually said thank you. He almost thought that such polite and humble words were completely foreign to the white-haired girl's vocabulary. For a girl of the same age from the first district, such words were already quite offensive. For example, if Vanessa, who had a past conflict with Jiang Yunu, heard the captain's evaluation of her, she might feel humiliated. Even if the other party was the captain, she would demand an explanation from Shin Yijing and argue. But Jiang Yuna just blinked. Is that so? Then you underestimate me. She casually brushed the matter aside. It was dinner time, and people were constantly coming and going in the lobby of apartment building A. Jiang Yunu, being a relatively rare white-haired individual, stood out quite a bit in the lobby of apartment building A, attracting the attention of other student contestants coming and going. Then, when the passing contestants followed Jiang Yunu's gaze and habitually glanced at the person she was with, most of their expressions became quite interesting. Shin Yijing was talking to that somewhat famous student from Golden Uriel Academy. They're close? Oh right, in the previous Eye of the Desert competition, Duma, Diao, and the Dark Horse Golden Uriel were vying for the top 3. As some people near the lobby subtly slowed their pace, trying to further observe their conversation, Jiang Yunu glanced in their direction out of the corner of her eye. Shall we find somewhere else to talk? She suggested. Shin Yijing nodded slightly. But as the two walked side by side towards the apartment building's lobby exit, Shin Yijing slightly raised her left hand, and a small screen lit up above her wrist-worn terminal. Your contact code, Captain Shin said briefly. Jiang Yunu raised her wrist, and the code had barely appeared when Captain Shin quickly scanned it with a beep. Then, a friend request popped up on her personal terminal screen. I add it anyway, Shin Yijing said. Otherwise, if I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I have another chance. There was a hint of complaint in Captain Shin's voice. Chapter 238. After adding each other as friends, the next step was naturally a conversation. Shin Yijing didn't know what Jiang Yunu wanted to talk to him about, and the white-haired girl hadn't given any prior indication, even specifying that she wanted to find a quieter place. Captain Shin felt that places with Jiang Yunu around wouldn't be quiet. The other person was the opposite of that adjective. However, he was very sensible, and didn't directly confront her with this statement. Shin Yijing activated his private practice room, located on the second floor of the training hall in the central building area. This practice room also had special anti-peeping features, covering everything from soundproofing and blocking energy interference to preventing remote detection and data probing. What a perfect little dark room. That's how Jiang Yuna described the practice room. Shin Yijing thought for a moment and decided to go along with her. Welcome to my little black room. Captain Shin raised his arm, gesturing to a wall on the right that appeared seamless, without even a tiny crack. Press the blue button, the wall will open, revealing a built-in refrigerated display case with water and energy drinks. Jiang Yunu spent 3 minutes enthusiastically studying the wall, then took 2 bottles of drinks from Captain Shin's display case, which was filled with water and energy drinks. Of course, 1 bottle for her and 1 for Shin Yijing. Shin Yijing inexplicably felt that she was using her own things to treat herself. Your display case is really both abundant and monotonous, Jiang Yunu remarked as she unscrewed the bottle cap, marveling at Captain Shin's vast water reserves. That huge wall of built-in refrigerated display cases actually only contained water and energy drinks. Even the energy drinks were a single, basic flavor, without any added edible flavorings, tasting somewhat like natural bananas. Excuse me, Shin Yijing said calmly, taking a sip of his drink. I'm just a person who pretends to be abundant. Jiang Yunu wasn't sure if Captain Shin was being self-deprecating. So she gulped down about half the bottle, pretending her mouth was full, and she didn't have time to speak. The faint banana flavor still lingered on her tongue. Jiang Yunu casually licked a drop of water from the corner of her mouth. Shin Yijing elegantly pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, seemingly intending to give her one too, but upon looking up and seeing her licking her lips, he silently withdrew the extra tissue. I came to talk to you about the potion. Without any preamble, Jiang Yunu directly began the conversation. She concealed her specific identity and didn't immediately explain her relationship with the people involved. She simply told Shin Yijing the potion was indeed transported from the back star sector to the front star sector, or to be more precise, The potion's production originates in the 8th district, and it primarily uses the gray-black transportation route. Shen Yijing's fingers, resting on the energy drink bottle, tightened slightly. The 8th district is the administrative region of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association. Shen Yijing had, of course, heard about the potion's suspected origin on the border of the 8th district through her family. However, before this, adults were very careful to leave room for ambiguity in their speech, using words like maybe, it seems, perhaps. Basically a string of ambiguous words. But the white-haired girl before her was so certain. Are you sure? Shen Yijing asked instinctively. Yes. Why? Shen Yijing's gaze fixed on Jiang Yuna's face. What do you know? Because they've been trying to use legitimate transportation methods recently. Jiang Yuna didn't beat around the bush, immediately recounting how a family in the 7th district, who controlled transportation routes, had been coerced. She still didn't mention Zhou Jinxue and her family's information. She knew that if Shen Yijing was willing to believe her, Captain Shen would personally find a way to verify the matter. Sometimes, leaving room for the other party to investigate themselves is more trustworthy. As soon as she finished talking about the Zhou family, Shen Yijing immediately frowned. His eyebrows and hair were the same dark color, and his skin was fair, creating a deep furrow between his smooth brows. Shen Yijing asked, and this family that was coerced? Jiang Yunu was a little surprised. Her perception of Captain Shen changed. She discovered that Captain Shen wasn't aloof at all. In fact, he seemed quite humane. His first reaction was always to care about the coerced individuals in the incident, rather than the merchant's next move. They're doing well right now, in a somewhat restricted but safe environment, Jiang Yunu said. As long as they don't leave the safe zone, their safety is guaranteed. Shen Yijing, however, said, but if the root of the problem isn't addressed, forcing them to stay in the safe zone indefinitely is no different from keeping them in a larger cage. Jiang Yuna confirmed that Captain Shen's humanity wasn't a deliberate act for the sake of appearances, and she smiled more genuinely. That's why I came to you now, wanting to find a solution together. Jiang Yunu spoke frankly. The 8th district is one of the jurisdictions of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association. I suspect that entrusting this intelligence to you will allow its informational value to be fully realized. Jiang Yunu didn't yet know much about Shen Yijing's father, the powerful current president of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association, nor had she had any contact with him. However, judging from his son, she felt Shen Yijing was alright. He didn't display overt class superiority, indicating he came from a well-educated family that at least required him to be law-abiding and polite. Jiang Yunu intuitively felt that Shen Yijing's elders weren't a bad character. Thank you for your trust, Shen Yijing said solemnly at the end. He might have tried to appear more casual and approachable, not wanting his conversation with Jiang Yunu to be filled with formal social niceties, but his ingrained habits still made him speak as if he were socializing in a serious setting. The only variable was that the person he was socializing with wasn't exactly serious. Shen Yijing's practice room didn't even have a chair for guests, only various equipment were neatly arranged. Jiang Yuna sat cross-legged on the floor next to a gravimeter, an empty drink bottle beside her. She didn't look sloppy sitting on the floor, just very casual. She said, there's something else? The dealers revealed that one of their projects seems to have made a breakthrough. Many clients in the frontline regions are waiting for new goods. They're preparing to move from the clandestine to the open market. They seem very confident that there will be other forces protecting them on the open market. Jiang Yuna shared everything she could with Shen Yijing. The world is sometimes wondrous. In many adventure stories, the grand task of saving the world often falls to students, placing the youngest challengers in the face of the greatest difficulties. Up to now, Jiang Yunu doesn't feel that the challenge she faces is world-saving. That sounds too far-fetched, and the setting doesn't seem to be limited to the school campus. But she is at least certain that the series of events she's encountered all point to the same destination, which is definitely not simple. Shen Yijing is very efficient. The very night Jiang Yunu contacted him, he called his father. Poor Chairman Shen was quite surprised when he received the family call, with a hint of subtle delight, thinking it was a rare family time initiated by his son. When Chairman Shen answered the phone, he deliberately cleared his throat, preparing to inquire about Shen Yijing's competition progress in a proper yet friendly manner, commenting on and affirming the recent performance of the Duma school team, before asking about his son's daily life. But Shen Yijing immediately got down to business, shattering his sweet dream of a late-night chat with his son like a soap bubble. Professionals do professional work. The information Jiang Yunu obtained from Zhou Jinxue and then relayed to Chairman Shen was indeed invaluable in his hands. New goods? Protection? Buyers from the upper 3 districts? Chairman Shen didn't frown. His expression was much calmer than that of his son, who hadn't yet developed the ability to completely conceal his emotions. Chairman Shin picked out 3 keywords from Shinijing's report, then continued, I understand. Understood means immediate action will follow. Their whole family are highly efficient. However, there's one more thing Chairman Shin wants to confirm with his son. Do you completely trust your source, ensuring every word is true and reliable, and are you willing to take responsibility for it? Shinijing said, I completely trust her. Chairman Shin paused for a second on the phone. May I have the honor of asking who she is specifically? Chairman Shin said, someone I know? Chairman Shin even proactively circled a possible range. Shinijing said, you don't know her, she's from the 7th district. Chairman Shin thoughtfully said, oh. Considering they had only just discussed the topic of the later star sectors, and the 7th district was indeed a sensitive element, Chairman Shin hesitated for a moment. Then this person I don't know, who comes from the 7th district, and who brought you definite information, is she? Shinijing, no. Chairman Shin, Chairman Shin said, I haven't finished speaking. I know you haven't finished. Shinijing didn't seem apologetic for interrupting his father. He insisted, I just want to tell you that no matter what your guesses are, such as whether she is also related to the potion incident, or whether she herself has been in contact with potions in the 7th district, or whether she has been in contact with the potion industry chain, etc., I will answer you no to any of your guesses. Chairman Shin, Chairman Shin, okay, I understand. His son's attitude towards this source seemed a bit strange, but investigating information was the top priority, and Chairman Shin would investigate everything that needed to be investigated. With Shinijing's situation temporarily resolved, Jiang Yunu wasn't idle either. After Shinijing, she had another chosen confidant. Su Xiaochuan. In Jiang Yunu's mind, Instructor Su was a very individualistic senior, and also a benefactor who helped her achieve a leapfrog academic advancement. However, she had heard recently that Su Xiaochuan was extremely busy, so busy that he had virtually no time for personal life, shuttling between different branches of the Spirit Deer Ability User Association in the 7th district, seemingly investigating something. Jiang Yunu had previously felt she shouldn't bother Instructor Su with trivial matters, but now, she felt that the fragmented clues she had gathered were piecing together the outline of a major event. It seemed inappropriate not to share these with a trusted elder and consult him. Su Xiaochuan was so busy he wished he could split into 2 clones, yet he still found time to answer Jiang Yunu's calls. Jiang Yunu made a video call and found that Coach Su, unusually, wasn't sprawled out on a sofa like a mangled corpse, but sitting upright. It was as if he had been busy with some work just before the call was connected. Coach Su, Jiang Yunu greeted him. Su Xiaochuan, with limited time, spoke more directly. I guess you didn't call to check on me because you suddenly missed me in the middle of the night. If Chairman Shin could hear Coach Su's words, he would definitely suspect he was being subtly insulted. Jiang Yunu said, indeed not, I have something very important to report. Su Xiaochuan didn't let Jiang Yunu continue immediately, but instead gently made a should gesture. Yi Li, the one who belonged to Coach Su and was older and more senior, his crisp, uniformed figure flashed past Su Xiaochuan. A moment later, Inspector Yi Li's voice came from off-screen. The jamming device is on. Su Xiaochuan then lightly tapped the table, signaling to the perceptive, patiently waiting white-haired girl opposite him. Continue. Jiang Yuna rattled off everything she needed to say. Having already shared information with Shinijing beforehand, like a rehearsal, Jiang Yuna spoke more clearly and concisely this time. She tried not to take up too much of Su Xiaochuan's time. Upon listening, Su Xiaochuan's already unusually straight back seemed to tense slightly for a moment, sitting even straighter. How did you know so many details? Su Xiaochuan had just asked when she suddenly realized what was going on, then quickly understood the key point. Oh right, they went to the Zhou family, and the Zhou family only has one daughter. That child participated in a junior inter-school competition with you, and you two are on good terms. It seemed that Instructor Su already knew about what happened in the 7th district. Jiang Yuna didn't ask why Su Xiaochuan, despite being in the 7th district, hadn't helped Zhou Jinshua's family. How could she have assumed beforehand that Instructor Su hadn't helped her senior classmates? The 7th district was so vast, with each district containing several cities. Su Xiaochuan was likely already spinning like a top, busy with her own investigations. Instead, when Su Xiaochuan mentioned the Zhou family, she proactively said, fortunately, the Zhou family somehow managed to obtain the urgently needed A-grade crystal core. When we received the intelligence that the Zhou family was trapped, the most crucial issue wasn't driving away the guys surrounding them, but how to quickly acquire an A-grade crystal core to help their family members alleviate the effects of the forced injections. Upon hearing the phrase didn't know how they obtained it, Jiang Yunu's eyebrows twitched. She thought to herself that the Olai family's reputation for secretive transportation was well deserved. Even Instructor Su didn't know how her senior's family obtained the crystal core. But Su Xiaochuan was video chatting with her. Instructor Su was very observant, and suddenly caught the subtle expression that flashed across Jiang Yuna's face. "Wait," Su Xiaochuan said, "that crystal core that seemed to have fallen from the sky like a divine weapon, it wouldn't be related to you, would it?" Jiang Yuna said, "Oh dear, is it related to me?" Chapter 239. The white-haired girl was clearly feigning ignorance. Jiang Yunu's innocent and harmless face might fool those meeting her for the first time, but it certainly wouldn't fool Su Xiaochun, who had met her several times and even personally promoted her. "Stop pretending." Su Xiaochun punctured Jiang Yunu's ignorant face with 2 words. Jiang Yunu readily dropped her feigned confusion. "The jamming device is already set up. The person in the corner behind me personally adjusted the values." Su Xiaochun glanced casually out of the corner of her eye towards the area outside the camera's view. Jiang Yunu had already heard the adults' gossip and knew that Instructor Su and Inspector Yi Li had a story of the blonde-haired rich girl abducting a rich and beautiful girl, and that Inspector Yi Li was the rich and beautiful girl who volunteered to be transferred to the remote Xing area. Therefore, she understood that Instructor Su was reassuring her, indicating that the two of them could now speak freely. "I obtained the crystal core," Jiang Yunu admitted. Jiang Yunu briefly explained the process of clearing the trial tower in this year's Advanced League and the reward vault at the top, thus revealing the origin of the A-grade crystal core that had been parachuted into the Zhou family. Su Xiaochun still had some questions about the transportation process of the A-grade crystal core. She knew that Jiang Yunu was participating in the Advanced League, and in the University League of the Upper 3 Districts, the appearance of an A-grade crystal core as a reward wasn't unusual. Previous Advanced School League competitions had always provided valuable treasures of similar worth. However, even though Jiang Yunu had improved rapidly, and his strength far exceeded that of Su Xiaochun when she was in charge of the Junior League, he was still capable of easily obtaining the crystal core for the beleaguered Zhou family. But how could such a high-quality, attention-grabbing grade A crystal core have been quietly delivered to the Zhou family in the core area of the 7th district, and without alerting any faction? Neither the merchant, nor any of the Zhou family's allies? Su Xiaochuan had questions. But then, her attention was drawn to something else. Jiang Yunu said, "There are amplification potions in the trial tower's treasury provided by this year's Upper 3 Districts Advanced League." Su Xiaochuan jumped up from her chair. "What?" This was clearly news that even Coach Su hadn't received yet. Her expression was almost one of astonishment. But Su Xiaochuan quickly suppressed her initial surprise. Trying to keep her voice steady, she cautiously asked the white-haired girl again, "What kind of amplification potion?" Besides the potion currently under secret investigation by the association, there was also an amplification potion circulating legitimately on the market. This latter was obviously more legitimate. It was a stimulant that could temporarily stimulate the energy core activity of a superhuman, improving core function and enhancing their combat capabilities. To put it simply, this legitimate amplification potion was like caffeine. Moderate consumption of caffeinated drinks was harmless and even refreshing. However, the potions sold by merchants in remote star sectors were toxic substances that severely damaged the functions of superhumans. Jiang Yuna recalled the introduction from the Vault AI. She said, "When I first cleared the trial tower, the Vault's AI introduced me to amplification potions. It sounded like a milder and more compliant type." Su Xiaochuan, but? Coach Su keenly sensed that there was a twist to this statement. But Jiang Yuna continued, "During our second team match, a player experienced a mutation. This was another bombshell. Out of consideration for appearances and the overall situation, the uncontrollable commotion during the match was kept within the league camp and hadn't been leaked." Jiang Yuna relayed the major event from the league camp to Su Xiaochuan. After she had roughly recounted what she had witnessed, the white-haired girl added her opinion. "Currently, there's no evidence to prove that the mutation is related to this amplification potion, but there's also no evidence that they're unrelated. Furthermore, the information from Senior Zhou mentioned that the Upper 3 Districts have no shortage of buyers wanting to purchase goods from the merchants." After a long pause, Jiang Yuna saw Coach Su raise her hand and press her temples on the other end of the video window. Coach Su took a deep breath and exhaled the stale air. Then she seemed to have made a decision. "I also have something to tell you," Su Xiaochuan said. "You must listen carefully to every word I say from now on." From Su Xiaochuan's perspective, the things she had handled over the years were matters that shouldn't be told to current students. However, things had already come to this point. The students were already involved in the incident, and likely had a higher probability of being closer to the heart of it than anyone else. Therefore, some things shouldn't be hidden anymore. Telling them early would allow them to be prepared. The projects for developing the potential of superhumans and breaking through the level of superhuman talent have both been established for a long time, the latter having been discontinued long ago. I suspect you heard about both of these things, Su Xiaochuan said. They always been a kind of open secret. Jiang Yuna nodded. These two things were probably first mentioned by teacher Stanislav when they were studying at the Engel Elementary Ability School. She had already anticipated Su's next words. But while the project to break through ability talent levels has been officially stopped, its operation continues behind the scenes. Su Xiaochuan's words were exactly as Jiang Yunu had predicted. Many images suddenly flashed through Jiang Yunu's mind. She remembered her starting point in this world. That deserted island, the white-haired children's corpses in the pits, and the colorful flyers blown in front of her by the night wind when she first stepped into human society and finally reached the dilapidated street. What did those flyers say? They seemed to mention potential enhancement and level breakthrough, like those cheap advertisements for miracle cures handed out by roadside shady clinics. Later, in the lobby of the garbage shack she considered her first stronghold, she seemed to spot traces of flyers hidden in the dust. Of course, the operation of such a prohibited project will be strictly investigated and severely punished in the upper 3 districts, Su Xiaochuan's voice continued. So can you guess what will happen next? The upper 3 districts will be strictly investigated, Jiang Yuna said, so they move to areas where it's not so strict, or even completely unsupervised. Su Xiaochuan, that's right. It's strictly prohibited in the upper 3 districts, but in the lower 3 districts, especially the 2 lowest-ranked districts among the 8 major star regions, this prohibition will loosen as the star region's ranking decreases. Those dedicated to this research gradually retreated to lower-ranking star sectors, constantly testing the enforcement of the ban in different regions, and repeatedly attempting to restart the project. Ultimately, they found a foothold in a place where even the 3 major associations turned a blind eye. The Underground Research Institute began operating. Currently, no one knows exactly how long this prohibited research has been going on, because the corresponding equipment and material procurement orders, information on personnel moving within the area, and information on illegally produced goods are either deliberately obfuscated or completely blank, as if the data has been artificially erased. The other side has done this very cleanly. But it's clear that equipment resources don't appear out of thin air, nor does the funding chain arise out of thin air, and the researchers didn't just fall into their research system overnight. Su Xiaochuan's tone was calm, revealing a corner of the corruption and filth within the 3 major associations and the upper 3 sectors. The ability to persistently delve into this cause, develop so-called amplification drugs and breakthrough drugs, and even have merchants selling these drugs in groups, indicates that this research and production chain must have received powerful support and assistance. This support couldn't possibly come from a single family's power. Where there's demand, there's supply. No single family or individual power could sustain a project for so many years. The power behind it must be immense. Instructor Su, Jiang Yunu asked, did you go from the upper 3 districts to the 7th district to investigate this matter? Su Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Couldn't I just be someone with a bad temper, unable to gain a foothold at the association headquarters in the upper 3 districts, and deliberately reassigned? That's possible too, Jiang Yunu affirmed sincerely, then added even more earnestly, but my intuition tells me that it's more likely that Instructor Su intervened proactively. Su Xiaochuan smiled. This was a half-answer. Some thought swirled in Jiang Yunu's mind. She hesitated slightly, unsure whether she should directly ask Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan, however, noticed the white-haired girl's hesitation and said, say what you want to say. It's safe here. I shared with you the secrets of the Spirit Deer Ability User Association's years of clandestine investigations. You can share your thoughts with me. Jiang Yuna paused, then threw out the question that had been lingering in her mind. Those researchers set up their bases in remote star sectors, even unclaimed territory. The association has been investigating for so many years. Instructor Su, have you seen any of their actual bases, seen their experimental sites? Su Xiaochuan felt this question was a bit strange. It didn't seem to stem solely from a student's curiosity about prohibited research. But she still answered, I haven't seen the experimental site, but I have seen the abandoned base. Jiang Yuna pressed, what did that base look like? Su Xiaochuan replied, all the equipment that could be moved was moved, leaving behind some things that wouldn't matter much if discarded. It's basically just an empty shell. Instructor Su's explanation was vague, lacking detail. Jiang Yunu, however, wanted to know more. In a base that's just an empty shell, what? The white-haired girl clearly hesitated for a moment. Is there anything particularly special? Su Xiaochuan asked. For example? What aspect are you referring to? For example, experimental subjects? Jiang Yunu blinked, trying to maintain the demeanor of a curious student. Like that modified elemental beast I saw in the junior league, they didn't leave any modified subjects behind, whether original or unfinished. Were they there? Su Xiaochuan listened, as if Jiang Yunu had told a harmless joke. How could that be? Coach Su chuckled. Experimental subjects are also important assets to them. They take what they can, and what they can't, as evidence of their illegal research, and as the results of a phase of their research project, they definitely destroy the experimental subjects, not allowing investigators who arrive too late to find any trace. Jiang Yuna nodded. But her mind was flashing back to that sudden meteor shower. These underground organizations are incredibly cunning. They're careful not to leave any trace. Even their trading locations are used and discarded after each one is used. They're all one-time trading points, rarely leaving any trace of past transactions. Su Xiaochuan continued sharing her observations with Jiang Yunu. Then her expression turned serious. You're in the Li camp. From today onwards, you must be extremely careful, Su Xiaochuan said. Potions have appeared in the camp's trial tower treasury, and there have been mutations as well. I heard that students from the upper 3 districts' advanced schools were heavily advertised with enhancement potions. It's possible your camp has been infiltrated. Coach Su seemed to be considerate of the students' feelings, using only the word infiltration. However, Jiang Yunu's thinking was always quick and adept at grasping the key points. She said, perhaps it's more than just infiltration. The advanced Li camp, a large number of high-quality young ability users from the upper 3 districts. A perfect testing ground, filled with young, high-quality individuals. Chapter 240. Unleashing Potential, Breaking Through Levels. If developing a perfect, side-effect-free potion is an unattainable false proposition, with generations pouring human, financial, and spiritual resources into it, only to find it like throwing stones into a deep pool, barely creating ripples, and the result of painstaking effort is still something highly destructive to the energy core, then why not change the approach? For example, instead of pursuing the creation of so-called mild evolution potions, abandoning the idea of painless compatibility for everyone, instead focusing on developing the potion's properties and then searching for high-quality bodies perfectly suited to this potion. There are so many superhumans in this world. The 3 major associations are never short of geniuses. Besides the recognized powerhouses, every year so many honorary graduates are sent to the 3 major superhuman associations, all rising stars of humanity. There will always be someone who can withstand the most intense effects of the potion, endure the most brutal extraction of energy from the energy core, and bear the surge of superhuman power dozens of times stronger than the energy circuit. Even if only one person can withstand all of the above, they will be the perfect vessel for the new potion, capable of unleashing and evolving supreme potential. It will be the trendsetter for humanity's future progress. The light of breakthroughs in human potential, and since ancient times, youth has been synonymous with high metabolism and high self-repair capabilities. Jiang Yuna hung up the phone with Su Xiaochuan. She glanced out the window at the still peaceful Li camp, feeling a sense of impending storm. Or perhaps thunderclouds were already gathering overhead, and the anomalies on the field were the 2 muffled claps of thunder that had already sounded. Before ending the secret communication, Su Xiaochuan received a new clue from the white-haired girl. Jiang Yuna told her, there might have been underground research activities near the dilapidated streets of Xiate City. Su Xiaochuan's reaction clearly showed that she had taken this to heart. For the next 2 days, the League camp was peaceful, and there was no new contact from Shenijing. Jiang Yuna called Aunt Daisy, who was far away in Xiate City. She intended to remind her aunt that someone might be active near the dilapidated streets recently, but that it was most likely someone sent by Coach Su, and told her aunt not to worry, and to continue living normally. Unexpectedly, Daisy told Jiang Yuna first, the atmosphere seems a bit strange lately. Entry and exit checks in the entire 7th district have become stricter. Even Jo-sun, returning from school, was checked twice more at the monitoring gate. I don't know what they're checking for. The red-haired woman's tone carried a hint of doubt, but it didn't sound like a complaint. Jiang Yuna certainly wouldn't tell his aunt about all the troubles, lest he cause his family unnecessary worry. Even the events that Zhou Jinshua's family had encountered were a secret unknown to ordinary residents of the 7th district like Aunt Daisy. Jiang Yuna feigned surprise. So strict? Perhaps there are some new policies or regulations recently, strengthening border security? Has it made things a bit inconvenient at home? It has made the process of getting home a bit more complicated, Aunt Daisy admitted, But her attitude remained relatively neutral, and she even sighed, "I just hope nothing serious happens." Generally, when the city's travel rules suddenly become stricter, it means something big is quietly happening that the public doesn't know about. Jiang Yuna didn't immediately respond, because her aunt's judgment, based on experience, was probably close to the truth. The young girl, not wanting her family to worry, steered the conversation in another direction. "Have similar situations occurred before?" "Aunt Daisy, you don't seem very surprised." Jiang Yuna's tone was even quite lighthearted. Xiao Daisy clearly hesitated for a moment, as if considering whether she should say this to Jiang Yunu. But Jiang Yunu had already advanced to an advanced supernatural ability school, and could represent the school in the advanced league. She was no longer the little child Jiang Yunu had picked up on the runaway street. She quickly made up her mind. "Yes, it's happened before," Jadis told Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu instinctively felt she couldn't miss this clue, her tone becoming even more curious. "Oh, it's all ancient history in Charlotte City." The red-haired woman shook her head on the other end of the communication, her tone somewhat distant. "You remember the child curfew in our city, right? That was a regulation introduced before Joy-sun was born. It was also suddenly issued one day, and required to be applied to the entire city immediately. The child curfew that had severely restricted Jiang Yunu's movements, almost leaving her homeless upon arriving in a human city, was also once imposed by a paratrooper. Jiang Yunu knew that any regulation or order imposed from the ground up must have a corresponding event behind it. And the child curfew that Charlotte City still strictly adheres to was once introduced out of nowhere, which meant I was very young then, and many children went missing in Charlotte City, Jadis continued quietly, her words coinciding with Jiang Yunu's suspicions. Because of the widespread child disappearances, controls on children's activities were tightened. Have those children been found? Jiang Yunu asked softly, already knowing the answer before even asking. And as expected, Xiao Daisy replied, "No." And Daisy sighed again on the other end of the communication line. This wave of unexplained child disappearances lasted for quite a while, and the regulations on children's activities were revised again and again. Only after the wave of disappearances subsided were the controls slightly relaxed, and then it slowly became what you and Xiao Yisan experienced firsthand. This was the complete origin of the curfew for children in Xiate City. Jiang Yunu never imagined that the regulations that had initially seemed obstacles to her were, in some mysterious way, pointing to the underground research Su Xiao-chun had recently told her about. Yes, how could a long-standing organization, conducting a prohibited experiment masquerading as an evolutionary breakthrough and the light of humanity, not collect all sorts of experimental subjects? Children, especially those from remote star sectors, are likely just a batch of living expendable resources in the eyes of those who have moved from the upper three sectors to the lower ones, wielding both wealth and power. Jiang Yuna remained silent for a moment on the other end of the communication line. She recalled the large crater from back then, and the white-haired child's corpse she had used as a companion doll. Did you all live like me? Or was I the only one among all the corpses who was revived by chance? Little new? Jodi's voice rang out. Auntie Des still used that nickname that almost only she used. Jiang Yuna snapped out of her reverie and noticed the worry in Auntie Des's eyes. She immediately perked up, displaying her energy, and told her, "It's nothing, I just got distracted for a moment and started thinking about random things." Then Jiang Yunu explained the original purpose of his call, telling Aunt Daisy that there might be strangers active near the rundown street recently. Xiao Daisy didn't press for details about what the strangers were doing in the rundown street. She was a very wise woman, and knew that one of the signs of a child growing up was having secrets they couldn't easily share with adults. President Shin of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association wasn't familiar with Su Xiaochuan of the Spirit Deer Ability User Association. The two occasionally met at work, but their work rarely overlapped, not to mention they belonged to different associations. The three major associations had a cooperative competition relationship. They were distant colleagues who knew each other's names, but had never had a close relationship. Even the way President Shin learned of Su Xiaochuan's name was somewhat peculiar. He didn't know her because this slightly younger junior was capable or had a high level of ability. Su Xiaochuan's reputation spread by combining the fact that she was extremely capable, and that she had gone toying with a powerful drug on the Healy family's rising star. Su Xiaochuan didn't have a very deep impression of Chairman Shin. The closest she had ever been to the senior was when Chairman Shin, representing the Snow Wolf Ability User Association, held a recruitment meeting for her graduating class. Chairman Shin seemed to value that recruitment drive, personally appearing and giving a 15-minute speech, hoping to bring in more high-quality newcomers to Snow Wolf, or at least interns. Su Xiaochuan initially chose Ling Lu, politely declining Chairman Shin's offer. And then Yili followed suit, firmly rejecting Chairman Shin's offer as well. The two rarely crossed paths again after that. However, the two sides, who had rarely crossed paths for years, were now busy working on the same set of information. Su Xiaochuan took Jiang Yunu's words to heart. She had witnessed the girl's keen insight during the junior league and trusted her intuition. She quickly delved deeper into the information Jiang Yunu provided. On the other side, although Chairman Shin had some doubts about the source of information, he knew his son wasn't one to speak carelessly. The first lesson of being a good elder was to take seriously what one's children carefully told them. The rest period between each team match in the advanced league ranged from 3 to 7 days. This round of rest was a bit strange. At the league camp, all the school players had been resting for 6 days, but hadn't received any notification. No one notified everyone to go to the assembly center. No one called on everyone to draw lots to select the next round stage, and no group notification informed the players whether the next round's matches would be postponed. This is too strange. Rompi's captain took the initiative to come to the Golden Uriel school team's common room to talk to Sorok. He frowned, his gloomy aura deepening. What's going on with this competition? Generally, there's a 30-hour notice period for the preparation meeting, followed by a 24-hour preparation period after the draw, Captain Rom said. But tomorrow will be the 7th day of rest, and we haven't even been notified of the draw yet. Does this mean the next round of team competitions is cancelled? I also proactively sent an email to the competition committee, Sorok said, looking equally puzzled. But it's been 20 hours since I sent it, and while the email shows as read, I haven't received a reply. This camp usually doesn't have many adults. The main participants are students from various schools, a few accompanying teachers, and the resident medical staff. The student competitors have spent less time with adults recently than with the regional AI. Similar questions arose from the various school teams. The captain of Michelle Academy tried to talk to the captains of Diyao and Duma about the anomaly, but Duma and Diyao seemed to be using a private, encrypted channel, refusing to talk to Michelle. Captain Michelle then turned to another school located in the same building. When President Shin's investigation made some progress, this man, known for his composure, changed his expression the instant he saw the report. He opened his terminal as quickly as possible, retrieved Shinijing's private contact code, and dialed the signal. The signal failed. Chapter 241. It wasn't just Shinijing's terminal that was unreachable. On the other side, Su Xiaochuan, who had received similar intelligence almost simultaneously, also sent a message to Jiang Yunu. However, Su's personal terminal interface displayed. The other party has left the signal zone. This was strange. A high-level league camp in the upper 3 districts should be a place with high-speed network coverage throughout the entire area. The signal shouldn't miss a single corner of this vast camp, and there shouldn't be any signal out-of-service situations like in the old days. Furthermore, 2 players shouldn't have left the signal zone at the same time. Unless something unexpected has happened inside the camp. Notify the branch closest to the camp. President Shin solemnly ordered, stopping the useless repeated requests. Inside the high-level league camp, 11:45 a.m. Jiang Yunu moved like a nimble leopard, advancing along the shadows of the wall, then silently stopping at the corner to observe her target, a vending machine about 15 meters behind the corner. Exterior condition is good, stocked well, and there are no signs of tampering or damage, Jiang Yunu reported softly to her temporary teammates. Her temporary teammates weren't with her at the moment. Each had their own squad missions. This report was given via the real-time squad channel on the terminal. She was swift, an expert stealth fighter, and possessed high combat and self-defense capabilities. Therefore, she was responsible for scouting various locations within the construction area to confirm the current stock of supplies. Understood, Sorok's voice rang out in the squad channel, tinged with fatigue and worry. You must be careful on your own. Captain Rompi's voice even came through the squad channel. Captain Rompi asked, need backup? We freed up some people here. They can help transport the items from the vending machine. Jiang Yunu said, this machine is safe around. You can send people over directly. I'm planning to continue forward and check closer to the cafeteria and assembly center. Shinijing's voice also came through the channel. Captain Shin interjected, then I meet you near the assembly center. Jiang Yunu grunted. His attitude was ambiguous. He neither immediately agreed to the unilateral decision to meet up nor denied it. Then another voice, seemingly out of place on this channel, rang out. The captain of Diad told everyone, we need to retreat from the administration building. The situation here isn't good. Jiang Yunu immediately said, okay, be careful. We exchange details once everyone is back at the security center. Shinijing, not receiving a reply, remained silent in the channel. Then he coughed lightly. Jiang Yuna remembered she hadn't replied to a rendezvous invitation. She glanced at the vending machine 15 meters away and saw faint traces of Romfe's student players on the opposite side. Relieved, she knew the small supply point could definitely be safely received. She then replied to Shen Yijing, "I go to the cafeteria first, then head to the assembly center. If we're meeting, let's meet in the small garden near the assembly center." Shen Yijing, "Okay, as you say." Jiang Yuna sprang into action again. The vast advanced league camp, the previously high-end and magnificent building area, now resembled a small, closed ghost town. Within sight, it was extremely difficult to see any signs of human activity. The sun was still shining, but the light appeared pale and harsh. Why were Captain Romfe, Captain Duma, and even Captain Du all in Jiang Yuna's team channel, making it seem as if Romfe Academy, Duma Academy, Du Academy, and Golden Ariel Academy were already temporary teammates? This all dates back to about 46 hours ago. About 46 hours ago. Why don't we go and ask them? It was Jiang Yuna who spoke. At that time, Captain Romfe was still in the Golden Ariel school team's common room, having just finished discussing with Sorik whether the next round of matches would be postponed. Sorik shook his personal terminal, mistakenly thinking that he hadn't spoken loud enough, causing Jiang Yuna to miss the message that he had already sent an inquiry. "I sent an inquiry to the competition committee," the good-natured captain patiently repeated, showing the white-haired girl his sent emails. "They haven't replied." Jiang Yuna hadn't actually missed any details in Captain Sorik's words. But she wanted to ask in a more direct way. "Let's go to the administration building, or the medical center, and find any adult who seems to have more direct access to management than we student players," Jiang Yuna said. "Find someone like that, ask them face to face, they should know more than we do." She was a super active person, and didn't like to wait around. Since there was no new information from the authorities, she wanted to find out the information herself. This suggestion was quickly unanimously approved. Sorik, Jean Qing, Song Yang, and Zoe, even Captain Romfe, all decided to go with Jiang Yuna. "Staying here waiting all the time is really boring," said Jean Qing, a senior student. "For some reason, it's even a little unsettling." Jean Qing later regretted her words. Jean Qing felt that she had inadvertently cast a harbinger of bad luck on everyone's trip to find someone to consult in person. Jiang Yuna and his group went to the administration building first. Because, considering both the building's functions and the number of resident staff, the administration building seemed to be the most likely place to find someone to answer the contestants' questions. However, when the student contestants arrived at the building and searched it thoroughly, they found it completely empty. "That's strange," Song Yang scratched his head. "Have all the teachers who were supposed to be on duty here gone?" "But where could the teachers have gone?" Zoe asked. Sorik said, "Maybe they're in a meeting? Or have they been summoned elsewhere?" Jean Qing looked at Jiang Yuna. Jiang Yuna's expression became somewhat subtle when he and his team searched the entire building and found it temporarily empty. The white-haired girl gave Jean Qing a sense that she had silently become wary and was no longer so relaxed. "The medical center," Jiang Yuna said. "Let's go check over there again. Considering there are still wounded soldiers hospitalized there, it's impossible for all the medical staff to have been transferred." Mentioning wounded soldiers, everyone present except Song Yang showed a slight change in expression. After all, they were all people who had personally participated in the Desert IMAP operation. "Okay," Sorik said. "Let's go there now." However, as they left the administration building, Jiang Yuna looked back at the empty lobby one last time, and suddenly asked a somewhat abrupt question. "Does anyone know where the overall control center for the entire league camp is?" Zoe was a little puzzled by Jiang Yuna's question. He said, "Why are you asking this?" Before Jiang Yuna could answer, her personal terminal rang. Someone was calling using a private communication channel. Jiang Yuna brought up the screen with one hand, and found that the caller was Shen Yijing. Considering their previous conversation, Jiang Yuna initially assumed Captain Shen was calling to discuss the progress of their intelligence gathering. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should answer in front of Captain Suo and Senior Jean Qing. But the next second, she saw a triangle with a red exclamation mark pop up on her screen. An urgent contact icon. Shen Yijing was calling her. It was clearly urgent. Jiang Yuna answered the phone. Shen Yijing's first question was, "Where are you now? Are your school team members still in the apartment building?" For once, Captain Shen's voice sounded a little breathless, his breathing uneven. There was also a lot of background noise on his end, a jumbled mess of footsteps. Jiang Yuna quickly realized that the other person was running. "What happened?" she asked quickly. Chapter 242. Shen Yijing wasn't just running. It sounded like she was fighting with unknown pursuers. Before the reply reached Jiang Yunu's ears, she first heard the clanging of metal against metal. Shen Yijing's sword wasn't drawn. Strangely, relying solely on her hearing, Jiang Yunu conjured in her mind an image of Captain Shen wielding a long sword tightly sheathed in a pure black scabbard, parrying some kind of sharp weapon. Shen Yijing continued, her voice slightly breathless. If anyone else is still in the apartment building, tell them to guard the elevators, and not let anyone who looks strange into the common areas. Even if they are members of our school, acquaintances from other schools, or familiar camp staff and teachers. Captain Shen spoke with an effort to remain calm and composed, uttering words that made it extremely difficult for the listener to remain calm. When Captain Romfei, with his sharpest eyes, noticed the call was from Shen Yijing, he stopped in his tracks and stood beside Jiang Yunu, instinctively eavesdropping on the urgent conversation. Important information gleaned from the call caught Captain Romfei's attention, and he instinctively asked, "Why?" Shen Yijing, perhaps not expecting to hear another man's voice on Jiang Yunu's end, paused for a moment, followed by the sound of a long sword slicing through something in the background. But Captain Shen's pause only lasted 2 seconds. Because they are not necessarily the same people they used to be. Shen Yijing left behind a warning that sounded like a narration from a horror movie. He must have been busy on his end, and couldn't say much to Jiang Yunu before quickly hanging up. Sorak was looking at Jiang Yunu, and Captain Romfei was also looking at Jiang Yunu. Both captains subconsciously glanced at the white-haired girl, because it was common knowledge that she had recently had a rather close relationship with Captain Duma, and besides, this urgent communication had been made by Shen Yijing to Jiang Yunu alone. They seemed to tacitly agree to wait for Jiang Yunu's judgment, to decide whether Shen Yijing's warning should be heeded. "Listen to him," Jiang Yunu said. "Captain Shen never plays pranks. Regardless of what the phrase, they may not be who they originally were, meant, listening to this warning was certainly not a mistake. Fortunately, Sorak and Zoe quickly called the remaining players in their respective apartment buildings, preparing them mentally and defensively. The administration building within the league camp was deserted. All the teachers and staff had vanished without a trace. Captain Shen had even sent a warning with an unclear reason. After a brief discussion, the team members, having notified the remaining members in their apartments, proceeded with their original plan to the medical center area. There were adults present in the medical center area, but only in name. The moment Jiang Yunu and the others arrived at the medical center area, they immediately understood what Shen Yijing meant by they may not be who they originally were. The medical center, within the central building area, should have been the most secure and cleanest place in this residential area. However, as soon as they stepped onto the ground, a rustling sound came from the depths of a distant passage. An empty glass bottle rolled out from behind a half-open door, rumbling to Jiang Yunu's feet. Her gaze didn't immediately fall on the small bottle, but instead drifted to the other clutter at the base of the walls on either side of the passageway. Why is this place so messy? Song Yang, always seemingly a bit naive, was also drawn to the clutter. Tall and imposing, he didn't need to peek behind anyone. His height allowed him to quickly scan the surroundings. Clutter is scattered everywhere, empty bottles, empty test tubes, documents, tissues, and is that a needle? Jiang Yunu stopped searching for treasure on the ground. This time, not only Jean Qing, but even Sorak and Zoe noticed her wariness. Only Song Yang remained innocently naive, saying, "Huh?" From behind the half-open door came discordant panting sounds. Huff, huff. It sounded like someone struggling to breathe. Huff, huff. Yet it also sounded like some animal gasping for air, its mouth agape, and tongue lolling out. "It seems to be getting closer and closer," Sorak murmured. Zoe didn't reply to Captain Golden Ariel's words. Instead, he raised his hand, his supernatural light already faintly flickering. Because the very next second after Captain Sorak finished speaking, Captain Romfei saw a pair of eyes appear behind the crack in the door. They were eyes that were both human and inhuman. The black pupils of the eyeballs almost completely filled the eye sockets, while the pupils deep within the pupils were a bright red, almost shimmering with red light. Therefore, it was easy to see that the pair of red pupils were vertical. "Back off." Senior Jean Qing forcefully pulled Song Yang from behind. She could barely budge the slow-reacting junior. Fortunately, Jiang Yunu reacted quickly, decisively giving Song Yang a leg kick to his muscular thigh, causing him to stumble to the side, and retreating from the attack range of the human that had suddenly sprung up from the crack in the door and lunged at Song Yang. Just as Song Yang withdrew from the attack range, he felt the air in front of him still being sliced by a sharp object. A powerful gust of wind struck his exposed skin, causing a slight sting. What is this?" Song Yang stared in disbelief. The person then had lunged forward, having failed in its attack, landed on all fours, its hands digging directly into the seemingly smooth and solid ground. The other party was still wearing the white uniform of a medical worker, but its hands resembled the webbed claws of an amphibian. Behind its already stained white long coat, something seemed to be throbbing. It was perhaps a tail. A tail covered in sturdy scales that should never appear on a human. A water-type killer crocodile elemental beast, Jiang Yunu said softly. She had seen the corresponding complete elemental beast in the holographic game, so she could quickly determine which elemental beast's genes this medical worker had likely fused with. She no longer looked at this former medical worker with the eyes of a human. Upon noticing the needle, the empty bottle, and the mutated pupils, Jiang Yunu boldly speculated that her guess about the large-scale testing ground might be coming true. However, she hadn't expected that the first group to be subjected to the mass ingestion of the drug would be the medical staff at the League camp. Or perhaps it wasn't just the medical staff. After all, Shinijing shouldn't have arrived at the medical center yet, otherwise, Captain Shin would have warned them not to approach this area in his previous warning. This also meant that strange things were happening elsewhere in the camp. Then, within 3 hours, the camp fell. Chapter 243. The League was obviously unplayable. Forget about whether the competition point system was still functioning. Even the security system within the camp was in serious question. Jiang Yuna realized the problem about half an hour after her team withdrew from the medical center. Wait a minute, she said. Captain Romfy and her own captain instinctively slowed their pace. I didn't mean for everyone to wait a minute. Realizing her words might be ambiguous at this moment, Jiang Yuna quickly corrected herself. Everyone, don't stop moving. Let's continue heading back to the apartment building. I said wait a minute because I remembered something important. It's a meaningless catchphrase. Song Yang admired Jiang Yunu for her ability to maintain such stable breathing and speak so many words after fighting the mutated medical staff at the medical center and running at least 800 meters beyond it. You. Song Yang stammered. What, did you remember? Song Yang was already considered a physical monster among his classmates, renowned for his martial arts skills, but the battle at the medical center just now seemed to have taken a heavy toll on him. Because he was the tallest and biggest, he was the most noticeable target, so he acted as a mobile tank for the rest of the team, drawing the attention of most of the medical staff to create space for the others to move and attack. Jean Qing, whose perception was constantly at its maximum, dared not relax her guard even slightly, and dared not spare any energy to speak. Just now, at the medical center, were we allowed to use our abilities? Jiang Yuna said quickly and clearly, but according to the camp management regulations, superpowers should be banned throughout this area, right? That's right. On the first day at this League camp, during the players' assembly in the meeting center, the committee representative specifically mentioned that to ensure absolute safety within the living area and to strengthen the management of the players, almost all areas within the central building area were equipped with superpower restriction barriers, energy detectors, and superpower control gates. These devices minimized the possibility of superpower battles within the living area. Players who wanted to conduct superpower training in the building area had to book a training hall and practice in a partially open, restricted area. Once they left the training hall, the restrictions would be lifted, and students would have absolutely no chance to use their superpowers in other areas. But, just now, in the medical center, didn't they easily use their superpowers? Captain Zoe of Romfy reacted the fastest, glancing down at his hands as he continued towards the apartment. He was the first person to use his superpower without hesitation in the medical center. When he realized the medical staff he was facing looked strange, his instinct for self-defense caused his hands to glow with supernatural energy, and he immediately engaged in combat. It wasn't until Jiang Yuna brought it up that Zoe realized he had used his supernatural abilities in the supernatural ability restricted area. Was it because of an emergency at the camp that the restrictions were lifted? Sorik said, subconsciously raising his hand again. It seemed he was preparing to draw supernatural energy from the energy core. However, he quickly looked at his empty hand with a puzzled expression. Our abilities seem to be suppressed again, Zoe said. Song Yang did the same, then looked at Senior Jean Qing. Jean Qing carefully examined her senses and said, my sensory abilities can still reach out, but my combat abilities can't be activated. Jiang Yuna quickly concluded. Because of the mutated medical staff at the medical center, the area's ability-limiting devices may have been destroyed, Jiang Yuna said. But the devices in the area we're currently in are still functioning. If necessary, we might need to find where these devices are and destroy them. Why do we need to destroy the devices? Song Yang asked, somewhat bewildered. Zoe answered him. Because those who have been mutated can move freely within the designated area, Captain Romfy said gravely. However, as long as the restraint devices are still operating, we can't freely deal with the mutated individuals in each area. Sorok was still somewhat naive. He remembered Shen Yijing's instructions to Jiang Yunu in the previous communication, and still harbored a sliver of hope. As long as the apartment building was safe and hadn't been disturbed by the mutated individuals, then as long as everyone stayed in their respective apartment floors and guarded the elevator entrances, they could stay safely for a while. As long as they could stay safely and guard the apartments, the outside world would eventually discover the anomaly in the camp, and then the three major associations would send specialized superpowered combat teams to rescue them. Captain Sorok's plan was rosy. Reality was far from optimistic. After they returned to the apartment building, Building B only maintained a fragile peace for about an hour. Screams and floor shaking came from the first and second floors of Building B. Because of the several floors in between, the Golden Uriel members initially didn't hear the commotion. It was Zoe who sent the warning. Romfy's floor was below Golden Uriel. They were closer to the bottom, and could clearly perceive the disturbance below. Sorok asked, "What's going on downstairs?" The entire Romfy team had followed their captain up to Golden Uriel's floor, crowding a section of the common room like a swarm of uninvited chicks, whispering amongst themselves in shock. Zoe said through the noise, "The school's athletes downstairs failed to guard the door. A mutant has entered the apartment." The superpower restrictions within the apartment building hadn't been lifted, forcing students accustomed to superpowered combat to rely entirely on their physical abilities to fight, contend, and escape the mutant. This unprecedented form of combat was extremely unsettling and easily instilled fear and anxiety. For superpowered individuals accustomed to superpowered combat, having their abilities disabled was like a healthy person suddenly losing a crucial limb. "You think it'd be safer to come up here, and it'd be easier to coordinate and support each other if we're all together?" Jiang Yunu walked over from the direction of the communal kitchen, carrying 2 disposable cups filled with freshly dispensed hot drinks from the vending machine. Following him were Paya, Oriana, Yelena, and Xiaoyeli, all carrying cups. They distributed the hot drinks to the Romfy students. The drinks were hot cocoa, which helped stabilize emotions and provide some energy. Zoe looked at Jiang Yunu. "What do you think is wrong with my idea?" This was a question without any accusatory tone. Zoe knew immediately from Jiang Yunu's tone that there was something about his thinking that Jiang Yunu disagreed with. Jiang Yunu waited until the Romfy student closest to her finished his drink before letting out a sigh. "The bottom floor of this apartment building is an open space. The first floor is the common area," she said. "This means that the contestants' accommodations actually start from the second floor. To enter the accommodation area, you need to take an elevator, or you can fly in through the window." The previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent. The Romfy contestant closest to Jiang Yunu stared wide-eyed, his equally stunned companion looking at Jiang Yunu blankly. Not far away, Zoe's expression first froze, then, like the others who had recovered, she wore an indescribable expression, a mixture of tension, wariness, and a subtle sense of nausea. "Damn it." Orlean was the first to speak. "Even mutants take elevators. And you can't guarantee that none of them have mutated into wind elemental beasts," Yelena said, her face turning pale as if she had a sudden stomachache. Paya usually didn't participate in these combat discussions, fully aware that she was just a support staff member, but at this moment, she, who always had a low profile, also spoke up. She stood next to Jiang Yunu. "If we keep going up until we reach the top floor, and the mutants catch up, we might have nowhere to retreat. Mutants who have mutated into wind elemental beasts can fly, but ordinary students can't, not to mention that the ability restrictions in the apartment area haven't been lifted yet. Once forced to the top floor, everyone would be extremely passive, and it would be difficult to return to the ground. We need to find a safer base," Jiang Yunu said. "Hiding here long-term isn't safe." Strangely, in this highly tense and alert environment, everyone unconsciously followed Jiang Yunu's advice. Sorok and Zoe had previously hinted at prioritizing Jiang Yunu's opinion, and now, in front of the entire 2 school teams, even as captains, they still prioritized Jiang Yunu's suggestion. "Jiang is right." Sorok's furrowed brow relaxed. He quickly scanned his team members, then looked around the Golden Uriel apartment building, clearly already planning their escape. "But where can we go?" Zoe asked. His brow hadn't relaxed, and he noticed his team members, who had just calmed down, were panicking again. The Romfy captain quickly reassured his team, assuring them that Golden Uriel was a reliable ally, and they would all escape safely together. "I have an idea," Jiang Yunu said. "Let's pack up everything we can take now. Those who are mentally and physically exhausted can stay in the sofa lounge area and rest. Also, each school will send 2 people, divided into 2 groups, one by the elevator and the other by the window, to observe the elevator and the external environment immediately and provide timely warnings to everyone. And then? Jean Qing asked. Then, before the situation gets worse, and before a large number of mutants enter the apartment building, we retreat to the training hall. When considering a safer and more heavily guarded safe haven, Jiang Yunu prioritized the training hall within the building complex. As a place where the use of supernatural abilities can be partially opened or restricted, the training hall's supernatural ability barrier is extremely robust. This means it can withstand not only supernatural ability releases within the area, but also supernatural ability attacks from the outside. Inside the training facility, even with all practice rooms full and people simultaneously releasing their abilities in every space available for practicing supernatural skills, the structure remained stable, with the dome and floor not collapsing. This made it a safe base, and ensured the space's sustainable use. It can withstand attacks, it can withstand internal combat, it maintains its shape and doesn't easily collapse into a dangerous building, it has a large capacity, and the entrances and exits are in the same location, making it easy to defend, Jiang Yunu said. I can't think of a better place in the camp for the time being. Chapter 244. No one objected, and they quickly began to act according to Jiang Yunu's earlier instructions. They packed all easily portable supplies, especially survival gear, and added personal necessities as needed, ensuring everything could be carried in one bag. Those who had previously expended a lot of mental and physical energy, such as Song Yang, Jean Qing, who had been on high alert with her sensory abilities fully activated on the way back to the apartment from the medical center, and several members of the Romfy school team, who had suffered severe shock, all obediently stayed in the sofa lounge area, conserving their energy, and trying to recover as quickly as possible. Some people instinctively tried to be polite, briefly standing up in the sofa area and tentatively saying, "I help pack too." They were immediately stopped by 3 or 4 hands reaching out from the side. "Sit down, we do it. Save your energy for later." It's quite a distance from the apartment building to the training hall. All conversations were brief, and everyone acted as quickly as possible. But perhaps because they had a clear goal, friends and allies, and generous goodwill, and comfort in times of tension, the busy yet orderly environment actually helped the particularly tense individuals gradually calm down. Someone in the sofa lounge area was secretly watching Jiang Yunu. The white-haired girl was certainly not idle. She wasn't just someone who stood still and verbally commanded everyone. She was also personally involved in carrying out orders. Her movements were incredibly agile, like a human lightning bolt flashing across the spacious building, striking rooms one moment, the living room the next, then suddenly appearing beside someone in need, and after helping them, disappearing like the wind in a flash, presumably to immediately move on to the next task. A person with clear goals, strong execution skills, the ability to quickly develop action plans, and who has recently demonstrated exceptional abilities will attract attention and subconsciously inspire trust in any situation. Not long after, everything in the 2 floors belonging to Golden Uriel was packed up. Jiang Yuna nodded to the students, who came to report the situation, as if she had been temporarily promoted to a teaching position, and check each person's packing to ensure it met standards. Then she said, "Let's go downstairs now to Romfy's floor, and pack up Romfy's things to the same standard." During the period when Golden Uriel's floor was being cleared of everything, the security and monitoring team stationed at the elevators and windows did not detect anything unusual. Jean Qing finally couldn't sit still any longer. During the latter part of the packing, she got up and walked to the elevator monitoring team, releasing a small amount of her sensory abilities down the elevator shaft to an area 8 meters below. "There's nothing unusual on Romfy's floors for now." Jean Qing spoke first, before anyone could criticize her for not resting properly. "As for the floors below Romfy, I conserved my energy, and didn't explore further down. I don't know the situation below that. We have to go down and explore again using the same method." The Romfy team members followed Zoe up, then went downstairs with their golden allies. Their floor had indeed not yet been disturbed by the mutated ones. However, once they reached the bottom, the atmosphere noticeably became tense again. "It's very noisy down there." Jean Qing closed her eyes for a moment, reached her hand towards the elevator shaft, then opened them again, speaking seriously. After reaching Romfy's floor, she used a small amount of her ability to probe downwards again, discovering that about 6 meters below, the energy field was extremely chaotic, practically a tangled net. This indicated signs of a battle below. Both teams fell silent for a moment upon this discovery. The Romfy team looked at their captain. The captain, in turn, looked at Jiang Yunu. "Let's pack up first," Jiang Yunu said. "Don't forget our primary mission. All supplies are essential for survival now. Staying alive is just as important as fighting. Moreover, given their trajectory, they would eventually have to go downstairs again. Downstairs was chaotic, but the people weren't frantically rushing upstairs, indicating either they could still handle the fight, or they had also chosen to evacuate, unwilling to linger in the apartment building. Therefore, no one objected, and the team repeated their actions on the golden aerial floor. Having gained experience, this time the packing was even more efficient. The Romfy team also gathered their supplies. Those who had been busy upstairs took the opportunity to change shifts and rest for a while, then both teams regrouped. They would go downstairs again. Before going downstairs, Jiang Yuna went to the window and observed outside. "What are you looking at?" Ao Liang asked. Jiang Yuna said Building A. They were in apartment Building B. The lower-level living quarters of Building B had already been invaded by the mutated individuals, indicating that their activities had spread to the apartment area. But Building A across the street seemed completely calm. There were no signs of battle at the bottom of apartment Building A, and not a soul was in sight in the open lobby on the first floor. But 20 minutes earlier, during the intense closing up of the Golden Uriel, Jiang Yunu had sent a communication to Shinijing. No answer. The communication signals between the camp and the outside world were being blocked by some kind of device. Within the camp, however, the regional communication signal remained intact. Shinijing's lack of communication, disregarding the low probability event of her personal terminal being forcibly removed from Captain Shin's possession, could only mean one thing. Shinijing was too busy to answer the phone. What circumstances could make Shinijing too busy to answer the phone? Jiang Yunu wasn't sure of the answer yet, but she was certain that the situation in Building A was far from peaceful. When the Golden Romfy joint team left Romfy's floor and continued downwards, they could have easily taken the elevator directly to the first floor lobby, but driven by complex emotions and a sense of responsibility, they chose to remain in the apartment building below. Everyone watched as Jiang Yunu pressed the button for the floor belonging to Neza Academy. Neza, like Romfy, was a high-level superpowered school from the 3rd district, and their presence throughout the entire league had been relatively low-key. In previous years, both Neza and Golden Uriel were considered bottom-tier teams, relatively unknown in the top 3 leagues, with little connection to other schools. This unknown school faced a surprise attack of the least transparent nature. The elevator doors opened on Neza Academy's floor, the metal door gap widening as it opened, revealing a mess on the floor near the elevator entrance. A strong gust of wind blew into the elevator, carrying a cool, penetrating breeze, indicating that the windows on Neza Academy's floor had been smashed. The air in the area convected as the elevator doors opened. "Is anyone still here?" a Romfy player whispered. The wind howled through Neza Academy's floor, rustling the debris on the floor. A creature hissed twice. A dark shadow suddenly leaped out from around the corner of the corridor, its limbs contorted at inhuman angles, moving erratically towards the elevator. "There's something that's not human here." Jiang Yunu's voice was clear and calm. She was at the elevator entrance, holding the door open, not letting anyone exit from inside, standing alone on the outside. Jiang Yunu reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, she grabbed the nearest long object from the floor, thrusting it forward, the pointed end sweeping diagonally across the unknown creature's body. The dull thud of a blunt object striking flesh echoed in the air. Then, taking advantage of the creature's movement being slowed by the blunt strike, Jiang Yunu gripped the long object with both hands. She lowered her arms, her joints flexibly maneuvering. It was a javelin-throwing motion. The long object was thrown, hitting its target precisely. This time it wasn't a blunt strike, but a direct piercing through the mutated creature's side. "Go," Jiang Yunu said. She stepped back into the elevator. Zoe's hand was already hovering over the close button. She quickly pressed it. Thanks to the excellent quality of the elevators at the camp, they remained stable even in this situation, carrying them to the first floor common area. "The people from Neza, they're all..." Someone stammered, stopping mid-sentence, fearing they might utter something ominous or curse-like. Did something happen to them all? Everyone present understood what this person wanted to ask. "Not necessarily," Jiang Yuna said reassuringly, though not entirely without purpose, her gaze sweeping across the floor of the first floor common area. "Look there." She gestured in a direction. "There are drag marks here, but the shape is strange, like some kind of creature's tail. There are also footprints nearby that are significantly wider than human footprints. These are most likely traces left by the mutants. And this means the mutants likely infiltrated the apartment building using the elevator. The windows on the Neza Academy floor are broken. It doesn't necessarily mean they were attacked. It's possible they found the elevator area blocked by mutants, so they broke the windows to try and escape. Romfy's people had also used the elevators. The joint team of Golden Uriel and Romfy had been using the elevators, when they came down from upstairs. Each apartment building in the camp houses members of the teams from 4 different schools, so there's naturally more than one elevator connecting the buildings. Each building has 3 elevators, all located in the same elevator lobby. Not long ago, Jiang Yunu had people guarding the elevator entrance, or more accurately, the elevator lobby itself. I'm feeling a bit unwell now, Orlean said. Did anyone notice if any other elevators were running while we were packing up? The answer was no. But if other elevators were running quietly at that time, it meant it wasn't necessarily students on other floors using the elevators. I'm starting to feel unwell too, Yulina clicked her tongue. Jiang Yunu felt Peiya subtly lean towards her. She took Peiya's hand and said, there are traces of supernatural abilities on the Neza floor, and there are mutants, but we haven't seen any Neza students. Let's try to think positively for now, guessing they might have already run out of the building. Some people nodded at Jiang Yunu's words, while others still looked worried. Jiang Yunu changed the subject, telling everyone their next move. Now we're going to the training hall. On the way to the training hall, if we encounter students from other schools, we invite them to come along. Chapter 245. The school's reputation, the region's ranking, the difference in points, these things, valued in normal times, become unnecessary external things in this special period. Only safety and survival are the most important internal things at the moment. Jiang Yunu's words of comfort only have a 50% boosting effect on the team, but the action plan she provides guarantees 100% team cooperation. On the way to the venue, Jiang Yunu tried to contact Shen Yijing a second time, but still received no answer. Just as she was about to disable the communication screen and focus entirely on her surroundings to scout the way for everyone, her personal terminal received a communication request. The caller wasn't Shen Yijing. It was the captain of Diyao who contacted Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu. The captain of Diyao called her by her full name, speaking solemnly, I saw you leading a group of people, leaving Building B. Jiang Yunu replied, yes. She paused slightly, turning to look at apartment Building A, whose outline was still visible. Building A appeared calm and peaceful, just as she had seen through the window of Building B. Perhaps sensing the tension in the voice of the Diyao captain on the phone, she was clearly on guard. Before the Diyao captain could carefully craft a phrase befitting the etiquette of the upper 3 districts, Jiang Yunu quickly and concisely stated, staying inside the apartment is unsafe. There's been an intrusion of mutated individuals into Building B, and some of them seem to be able to use the elevator. We're heading to the training hall now. Through previous interactions and matches, Jiang Yunu knew that the Diyao captain was someone who valued team interests, and was very principled. Their chemistry was quite good, and on the eye of the desert map, the captain quickly believed her findings about the underground area. For reliable temporary teammates with whom they already cooperated on the field, Jiang Yunu was willing to immediately share crucial intelligence, and even seek their assistance. You can see us, which means you're still at a higher altitude. Are you still in Building A? She said, if you like, we slow down and move forward, you can come and meet us. She didn't directly suggest waiting where they were, but rather suggested slowing down, giving them more time to consider. Captain Diyao remained silent for only a few seconds. Do you have a specific next destination? Although Captain Diyao asked a question, his tone seemed certain that Jiang Yunu already had a plan, as if he wanted to assess Jiang Yunu's thoughts. Jiang Yunu said, the training hall. A captain who considered the team's needs and had a clear, logical mind, Jiang Yunu only needed to mention the location for Captain Diyao to quickly understand the advantages of the training hall as a new base. Okay. Captain Diyao decisively said, you go forward, we catch up immediately? She didn't mention having Jiang Yunu lead the team to wait for Diyao's people. Jiang Yunu had wanted to ask Captain Diyao if she knew about the neighbors in the same building, but Captain Diyao was clearly concerned about the safety of the school team and acted with top-notch speed. Once she confirmed the operation with Jiang Yunu, she immediately hung up the communication and presumably began leading the team. Jiang Yunu stared at the screen that had popped back into the communication list for a second in silence, then also closed the screen. She continued to lead the Golden Romfy joint team forward. As a logistics personnel, Peiya had a clear weakness in physical fitness during such group transfers. She would unconsciously slow down after moving a short distance. Jiang Yunu extended an arm, allowing Peiya to hang on her when there was no threat from the mutants. She would lead and guide her, saving her a lot of effort. Peiya served as the imposing and powerful leader John's little accessory, and also a very perceptive one at that. Peiya suddenly asked quietly, are you trying to ask about the situation at the other schools in Building A? Jiang Yunu didn't deny it. She hadn't bothered to hide the fact that she had missed 2 calls to Shen Yijing. Yes, she said. Building A looked so quiet, but we can't get through to anyone on the phone, and the other students living in Building A seem to be quiet as well. When Jiang Yunu and the others left Building B, besides the fact that the students from the bottom floors of Niza Academy had already left, the whereabouts of the students from the Hunter Star Academy, located above Golden Uriel, were also unknown. So far, Building A had only received confirmed feedback from the Earthly Radiance Academy. When one bears the responsibility for the lives of others, even many, one can no longer explore and adventure without restraint. One cannot simply dig for whatever one desires. Jiang Yuna needed to consider the well-being of all her companions. She cared about the students and contestants of Hunter Star Academy and Building A, except for Di Yao. She wanted to know where everyone else was, and also where those who didn't answer her calls were. However, all these inquisitive desires and curiosity were temporarily suppressed by her sense of responsibility. Di Yao Academy, as expected of the best team in terms of collective movement among the 8 school teams, caught up with Jiang Yunu and her group in almost no time. The Di Yao captain bypassed the 2 official captains, Golden Uriel and Ramfi, and shook hands directly with Jiang Yunu. This signified that Di Yao Academy had officially joined this mixed school joint team, and that they were no longer temporary allies in the competition, but reliable allies who needed to trust and rely on each other for survival. "I trust you, Lulu Marin," Captain Diu said solemnly to Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu didn't say anything fancy like "I will definitely not let you down." In this situation, actions speak louder than words. She said, "Let's go, let's take over the training gym." Anyone with a keen eye could notice that the white-haired girl had changed her wording. She said take over. With the addition of the Dia school team, a powerful force skilled in team battles, regardless of the current situation in the training gym, they had even greater confidence and determination to take it down. On the way to the training gym, the group encountered 2 mutated individuals. The first mutated individual was wearing a white coat, clearly from the medical center. The second mutated individual was wearing work clothes punctured by mutated limbs. Seemingly a resident engineer from the camp. Did anyone see the code on his work clothes? Little Yelly from Golden Uriel asked. The nameplate was punctured by a bone spur that popped out of his ribs, Captain Zoe replied. Without a clear nameplate, it was impossible to determine which area the engineer came from, or to immediately know which parts of the camp had fallen. Strip him naked, Jiang Yunu said swiftly. He must have other clues on him that can prove his identity. Such a brilliant idea didn't receive an immediate response. Everyone seemed to fall silent for a moment. Jiang Yuna couldn't keep up with the atmosphere while she was busy. She saw Zoe still using her supernatural chains to bind the mutants, Song Yang using his physical advantage to suppress the restricted mutants, and further ahead, a special equipment technician from Di Yao, blocking any potential escape routes for the mutants. She quickly tore off the mutated person's already tattered clothes. Not yet fully into the safe zone, there was no time to thoroughly inspect the loot. Jiang Yunu rolled up the shirts, pants, and vests she had collected and tossed them into a large bag beside her. Then she noticed the quiet around her. "What's wrong?" the white-haired girl asked curiously. Sorik was the first to recover, saying nothing. "What do we do with this mutated person?" Jiang Yunu said, "Incapacitate him, then we continue." Having explored the entire residential area with Peiya before, Jiang Yunu knew which side of the main road to turn into to reach the training facility more quickly. The training facility, as she had expected, was a very sturdy and secure fortress. A mutated person was wandering inside the training facility, seemingly someone who had been there before, but had somehow been caught up in the mutated wave. After subduing the mutated individual, everyone split up to check the other areas, reconfirming the safety of the entire space. Then, the joint team deployed enough members to guard the entrances and exits, while the rest gathered in the training hall's lobby. Some immediately sat down cross-legged to rest, no longer caring about the first district's decorum. Others put down their backpacks, took out supplies, and began quickly replenishing their energy and hydration. Still others, with sharp eyes, noticed the multiple vending machines in the training hall and immediately grabbed their friends, running over to check the supplies inside. Jiang Yunu, Sorik, Zoe, and Lulu Marin, on the other hand, gathered separately to one side, some sitting, some standing, some finding something to lean against, forming a circle to discuss important matters. "The situation isn't as tense right now," Jiang Yunu said. "Shall we exchange some more detailed information?" Lulu Marin nodded, frankly stating, "I know you have many questions for me, and I have many questions for you all." The Earthly Radiance captain wanted to know the details of the apartment invasion Jiang Yunu had mentioned earlier, and whether Jiang Yunu and his team had previously witnessed other mutant activities. Jiang Yunu also had many questions, such as whether the Earthly Radiance team had received a warning from Shinijing, and whether, during the sudden outbreak of the mutant wave, Earthly Radiance had noticed what their neighbors were doing, where the people from Duma Academy were, and where the people from Kant Academy and Michelle Academy, which shared the same building, were. I have to tell you first, I don't know where the Duma people are either, Lulumarin said. I did receive a warning from Captain Shin, but when I received the warning and felt something was amiss, I wanted to take the elevator to the Duma Academy floor to ask them in person. When I arrived at their floor, I found that the entire Duma team was gone. When Shinijing sent the warning to Dio Academy, the Duma Academy floor was already empty. All the Duma players had left. Where did they go? Shinijing had just told everyone else to stay in the apartment and keep an eye on things, but in reality, he had his entire team evacuate. And another thing, Lulumarin added, I felt something was wrong, so I used my captain's privileges to freely go up and down the apartment floor, and I found that the people from Michelle Academy living below were also gone. Chapter 246. According to Lulumarin, before any obvious signs of invasion by the mutated individuals appeared in the apartment complex, only the entire DU Academy team and some members of Kant Academy remained in Building A. The Kant team had also received a warning. Some of their members were still outside the apartment, while those remaining inside were anxiously awaiting Shinijing's warning. When Lulumarin suddenly arrived, a clearly unfamiliar figure entered their floor, startling many in the Kant apartment. They almost thought the invasion had begun, mistaking the DIA captain for the intruder Shinijing had warned them about. A small farce ensued. Fortunately, Lulumarin's personal abilities were outstanding. Although she had no personal relationship with any of the Kant team members, the necessary interaction between captains still existed. The Kant captain quickly recognized her, preventing the farce from escalating into premature infighting. What happened to the Kant Academy players afterward? Sorik asked with concern. Everyone present knew that Sorik wanted to know where the Kant Academy players were when DU Academy left apartment building A. Their apartments were empty, Lulumarin said succinctly. What do you mean? Jiang Yunu asked. Did the entire Kant Academy team quietly leave too? Lulumarin found Jiang Yunu's use of the word quietly quite interesting. In fact, it was pretty much the same. When DU Academy decided to leave the apartment building and go downstairs to meet up with the combined team led by Jiang Yunu, according to the floor allocation drawn in the lottery, DU lived on the upper floors of apartment building A. For the DIA team to leave the apartment, they would inevitably have to take the elevator down to the Kant Academy floors. Rurumarin was indeed a woman of principle. Having already decided to lead the team out of the apartment building, she deliberately pressed the floor button as the elevator descended towards the Kant Academy floor, stopping it there. However, the Kant Academy floor was completely empty. Just like before, when she had received the warning and went to Duma Academy to meet with someone, only to find the Duma floor deserted. The people from Kant Academy had also left the apartment building sometime earlier. I didn't expect it either, Rurumarin said, a strange sense of humor creeping into her voice. Turns out, only we, Diao, are the last empty nesters in Building A. Therefore, Rurumarin was more certain than ever that meeting up with Jiang Yunu was the right decision. If we stay here, we might end up becoming remnants of the apartment complex, watching it become an isolated island within the camp. Jiang Yunu didn't seize the opportunity for any witty or sentimental remarks. She listened thoughtfully to Lulumarin's words, and when Lulumarin paused, clearly waiting for their feedback, she said, when we left Building B, there was no movement from Hunter Star Academy. Neza Academy was previously invaded, but when we left the apartment building, their floors were empty. There were mutants occupying the floors in Neza, but we didn't find any students. Of the 8 league teams in the camp, only 3 schools have fully assembled and are tightly united. Jiang Yunu recounted everything she could about the invasion of Neza Academy. Jean Qin and one of Romfi's sensory ability users joined in, and both sides shared details of their sensory perception at the time. The training hall was equipped with vending machines and self-service water fountains on each floor. A team member checked the inventory of all the vending machines and found a satisfactory amount of supplies to last the 3 schools' team members for an extended period. The water fountains were also functioning properly. All good news. The water circulation system is working, which means the bathroom facilities in the training hall are also usable, said Xiaoyeli and Ao Liang, along with a small team from DU Academy. They had already inspected all the restrooms, and then announced the good news in the lobby. A wave of excitement swept through the lobby. Let's not split up tonight. It's best to stay together and rest overnight, Sorik said. However, Zoe and I will later look for movable partitions in the training hall to create relatively private spaces for everyone, ensuring a certain level of privacy even when we're resting together. Working together, the three teams quickly created a collective accommodation area in the lobby on the first floor. For the students from Dia Academy from the first district, this was probably the most unusual temporary dormitory they had ever lived in. "Welcome to our joint dormitory-style bed with the other two schools." Jiang Yuna stood at the beginning of the dormitory, arms outstretched. She seemed quite taken ownership, as if welcoming everyone to her humble abode. A student from Dia poked at the makeshift bed, then lifted the disposable sheet, discovering a soft training mat brought from the practice room underneath. He looked around and saw that most of his teammates had already adapted quickly and seemed quite excited about using the training mat as a bed, so he followed suit, plopped down, and then discovered, "Wow, it's more comfortable than I expected." Right? A restrained, low-decibel conversation took place in the floor sleeping area of DU Academy. Jiang Yunu wandered over to the vicinity of the floor sleeping area at DU Academy. Even the hushed conversations didn't escape her ears. She stood aside with a smile and interjected, "The mats in the practice room are of moderate thickness and provide good support. The temperature and humidity balance system in the lobby is also working well, so the mats won't get damp when laid on the floor. These temporary beds are much more comfortable than real hardboard beds." Two DO team members looked at her strangely. They seemed to want to ask Jiang Yunu what a hardboard bed was, and Jiang Yunu's tone was so familiar that it sounded like she had lived in such poor-sounding accommodations. Still out of restraint and a sense of boundaries, the DIA team members didn't press the matter. It was still daytime when they went to the administration building and medical center. By the time the increasingly large team moved from the apartment area to the training hall and settled in, it was already late at night. After discussions among Lulumarin, Sorik, Zoe, and Jiang Yunu, who was somehow dragged in, they finalized a duty roster, assigning students from the three schools to take turns on night watch. As Lulumarin, holding the roster, prepared to inform the DIA students on night watch, Jiang Yuna raised his arm, gesturing to stop her. "Let's start using this roster tomorrow," the white-haired girl said. "Everyone's tired today, let them rest as much as possible. I stand guard at the gate for the first night." "But you can't be alone," Zoe quickly said. Captain Romfy also agreed on giving more ordinary players a rest, but he naturally included himself in the first night watch roster. So, the roster was finally implemented starting tomorrow. Tonight's night watch is led by team leader Jiang and three team captains. They divided the work. Jiang Yunu and Zoe were in one group, while Lulumarin and Sorik were in the other. The shifts were 3.5 hours long, divided into two periods, midnight to 3:30 and 3:30 to 7 o'clock. "Are you really not sleepy yet?" Lulumarin repeatedly confirmed with the white-haired girl, who simply shook her head firmly, her eyes bright, her posture upright, clearly still full of energy. It wasn't quite midnight yet, and the energetic Jiang Yunu urged Lulumarin and Sorik to go to sleep. She also told Zoe, "You can go take a half-hour nap and come back later." Romfy's team captain raised an eyebrow. "Are you looking down on me?" Rarely seeing the other person with such an expression, Jiang Yunu immediately denied it 3 times in a row. No way. How could that be? They started their night shift ahead of schedule. The league camp was quiet at night. There was nothing unusual near the training hall, except for a faint rustling sound in the distance, as if something was moving about, but it was indistinct, perhaps just a perceptual illusion caused by the wind. Zoe was someone who could go an entire day without speaking when alone, but partnered with Jiang Yunu, silence felt like a sin. "I still feel very unreal," the taciturn girl said, initiating conversation. "Looking at the outside world now, I feel like the day's events were a dream." Jiang Yunu replied bluntly, "Then you must have dreamt about quite a few people in this dream." The white-haired girl's tone was light, instantly steered the somewhat somber conversation in a relaxed direction. She seemed to possess a built-in converter, whether alertly surveying her surroundings, meticulously dealing with enemies, or relaxedly adjusting the atmosphere. She could switch modes with a single click, seemingly unaffected by past events or her own emotions. This was a skill Zoe greatly envied. Captain Romfy was silent for a moment, then said unexpectedly, "Thank you." "Huh?" Jiang Yunu looked at him questioningly. "Why are you thanking me? For being so proactive, making us both stand guard at the gate half an hour early?" She joked. Zoe's expression remained serious. He said, "Thank you for making such a firm decision and leading everyone in action. Otherwise, I might have hesitated and considered staying in the apartment building with the whole team to wait for further instructions. If Romfy Academy had also become a remnant of the apartment complex, then ensuring the team's safety until rescue would be far more difficult than with DL Academy." Jiang Yunu softly replied with an ah, without any modesty. She frankly responded to Zoe's gratitude. You're welcome. You're also great allies. Even if Jiang Yunu was certain that her intuition was correct, if her school had been grouped with other autonomous academies, she might not have been able to successfully evacuate so many people. Speaking of strong self-awareness, I can't help but think of the first person to send the warning. Jiang Yuna thought she would need more time, at least to get through the night, before receiving any new information from the other academy teams. Unexpectedly, before she and Zoe could switch shifts with Lulumarin and Sorik, new intelligence arrived on its own. After 2 a.m., about 20 meters from the training hall's gate, a figure slowly approached the building. Chapter 247. It was the early hours of the morning, a time when all should be quiet. 9 out of 10 students in the training hall's makeshift dormitories were asleep, with only a very few still awake, occasionally turning over cautiously on their makeshift beds made of training mats. From 1:30 a.m. onwards, Zoe began to feel drowsy. This was well past his usual sleep schedule, but the heavy responsibility he carried suppressed his sleepiness, keeping him on his toes. Beside him, the ever-energetic Jiang Yuna served as a human energizer. Jiang Yunu appeared tireless and undisturbed throughout. She leaned against the wall near the training hall's entrance, her movements seemingly relaxed, yet her body was anything but. Every so often, her gaze would sweep across the fan-shaped area outside the entrance, intently observing every blade of grass and tree, her eyes terrifyingly bright. Like a predatory predator, capable of hunting even at night. This thought inexplicably entered Zoe's mind. As the monotonous, peaceful environment outside made his eyelids heavy, Zoe looked at Jiang Yunu to perk himself up. Jiang Yunu's gaze suddenly turned to him. Captain Romp was startled, almost thinking that his unusual way of perking himself up was too presumptuous, and had finally offended someone. He quickly looked away, and the apology that had flashed through his mind was already on the tip of his tongue. But Jiang Yunu spoke first. Listen. Listen to what? Captain Romp asked, his words preceded by a barely noticeable stutter, and he subconsciously lowered his voice. Partly because it was the early hours of the morning, and people naturally lower their voices to avoid disturbing others. And partly because Jiang Yunu's voice was also very soft when he said listen. The white-haired girl didn't reply immediately. Jiang Yunu's gaze shifted from Zoe back to the doorway, her expression focused, her ears perked up. Then she made a gesture that alerted Zoe as well. She straightened up from the wall she was leaning against. Something's wrong outside. Jiang Yunu stopped speaking, and turned to Zoe, mouthing the words. Jiang Yunu indeed possessed abilities comparable to nocturnal predators. She had sensed something from the dim surroundings. Zoe, trying to keep up with her pace, was also on alert. However, Captain Rompy's senses only detected the anomaly in Jiang Yunu's words and reactions. He himself couldn't pinpoint any unusual trace. Rustle, rustle. It was the sound of something moving as discreetly as possible through the grass. The sound was faint and rhythmic, indicating continuous movement. Looking out from the stadium entrance, the main road was deserted. The rustling sounds, carried by the night breeze, reached Jiang Yunu's exceptionally keen senses. Zoe gently nudged Jiang Yunu with her elbow. Knowing she was focused outside and probably too busy to turn and read lips, he whispered in her ear, I can't see anyone. Jiang Yunu didn't even blink. That's normal, she whispered back, they're going through the bushes. A chill ran down Zoe's spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Because Jiang Yunu said they hadn't seen any concrete figures, the other side was moving discreetly, and there was more than one. What should they do now? Should they immediately go into battle mode and wake everyone sound asleep in the training hall lobby? Jiang Yunu had become Zoe's reliable ally. He glanced at her again, as if awaiting the white-haired girl's command. Jiang Yunu didn't immediately decide to wake the people in the hall. She felt that from the moment she noticed the unusual noises until she and Zoe both went on alert, the process seemed a bit too long, taking too much time. So far, none of the mutants they had encountered had been this patient. If the mutants were acting collectively, it would be difficult for them to move through the bushes so meticulously and patiently for so long. Another guess suddenly popped into Jiang Yunu's mind. She whispered, I'm fast, I go check it out. This was a notification, not a request. Almost as soon as Zoe clearly heard the words, his vision blurred, and Jiang Yunu, like a nocturnal creature, silently slipped out the front door. If she detected anything unusual, she would immediately activate her supernatural light as a warning signal. This was a tacit understanding that everyone had developed during the daytime operations, and there was no need to elaborate at this time. Jiang Yunu silently approached the bushes from which the rustling sounds had come from. In some ways, she was more like a mutant than the scattered mutants in the camp, because humans shouldn't be able to move so gently and swiftly. The stalkers in the bushes were startled by Jiang Yunu. To prevent the training hall from becoming a bright spot at night, a conspicuous target in the darkness, the main lights around the hall and along the main passageway had been turned off long ago. The joint team adjusted the surrounding lighting brightness the moment they arrived at the training hall, and also made sure to turn off the external lighting in the front, back, and side areas of the hall, leaving only a few low-power dim lights, and turning off the inner lights along the outermost wall of the hall. The training hall was only faintly illuminated at night, making it difficult for distant observers to see clearly and determine the situation inside. The main road's headlights were off, meaning most of it was shrouded in darkness. Darkness is camouflage, but also a color that conceals unknown dangers. It fairly blocks the vision of both friend and foe, making it easy to lose sight of friend from foe. Vanessa from Duma Academy nearly had a heart attack from the sudden white shadow she saw when she looked up. She used all her strength to remain silent, controlling her tremor, while gripping her weapon tightly, staring intently at the thing peeking through the bushes. The thing greeted her. Vanessa? Vanessa, on high alert. Oh no! This thing can even call her name! Jiang Yunu confirmed that the first lurker in the bushes was indeed an acquaintance. She didn't rashly reach out to part the bushes, avoiding provoking the person whose nerves were clearly stretched to the limit. She stopped outside the bushes and said, "I'm Jiang Yunu. My teammates are up ahead. If you're still feeling alright, we can talk." Jiang Yunu hadn't mentioned that they were a combined team of 3 school teams. What did her use of alright mean in the current situation? Anyone with a modicum of rational thought would understand. Her voice sounded natural, her words were normal, and her logic was clear. The people after Vanessa remained motionless, silent in the bushes, like frozen stones. Only Vanessa, who had been called out, remained silent for a short moment before slowly using her weapon to part the 2 branches furthest from her position, revealing a gap that allowed her to see more clearly into the outside world. "Jiang Yunu?" Vanessa confirmed in a low voice. Jiang Yunu slowly bent down, spreading her hands to show the wary figure in the bushes that she had no weapon in her hand. Of course, she didn't need a physical weapon to enter combat. Her supernatural creations were second nature to her. But this was a symbolic gesture, indicating that she was normal and rational, and posed no threat. "It's me," she said. "You sound quite lucid, which makes me happy." The lurker deep in the bushes remained silent for a moment, then the arrow tip, which had been faintly glowing with supernatural energy, retracted. Then, the bushes swayed slightly, and the red-haired female player from Duma Academy finally emerged. As soon as Vanessa revealed herself to Jiang Yunu, the white-haired girl subtly frowned. In the previous 2 team matches, even on the Dusty Desert I map, the Duma players had been relatively conscious of their image, maintaining a respectable appearance even in the dusty environment. This was perhaps a code of conduct adhered to by some first-tier region people. But that rule no longer applied. Vanessa's long red hair was haphazardly tied back with a rubber band, the braids strewn with bush leaves, dust particles, and other small, unidentified debris, as if she rolled around in a pile of junk. Her clothes were also stained, and the left hem looked singed, the edges charred black. As Jiang Yunu scrutinized Vanessa, Vanessa was also scrutinizing her, and the more she looked, the more reassured the red-haired contestant became. Because Jiang Yunu definitely looked normal. Jiang Yunu asked, "Are your teammates with you?" She was referring to the person still hiding in the bushes, someone who was clearly more wary and defensive than Vanessa. The red-haired contestant's expression tightened again at this question. "My teammate is here," Vanessa said, "but I'm not sure if I should let you see them now." Jiang Yunu sensed something was wrong. "Why? Don't you trust me, or is there something else going on?" Her voice was calm, her tone even, carrying an air of equality, as if asking, "Is there a problem? We can discuss it." In Jiang Yunu's memory, Vanessa was straightforward and a bit fiery, but at this moment, the usually fiery and straightforward young lady of the first district hesitated, saying softly, "The other person might not be in good condition." Strangely, although Vanessa had fallen for Jiang Yunu's trick in the first team match, suffering what was arguably the most humiliating defeat of her league career, and then chased after him with her supernatural arrows in the second team match, she still felt safe and trustworthy towards him outside the competition arena. This might also be related to her own captain's inexplicable trust in him. Jiang Yunu knew that Vanessa had already revealed 50% of the truth to him. Instead of directly asking her teammates what was wrong, she said, "If you need medical care, food or water, or a safe place to spend the night, you can come with me." Vanessa paused, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yunu's face, trying to discern every expression in the dim light. "You trust us that much?" "I trust my own judgment." Jiang Yunu said, "You need to operate stealthily, and be vigilant against any creatures that approach you. Your condition seems normal. You immediately relaxed after realizing I was normal as well. This indicates several things. First, in your mind, all normal people are still on your side. Second, you are also avoiding the mutants, and may have already clashed with them. Third, even if some of the people you're with are acting abnormally, they are not currently a threat, can understand commands, and remain still after you emerged, indicating they can coordinate their actions. A few minutes later, the lurkers deep in the bushes also emerged from their concealment and, guided by Vanessa, approached Jiang Yunu. Upon seeing them, Jiang Yunu immediately understood why Vanessa was so cautious and hesitant about whether or not to let her see them. One of the students had scales on his cheek, and the other had a bone spur protruding from his shoulder blade. Chapter 248. Zoe hated his poor night vision more than ever before. Once Jiang Yunu was 10 meters away from the training hall gate, he could no longer make out a clear silhouette with his naked eye. As for what was happening further down the road, he was completely clueless. He could only deduce from the still calm environment and the still dark night that Jiang Yunu probably hadn't noticed the danger. The warning light from his ability hadn't lit up. Zoe hadn't even considered the possibility that Jiang Yunu went there and wasted his combat power, unable to release the warning light. That was impossible. Zero probability events weren't considered. But what was happening in the dim light ahead might have been beyond Captain Murphy's comprehension from another perspective. Two students, both showing signs of mutation but not yet completely out of their minds, stood before Jiang Yunu. Vanessa had been tense ever since she called out her two companions. Her usual weapon was her supernatural longbow, and she held an arrow, cautiously observing between her companions and Jiang Yunu, clearly revealing a conflicted and hesitant state of mind. If a conflict were to erupt instantly, she didn't even know which way to point her arrow first. Should she stop Jiang Yunu, who might attack her mutated companions? Or should she prioritize protecting the normal people here, stopping her companions with mutated characteristics? Vanessa had rarely faced such a dilemma in her life, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, Jiang Yunu didn't cause any trouble. The white-haired girl stared at the two students, who had shown mutated characteristics, her gaze lingering on their faces, looking into their eyes, confirming that they still possessed the capacity for rational thought. Then her gaze shifted downwards, landing on their similarly tattered and stained battle-damaged uniforms. Jiang Yunu said to Vanessa, "These two teammates you brought seem to be from different schools?" Jiang Yunu's first focus was on something unexpected for Vanessa. The red-haired, superhuman archer was visibly startled. Then, following Jiang Yunu's gaze, Vanessa also looked at her two teammates and said, "Yes." The two students exhibiting mutated characteristics, one wearing the same black combat uniform as Vanessa, was a student from Duma's own school team. But the other's uniform was dark purple. This was the uniform color of Khan Academy. Jiang Yunu didn't have much contact with the people from Khan Academy. She could only say she recognized their faces, but she didn't have any personal relationships with any of them. The Khan Academy contestant had scales on his face. The dim environment would have reduced his color perception somewhat, but Jiang Yunu could still sense that the scales were silver purple. Furthermore, around the pupils of this canter athlete was a silver purple ring, the same color as the scales. Noticing that neither of the two mutated students showed any intention of communicating, Jiang Yunu looked at Vanessa. Before Vanessa could ask, she spoke up, "It's a long story. It might not be safe to talk about it outside." Jiang Yunu nodded. She seemed to think for only 2 seconds before saying, "Come with me." Jiang Yunu didn't lead these people towards the training hall's entrance. Allowing two students with mutated characteristics to directly contact the entire normal joint brigade through the main entrance was unwise and extremely irresponsible towards both the mildly mutated and the normal students. Jiang Yunu found a suitable spot where Vanessa and her two companions could enter the combined team's operational protection zone without directly contacting anyone else in the hall. She led them to the equipment storage area adjacent to the training hall. Without needing Jiang Yunu's explanation, Vanessa, being a very understanding person as a temporary ally, understood. "You can't take us directly to see the others, I understand," Vanessa said. As Jiang Yunu passed the gate, she gestured to Zoe, who could finally see her clearly, indicating with body language that she was safe, and then signaled that she needed to take someone to the equipment storage area. Using a bit of positioning to block the line of sight and the difference in light and shadow, the two students with mild mutations were hidden in the shadows. Zoe could only clearly see Jiang Yunu and the red-haired Vanessa, and then the general uniforms of the other two. Zoe didn't think much of it, and was even relieved to have spotted the Khan Academy students. He responded to Jiang Yunu's gesture, saying, "It's good that you're alright, go ahead." Why didn't Jiang Yunu lead the group through the main entrance to the hall first, but instead went to the equipment storage room? Of course, she had her reasons. Perhaps she wanted to move some new training mats and movable partitions from the equipment storage room to set up accommodations for the new teammates, who would soon be joining them. Jiang Yunu was the last to enter the equipment storage room. She closed the door, blocking any possible prying eyes from the outside. Then she said, "Now we can talk. It's very safe here." Vanessa's suspicions flared up again. She tentatively asked Jiang Yunu, "You closed the door and implied that Captain Romfy's side is safe. Aren't you afraid? What if we actually have a problem and want to attack you here?" "Oh," Jiang Yunu said casually, "I'm really not afraid of that. Anyway, the three of you working together probably couldn't beat me." Vanessa was convinced. After being convinced, the red-haired, superpowered archer said, "I'm absolutely certain now that you can't possibly have any problems. You're still 100% the same as before." Jiang Yunu smiled. This was clearly a compliment. "Then, what about these two next to you?" The white-haired girl gently tapped the two mutated students with her chin. "What happened to them? How did they become about 80% of their original appearance?" The two students with mild mutated features were unusually silent. They had followed Vanessa and appeared under her command since then, without uttering a single syllable. Vanessa glanced at her two companions, then, as if remembering something, gestured for them to sit down. The two sat down on the mats in the equipment storage area. "They can't speak," Vanessa explained to Jiang Yunu, turning to her. "Because their vocal system has become different from humans. The injection site is in the throat, and the vocal cords are the first part to mutate." As if to prove Vanessa's point, the student in the Khan Academy uniform looked up and made a strange hissing sound, like a reptile spitting out an apricot. The other Duma Academy student remained silent, watching Jiang Yunu. Vanessa explained, "His mutation might be that of a mutated odd-toed ungulate. Forcing himself to speak would produce a shriek, so he forbids himself from making a sound." Jiang Yunu thought about what odd-toed ungulates were and showed an understanding expression. For the very dignified Duma students, uttering a donkey's cry or a horse's neigh would be a fatal mistake. Jiang Yunu cut to the chase. "Who did it?" Vanessa took a deep breath, as if using the time to organize her thoughts, considering where to begin. Then she told Jiang Yunu, "The entire Michelle Academy team is wiped out." Jiang Yunu's gaze darkened. "Or you could say they were the first confirmed team to be completely wiped out," Vanessa added cautiously. "Before everything began, before the camp fell, the Michelle Academy captain received a notification. The notification stated, to further improve the fairness of the inter-school competition, to further assist all contestants in exploring their potential limits, and to help student contestants adjust their condition, a contestant potential testing program has been launched. Colleges that have received this notification are requested to proceed to the medical center in an orderly manner according to the notified time. Professional personnel will be waiting at the center entrance to guide you. Note: due to varying notification times for each school, potential tests must be conducted at each school individually. Do not go to the medical center outside of the notified hours to avoid causing chaos. Those who maliciously disrupt order will be penalized with a deduction of their league points." Jiang Yunu had never heard of such a notification. Moreover, this notification sounded like an obvious trap. She asked, "Who sent the notification?" Vanessa's face darkened. "The competition committee." Chapter 249. This notification clearly hadn't even reached the captain of Duma Academy, but it was saved as a screenshot on Vanessa's personal terminal. Vanessa obviously obtained the screenshot from elsewhere as well. She pulled up her personal terminal screen, showed Jiang Yunu the detailed content of the notification, and immediately sent him a copy of the screenshot. As a backup, Jiang Yunu's gaze fell on the sender. "We have a logistics student in our team," Vanessa said. "Her combat abilities are mediocre, but her information technology skills are high. She has repeatedly verified the signal endpoint and the sending address, confirming that the sender is indeed the competition committee's official terminal, without any relay or disguise." Jiang Yunu, or to be more precise, did someone actually use the competition committee's official terminal to send this notification? As for someone, whether it was someone from the competition committee, or someone who had usurped terminal access, Jiang Yunu felt it wasn't that certain. Vanessa, however, said, "Your considerations are valid, but after what happened later, we're more inclined to believe that the competition committee is essentially finished as well. They're in cahoots." Mitchell Academy was the first to fall into the trap. Its captain had no doubt about the message's authenticity. And when they received the notification, there were only 20 minutes left before their school's designated testing period. 20 minutes was roughly the time it would take to urgently assemble the team and travel from the apartment building to the medical center. The person who sent the notification seemed to have meticulously calculated even the time spent. The timing would leave the recipient no time for anything else. To avoid wasting the opportunity, and to prevent their team from losing league points, Captain Mitchell could only frantically assemble the team and rush to the medical center. There was no chance to communicate with the other team captains. While Michelle's team headed to the medical center, the other school teams in the camp were probably still resting in their apartments, waiting for the notification for the third match that would never come. No one noticed anything unusual. After Michelle is Hunter Star, Vanessa said. We don't know their selection rules yet. All we can determine is that they started notifying schools in the third region, prioritizing Michelle in the third region, and then selecting Hunter Star from the second region. Jiang Yunu recalled the Hunter Star Academy in Building B of the apartment building, which had remained silent throughout. It turned out they, like Michelle's team, had also been absent from their floor long ago. Where are the Hunter Star people? She asked. The red-haired archer shook her head. Some of us saw their captain and half the team, and they're all. Vanessa paused, then carefully chose her words, unable to communicate with them anymore. After all, it was a one-sided match. Even the most hot-tempered person couldn't bring themselves to use harsh words. Jiang Yuna looked directly at Vanessa and finally asked, So, how did you find out about this? And what did you do? Vanessa replied, The captain? Shen Yijing somehow discovered the anomaly at Michelle Academy, but he probably wasn't sure what this anomaly was at first. Therefore, he ordered the vice-captain of the Duma team, Hayes, to cease all free movement and await mission assignments. Shen Yijing then left the apartment building alone. About half an hour after Captain Shen left apartment building A, the Duma team members, led by Vice-Captain Hayes, who had been recalled, began receiving their missions. Vice-Captain Hayes was instructed to lead a team to the competition committee's headquarters office, located in the administration building. A logistics student skilled in IT, along with 2 other official team members, was tasked with locating all the ability suppression devices in the camp. The remaining team members were to split into pairs and proceed to their designated locations to check the status of the suppression devices. Shen Yijing didn't directly tell the Duma students the purpose of these tasks, only what to do. Fortunately, Duma Academy consistently adhered to the principle of captain-led command, and although some found it strange and discussed the captain's purpose with their teammates, no one hindered the operation. Everyone acted quickly. When the dispersed teams reached the confirmed suppression device locations, 2 teams reported in the team channel that the suppression devices had been destroyed. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. Normally, critical equipment like ability suppression devices would be stored in specially locked equipment rooms, rarely accessible to ordinary student contestants. Access keys to these rooms would only be granted to authorized administrators, who would periodically inspect and maintain them, with a smart network monitoring the status of each device in real time. But what we see is an equipment room where even the metal door is damaged, Vanessa said gravely. This is clearly abnormal. And what's even more abnormal is that, according to the equipment network, the logistics staff used a little trick to see the equipment room's operational status is green. Normal operation. The smart management network showed normal operation, but in reality, less than a third of the equipment room's door remained open. If this wasn't enough to make people realize that a major anomaly was occurring, then those sent out were truly unworthy of being Duma's elite students. Jiang Yuna listened patiently, knowing Vanessa's story was far from over. Vanessa continued, after the team that discovered the anomaly in the equipment room reported their findings, 2 other teams also reported, saying that the suppression devices they detected were still functioning, and asked the captain if the equipment needed special protection. The red-haired archer paused here, looking at Jiang Yuna as if waiting for him to ask her a question. So Jiang Yuna said, I guess Shen Yijing didn't instruct you to protect the equipment. Was his order the opposite? A flicker of surprise crossed Vanessa's eyes. Yes. Vanessa confirmed Jiang Yuna's guess. That's exactly what the captain ordered, making the entire team channel silent for 2 minutes. Those 2 minutes were indeed the longest 2 minutes of silence in Duma's team channel. At that time, Vanessa's team partner hadn't yet mutated, he could still speak normally. When the other person could speak, he was a somewhat whimsical thinker. He stood blankly beside his companion, silent for a moment even in reality, before asking Vanessa, what do you think the probability is that the captain suddenly decides to betray the human alliance, and the Snow Wolf Ability User Association suddenly decides to become a rebellious association? Vanessa rolled her eyes immediately. The same probability as you beating the captain today. His companion said, I think so too. Since no one expected Shen Yijing to suddenly go mad and abruptly turn evil, standing against everyone, This extremely outrageous order was still obeyed by the Duma contestants. Jiang Yunu was initially puzzled when she heard the order, but in a flash, she realized that Shen Yijing was taking a different approach. Since the enemy has already destroyed the devices and wants to use their abilities within the camp, why not destroy all the devices so that the contestants can use their abilities fairly throughout the camp? She muttered to herself, clearly grasping Shen Yijing's thought process. Later, as she and the combined team withdrew from the apartment, they discovered that their abilities were gradually unlocked, allowing them to operate more flexibly in areas where their abilities had previously been restricted. This was most likely due to Duma's people busy dismantling devices everywhere. Vanessa was certain that Shen Yijing wouldn't make decisions that would harm the interests of all the students, but in terms of understanding the captain's orders, she suddenly realized that she might not be as insightful as Jiang Yunu. After that, our school's people were scattered throughout the camp, communicating through the team channel. This also indirectly explained why when Lulu Marin from the local area went down to Duma's floor to talk to the Duma people, the entire floor was already empty. Shen Yijing seemed to be issuing commands to his team remotely, while he himself remained a lone wolf, venturing alone into increasingly dangerous areas. Jiang Yunu asked Vanessa about Captain Shen's movements, but Vanessa, as expected, didn't know either, only that Shen Yijing's location was constantly changing. The captain has things he wants to do alone, and he probably feels that bringing us along would be a hindrance and distract him, Vanessa said, tugging at her roughly tied ponytail. He's always been ahead of everyone else, constantly updating us with warnings and precautions. But unfortunately, when our people penetrated deeper into the medical center and the outer perimeter of the camp's equipment points, even with the captain's warnings, we were still successfully attacked by the mutated beings. Shen Yijing likely sensed the risk and the anomaly earlier than anyone else. He ordered the Duma athletes to scatter and sabotage the devices, creating a better environment for self-defense and counterattack for everyone. However, he may have underestimated the ruthlessness of the camp's traitors. The first Michelle Academy athlete taken away was injected with the drug dealer's new product, which took effect faster than Alexander, the Duma athlete, who had mutated during the competition, and had a stronger short-term power amplification effect. Compared to this potion, the medicine in the trial tower's top-level vault was considered mild. When the Duma Academy team explored the medical center, they spotted the Michelle athlete. They tried to communicate with him, but were immediately attacked by the fully mutated Michelle athlete. Attack students from another school outside the competition arena, even the elites of Duma Academy were unaccustomed to this indiscriminate attack. Not to mention that the two who arrived at the medical center were among the team's more neutral and peaceful members. Hesitating for a moment, unaccustomed to using lethal attacks on people he used to greet casually, he was successfully attacked by the mutated Michelle student, who had lost all reason and recklessly unleashed his killing intent. Even more terrifying was that, in addition to losing their rationality, the mutated student seemed to have been implanted with some kind of thought command. If you see a mutated person carrying a syringe, don't let them get close, Vanessa said. Once they grab someone, they repeat the stereotypical action of injecting the syringe into the body. Two Duma students, unprepared and acting immediately, were ambushed by the mutated one. One of them had a syringe pierced his arm. In less than 5 minutes, his right arm mutated before his companion's horrified eyes. Chapter 250. What's worse than the increased number of student mutants in the camp, and the fact that this new wave of student mutants is attacking ordinary students? Answer 1. There aren't just new student mutants here. Answer 2. It's not just the medical center that has students and other mutants. The Duma Academy's contestants excel at individual combat, and are accustomed to fighting in 2 to 3 person teams. They are all skilled at solo action, and rarely need to launch a group attack. Therefore, they lack experience in quickly assembling teams to confront large numbers of hostile targets. A single 3-person team from Duma is enough to terrify an entire team from a lower-ranked school. But if the opponent is a mutant injected with a new drug, devoid of rationality, and with a drastically increased combat ability, they will find themselves in a difficult situation. This completely exceeds the level of enemies that elite high school students should face. Even the most elite high school students haven't even interned at the Ability User Association. Asking students to face mutants with combat power comparable to mid-level elemental beasts is pushing their limits too far. But fate seemed determined to push the limits of these league participants. A large-scale, closed testing ground. This idea, which had once budded in Jiang Yunu's mind, resurfaced in her own. And this time, as Vanessa's account became more detailed and specific, her speculations grew increasingly clear and multifaceted. This was no longer a simple drug trial, but rather a makeshift arena. Within the camp, management colluded with merchants from the Rear Star sector. They first used unknown methods to send a large portion of the camp staff out, then confined the remaining staff and all the participants in a closed environment. Next, they dismantled the remaining staff team, administering the first batch of injections to the adults, turning them into monsters remaining in the main buildings of the camp. Then, they selected several teams from the participants to receive the injections. This means that ordinary players might face off against already mutated adult employees, mutated ordinary players would encounter other normal players, and elite players investigating the anomalies might be surrounded and attacked by both mutated players and mutated employees. The combinations that can be used for combat speed matching will become increasingly diverse as the number of mutated people increases. It's practically a rich, unrestricted matchmaking system. Why are they like this? Jiang Yunu looked at Duma and Kant, two mildly mutated players, and was puzzled by their ability to maintain their rationality. The new drug in the camp takes effect faster, causing rapid mutation. Logically, these two players shouldn't be given special treatment. Hearing this question, Vanessa's expression was somewhat strange. Vanessa first gave Jiang Yunu a very inquisitive look. Jiang Yunu noticed that Duma and Kant, who were usually quiet after mutating, were also looking at him. Jiang Yunu was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? The answer couldn't possibly lie with her, the one asking the question. Vanessa looked at her, maintaining that inquisitive yet complex expression, as if the other woman herself was incredulous. Ultimately, the credit for them maintaining the status quo probably lies with you. Jiang Yunu. Question mark this time, Jiang Yunu genuinely showed surprise. Me? She said. You? Vanessa not only nodded affirmatively, but also added, at least that's what the captain told us. Shinijing told them? How come someone hasn't even seen a glimpse of her yet, and is already spreading rumors about her? Vanessa, the captain told us that if the dose of the drug is small, we should immediately stop using our powers, then find an A-grade crystal core. We can then guide some of the drug still outside the energy core out through the crystal core, which can control the mutation to some extent. After she finished speaking, the three students present, except for Jiang Yunu, still looked at her with curiosity. Clearly, in Shinijing's account, this method was obtained from her. And more obviously, it's effective. We happen to have an A-grade crystal core, the red-haired female archer shrugged slightly. Although you won the first clear of the trial tower this year, quite a few of us from Duma have cleared it since. In addition, the students in the first district are mostly wealthy and powerful. It's not uncommon for some to possess one or two high-level crystal cores. Jiang Yunu initially suspected Captain Shin was spreading rumors about her, but after hearing Vanessa's details of the suppression plan, she felt a sense of familiarity from the very first sentence, and then she quickly realized. This was something she had previously shared with Shinijing, a story about someone in the 7th district being threatened by drug dealers due to transportation issues, and how they had alleviated their amplification disease with A-grade crystal cores. Shinijing was very clever. He not only listened to her intelligence and learned about the new drugs and transportation arrangements in the 7th district, but also extracted a method for suppressing mild drug intake. However, there was one crucial point. This suppression method currently had only one successful case, Zhou Jinchua's mother. Whether the drugs circulating within the camp were exactly the same type as those encountered by the Zhou family, and whether the same crystal core suppression method would succeed here, were all unknowns. It's all about gambling. Jiang Yunu recalled Vanessa's expression during her speech, and subtly observed the expressions of the other two mutated students. She boldly guessed that when Shinijing shared this method with everyone, he most likely hadn't mentioned the risks and probabilities behind it. Shinijing was also gambling. Fortunately, Captain Shin won this gamble. Alright. To avoid making Captain Shin's plan seem dubious, Jiang Yunu thought it over and decided to take the credit first. This matter might indeed be related to me, but I won't answer any more questions. Don't look at me like that. The dispersed Duma team members encountered attacks in different locations, confirmed the extent of the fall of different areas, and destroyed as many of the ability-suppressing devices they could access as possible. Jiang Yunu asked Vanessa for a map of the device distribution. The training hall is currently the newest safe haven, open to all camp personnel who still maintain normal rational thinking. On its first night at the new base, it welcomed the entire school teams of Golden Uriel, Romfi, and Earthly Radiance, and later that night, it admitted 2 athletes from Duma and 1 from Kant. Jiang Yunu was full of energy and barely slept all night. When Lulumarin and Sora came to relieve her, she briefly chatted with them at the gate about the camp's new developments and showed them the mildly mutated students in the equipment storage area. They unanimously agreed to temporarily separate the mildly mutated students from the completely normal students, using the equipment storage area as their new living quarters. Further adjustments would be made later, once the number of mildly mutated individuals at the base increased. Jiang Yuna could almost foresee that an increase in mildly mutated individuals was inevitable. There are other people wandering outside the camp, she said. Some of them might be fighting severely mutated individuals right now. Among the mildly mutated individuals, there were quite a few lucky ones, like the contestant Cantor. They too received a forged notice from the competition committee, summoned to the medical center for potential testing, only to find that a wave of mutation had already broken out there. A small team from Duma Academy arrived shortly after, rescuing them as they began to show signs of mutation. Vanessa told Jiang Yunu, "But we can't bring too many people with us at once, and large groups make us too conspicuous, easily attracting other severely mutated individuals. Not to mention, before this, the scattered students had no idea where could still be considered safe." Vanessa and her two companions were among the first group of displaced people to arrive at the new safe haven. "You can tell them it's safe here," Jiang Yuna said. "I'm here. I do everything I can to keep everyone safe." 10 hours later, the other students who were still rational arrived at the training hall, wearing uniforms representing their different schools. 14 hours later, Shenijing, who had been missing for a long time, also arrived at the training hall and finally rejoined the main group. Jiang Yuna leaned against the door of the training hall, automatically keeping watch for everyone during the day, when there was nothing else to do. She was the first to see Shenijing finally appear. Shenijing also saw her. Jiang Yuna whistled a turning whistle towards Captain Shin. Chapter 251. Long time no see. The white-haired girl's voice carried a hint of mockery that anyone with half a hearing could detect. She said with a smile, "Your new look is quite unique. More than just unique." Whenever Shenijing appeared in public before, she was always impeccably dressed, at least impeccably in her uniform, perfectly worthy of being called the face of the Duma school team. But now, Captain Shin's uniform jacket was missing, leaving only her most intimate tactical uniform underneath. The tight-fitting clothes were torn in several places, clearly a battle-damaged look. Shenijing's long sword was still slung over her back, the straps wrapped directly around her shoulders and waist, the leather digging shallowly into her muscles, leaving marks on her skin. Jiang Yunu always openly appreciated things that conformed to her aesthetic sense, and openly acted as a female hooligan. Shenijing was already familiar with her unconventional style, but she still stopped in her tracks at the sound of her whistling. "Do I look terrible?" Captain Shin asked cautiously. The terrible he meant certainly not in a conventional sense. "Not terrible," Jiang Yunu said. "You look quite elegant, and you still have a lot of energy, which means your injuries haven't seriously affected you, and they don't impair your thinking or actions." She paused, then added, "But..." Shenijing continued cautiously, "But..." "Jiang Yunu, but looking like this, I don't recommend you go directly into the public hall. It will damage the good image of your Duma Academy among other school teams." Shenijing, Despite being deemed potentially damaging to the school's image, Captain Shin didn't enter the hall through the main entrance. Instead, she used a scenic window on the side of the training hall, climbing through it to enter. This window was secured with a biometric lock, the key held by Jiang Yunu and Captain Lulumarin of Diyao. Only the two of them could open it. "The other large windows are sealed off for security reasons," Jiang Yunu explained, leading Shenijing up the side staircase to the second floor. Only windows less than 30 centimeters in length and width remain partially open, making everyone's living space appear less enclosed. Shenijing listened silently. Out of habit, he had been observing his surroundings since approaching the training hall, carefully checking its security levels before and after entering, his eyes scanning every possible security point. The more Jiang Yunu spoke to him, the higher they climbed, the more the weight on his heart slowly lifted, until it finally settled peacefully in his chest. Just as Vanessa had reported in the team chat, it was indeed very safe here. Jiang Yunu led Shenijing upstairs to the second floor. A medium-sized practice room on the second floor had been converted into the joint team's meeting room. "I already notified Lulumarin, Captain So, and Zoe. They be here to meet you soon." The meeting room had a water dispenser, a washroom, and a set of wall-mounted storage cabinets. Jiang Yunu poured Shenijing a glass of water and placed it on the table, asking her to sit down and rest for a while. She then walked towards the door. "I go see if there are any clothes left in the training hall's common supply room. If there are, I find you a set." The training hall had previously stored a considerable amount of spare clothing for the athletes. These were uniform, simple sportswear with the camp's logo. While not as elaborate as the individual school team's uniforms, and certainly not as luxurious or expensive as the uniforms of top-tier schools like the Duma, they were lightweight, durable, easy to wash, and quick drying. In the current climate of dwindling supplies, they were ideal spare clothes for the students. Shen Yijing quickly received Jiang Yunu. The white-haired girl handed him a clean set of sportswear, telling him to go to the restroom and tidy up his damaging appearance. Only after quickly grooming himself and changing into more presentable clothes did a question belatedly enter Captain Shen's mind. Were the clothes she found for him too perfect? The clothes Jiang Yuna gave him fit him so well, it was as if they were tailor-made. The pants and sleeves were perfectly proportioned. Shen Yijing, expressionless, drank the water Jiang Yunu had casually poured for him, sitting alone in the conference room lost in thought for a while. When Lulumarin, Sorek, and Zoe arrived, Captain Shen's brain was immediately switched back to work mode. By this time, the camp had been under siege for nearly 30 hours. Completely cut off from the outside world and the camp, Shen Yijing, despite receiving notification of the new safe base, lingered outside a little longer to investigate any remaining possibility of contact with the outside world. However, the results were clearly not optimistic. Currently, those within the camp who still possess independent consciousness are probably all concentrated in this base, Shen Yijing stated calmly, describing the terrifying situation. I went to the outermost edge of the camp and found that the boundary had been blocked off. All the flying vehicles on the hovercraft platform are unable to take off. The League camp was essentially a small floating city, with all the competition arenas and living quarters built on suspended platforms. Once the flying vehicles were unusable, the students were effectively trapped. I checked the intelligence network your school team shared, Jiang Yuna said. Of the 22 ability-limiting devices in the camp, 12 have already been destroyed. 14, Shen Yijing corrected Jiang Yunu. I happened to find 2 more when I arrived. The dynamic monitoring network probably hasn't been updated yet. Captain Shen spoke of destroying 2 extra devices single-handedly, as casually as buying 2 extra packs of instant noodles on the way back. The other 3 captains couldn't help but look at her with respect. Even Lulumarin praised. Captain Shen's individual combat ability is truly outstanding. Shen Yijing only glanced at Jiang Yuna discreetly. Then she noticed that Jiang Yuna didn't seem to have anything else to say. So, there are 8 left, Jiang Yuna said pragmatically. Shen Yijing, that's right. The 8 remaining ability-limiting devices are located deeper within the camp, far from the students' usual living areas. Jiang Yuna waited for everyone to exchange information again, obtaining the latest intelligence from Shen Yijing. Then, she mentally assessed the remaining supplies at the base, and calculated the daily consumption for everyone currently gathered in the training hall. It was a worrying figure. When the meeting paused, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the white-haired girl. Jiang Yuna looked up. First, we need to send out an exploration team, starting from nearby and gradually moving outwards, to explore the area around the training hall and collect the daily necessities currently available for everyone in the camp. They didn't know how long they would be trapped here, nor when they would receive outside help. Until then, ensuring their survival was the top priority. Secondly, Jiang Yuna said, waiting for the outside world to discover our situation and for others to rescue us isn't a solution. We better take action ourselves. Zoe immediately agreed. I agree with that too. Lulumarin nodded beside her. But, the reliable Sorek questioned, what can we do now? Still exploration, Jiang Yuna said. The exploration team will split into 2 large groups, one to explore for supplies, and the other to explore for the device. Not just the ability-suppressing device. The fact that such a large camp could be suddenly cut off from the outside world and even interfere with the takeoff of flying vehicles indicated that a tight shielding system must have been set up around the camp long ago. It could be mechanical equipment, or elemental runes containing powerful elemental energy, or something else, Jiang Yuna said. Shielding energy doesn't appear out of thin air. Something must be supporting the operation of this shield. Finding it, and breaking it is key to re-establishing communication with the outside world. But now is not the time to search. Shen Yijing's gaze fell on Jiang Yuna's face. Then he suddenly asked out of the blue, how many hours have you been without sleep? Jiang Yuna, Shen Yijing's question seemed to touch a nerve with everyone else, bringing back something that had been vaguely forgotten. The camp had been under siege for nearly 30 hours, and the last time Jiang Yuna slept seemed to be the day before yesterday. You didn't sleep the night we were on night watch together, Zoe said. You weren't asleep either when Sorek and I got up to take over, Lulumarin said. Sorek stood up abruptly, as if facing a formidable enemy, and placed his hands on the back of Jiang Yuna's chair. Then today, the other school's athletes gradually arrived at the venue, and Captain Shen rejoined the team this afternoon. Little Jiang, you didn't lie down on the training mat at all during this time, did you? Jiang Yuna tried to argue, but I'm still in good spirits. I feel like I can go out right now and carry over those vending machines near the training hall. I remember where they are. Shinijing dismissed her argument, saying, you need to rest. I go check on the vending machines. However, Lulumarin dismissed both of them. You two go and rest, Captain Diyu said authoritatively. I take Diyu's team. They all rested. The Dia school team, after a day and a night of rest, had indeed all rested. During the day, the joint advance team contacted the other contestants, who were joining later, and learned about the difficulties faced by the other student contestants, who had been fighting alone while they rested. Many members of the Dia team were also eager to go out and do something. This was a perfect opportunity for the Dia school team to go out for a break and contribute to the base. Jiang Yunu was sent to rest, along with Shinijing. Jiang Yunu was baffled as to how Shinijing could tell he hadn't rested for a long time. They hadn't been together all this time. You want to ask me why? Captain Shin replied, well, my reason is probably similar to how you just happened to be able to get me clothes that fit perfectly. Jiang Yunu was puzzled. Can't you tell the exact size just by looking at your body a few times? Shinijing ignored the message. In short, the two strongest individuals in the base at the moment had both gone to rest for several hours. Chapter 252. Time doesn't stop flowing just because anyone takes a break. By the time Jiang Yunu and Shinijing had rested enough, nearly 36 hours had passed since the entire league camp was confirmed to have fallen and the mutation wave began. During the 5 or 6 hours Jiang Yunu and Shinijing rested, the others in the camp did a lot. The Dia school team split into 2 squads and raided the vending machines near the training hall. When the Dia school team went out for the second time, the Romfi school team proactively followed them, cooperating with them, and even bringing back some supplies besides food and daily necessities. The Golden Ariel school team also wanted to join the outing, but Zoe and Lulumarin persuaded Sorok not to, arguing that the base needed at least one team in good condition to be stationed there. The training hall was no longer only filled with students from Earth Radiance, Golden Ariel, and Romfi schools. However, athletes from other schools, who had only arrived the previous night, were naturally in much worse condition than the students from the 3 schools, who had had a full night's rest. Some athletes from other schools needed rest, some needed to recover from injuries, and some couldn't even enter the public hall and had to rest in the special rest area converted from the equipment storage. Golden Ariel, as a still considerable fighting force, remained in the training hall to protect the safety of the resting students. Students from other schools, whose injuries weren't serious enough to keep lying on the training mats and sleep, voluntarily got up, checked the duty roster that Jiang Yunu and his team had placed in a prominent spot in the hall, and then volunteered to do some of the logistical tasks listed on the roster. Jiang Yunu walked out of the second-floor washroom and looked down from the upstairs corridor, just in time to see the lively scene in the first-floor hall. If it weren't for the inconvenient time, place, and circumstances, the scene would almost be described as thriving. What are you looking at? Shinijing's voice came from behind. Footsteps stopped beside Jiang Yunu, bringing with them a wisp of fresh, damp air. The other person had clearly just come out of another washroom. Watching an interstellar spectacle, Jiang Yunu said with amusement. Shinijing heard the amusement in her voice, and looked in the direction she pointed with her chin slightly raised. She saw 2 figures in their own academy's uniforms walking alongside a figure in a Golden Ariel uniform, each carrying a stack of compressed cubes. Vacuum-packed, folded training mats. Clearly, the 2 Duma students were moving things with the Golden Ariel student. They're just doing some chores, Shinijing said casually. It's rare to see players from Duma Academy doing odd jobs, Jiang Yunu said with a smile. I bet before this league, chores were an unthinkable concept for many in your team. They never imagined they'd be involved. This was true. The situation is different. They learned to adapt to the new environment on their own, Shinijing said. If the first region's principles of decorum only produce useless people who can't get anything done without pursuing so-called decorum, then the region's demise is only a matter of time. Jiang Yunu couldn't help but look at Captain Shin with a strange gaze for a while. This wasn't the first time Shinijing had been looked at with such strange eyes. He had developed a certain immunity. He didn't show any obvious discomfort, only pausing slightly before asking, "What?" "Wow," the white-haired girl exclaimed. "I heard the top echelon of the first district mocking the first district's demise." The word demise didn't even seem like something Shinijing would use. After all, it wasn't exactly a sophisticated term. I was just saying that if it maintained certain established practices, Shinijing corrected the arbitrary part of Jiang Yunu's wording, adding a conditional clause to his point. If it blindly pursues meaningless things, even the first district could be doomed. Jiang Yunu maintained her smile, continuing to watch Shinijing with great interest, feeling that Captain Shin was truly a creature that always offered something new. Just then, someone coughed twice not far away. Ahem. The cough was very deliberate and forceful. Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing turned around together, and saw Sorik standing about 5 steps away. Sorik had come to ask them to come downstairs. Zoe sent me up to check on you too, Sorik said. I just saw you're awake. Go on downstairs? Di Yao and Romfi's supply patrol team are back. Rest was just a brief respite from their busy schedules. Once it ended, there was still much for them to do. Shen Yijing's return gave the entire alliance a much-needed boost, and also helped resolve many potential internal conflicts ahead of time, such as the management of mildly mutated individuals. There were mutated individuals in the training hall, albeit mildly. Even though they had recently been eating with everyone in the cafeteria and exchanging greetings with ordinary students in the apartment building, for some, being around mutated individuals remained a nerve-wracking and unsettling experience. Jiang Yunu and her team couldn't possibly hide all the mutated students, completely isolating them from normal students. The conditions didn't allow for it, and completely concealing their existence was difficult. Shen Yijing took on the supervisory responsibility. I live with the mildly mutated students. He chose to live with them, using himself as a protective barrier between the normal and mutated students. This protective barrier was, of course, two-way. Jiang Yunu only pondered for a moment before saying, why not move the team affairs office and the captain's rest area to the dividing line as well? Lulu Marin said, okay, I agree. This way, the two-way human protective barrier wouldn't be solely Shen Yijing's responsibility, preventing the burden from falling entirely on one person. This approach also had a short-term effectiveness. If the cohabitation time were prolonged, with normal students constantly sharing with students exhibiting mutated characteristics, other conflicts and disagreements might arise. Fortunately, change always comes sooner than planned. 46 hours after the camp's fall, the outside world finally noticed the unusual changes within. The timeline finally reached the point where Chairman Shen of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association couldn't contact his son, and Instructor Su of the Spirit Deer Ability User Association couldn't reach Jiang Yunu either. There's a problem at the Upper 3 District's Advanced League Camp? But the dynamic system feedback we receive says everything is normal. The children are carrying out their daily training as scheduled. Leaving the camp for fieldwork during the competition? Yes, the competition committee issued an immediate notice of adjustments to the competition rules, requiring staff to hold separate meetings outside the camp, and giving the students a weekend of free time. What's the problem? When the Snow Wolf and Spirit Deer's inquiries reached the terminals of various personnel, each person answering sounded increasingly confused. Some, however, reacted quickly, sensing something amiss in the calls. It turned out that to the general public, cut off from the camp, it was just an ordinary weekend within the camp, with the athletes being given maximum freedom of movement during the off-season. As the Snow Wolf and Spirit Deer Ability Associations led the way, rushing towards the coordinates of the league camp, inside the sealed-off camp, Jiang Yunu and Captain Shen were already heading towards a location of an unusual energy reaction. Are you sure it's just ahead? Jiang Yunu asked. Shen Yijing replied, yes, I'm sure. This unusual energy reaction was detected jointly by 4 sensory-skilled athletes, Jean Qin, Vanessa, Di Yao, and Romfi. During the past dozen or so hours of continuous exploration and data collection, each joint team had brought along an athlete with sensory skills. Exploring and collecting supplies obviously doesn't require sensory skills, but detecting potential anomalies within the camp does. A barrier capable of supporting the entire league camp, whether it's equipment or runes, releases a powerful energy field when it operates, Lulu Marin confidently stated during a discussion about how to detect hidden devices. Based on that meeting's content, Jiang Yunu proposed that each field team bring at least one student with sensory skills. As the search area expands, they would also use their sensory abilities to scan the surrounding environment for any elusive, unknown energy fields. And sure enough, they found something. Chapter 253. An abrupt energy point, unlike any other energy reaction device in the camp. It had already been verified by sensory skill players from multiple teams, who had explored it back and forth, confirming its exact location. Who would be the pathfinder for this new energy point was practically undisputed. I promised the captain, Lulu, and Zoe, Jiang Yunu said to Shen Yijing. If we detect any danger and fail to retreat immediately, fail to contact the rear, and wait for the team to regroup before taking further action, I will face a terrible punishment. Shen Yijing paused, then asked, what punishment? Jiang Yunu, you have to treat all the league players who stayed behind to a meal. Shen Yijing, Captain Shen was clearly unaware of this beforehand. He probably hadn't been invited to the group discussion. He had just heard Jiang Yunu mention the punishment, and his expression was clearly concerned, worried about the specifics of the punishment for the white-haired girl. But after hearing it, he felt the punishment was much lighter than he had anticipated. The white-haired girl, however, looked grave. "Don't look relieved, like you're saying that's it," Jiang Yuna said sadly. "Do you know how heavy this punishment is for me? This is truly striking at the heart of the matter. Although you usually call us Golden Ariel Golden poor ghosts, to be honest, my seniors, juniors, and close classmates aren't poor. Only I am, inside and out, a genuinely poor ghost." Shenijing, just like the word miscellaneous tasks, which rarely entered the lives of the elite students of Duma Academy, the word poor ghost had also rarely appeared in Shenijing's life so far. Not counting the joking Golden Poor Ghost nickname used by the Golden Ariel Academy. Jiang Yunu, seeing Shenijing's new expression, knew this young master had never seen a truly poor person. She sighed, "Anyway, this punishment is still quite severe for me." Shenijing, and she walked side by side another 30 meters towards the coordinates, both moving quickly. "It's all right." Captain Shen seemed to have mentally prepared himself for the 30 meters, saying as casually as possible, "I can pay for it, or rather, share some of the burden." The second half of the sentence was added hastily because he felt his first half was somewhat inappropriate, as if he had completely tacitly acknowledged Jiang Yunu's poverty. Jiang Yunu blinked. Her focus, however, shifted elsewhere. "Captain Shen," Jiang Yunu said, "you seem to be saying that no matter what crisis we encounter, we won't report immediately, but will definitely go out and scout first, neither staying put nor retreating to wait for reinforcements." Jiang Yunu laughed after saying this. Shenijing simply replied, Basically, she tacitly agreed. Perhaps waiting for reinforcements would make the operation more secure, but from another perspective, Jiang Yunu was very similar to Shenijing. They both preferred to scout ahead and test the risk level first. If they were lucky, ideally the risk level would fall within their capabilities, allowing them to resolve the issue on the spot and eliminate the crisis for everyone. They both loved taking on too much responsibility and were extremely arrogant, possessing an arrogance that said, "I know I'm better than others, so I should be the one to solve the difficulties." Even more interestingly, there are currently two such arrogant individuals. Jiang Yunu and Shenijing followed the marked energy reaction points, traversing the garden path connecting the training hall and the canteen, then crossing the garden to reach the logistic storage area within the camp complex. The logistic storage area not only consisted of rows of pointed roof warehouses, but also empty platforms specifically for unloading goods. On their way here, Jiang Yunu and Shenijing encountered two attacks from mutated individuals. The first wave of mutated individuals wore tattered staff uniforms. Their pupils were completely red, and dark brown energy runes extended from their facial features, making them appear inhuman. They were swiftly dealt with. The second wave of mutated individuals slowed their attacks slightly, because they were facing individuals wearing the uniforms of Hunter Star and Michelle. Jiang Yunu hadn't seen anyone from Michelle in a long time. The last time she heard anyone from that school mentioned was when Vanessa told her, Michelle's school team is completely finished. The person opposite her, wearing Michelle's uniform, had a face Jiang Yunu recognized. The owner of that face had repeatedly spoken sarcastically to her, and their first encounter at the league camp was anything but friendly. It was the vice captain of Michelle Academy. Jiang Yunu didn't have a good impression of this person, but that didn't mean she wanted to see him like this. Completely devoid of reason, his face contorted in rage. He held a small syringe in his left hand, having forgotten all academy honor, forgotten the competitive spirit and harmless rivalry among young students, merely repeating some stereotypical command, attempting to create more of the same monsters. A green aura of supernatural power gathered in Jiang Yunu's hand. She used energy vines to wrap around the opponent's wrist, the sharp leaf tips piercing the hand holding the syringe. The mutated Vice Captain Michelle let out a wail. Amidst the howl, Shenijing dislocated the shoulder of the mutated student from Hunter Star, and heard Jiang Yunu seem to sigh. Not all of Hunter Star's students had perished. In the past dozen or so hours, several Hunter Star students had successfully arrived at the training hall. They all looked somewhat disheveled. 3 were mildly mutated, and the other was in relatively good condition and could stay with the normal students. The Hunter Star people said they dispersed shortly after entering the medical center. Shenijing sheathed her long sword and, along with Jiang Yunu, bypassed the 2 student mutated individuals who were now incapacitated. Jiang Yunu stepped over the syringe that had fallen to the ground. Tiny green vines rose from the ground where she stepped, shredding the syringe into powder. She said, "Yes, when we get back, we can tell the people still at the base that they don't need to wait for their captain's message anymore." The one whose shoulder Shenijing had just shoved was Captain Liashing. Some familiar faces were unrecognizable, Some people who were still waiting were destined to never return. As the two entered the row of warehouse buildings, Shen Yijing slightly turned his head to look at Jiang Yunu's smooth profile. In the days since entering the league camp, the white-haired girl seemed to have quietly grown a little taller, but remained slender, with an increasingly tall and sharp air about her. She looked determined, and also angry. Not the kind of anger that would erupt like a volcano, yelling and screaming. Instead, it was a resolute determination, a vow to end something, a silent yet determined anger. Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing entered the depths of the storage center. Here, the traceable energy signal weakened, but this didn't mean they had lost track of it. It meant they were almost there. There's no path ahead, Shen Yijing reported what he saw. At the end of the way was an empty wall, with building materials piled up a little further away. Jiang Yunu walked halfway around the open space in front of the wall. She said, "No, there's still a path." She gently stepped on the ground, feeling the difference between the ground near the wall and the ground further away. The area near the wall felt hollow underneath. "There's more space below," she said. Shen Yijing also tried it, and agreed with Jiang Yunu's assessment. "This underground area isn't on the camp's architectural plans," Shen Yijing said confidently. The camp's panoramic map had also been unearthed when the IT-savvy student from the Duma team dug up the location of the ability suppression device, and it was stored on Captain Shen's personal terminal. They checked the panoramic map on the terminal, and Jiang Yuna stomped her foot on the ground again. "Finding an area outside the plans means we're on the right track," she said. "But how do we get down?" Shen Yijing's question was practical. He had already circled the area twice without finding an entrance. Jiang Yuna didn't speak, she simply followed the path she felt was hollow. Then she grabbed Shen Yijing's arm. "Follow me." Chapter 254. Although the exterior looked completely unfamiliar, as Jiang Yunu wandered back and forth in front of the empty wall, she felt an indescribable familiarity. It was a sense of déjà vu, as if a hand was rummaging through her memories, revealing a fragment, telling her in this way, "You've been to a similar place before." But what exactly was that familiarity? Jiang Yunu couldn't describe it, she only had a natural, deep-seated intuition. So she followed her intuition, pulling Shen Yijing out of the warehouse building through the window, to the outer wall, and then walking along the base of the wall until they reached the bottom. Shen Yijing silently cooperated with her. As Jiang Yunu led him to a stop at the corner of the wall, she said, "I like people like you." Captain Shen's heart suddenly pounded, but he quickly calmed down, and thought that no one would bring him here to confess their feelings. Not even Jiang Yunu would do that. Having quickly calmed down, Shen Yijing continued watching Jiang Yunu, his heart pounding as he waited for what was to come. Sure enough, Jiang Yunu's next words were, "You're so cooperative. You didn't even ask why I suddenly came here. You're amazing." Shen Yijing, The actual details were pretty much what he expected. After sincerely praising Captain Shen, the white-haired girl turned around and looked at the wall again. Shen Yijing calmed his racing heart and instructed Jiang Yunu to continue guiding the operation, watching as the girl paced back and forth a few steps at the wall. Jiang Yunu suddenly said, "I got it." Shen Yijing didn't even know how she operated. She seemed to have only taken a few steps to determine a general area, then green supernatural energy swirled around her fingertips. The energy light then transformed into supernatural vines, pointing straight to the ground and disappearing like raindrops. The entire process was silent. The ground near the wall in front of them was covered with a layer of green light. Without careful observation, it looked like a simulated meadow. Shen Yijing's ears caught the sound of soil crumbling. Without needing Jiang Yunu's command, she only glanced back at them. An amber gold wind-based supernatural energy lit up in Shen Yijing's hands. Then, a steady, powerful wind passed beside them, and seeped into the already collapsed ground. The wind lifted up the soil and broken paving stones. The two worked in perfect harmony, like two efficient giant groundhogs, hollowing out the ground in front of them in the blink of an eye. When all the covering paving stones and soil were removed, revealing a wall at the base of the existing wall and a large door almost 2 people tall, Jiang Yunu quietly whistled a celebratory whistle. Shen Yijing suddenly asked from the side, "You whistle at a door?" Jiang Yunu, "Huh?" Jiang Yunu was confused, inexplicably sensing that Captain Shen seemed displeased with the question. "Can't I whistle at a door?" Jiang Yunu asked earnestly, her gaze sincere. Shen Yijing suddenly fell silent again, acting as if he hadn't just asked the strange question. He casually stepped forward and examined the tall, tightly closed door. Jiang Yunu didn't understand, but she quickly returned her attention to the matter at hand. The double-leaving door was made of some kind of alloy material, the entire door panel seamlessly integrated with concealed seams. If it weren't for Jiang Yunu's sharp eyes, Shen Yijing wouldn't have been able to determine the door's opening mechanism at first glance. He couldn't even see the seams between the door panels from the outside. It looks like an electronic lock. Shen Yijing looked around, his gaze carefully scanning every corner around the door panel. His eye for smart technology devices was better than that of the truly poor white-haired girl. Because Jiang Yuna probably had never seen many of the new door lock devices in the upper 3 districts. But after looking around, Captain Shen couldn't find any trace of external unlocking devices. It doesn't look like it can be unlocked from the outside, he said thoughtfully. What we found might be a one-way exit, the entrance is elsewhere. A one-way exit meant that there were no external unlocking devices around the door. There was only one unlocking path from the inside out. Jiang Yuna touched the metal door panel, then pondered for a moment. Let's take another look, she said, not immediately suggesting that the two of them go find the next door. It was that same intuition that kept haunting Jiang Yunu, making her feel that if she looked at that door a few more times, she might find a way to open it. She had seen something similar before. And during a period of utter boredom, she had pondered it, studied it, and played with it repeatedly like a bored child lacking toys. When did that happen? The memory seemed distant, but following those ambiguous clues, it became clearer, like wiping glass coated with detergent foam. Let me try, Jiang Yuna said after a long pause. Shen Yijing stepped back 2 paces. He hadn't urged her earlier, but now, he consciously made way, allowing Jiang Yunu to stand in the center of the metal door. The white-haired girl stared intently at the closed door, muttering to herself, maybe I can open it. Shen Yijing didn't interrupt. He knew Jiang Yunu was lost in thought. He was merely observing. However, even with Captain Shen's keen observation skills, he couldn't quite figure out how Jiang Yunu had operated the door for the next 15 minutes, when the sound of it unlocking from the inside emanated from deep within. Click. It was a dull unlocking sound coming from the center of the heavy metal door. Done. Jiang Yunu stopped and stepped back to Shen Yijing's side. From Shen Yijing's perspective, Jiang Yunu had simply been fumbling with the door, her fingers occasionally flashing with a strange light. He watched as Jiang Yunu pressed several buttons on the door in sequence, seemingly using her special ability to sense different parts of the door. Then, the door unlocked successfully. What did you do? Shen Yijing finally asked. Jiang Yunu smiled before answering. I thought you were going to play dumb and not ask until we got inside. Shen Yijing said. I just didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Yunu had already raised her arm again, tentatively pressing the metal door that had made the unlocking sound. I seen something similar to this door before, she said. That was back on that isolated island base, dating back to the beginning of her arrival in this world. At the base at the foot of the desolate mountain, Jiang Yunu had thoroughly searched the abandoned base, looking for any remaining survival supplies. Among the abandoned equipment scattered throughout the base, she had seen piles of scrap metal, likely used to partition the interior spaces, creating interior dividers or doors. She had studied them in moments of boredom, considering the possibility of repurposing them as temporary furniture. It was then that she accidentally touched the internal structure of a metal door, discovering its thick metal surface concealed numerous holes, as if a dozen keys would need to be inserted into each hole simultaneously to open it. What kind of person would use a dozen keys to unlock a door at once? Is this design really flawless? Jiang Yunu thought to herself at the time, later discarding the unusable large pieces of metal. But just now, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, she understood what those internal holes on the abandoned door were. They were energy channels. This type of door wasn't locked using traditional methods. Its external unlocking method involved injecting energy into all the energy channels, forming a complete energy circuit. The circuit was connected, and the door unlocked automatically. Jiang Yunu, who had just woken up in the base, was completely unaware of the existence of supernatural abilities, and she couldn't understand the purpose of those controls. This is an energy circuit lock, Jiang Yunu briefly explained the unlocking principle to Shen Yijing, while her hand touched the metal door again. She tried to gently push it in. Shen Yijing still had questions. For example, he knew about energy circuit locks, and he understood the reason behind it as soon as Jiang Yunu mentioned the keyword. However, the core of an energy circuit lock is a specially programmed energy circuit. How did Jiang Yunu know the circuit information of this door so clearly and accurately? The question lingered in Captain Shen's mind. But this obviously didn't affect Captain Shen's trust in Jiang Yunu. The door, which was being tentatively pushed in, no longer encountered any resistance. One of its doors slid inward along the previously observed gap, opening smoothly and silently. Silence reigned behind the door. Shen Yijing took the long sword off his back and held it in his hand. He followed Jiang Yunu into the doorway as a guard. Chapter 255. The half-open metal door, like a mouth ready to reveal a secret, quietly invited the two explorers inside. Jiang Yunu stepped inside, feeling the light shift from bright to dim. She blinked twice, quickly adjusting to the change in environment. Shen Yijing, observing her closely, said, "You're adapting quickly." Captain Shen's voice was low, as if afraid of disturbing what lurked within this seemingly quiet and peaceful environment. Jiang Yunu also lowered her voice, softly asking, "Should we wait for you?" Shen Yijing, "No need." The white-haired girl's words possessed a magical power to instantly shift the mood and atmosphere of others. Both quickly adapted to their surroundings, needing no pause for adjustment, and tacitly continued forward. Perhaps the metal door was truly designed for exit only, not entry, so no security measures were immediately visible beyond it. Behind the door was a passageway, stretching about 50 meters ahead, completely empty. The walls on either side were smooth, without a single door or fork in the road. "We're like walking through a pipe." This thought suddenly flashed into Jiang Yunu's mind, making her imagine herself and Shen Yijing as two little mice sneaking into a pipe, preparing to steal food from someone else's lair. Who knows, these two little mice might even cause some trouble. Shen Yijing couldn't understand why Jiang Yunu's lips suddenly curled into a strange smile as she walked. He glanced at her, confirming her expression, but only felt more confused. "Listen." Jiang Yunu suddenly stopped smiling. Shen Yijing and she moved almost in perfect sync, stopping side by side. Captain Shen listened intently, and indeed heard faint sounds coming from the depths of the passage ahead. "There's a sound," he said calmly. "I bet it's here to welcome us," Jiang Yunu said with great interest. Shen Yijing wasn't sure if her definition of welcome was a bit too extreme, but he knew that the girl beside him was 100% going to lose the risky bet between Jiang Yunu and Lulu Marin. Soon, a clear figure appeared in the passage ahead, and the two were indeed met with a fierce welcome. Jiang Yunu ducked, dodging the beam of supernatural energy that swept across her head. She didn't rush to get up, but instead, in a bizarre, bendy posture, she moved along the wall, leaving the space above her head entirely to the other person. Shen Yijing's blade moved with lightning speed, its back thrusting smoothly towards the space Jiang Yunu had deliberately avoided. The movement was steady yet incredibly powerful, colliding with the hard object enveloped in the supernatural light in a manner both stable and forceful. Clang! The supernatural light intensified, amber gold light bursting from the black blade, mingling with the sweeping blue light. Then the amber gold light grew even stronger, irresistibly engulfing the opponent. The blue light was shattered within the golden light, revealing the hidden weapon previously concealed by the light. A blue water-based spear. What a cunning move! Jiang Yunu continued moving forward, only his muttered words reaching Shen Yijing's ears. If that supernatural light had been treated as an ordinary skill, without a physical weapon for defense, and with slightly weaker dodging skills, there was a chance the spear enveloping it would have pierced a hole somewhere in his body. Fortunately, they were all people with keen energy perception, and they sensed something within the light. While Shen Yijing intercepted the large hidden weapon, Jiang Yunu swiftly moved forward, heading straight for the culprit who had thrown the long spear. It was a mutant who barely retained a human form. The mutant's torso and legs still retained normal human proportions, only its arms and hands were enormous. Like Popeye eating spinach and only getting bigger arms, Jiang Yunu muttered, making a comparison that Shen Yijing couldn't understand. Shen Yijing decided to compile what he heard into the unsolved mysteries of Jiang Yunu's words and actions database. This database was his alone, created in his mind. Using incomprehensible comparisons, yet fighting a battle that was still clearly understood. As Jiang Yunu spotted her target, her opponent also noticed her. The two mutated, thick arms swung, and a gigantic object, created from supernatural power, materialized in the palm of its hand, and was hurled at Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu, with her speed and agility, nimbly dodged the second and third throws. As the fourth throw approached, Jiang Yunu keenly sensed a change in the opponent's attack pattern. The supernatural creation was surrounded by a dense, visible energy field, a crystal worm comparable to the previous spear-like projectiles. Not only was the gigantic object hurtling towards Jiang Yunu, but the surrounding energy field had also expanded to the width of the passage, perfectly blocking her escape route. Jiang Yunu merely raised an eyebrow. Green supernatural power suddenly erupted around her, forming a membrane that enveloped her forward. She used the same move she had used during the Challenge Cup school competition. The enveloping supernatural power was like a highly elastic green film, encompassing everything in front of her. Blue water-based superpowers and the heavy objects they created collided within the thin membrane, stretching it to near transparency, leaving clear imprints of the objects on its surface. But it couldn't be broken through. Jiang Yunu trapped this immense energy. Countless tiny tentacles emerged from within the green energy membrane, penetrating every crevice and burrowing into the blue energy, beginning to devour it. The mutated mutant, with its mutated arms, roared and charged. Finally abandoning its superpower abilities, it decided to use its enhanced body to launch a direct attack. Just then, a gust of wind swept past Jiang Yunu's side and rear. Chen Yijing strode forward, his long muscular legs suddenly pushing off the side passage wall. He moved along the wall, bypassing the energy cluster blocking the passage, then leaped down, his black blade slashing through the air. The mutated mutant with enhanced arms let out a mournful cry, swayed a few times, and collapsed. Jiang Yunu had also completely absorbed that immense energy. We coordinated perfectly, she praised Shen Yijing and herself. Shen Yijing's lips curled up slightly, then quickly smoothed out. This wasn't because Captain Shen was habitually aloof, but because he had made a new and important discovery. I feel something's not right, Shen Yijing said. I feel like this mutant is just an appetizer deliberately placed here. Even though the door they entered through was a secluded exit, and they had already been fighting fiercely in the passageway, creating quite a commotion, and the passageway was one of the best sound transmission structures, the sounds of the battle must have traveled far. Yet no warning devices had been triggered. No alarms, no enemy reinforcements. No one questioned or held them accountable for their intrusion. If everything's going too smoothly, there must be a trap inside, Jiang Yunu agreed with Shen Yijing's assessment. She glanced down at the fallen mutant, her gaze sweeping over the camp maintenance worker's uniform. Regardless of what lay ahead, the two continued forward. Just as they were about to bypass the fallen mutant, who had become a roadblock, Shen Yijing paused beside the body. Captain Shen, Jiang Yunu immediately asked, what? Shen Yijing frowned, also looking down at the mutant on the ground. Jiang Yunu hadn't noticed anything unusual about him before. She hadn't seen this person in the camp since the fall. This was their first encounter since the mutant outbreak. Shen Yijing said, I've seen this person before. Jiang Yunu instinctively connected it to the time before the mutant outbreak. You mean, when everything was still normal at the camp, you greeted him? She asked. No. Shen Yijing paused for 2 seconds before giving this one-word negative answer. Shen Yijing looked up, his gaze seemingly lingering on the mutated man's face, confirming it several times before he looked up and confidently told Jiang Yunu, I saw this person after the camp fell. He appeared on the path near the gathering center. And he had already mutated. These two simple sentences conveyed a ton of information. Jiang Yunu blinked, then blinked again. You mean, she said slowly, that someone collected the mutated men that everyone had encountered and defeated at the camp, and put them back here for reuse? Chapter 256. Jiang Yunu's wording might have been somewhat cold, describing the mutated individuals, once normal students and employees, as objects that could be freely recycled and reused. But Shen Yijing felt she was right. Only Captain Shen had encountered this mutated employee. He was walking alone on a reconnaissance route when the mutated individual appeared from behind the roadside greenery, attempting a sneak attack, which Shen Yijing easily defeated. Because she had personally encountered and dealt with the situation, Shen Yijing was absolutely certain she had completely incapacitated the opponent. Given his condition at the time, Shen Yijing slightly pursed her lips. I believe he absolutely has no chance of ever standing up again, let alone engaging in combat. Captain Shen had always been a man of few words and ruthless. He had broken the mutated individual's spine with a black knife. Then he certainly shouldn't be able to stand up again. Jiang Yunu made no comment on Captain Shen's violent actions, focusing only on the established outcome. She knew how much a broken spine could restrict a person's movement. This was clearly illogical. She frowned as she looked at the mutated individual on the ground. Moreover, Shen Yijing added in a lower voice, I think his mutated state has changed. If this mutated individual was exactly the same as when they met before, Shen Yijing shouldn't have failed to recognize him immediately. He was the kind of person who remembered all his opponents and enemies. A fight would inevitably leave an impression on him. What did he look like before? Jiang Yunu asked. The mutated part was also his upper limbs, Shen Yijing replied, recalling, but not this exaggerated. You could see that the joints of his arms had become metallic bones. The skin and flesh of the joints were rolled up, and the bulging muscles were about twice the size of the normal form. The mutated creature lying at their feet had swollen muscles that were more than twice their original size. Furthermore, its joints were completely encased in inflated muscles, obscuring any trace of its metal skeleton. Could it be that the mutated creatures in the camp, after being secretly retrieved, could undergo a secondary modification in a short period? This speculation seemed far too alarming, yet somehow, Jiang Yunu had a gut feeling that this horrifying guess might be approaching the truth. What do we do now? For the first time ever, Captain Shin of Duma Academy, who was usually the one to make decisions, sought advice from others. He looked at Jiang Yunu, as if he fully supported her decision, whether to advance or retreat. Jiang Yunu said, "I want to continue forward." Shen Yijing stepped over the mutated creature's body, answering with both action and words, "Okay." They were indeed on the same wavelength. Continuing forward might pose greater risks. Perhaps someone was lurking in the shadows, intentionally guiding their actions. But without moving forward, they might never reach the core of the unsolved mystery, never glimpse its answer. A penchant for creating obstacles and guiding the path for young warriors is perhaps a common trait among villains throughout the universe. Like a strange selection mechanism, not all warriors are allowed to encounter the main villain. The villain actively selects, carefully choosing those deemed worthy to stand before them. The mutated individual who underwent secondary modification was indeed just an appetizer. Continuing onward, Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing encountered mutated individuals one after another. Some of these mutated individuals had unfamiliar faces, unlike any they had encountered elsewhere in the camp. Others appeared only vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection during lulls in the fighting, the two could discern the traces of secondary modification on their bodies. Both of them could sense that the mutants' levels were gradually increasing. Unbeknownst to them, they had already walked deep into the underground base along a seemingly endless passage. Don't let us keep fighting and suddenly find ourselves in a lab ahead, where mutants are undergoing recycling and modification, Jiang Yunu said, the aura of his supernatural power still lingering on his hands. A muffled thud came from their side, the back of a long sword striking against each other. Then, a mutant whose lower body had mutated knelt in a contorted position. His hind legs, mutated into horse hooves, had already been broken by Jiang Yunu's supernatural vine whip, and Shen Yijing's long sword had struck him repeatedly in the back and side of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could kneel. "I have a request," Captain Shen said. "Jiang Yunu, please speak." "Please stop telling ghost stories," Shen Yijing said calmly. Jiang Yunu said, "That's not up to me. You got the cause and effect wrong. You need to persuade those hiding behind the scenes to stop their shady dealings. Then, there will be fewer ghost stories I can tell." Shen Yijing only thought for a second. "You're right." He unconditionally supported this viewpoint. If someone is indeed testing them behind the scenes, then clearly, this round of qualification testing is far from over. The two continued along the passage leading to an unknown destination, encountering at least 3 more waves of mutants. It was easy to see that the mutants had more diverse elemental attributes, combined with different mutant characteristics. This was like a relentless test, endlessly pitting Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing against mutants of various attributes and characteristics, constantly testing their coping abilities, their energy core reserves, and their physical limits. Shen Yijing again bluntly struck the beak of a bird-like mutant with the back of her blade. Jiang Yunu, in perfect sync, used her supernatural vines to restrain the mutant's wings, binding the human bird to the not-so-wide ceiling of the passageway. Shen Yijing leaped down from the wall near the ceiling. The blunt strike knocked something to the floor, where it bounced and rolled away with a clang. Jiang Yunu nimbly dodged the liquid dripping from the ceiling, retreating out of the dripping area before looking up. The human bird's beak was empty. What had been smashed off was its sharp, metallic beak. "You gotten too heavy-handed," Jiang Yunu said softly. Endless relentless attacks wear down one's willpower. She knew Shen Yijing wasn't someone whose willpower was easily broken, but from her fighting style, she could still sense that Shen Yijing was becoming somewhat desperate. Without looking back at their achievements, Shen Yijing's tactical shoes crunched on the blood-stained ground. He silently walked forward with Jiang Yunu for another 10 meters or so before speaking. "Fighting here feels strange. It's as if I stay here too long, I forget that these mutants were once normal people, and start seeing them as mere obstacles." When the two first encountered students in League team uniforms, they would pause, fall silent, and after the fight, look down at the incapacitated bodies in their uniforms, as if offering a brief moment of silence for their former rivals. But as the fighting continued, Shen Yijing began to see no difference between mutants in school uniforms and those not wearing them. The relentless battles had affected his way of thinking. Jiang Yunu said, "Next time you encounter a mutant, don't attack. Try stopping the fight and just watching from the sidelines." The attacking mutants were still leveling up, yet someone told him to just watch, his words revealing complete confidence in the opponent's combat strength. Shen Yijing rarely experienced being showed off like this, but when it actually happened, and the person unconsciously displaying superiority was Jiang Yunu, he didn't find it problematic. Captain Shen, who rarely said he needed rest, said, "Okay, I try." But after walking a considerable distance, the next battle still hadn't arrived. Instead, a door suddenly came into view. Is this the first door we've seen since entering the passage? Jiang Yunu stopped abruptly upon seeing the door, extremely cautious, not daring to proceed rashly. The door we came in through doesn't count. Shen Yijing replied affirmatively yes. That door stood at the very end of the passage, as if foreshadowing the end of their long passage gauntlet battle. But I have a feeling, Jiang Yunu said. I don't feel like we reached the final stage. That door ahead might just be the entrance to the next test. Shen Yijing asked, shall we go? Jiang Yunu, let's go. The two naturally headed towards the door. This door at the end of the passage wasn't locked in any special way. It seemed to have been placed there, a reward that could be easily pushed open once the previous gauntlet battles were over. Jiang Yunu raised her hand and pushed open the door, but what awaited her and Shen Yijing behind it wasn't the next battle. It was a pit. A massive pit that almost completely filled the space behind the door. The pit was considerable in both diameter and depth, deeply recessed from the ground, its bottom piled high with countless tangled objects. Only upon close inspection could one discern that those objects, stacked like disordered Lego bricks, were a large number of limbs and torsos. There were human limbs, elemental beast limbs, and mutated beings that were half human and half elemental beast. Shen Yijing frowned at the sight, then quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for a way through the enormous pit, visually estimating whether the edge against the wall was wide enough for a person to walk through. After a moment, Shen Yijing realized that Jiang Yunu seemed to be standing nearby. Jiang Yunu was quiet, but not in a deep, thoughtful, or observant way. Shen Yijing turned to look and saw the white-haired girl simply standing at the edge of the pit, seemingly lost in thought as she gazed at everything below. A subtle unease suddenly crept into his heart. Jiang Yunu? He whispered her name. The white-haired girl snapped back to reality, her gaze towards him still carrying a rare bewilderment, as if he had pulled her from some vacuum world that only she could enter. Jiang Yunu said, I'm fine, don't worry. She looked at the large crater before her, feeling only a profound, intense familiarity. Chapter 257. Shen Yijing's gaze was still fixed on Jiang Yunu's face, scrutinizing her closely. Are you really alright? He asked softly, seeking confirmation. Shen Yijing seemed genuinely concerned. Captain Shen's assumption was probably simple. He thought it was because she had been caught off guard by the sight of the 100-person pit. The chaotic pile of bodies, like discarded parts, was visually striking, and even Jiang Yunu would be momentarily stunned by it. Jiang Yunu shook her head, wanting to say that she wasn't overwhelmed by the scene in the pit. She was staring at it absent-mindedly simply because it reminded her of something else, triggering important memories. But the words of explanation caught in her throat. Not everything can be shared with others. Even if the other person is someone with whom she has proven their perfect teamwork and shared the same mindset in combat. Stop looking. Shen Yijing gently touched Jiang Yunu's arm with the back of his hand. Jiang Yunu shifted her gaze, letting Shen Yijing lead her back a step, slightly distancing herself from the inner edge of the pit. It seems there are no new challenges waiting for us here. Shen Yijing calmly analyzed the environment. He had just scanned the entire area. There was only this large pit, almost entirely covering the ground, with narrow paths along the walls on either side, just wide enough for one person to walk sideways. Looking straight ahead at the other end of the pit, she could see a door. By going around the pit and following the narrow path, she could reach the door on the other side and pass through it to the next area. Perhaps this is a showcase on the way to the boss challenge. Jiang Yunu quickly composed herself, regaining her usual demeanor and tone. Captain Shen, have you ever played games? Especially those large-scale dungeons where you have to overcome numerous obstacles to defeat the final boss, with interspersed storylines and showcases of important items. This pit in front of them might be like a showcase segment in a large game dungeon. As for its purpose here, and what it specifically showcases, we have to wait until we continue forward and encounter the final boss to find out. Most of the time, dungeon bosses are highly expressive entities, particularly eager to reveal their evil intentions, ambitions, shattered ideals, lifelong regrets, and lifelong pursuits to the brave adventurer at the end of the challenge. Shen Yijing listened to Jiang Yunu's dungeon analogy and felt it was quite apt. But as for the question the white-haired girl asked about whether he played games. Yes, Captain Shen said, as the two reached the edge of the pit and began to move along the wall. Didn't you see me in the game? Huh? Jiang Yunu walked ahead of Shen Yijing. She always took the lead, so Captain Shen automatically followed behind her. Her questioning voice drifted from ahead. We met in the game? Shen Yijing's voice came from behind. Didn't you say that my black hair looked like dandruff after snow fell on it? Jiang Yunu's steps stopped abruptly. Shen Yijing, by all accounts, had extremely fast reflexes. He could have stopped the moment Jiang Yundu stopped, maintaining the same distance between them. But for some reason, he seemed not to react this time. He took another half step forward, the warmth of his body pressing against Jiang Yundu's back. Jiang Yundu turned sharply to the side, the one in the game before. The one I saw in the snow map a long time ago, it was you? Her shoulder almost pressed against Shen Yijing's chest, forcing him to lean back. Yes, it was me. Shen Yijing, half leaning, admitted his identity, his tone so. Once he could straighten up again, he looked at Jiang Yundu, as if carefully comparing the white-haired girl's face with the person in his memory, then, with a complex expression in his eyes and tone, he said again, "So, the person back then was indeed you." Huh? Jiang Yundu suddenly realized she had been tricked by Shen Yijing. In fact, Captain Shen wasn't even sure who the person who had told him black hair falling like snow like dandruff was. He asked the question with certainty first, and when Jiang Yundu turned around and asked him, "Was that you?" he knew in his heart that he could say with complete certainty, "That was you." Jiang Yundu turned around and continued walking forward. "Wow, Captain Shen, you tricked me." Shen Yijing said from behind, "Can I make up for it by saying my hair looked like dandruff?" Jiang Yundu knew immediately that, given the circumstances, Captain Shen, who was quite particular about his appearance, was bothered by her casual remark. "It can be made up," she said generously. Shen Yijing almost blurted out "thank you," but then thought it would be strange for him to suddenly thank Jiang Yundu, so he pursed his lips and changed the subject. The two had walked along the edge of the pit to the middle of the arc. Shen Yijing was still thinking about how Jiang Yundu had been shocked by the scene at the bottom of the pit, so he used casual conversation to divert Jiang Yundu's attention. "Why didn't you log on after that?" Shen Yijing asked. His question had an unspoken meaning. He had, of course, logged on frequently afterward, even trying his luck at the spot where the white-haired girl had appeared, but he never encountered Jiang Yundu again. Jiang Yundu sighed upon hearing this question. Shen Yijing immediately offered another guess. "Is it because we always logged on at different times?" "Actually, you logged on many times afterward?" "No," Jiang Yundu said. "I really hardly logged on after that." Shen Yijing, "Why?" "Because I was busy," Jiang Yundu answered briefly and firmly, "and poor." Not long after that encounter in the game world, Jiang Yundu was busy with his advanced exams, busy advancing to higher grades, and busy transferring from the 7th region to the 2nd region. She couldn't afford a dedicated home virtual pod, so she used the school's shared equipment to play games. After she moved on to Golden Ariel Academy, which had far more advanced and better equipment than Engel's elementary ability school. But she still didn't have time to play. From attending classes to participating in the Challenge Cup, then the district-level competition, Jiang Yundu said, "My schedule is completely filled with studying and fighting. I simply can't find the time to play games." Shen Yijing remained silent behind her for a moment. The two had already walked 2/3 of the way along the narrow path. "What about holidays?" Captain Shen asked again. He sounded quite resentful that he hadn't been online with Jiang Yundu since. "I went home for the holidays," Jiang Yundu said sincerely. "Going home means getting away from all high-end equipment. Please don't forget I'm poor. My family really doesn't have expensive things like virtual pods." Shen Yijing never expected that the ultimate reason for their no longer meeting online would be so simple and unpretentious, leaving her momentarily silent. Fortunately, the silence didn't last long. They walked along one side of the large pit's arc and arrived at the door on the other side. "Want to rest a bit more?" Jiang Yundu asked. She was referring to Shen Yijing's poor combat condition, which had reached the point of mental fatigue. This pit area was very quiet, just like the pit she had in the isolated island base. Although there was a pit full of corpses, there was no odor, no bloodstains, and no sudden resurrection, achieving a twisted tranquility. If Shen Yijing needed a little more time to adjust, Jiang Yundu thought this place was a good place to continue his temporary rest. Shen Yijing couldn't help but give the white-haired girl a strange look. "No need," he said politely and restrainedly. "I'm fine now. Staying here might affect my mental health." He felt that Jiang Yundu's definition of peace was truly extraordinary, just as intense as her definition of welcome. The two pushed open the door on the inner side of the pit area, entering deeper into this underground dungeon. Meanwhile, at the closest spatial transfer station to the League camp, "Have you repositioned to the camp coordinates?" A blonde, handsome man stumbled into a room temporarily used as a meeting room. His usually well-groomed hair was disheveled, and he had clearly just gotten off a transport aircraft. This man was none other than Bai Huaishu, the current unlucky principal of Golden Ariel Academy. Inside the makeshift meeting room, Chairman Shen from the Snow Wolf headquarters, the branch presidents of the Golden Horse and Spirit Deer branches, along with other key figures, had gathered to discuss a rescue strategy for the Advanced League camp. Bai Huaishu rushed into the room and found that besides those physically present, several floating screens were also set up. There were also people remotely participating in the rescue operation. On one of the screens, Su Xiuquan gave a brief nod to Principal Bai as a polite greeting. Chairman Chen, seated at the head of the conference table, looked up and addressed the main issue. We made progress. Preliminary estimates suggest that 10% of the energy surrounding the camp has dissipated, and we can now faintly sense its presence again. Chapter 258. The methods employed by those behind the scenes were far more ruthless than the students trapped in the camp had anticipated. When the camp fell and the mutation wave erupted, a powerful and all-encompassing energy enveloped the entire Advanced League camp. It didn't simply isolate the camp from the outside world with a strong energy barrier, cutting off all communication and sealing off all entrances and exits, teleportation devices, and flight vehicles, as the students had already discovered. It also caused the entire Advanced League camp to vanish from the star map. The vast League camp, comparable in size to a small floating city, housed about 100 people including the staff and students on duty. Just like that, it vanished into thin air. When Chairman Shen of the Snow Wolf Guild realized he couldn't contact his son, Shen Yijing, and Su Xiuquan, far away in the 7th district, couldn't contact Jiang Yunu, they immediately began arranging investigations. They also notified the nearest branches of the superpower associations, instructing them to send their most speed-renowned superpowered individuals to the camp's coordinates. The first-hand report from the branch members was astonishing. The League camp has vanished. Even the incredibly fast and highly mobile adult ability users couldn't hide their shock. Their astonishment pierced the signal, reaching the ears of every recipient. Completely vanished? President Shen immediately asked. A branch member, who had already reached the original coordinates of the camp, said, President, the camp has completely disappeared. My partner and I even crossed the original construction site. This is now a freely accessible blank area. The League camp had been drastically transformed into a blank area. Not only were there no traces of buildings, but even the floating platforms that supported them were gone. What a bizarre scene. Where is the Advanced League camp? Where are the student athletes who were competing there? And the staff who remained at the camp? No one knows where they are. Su Xiuquan also heard a similar remote report. She tapped her fingers on the nearby table and said, they might have been dragged into the heart of the secret treasure. The heart of the secret treasure? These 4 words came out of Bai Huaishu's mouth as Principal Bai rushed to the transfer station conference room. Principal Bai, filled with confusion and disbelief, said, wasn't this technology already halted? Wasn't the manufacture of the corresponding energy device banned long ago? The heart of the secret treasure is a powerful spatial sealing technology. It requires a corresponding energy device to activate. Once activated, it creates a highly sealed space completely isolated from the outside world, allowing for the instant containment of target objects. Originally, this technology was introduced as a new type of insurance technology, touted as the highest quality safe in the entire universe, a one-click treasure chest for your life secrets. However, this technology was later halted because the ambitious inventors continued their in-depth research. They constantly improved the device's performance, substantially increasing the heart of the secret treasure storage capacity. When the heart of the secret treasure could easily hold a heavy vehicle, some realized that its development could no longer be allowed to continue. Otherwise, sooner or later, it might be used for evil purposes, with unimaginable consequences. The heart of the secret treasure project was stopped, the technology was banned, production of the corresponding supporting devices ceased, and the manufacturing plant closed down. This generation of spatial magic weapon disappeared without a proper insurance policy. But who knows, maybe a few collectors happened to have such a limited edition artifact in their private storage. And they might even have continued to support the project's research, causing it to expand its containment capacity without limit. President Shen's face was ashen. His words essentially reflected the thoughts of everyone present, speaking for them. Bai Huaishu only learned of the incident at the Advanced League camp 10 hours ago. This matter was of great importance. The students' fates were unknown, and it was the Advanced League of the upper 3 districts, involving prestigious schools, with the 2 schools from the 1st district all coming from exceptionally wealthy families. Therefore, as of now, most people were unaware of what had happened at the Advanced League camp. Only a few quickly learned the inside story, and gathered here to try and resolve the crisis. Bai Huaishu still managed to obtain information through special channels from Snow Wolf's supervisor, Wei Tai. Supervisor Wei Tai of the Snow Wolf clan had a good impression of Jiang Yunu, and knew that Jiang Yunu was on the list of participants in this batch of advanced leagues. So, after thinking for a moment, the lady sent a message to principal by using her private communication code, telling him, "You better go to the league camp. You can ask President Shin for details." Golden Uriel Academy performed well in the second round of the team competition, even achieving a top 3 ranking. Bai Huaishu's social engagements have doubled recently. When he received the message, the handsome principal was at a large social ball, skillfully navigating social situations, preparing to secure another large sponsorship for the school so that he could give the children a hefty bonus after the school team returned from the competition. Especially for Jiang Yunu, he wanted her to receive a large bonus. This kid's favorite reward is star coins. The incoming call jolted Bai Huaishu from his reverie. Sensing something amiss from Supervisor Wei Ti's words, he brazenly inquired further. He was so shocked by what he heard that he practically scrambled off the social dance and rushed to the transit station, temporarily taken over by the 3 major associations. President Shin's attitude towards the newcomer was non-committal. Everything was still unresolved, the children were still in danger, and he wouldn't proactively reveal the situation at the league camp, inviting unnecessary trouble and adding more unknown risks to those trapped. At the same time, he wouldn't stop people like Bai Huaishu, who cared deeply for their students and rushed over after receiving information through special channels. "The energy is weakening," said the branch leader of the Spirit Deer Association's latest branch. "This is a good sign. Once the coordinates can be accurately repositioned, we know the location of the heart of the treasure." "Wait," said the branch leader of Golden Horse. "We, who are safe and sound outside, can wait, but can the children trapped inside wait? Can anyone guarantee that none of the children are in danger?" Of course, no one can guarantee that. The information gap between the outside world and the camp is too severe. Chairman Shin and the others cannot even determine for sure how long the camp has been cut off from the outside world. But they must prepare for the worst-case scenario. "If we don't wait, what else can we do?" Su Xiuquan's voice came steadily from the communication window. She said, "I'm still far away in the rear star sector. President Jinma, who has already arrived near the original coordinates of the camp, do you have any action proposals besides waiting?" Bai Huaishu was usually a very socially adept person, smooth-talking and good at reading the atmosphere, but right now, he just felt incredibly annoyed that the 3 major associations still had to fight at a time like this. "Please find me a small ship." Bai Huaishu, like a cake knife that whooshed into a line of steel knives, didn't have any sharp edge, but used his silicone blade to push aside the steel knives, interjecting, "Everyone needs to stay here to oversee the overall situation and can't just wander around. I have poor composure and am easily agitated. I want to go for a walk near the original coordinates. Even if I can't see the camp and my students, at least I feel like I'm with them in spirit." As Principal Bai's small ship set sail, inside the league camp, Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing had already finished a new round of continuous battles. They approached a heart. Chapter 259. It was a genuine heart. It had an appearance identical to a human heart, at least 3 meters tall, and its overall volume was comparable to a small room. This heart had intricate blood vessels, which upon closer inspection revealed energy circuits, with the ceaselessly flowing blood within being the seemingly inexhaustible supernatural power. After leaving the room with a huge crater, Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing entered a new endless passage zone, where they encountered even stronger mutants than those in the previous passages. They fought their way through this second long passage, then saw a third door. Pushing it open, they saw a gigantic heart standing on the ground. Jiang Yunu instinctively held her breath when she saw this heart. She cautiously stopped, watching the energy circuits on the heart light up in circles, as if newly flowing blood was supplying the heart with energy. The heart beat steadily. "Do you know what this is?" Shen Yijing must have held his breath for a moment, because when he spoke again, Jiang Yunu clearly heard him adjusting his breathing. He asked Jiang Yunu in a low voice. Jiang Yunu replied, "I thought Captain Shen was the more knowledgeable one between us." The white-haired girl rarely spoke well of herself, and it was rare to hear such a positive assessment, especially in this situation. The enormous, eerie, clearly alive heart in front of him continued to beat, each beat sending goosebumps down Shen Yijing's spine from under his coat. He inappropriately thought, He didn't know whether he should be happy to be praised in this setting. Jiang Yunu was truly an enigmatic individual, particularly adept at disrupting others' routines. The well-informed Captain Shen pondered various possibilities, while Jiang Yunu, with the self-awareness of "I'm just a country bumpkin, I haven't seen much," took 2 steps forward. With the lightness of a feline's paws, she silently circled halfway around the enormous heart. She wanted to know where the heart's blood vessels led, what they connected to, and what the heart itself pulsed to support. "Damn it." Jiang Yunu stared intently for a while, then muttered softly, "I can't figure it out." Shen Yijing had also snapped out of his reverie. He too moved nimbly, approaching Jiang Yunu and placing his hand warily on his knife. It's possible the deeper connections are underground. Shen Yijing examined the heart for a moment, making a reasonable guess. Jiang Yunu nodded, finding this guess highly plausible. Shen Yijing glanced at it again and said, perhaps we're already close to the core of the entire underground base. The fact that such a large heart, clearly not naturally formed, was located here, and the destination of its blood vessels was currently unknown, but its size and specifications intuitively suggested it must be something important. Jiang Yunu walked around the heart for a short while, her eyebrows raised. A premonition suddenly struck Shen Yijing, making him feel that Jiang Yunu must have come up with some earth-shattering idea again. Sure enough, she continued jokingly, why don't we cut this thing down now? Shen Yijing, Shen Yijing didn't immediately deny it, but instead tried to think rationally, saying, do you know what it connects to, what it supports, and what the consequences of destroying it might be? Jiang Yunu blinked, then said earnestly, I don't know. But it's just sitting here, and it doesn't look like a good thing, nor does it seem like something a League camp should have. Maybe once we cut it down and observe the consequences, we know what it's for. What a brilliant reverse reasoning theory. Shen Yijing felt this plan was fundamentally flawed, but facing Jiang Yunu's earnest gaze, he realized his once proud logic and rationality were shattered, more fragile than a sand fortress corroded by seawater. He couldn't help but think, should he try going along with her idea? Anyway, this heart area, like the previous pit area, had seen the series of upgraded mutants disappear after they entered, and there seemed to be no security or defense facilities here. This was a relatively safe place for the time being. By cutting down the heart, they could immediately know its function and related directions. Without cutting off the heart, they might have to push open the next door, fight in the seemingly endless passageways, and wait for the next door to appear, waiting to find a breakthrough in the next unknown room. Isn't this plan a bit too radical? Shen Yijing's final rational decision was to tentatively ask Jiang Yunu this question. Jiang Yunu said, we and all the remaining students are trapped in the camp. The two of us who came to participate in the competition are fighting mutants. We even abandoned other companions who could have been teammates, choosing to fight our way to the depths of the underground base. Isn't everything we experienced and are doing radical enough? Of course, it's radical enough. A radical environment breeds radical people, and radical experiences lead to radical decisions. Shen Yijing held the black longsword horizontally in his hand and said, fine, let's do it. The black elemental longsword had been scabbed for quite some time. Jiang Yunu only noticed that the blade of this elemental longsword was also black when Shen Yijing actually drew it. At that time, she even praised him, saying, Captain Shen, you're fair-skinned and your sword is black. Just standing there, you dominate both the black and white worlds. Shen Yijing's reaction at the time seemed to be that he didn't think it was a compliment, but he silently accepted it. Just like his current decision to ultimately cooperate with Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu's superpower was already poised to be unleashed, previously appearing as indistinct, shimmering green specks floating in the air. Upon receiving the response from his only teammate, countless green tendrils instantly grew from the air. Like dust attracted by a static electric field, they were instantly attracted to the enormous heart. Then the green tendrils began to climb along the blood vessels of the heart. With a hiss, extremely fine supernatural tentacles pierced through the blood vessels of the heart with their tips. Shen Yijing was already prepared defensively, guarding against any possibility of the blood vessels being pierced by Jiang Yunu's supernatural tentacles. But strangely, everything was calm. Jiang Yunu's supernatural tentacles continued to penetrate deeper. Within the visible blood vessels of the enormous heart, Jiang Yunu's green supernatural light could be seen successfully invading, adding strands of green to the uniform energy flowing within the blood vessels. Jiang Yunu said, perhaps because the penetration depth isn't deep enough, the current state is like an ordinary person being pricked by a mosquito's proboscis and having a few mouthfuls of blood sucked. That's right, it's because Jiang Yunu's micromanipulation of her supernatural abilities is truly exceptional. Her teachers had noticed her talent for micromanipulation early on and provided her with specialized training. But none of her teachers could have imagined that one day, this precision control skill would be used in this kind of combat. By the time this heart sensed Jiang Yunu's intrusion, realizing that this mosquito seemed to have lingered on it for too long, it was too late. Jiang Yunu wasn't just a mosquito feeding on one spot, she was a killer assassin, silently sending countless supernatural tendrils into the vessels, weaving a massive, strangling net. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The giant heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. All the vessels wrapped around it began to glow, the energy flowing within the channels increased in speed, and each of its beats became more intense, making all the green tendrils inserted into the vessels even more conspicuous. Thump! 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 The enormous heart pounded violently, almost leaping off the ground. The energy blood within the veins surged, seemingly finally recognizing the intruder, and attempting to expel Jiang Yunu's supernatural energy threads from within. Jiang Yunu focused all her attention on controlling the release of her supernatural energy. She alone controlled all the energy threads piercing the vessels, trusting that Shen Yijing would cooperate well with her. Now! Jiang Yunu said. As the enormous heart struggled to escape the foreign energy piercing its various parts, about to leave the ground, Jiang Yunu, through this special physical link, sensed that the heart's countless blood vessels were indeed connected to the ground. Her shout gave Shen Yijing the optimal moment to strike. Shen Yijing's task was to sever the exposed blood vessels rooted in the ground when the heart's pounding became higher. The moment arrived. The black longsword in Shen Yijing's hand was enveloped in amber gold supernatural power. The physical blade almost disappeared into the power's light, the sword and the power transforming into a golden storm. The storm swept towards the exposed area beneath the massive heart, exposed by its violent pounding, attacking those long, dark red, writhing chunks of flesh far thicker than the heart's surface. Swoosh! Shen Yijing's sword and power pierced into these fleshy strips. However, he didn't slice them horizontally as he had expected. The feeling was extremely strange. It was like trying to cut through a bottomless block of butter with a scalding blade. The blade could easily slice down, yet it could never reach the bottom. Deep within this block of butter lay a cosmic black hole. The blade had pierced far deeper than the naked eye could perceive, yet it was being sucked into this unknown black hole, unable to reach the other side, where it should have been. And the severed pieces of meat began to writhe. They slowly recoiled towards the center, a pulling force emerging from the depths of the cut. That force held Shen Yijing's knife, causing the blade to continue sinking downwards, dragging him along with it, pulling him deeper into the center of these long strips of meat. Chapter 260. Shen Yijing tried to draw his sword, but failed. Once a person is trapped in a boundless swamp, still carrying momentum, it's extremely difficult to escape from a muddy swamp with no support points on either side. Shen Yijing's current state is similar to being trapped in a swamp. The only difference is that this swamp he's trapped in is special, far more mentally impactful than a regular swamp. The chunks of flesh he personally cut were writhing around him. Their cuts seemed to possess a life force of gravity, drawing them closer to their kind, pushing and shoving, almost engulfing the trapped human. The only thing Shen Yijing could do now was to stop as much as possible after realizing the situation was wrong, ceasing any actions that might accelerate his descent, and then wait. He was waiting for Jiang Yunu to react, waiting for the other to come to his rescue from the outside. Jiang Yunu did indeed quickly realize something was wrong. Having personally fought and clashed with Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu knew the incredible speed and depth of Shen Yijing's strike under normal circumstances. Normally, after she caught a glimpse of Captain Shen leaping past with his blade, slashing into the base of the massive heart, she should have at most heard the sound of the black blade piercing through the other end of the enormous fleshy tentacle after silently counting to 3. But so far, she had already counted more than 3. The sound of the blade piercing the other side of the fleshy tentacle's skin hadn't come. And even more strangely, she realized in an instant that she could no longer hear the sound of Shen Yijing's blade continuously cutting through chunks of flesh. Jiang Yunu's hearing was excellent. There was no possibility she would lose her ability to detect the sound of a sword being swung in this situation. She was certain something had gone wrong, and without hesitation, she rushed forward. Simultaneously, a new green energy filament extended from her right little finger, heading straight for the opening in the flesh cleaved by Shen Yijing's black sword. The green energy filament penetrated the opening before her body could react. As soon as Jiang Yunu's energy filament entered, she immediately gained a better understanding of the situation. Her energy filament touched the inside of the flesh, sensing the life force emanating from it, realizing that it was mobile, attempting to heal itself, and pushing deeper inward. She also realized that this place was like a small black hole that had appeared out of nowhere, its internal space deeper and wider than it appeared from the outside, its boundaries impossible to easily explore. Therefore, Shen Yijing must be trapped. Captain Shen's previous strike was truly unstoppable, possessing immense force, slicing himself deep into this strange, convoluted passage of flesh. The deeper she went, the darker it became. The self-healing flesh writhed, blocking out the light, as if trying to completely devour whatever had penetrated her, making the intruder a permanent part of her body, food, nourishment. Jiang Yunu didn't lose her sense of direction in the seemingly boundless darkness. She was certain she was still falling along a straight path, but she wasn't sure where Shen Yijing was. Was Shen Yijing still in this flesh tunnel? Where was he? Or had Captain Shen already cleaved out of the dimensional space and been teleported elsewhere through this flesh tunnel? Jiang Yunu's supernatural ability, its tendrils several body lengths ahead of her, allowed her to probe the darkness ahead. Her ability attracted the attention of the surrounding fleshy walls. When she tried to amplify her power, making the light brighter, the surrounding fleshy masses pushed and shoved towards her power. So she could only lower her energy release, maintaining a low amplitude, low brightness mode, using a small exploration circle to sense Shen Yijing's presence. This mode was more inefficient, but it slowed down the writhing of the surrounding flesh. Suddenly, the supernatural tendrils extending from her little finger seemed to be tugged by something. Jiang Yunu focused intently, determining the direction of the pull and assessing who was responsible. Then, quickly, the other party gently pulled her twice more. The force was very light, non-aggressive, and the intervals were slow. At least the source wasn't an aggressive target, of course. It was also possible that this gentle action was a decoy trap. Jiang Yunu slightly turned her body, heading towards the direction of the pull from her little finger. Shen Yijing couldn't see where Jiang Yunu was. Objectively speaking, he had only recently sent her into this strange, distorted space with a single strike, but this place seemed to confuse one's perception of time. Every second of time is stretched infinitely here, and within this illusory extension, other normal human sensory abilities are simultaneously blurred. Jiang Yunu is physically not far from Shen Yijing. Shen Yijing cannot see her, but he senses her ability first. Jiang Yunu's ability is green, representing the earth element, abundant life and matter. In the darkness, a single green dot is highly conspicuous. It's like a beacon of life, telling those trapped in darkness, your rescuer has arrived. Shen Yijing couldn't move rashly beforehand. He had been pushed to a roughly central position by the surrounding flesh. He could feel his legs locked, slowly enveloped. Any attempt to release his ability would be sensed by the nearby flesh, seemingly accelerating their excitement. Jiang Yunu possessed an exceptional talent for microcontrol skills, and her ability also had a peculiar quality. It could minimize the rejection reaction of the invaded party. Jiang Yunu's ability first reached the vicinity of Shen Yijing, but the tips of her ability tendrils were clearly still probing and shifting, not yet fully reaching Shen Yijing's location, much less making contact. Taking a certain risk, Shen Yijing released her ability deep within the churning flesh. It was also very light and subtle, as delicate as the casual strokes of handwriting. It cautiously reached towards the green tendrils, and amidst the pressure of the surrounding flesh, pulled them in. Jiang Yunu was thus pulled over by Shen Yijing. When she was certain that the other end pulling her was Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu felt a little strange. She felt that this slow, intermittent pulling was like a child clutching the hem of someone taller and stronger than herself, carefully guiding them to where she wanted to go. Captain Shen was certainly no child, but this cautious tugging was rather endearing. Jiang Yunu reached Shen Yijing's side. The surroundings were dim, the flesh rustling softly as it pressed together. Speaking was impossible in this space, and probably no one would risk opening their mouth, knowing the soft flesh of the mass might be about to pounce on their face. Shen Yijing's pulling ability had vanished. The pulling ability he had just released had increased the activity of the flesh around him. It pushed and squeezed him, climbing up to his waist. Jiang Yunu reached out in the direction the pulling force had disappeared, precisely touching his body. Shen Yijing, Jiang Yunu, unconcerned with formalities, reached out and touched wherever she could. After actually touching a human body, she even pressed it twice, rubbed it with her palm, and patted it, as if to confirm that she had touched a human. As the one being touched, Captain Shen's feelings were more complex and difficult to describe. Fortunately, the current environment didn't allow him to speak. After Jiang Yunu finished touching and confirmed that it was a human body, and that it felt quite like Shen Yijing's, with body lines similar to what she had usually observed, she confirmed which part of the body she had touched. Then, her hand moved down. Shen Yijing didn't move for a long time after she came over. The other person simply existed there silently. Jiang Yunu knew with a snap of her fingers that the other person must be trapped and unable to act according to their own will. Jiang Yunu's hand touched Shen Yijing's waist, and at the same time, the back of her hand also touched the inner walls of the flesh that were surging and pushing near his waist. When Jiang Yunu's hand unexpectedly touched the inner wall, a sudden force pushed down on her arm. Then the force moved to the side, as if trying to push her away. In the silence, Jiang Yunu seemed to sneer. The writhing flesh around her clearly regarded Shen Yijing as some kind of trophy, preparing to slowly entangle him, envelop him, and keep him here forever. Whispering murmurs emanated from the fleshy walls, but to Shen Yijing's hearing system, it was just noise. But Jiang Yunu felt she could understand the message they conveyed: delicious, delicious. Swallow, absorb. Jiang Yunu wasn't enveloped by the countless inner tendrils extending from the inner wall of the fleshy mass. The substances deep within this special fleshy swamp seemed to have no interest in absorbing her. Instead, they treated her as a predator. It seemed she was one of her kind, poised to steal fresh rations. Well, she could be. Want to eat Captain Shin? No way. Because I want to eat too. These thoughts merely flashed through Jiang Yunu's mind, but the surrounding slimy substance seemed to understand her will. It surged violently, pushing her away with even greater force. Jiang Yunu, of course, wouldn't be easily pushed away. In her mind, she seemed to suddenly grasp a new trick for using her superpower, causing no superpower light to emanate from her fingertips. But tiny, dense green specks appeared directly on the slimy, fleshy inner walls around her. The scene was actually quite terrifying. It was as if the fleshy substance had suddenly become diseased, with all the inner surface layers closest to Jiang Yunu developing glowing green spots. Shen Yijing held his breath. He heard an indescribable sound, as if it were decomposing and dissolving. He stared blankly at Jiang Yunu. Light flickered on the surrounding fleshy walls, carrying a peculiar sense of breathing. Yet, with each breath, the fleshy wall at the illuminated spot seemed to thin an inch. This was a deadly breath. Jiang Yunu's ability was digesting what enveloped him. The surrounding light illuminated a corner of the dim space, finally bringing a sliver of light, and illuminating Jiang Yunu's face and white hair. Her white hair also tinged green under the green light. Seeing Chen Yijing staring intently at her, she smiled at him. As if to say, "Don't worry, it's all right, I devour this place right away." The closest transit station conference room to the Advanced League. Report. The energy field surrounding the League camp has suddenly dropped by 20%. Chapter 261. In the hastily set up strategic meeting room within the transit station, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. No one knew why the energy index of the packages surrounding the League camp had suddenly plummeted. The members of the Spirit Deer Association were rather imaginative. A newly arrived Spirit Deer ability user scratched the back of his head. Could it be because this secret treasure heart has been stored in the collector's warehouse for too long, causing the equipment to malfunction? After running at full capacity for a while, it automatically started to have unstable energy output. This unusual viewpoint attracted everyone's attention. The Golden Horse members were about to speak, but the Snow Wolf members spoke first. The Snow Wolf Association ability users didn't mock this viewpoint. They said realistically, you might as well consider it from another angle. Perhaps the students in the camp are resisting. The vice president of the Golden Horse Association spoke up, but they're all still just children. Chief Shen is the one who said this, as he is able to participate in the advanced inter-school competition in the upper 3 districts. Chief Shen is the one who can participate in this. Shen Yijing was in the League camp, his fate unknown like the other trapped students. President Shen maintained a calm and composed demeanor, able to rationally analyze the students' combat capabilities and predict future situations. At least, that's how he appeared. He was the kind of parent who, in the eyes of outsiders, was extremely strict with his children. His words sounded as if he were using Shen Yijing as a model to tell everyone that even children should possess a certain level of combat ability. But we can't completely rely on the children and let them work hard on their own. Bai Huaishu's voice came through the online channel. The blonde, handsome principal was still flying outside in his aircraft. Since leaving, he had been circling the area where the League camp had disappeared, without returning to the transit station to rest. 2 high-level superhuman warriors were also assigned to Bai Huaishu as bodyguards for this principal, whose own combat strength was lacking. With bodyguards, Bai Huaishu even dared to fly a little further into the original coordinates of the Advanced League camp. Good news. Principal Bai's excited voice rang out in the strategic meeting room again. He said excitedly, although it's still not visible to the naked eye, the detectors are warning me that the path ahead is blocked and suggest a detour. This means that the hidden League camp is reappearing. The good news made everyone's hearts race, and their pulses quicken. Inside the League camp, in the flesh swamp at the bottom of the massive heart of the underground base, Shen Yijing's heart was also beating rapidly. The surrounding glowing green dots were still flashing on the fleshy walls, and had spread to even more distant locations. The green specks were reminiscent of the spots on poisonous mushrooms, and when they flickered and breathed, they resembled the rings of a blue-ringed octopus. Except this was a green version. Jiang Yunu looked far too natural. The white-haired girl was as natural as ever, seemingly no different from the usual girl, who occasionally uttered startling remarks, whose thought processes were somewhat unpredictable, and who could sometimes be a bit targeted rascal. But she, who seemed so natural and ordinary, was clearly doing something absolutely extraordinary. Shen Yijing's mind was racing with chaotic thoughts. He repeatedly pondered and recalled his experiences with Jiang Yunu since entering the underground base, trying to find even the slightest trace of anything unusual. Was Jiang Yunu affected by something? Or had the white-haired girl been catalyzed to develop new mutated traits in this special environment? Yet, she didn't seem to be in the process of mutation. She seemed clear-headed and rational. Her touching him earlier was normal. No big deal. Shen Yijing had been staring at Jiang Yunu for a while, and Jiang Yunu's night vision was superior to his, allowing him to discern Shen Yijing's gaze and expression in such dim light. The white-haired girl tilted her head. She took a step closer to Shen Yijing, shortening the already cramped distance between them. Jiang Yunu extended a hand that even seemed to have a normal temperature, touching Shen Yijing's chin. Shen Yijing's body temperature was even slightly lower than Jiang Yunu's hand temperature. He felt a strange warmth at the point of contact, a stark contrast to the cold, sticky fleshy walls around him. The warm hand pinched his chin, pulling his face towards the other. Jiang Yunu pinched Shen Yijing's face, pulling it towards her, then manually made Shen Yijing turn his head left and right, looking at his entire face from all angles. Shen Yijing suddenly realized that Jiang Yunu thought something was wrong with him, and was checking if he was unwell. She was so concerned about him. What could possibly be wrong with her? Captain Shen must be no ordinary person. Because after witnessing the bizarre scene created by Jiang Yunu, he had even more bizarrely managed to convince himself of this, achieving a self-consistency. He felt that Jiang Yunu's sudden ability to digest the surrounding flesh walls must have a reason, but this reason must have nothing to do with her undergoing a mutation or she herself has a problem. Jiang Yunu confirmed Shen Yijing's identity. She felt Captain Shen's skin was a little cold to the touch, but that was likely due to the environment causing her body heat to drop. She gently patted his cheek reassuringly, hoping to convey a silent message. It's okay, it'd be alright soon. The surrounding, surging, and pushing flesh walls had indeed thinned considerably. Being inside this space made of piled-up flesh, Jiang Yunu and the others couldn't clearly perceive how much of the flesh walls had been digested by Jiang Yunu's ability. However, outside this space, in the room where they had originally stood, the enormous, steadily beating heart had begun to collapse. Its overall shape remained enormous, and most of the heart still retained the appearance that Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing had seen. However, from its roots extending underground, the surface of its lower half wrinkled, as if drained of moisture. The vessels that once flowed with bright, energetic blood gradually dimmed, and the blood within them seemed to have dried up, with only faint remnants of energy clinging to the walls, giving them a grayish-white, decadent color, as if they had been seized by someone else. Jiang Yunu didn't have X-ray vision, and couldn't see the outside world. But her ears were sharp, and she could detect even the slightest changes in energy. Deeper within the flesh walls that her powers were constantly digesting, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. The surrounding flesh walls abruptly changed direction, automatically splitting and retreating to make the light appear larger, resembling an exit. Shen Yijing also noticed the light. It was incredibly conspicuous. He tried moving his legs, and found that they could now break free from the tight bindings. Jiang Yunu felt her hand being gently touched again. Shen Yijing gestured with her eyes. Shall we go? Chapter 262. The exit formed by the light, and the entrance for the two were clearly not in the same direction. However, they seemed to have no other choice. Jiang Yunu's response was, of course, let's go. She not only nodded in response to Shen Yijing, but also very naturally pulled his hand back after touching hers, which he was about to withdraw. Pulled by the wrist. Shen Yijing was pulled towards Jiang Yunu, his legs instinctively taking 2 steps on the still strangely elastic and slippery flesh, but with a bit more support than before. Jiang Yunu pulled him to her side, then had Captain Shen follow her. Safety. Walking half a step ahead, Jiang Yunu was too lazy to turn around and mouth the words. She and Shen Yijing, like two patients suddenly losing their voices, communicated through lip movements and gestures. She grabbed his wrist, used a finger to gently pry open Shen Yijing's slightly curled fingers, and then wrote 2 words in his palm. Shen Yijing's breathing changed. Jiang Yunu felt the person behind her seem to suffocate for 2 seconds, but her fighting instincts and alertness weren't triggered. Her senses told her that the surroundings were currently safe. The previously restless flesh had subsided and temporarily calmed down. So, Jiang Yunu moved her index finger and drew 2 more lines in Shen Yijing's palm. Question marks. Shen Yijing's palm felt as if it had been gently pushed, his hand curling slightly, a few fingers unconsciously brushing against Jiang Yunu's palm and hand. So Jiang Yunu wrote another one. Question mark. What was she scribbling on her arm and palm? She really couldn't decipher a single word of this wild cursive stream of consciousness writing style. In the end, Shen Yijing simply and cautiously grasped Jiang Yuna's fingers. He didn't reply to her in her palm, nor did he let her continue writing on his hand. He used silence as a response, a silence to indicate that he was alright. In this silence, the two walked towards the light. This must be a space filled with bizarre energy. When Shen Yijing had previously slashed himself and fallen, he felt as if this place had no end, like falling into a black hole, or sliding all the way to the Earth's core. But now, as he and Jiang Yunu walked towards the light, the distance was surprisingly short. They didn't remain silent for long before the increasingly bright light reached them. This light was indeed a real exit. Within the light, there was a smooth, two-dimensional door that seemed to be pasted onto the light. Jiang Yunu looked at the door, so thin it resembled a piece of paper. After only 2 seconds of hesitation, she raised her hand, ready to try pushing it. Just then, the hand that Shen Yijing was holding by the fingers was lifted up. She had just lifted her empty hand, not moving the hand still entangled with Shen Yijing's. But Captain Shen clearly wanted to push open the door with her. So Jiang Yunu lowered her empty hand again, and with the hand that was still entangled with Shen Yijing's, they pushed together towards the thin door in the light. The texture was cold, like some kind of special metal, yet this metal also possessed fluidity, allowing Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing's hands to pass through it together. They exchanged a glance. Shen Yijing saw Jiang Yunu nod. Without further hesitation, the two stepped forward side by side, entering the uniquely textured liquid door. Passing through it felt like passing through a waterfall, slightly cool, but without any moisture. It was also like passing through a layer of cool, soft gauze. Jiang Yunu didn't close her eyes as she passed through the door. She kept them open the entire time. The instant she stepped through, she felt her brain like a processor suddenly uploading countless new files. A flood of complex and fragmented images flashed through her mind, some of which she had never seen or experienced before, alternating on her retina. But with just a blink, she was through the door, and all those vast and complex images vanished from her retina. In their place was a clear, real space before her. Behind the door was a place that looked like a laboratory, exuding a sense of technology and minimalist metallic aesthetics. Ahem. Shen Yijing coughed softly beside her. Since being trapped in the fleshy tunnel, he had been silenced for too long. Those previously binding fleshy walls might still possess some kind of neurotoxin, causing him to feel a slight numbness deep in his throat before he could speak again. Jiang Yuna noticed that their hands were still clasped, so she simply squeezed Shen Yijing's fingers as well, indicating that he didn't need to force himself. Then she looked around. Her throat and vocal cords were unaffected. Those fleshy chunks didn't dare approach her again. So she could speak naturally and clearly. This place looks very high-tech. According to conventional wisdom, someone should come out now to greet us and say welcome to my core territory. Really? Someone responded. Is there more? Of course there is. Jiang Yunu said, the equipment here looks very expensive, and the overall space is very well maintained, showing signs of meticulous upkeep. They most likely say later that you see the greatest invention of this era, or welcome you to admire a miracle that transcends time. Clap, clap, clap. In the vast space, someone applauded Jiang Yunu's words. The voice from before rang out again, noticeably more excited, its tone revealing undisguised pleasure. Well said. With this loud praise, a holographic projection descended, quickly solidifying into a lifelike image in front of him. From the moment he heard really, Shen Yijing's muscles tensed, as if his hair had stood on end, and his ears twitched slightly, trying to pinpoint the location of the unfamiliar voice. When the projected image appeared, Shen Yijing immediately stopped standing beside Jiang Yunu. He stepped forward, his sword held horizontally in front of Jiang Yunu. The man, appearing as a projection, seemed amused by Shen Yijing's actions, and didn't seem to care. He glanced at him briefly before his gaze moved past him to Jiang Yunu behind him. The man looked to be in his 40s, or perhaps a well-maintained 50 or 60. Young lady, since you already guessed the usual lines, it's a bit boring to greet you with the usual opening. The man said, I decided to change my opening line. I have a question for you. Jiang Yunu said, please. The man spread his arms, his posture almost elegant. What kind of secret treasure do you think lies hidden deep within an incomparably beautiful heart? Chapter 263. Deep within the Fallen Li camp, Jiang Yunu was naturally unaware of the discussion about the heart of the secret treasure in the transit station's conference room. She could only interpret the man's words literally, and then thought that if the incomparably beautiful heart referred to the enormous thing standing at the other end of the fleshy path, then this man's understanding of beauty was perhaps a bit too extreme. But she still answered his question. I don't know. Jiang Yuna frankly gave the universal answer. The man didn't seem satisfied. But then, the white-haired girl continued calmly, in an ambiguous tone, deep within this incomparable heart, there might lie a greedy treasure. After all, this heart has swelled to such a size that it's suitable to hold something even larger and more expansive. Before the man could respond, she added, of course, there might also be no treasure here, only a meticulously planned scheme by a madman to achieve his lifelong desire. The moment the word madman was uttered, the air seemed to freeze. Shinijing thought, I'm begging her. However, on the surface, Captain Shin remained calm and composed, merely tightening his grip on the black knife and reconfirming his position with Jiang Yunu, maintaining a posture where he could defend against any attack. Fortunately, the middle-aged man projected from the mine seemed to be the kind of villain with a relatively magnanimous nature. He wasn't angry at all. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, I love your conjecture. Isn't it brilliant? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. All geniuses in this world need a touch of madness and eccentricity. The rarer the genius, the more eccentric they are. Ha ha ha. At the end, the man burst into laughter, as if he had truly received Jiang Yunu's highest praise, making him feel completely at ease. Jiang Yunu had occasionally been called a little freak by those around her, but today she had met her match. She felt the other person was far more freakish than she was. You certainly never engage in internal strife, Jiang Yunu said with utmost sincerity after laughing in the middle-aged man's projection. The middle-aged man's smile remained, his lips still slightly upturned, and he returned Jiang Yunu's smile with equal sincerity. You look like a clever and quick-witted young lady. You definitely understand my will and pursuits. Jiang Yunu wasn't buying this kind of mutual flattery. She said even more sincerely, No, you're exaggerating. I don't think I understand how my inter-school competition has become such an opponent. The middle-aged man maintained his smile and said, How do you know you won't understand if you don't try to understand? Then he clapped his hands. Jiang Yunu clearly saw that Shen Yijing's back tensed with each clap, the muscles in his back bulging slightly beneath his clothes. With a whoosh, a door in the technologically advanced space seemed to open automatically. There were no footsteps, but something swiftly, lightly, and incredibly swept towards the two. Without needing Captain Shin's prompting, Jiang Yunu switched from conversation mode to combat mode in the blink of an eye. An unprecedented type of mutant appeared in their field of vision and launched an attack without hesitation. Your way of making people understand you is quite passionate. Jiang Yunu leaped to the side, and he and Shen Yijing tacitly dodged the mutant's attack from different directions, then flanked from both sides, cutting off the mutant's next attack path. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to make sarcastic remarks. The middle-aged man continued to laugh, leisurely enjoying the fight between the two and the mutant. This new mutant was vastly different from the previous one. Not only was its combat ability stronger, but its defense against high-concentration mutant energy was also better. It could even change forms. Shen Yijing's pupils slightly contracted when she saw the mutant switch from its first form to its second. Switching to a new form on the spot meant that the mutant's bones and flesh would undergo localized reconstruction. The cracking of joints, the creaking of bones, and the sounds of new mutant limbs piercing through the original flesh and skin could be clearly heard. The mutant let out a howl during the transformation. Reconstruction must be painful, after all, its body structure was being altered while still alive. However, the pain seemed to increase the mutant's combat power, causing it to launch an even more ferocious attack on Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing in the next moment. Bang! It was the dull thud of the back of a black long sword striking the mutant's hardened body. Shen Yijing had somehow switched to using the back of her blade again, refraining from using the sharp edge to pierce the mutant's flesh. Jiang Yunu could tell at a glance that the outwardly cold, but inwardly soft-hearted Captain Shin had wavered again. She didn't see anything wrong with this trait of Shen Yijing's. After all, she could be the more clear-headed and ruthless one in moments like this, keeping the situation under control. And most of the time, Shen Yijing would unconditionally choose obeying her over taking care of others. Conventional attack skills seemed ineffective against this new mutant. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yunu, still retaining the memory of activating her new skill within the fleshy passage, mobilized her powers, and used the new skill once more. The fluorescent green spots, like poisonous rashes suddenly appearing on the skin, instantly materialized on the mutated individual's hard, iron-gray skin. First, just a few. Then, as the mutated individual continued to mobilize its power and launch attacks, the fluorescent green spots rapidly spread across its skin. Jiang Yunu's skills were always like bizarre assassin's moves. By the time the victim and onlookers realized what she had done, it was often too late. Roar! The mutated individual suddenly stopped its attack. It stood still, letting out a howl even louder than when it had changed forms. The projection of the middle-aged man also abandoned its composed demeanor. Surprise, confusion, scrutiny. A variety of emotions intertwined on the projection of the middle-aged man, finally settling on a complex expression on his face. He looked at Jiang Yunu again, as if he hadn't summoned this monster, with a simple clap of his hands. His physical projection strode through the space, now somewhat chaotic from the battle, and floated lightly to Jiang Yunu's side. "What did you do?" the middle-aged man asked. Jiang Yunu didn't immediately answer. Instead, she stopped her attack, cautiously observing the mutated creature still motionless a short distance ahead. Without even turning her head towards the middle-aged man, she said, "Are you so sure it's me? Are you looking down on my companions?" Shen Yijing's longsword wasn't aimed at the new mutated creature, but rather at the middle-aged man's projection. His physical longsword shouldn't have been able to cut the projection, but it was at least a silent statement of his attitude. The middle-aged man seemed to have a peculiar fondness for Jiang Yunu, as if he felt an instant connection with her, so he didn't care about the white-haired girl's attitude at all. "It's definitely you," the projection said confidently. "I don't even need to guess. My genius-level intuition kicked in, and I just knew it was you." Jiang Yunu, Calling him a lunatic earlier seemed to have really pleased him. Jiang Yunu simply admitted, "Yes, it's me. So what?" A flash of fanaticism ignited in the middle-aged man's eyes. "What did you do?" He not only asked, but moved even closer to Jiang Yunu, his projected chest almost colliding with Jiang Yunu's shoulder. "How did you do that?" His fanaticism grew with each approach. Shen Yijing's blade, unable to contain itself any longer, flashed like black lightning between the middle-aged man and Jiang Yunu. "Get away from her," Captain Shen coldly rebuked. The black longsword shouldn't have hit the man's physical projection, but the man still made a slight backward dodge, floating lightly backward like a ghost. The black lightning swept past the side of his projection, causing a slight ripple at the edges of his three-dimensional image. The middle-aged man's projection quickly returned to normal. "Your companion really likes to attract attention," the middle-aged man commented on Shen Yijing, clearly showing some dissatisfaction with Captain Shen. "Not as good as the person who created an incomparably beautiful heart," Jiang Yunu said. "Nonsense," the middle-aged man said. "I clearly only want to create an epic-making achievement. I stand at the pinnacle of human evolutionary foresight, striving to turn all beautiful visions into reality, and ensure the smooth implementation of great projects." Jiang Yunu, The white-haired girl didn't reply, but she glanced at Captain Shen with an indescribable look. Shen Yijing successfully caught a glimpse of it, and felt that the look in his eyes seemed to say, "Look, a classic scene." The middle-aged man's words were indeed very classic. The mutant, corrupted by Jiang Yunu's special ability, was still howling, his howls now bordering on wailing. He was immobilized, frozen in place, like a robust but useless piece of equipment with its core components locked. Amidst the wailing in the background, the middle-aged man's projection was enthusiastically telling the white-haired girl, whom he found inexplicably appealing, about his lifelong wish. "Do you know what we humans pursue throughout our lives?" The middle-aged man's projection waved his hand, answering his own question, "Evolution." "The answer is beyond question, the only answer is evolution. Because of this pursuit of evolution, we are as if chosen by the will of the universe, endowed with superpowers, and granted the privilege of advancing from traditional primitive humans to superhumans. However, superhuman talents are also categorized into levels, and each level has its own ceiling. Once the upper limit of a level is reached, no matter how hard a superhuman tries, they cannot improve further. For thousands of years, there has never been a breakthrough in superhuman ability evolution." "What does this mean?" This time, the middle-aged man seemed to need an answer. His gaze was intense, the emotion flowing from his eyes so strong that it seemed to materialize, directly piercing Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing. But his only two listeners were uncooperative. They remained silent, watching him silently as if he were a madman. A flicker of disappointment crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he continued, "This, of course, means that someone needs to drive the development of the level breakthrough project. We humans should explore the possibility of breaking through the levels of our supernatural talents ourselves. This is a difficult problem left to us by the will of the universe, a monumental task left to humanity by the supernatural universe." Jiang Yunu finally spoke up when the man paused again, his projected chest heaving violently with emotion. "Your way of answering questions is to constantly turn normal people into mutants, to make people no longer human, and to painstakingly turn the Advanced League into a large-scale training ground to test your creations?" Jiang Yunu asked. Shen Yijing, listening from the sidelines, was both wary and, quite inappropriately, found Jiang Yunu's way of speaking, starting with the honorific you but ending with an inability to maintain a facade, quite amusing. The middle-aged man, however, seemed oblivious to the irony. He wore an expression of enjoyment, as if his actions were being seen, and that being seen meant being recognized. More than that, he said. Actually, if I could have, I wouldn't have wanted things to come to this. Chapter 264. Jiang Yunu, oh? The man's tone sounded tinged with melancholy, as if his initial intentions hadn't been what they expected. Jiang Yunu wasn't keen on hearing the villain recount a tragic past, nor did she want to understand the wicked man's thought process. However, right now, firstly, she and Shen Yijing hadn't found a way to perfectly extricate the entire camp and properly end this mess. Secondly, she still didn't understand exactly what evil deeds this man had committed. A complete and detailed version. She needed more information, and Shen Yijing certainly needed more too, to carry out a larger chain of information to trustworthy individuals. So, she finally followed the man's lead and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Yunu said, "How is everything different from what you expected?" The white-haired girl's respectful address completely disappeared. However, the middle-aged man clearly didn't care about that. He only cared that the white-haired girl had finally agreed to listen to him, and had spontaneously misinterpreted her meaning. "Are you finally starting to understand me?" he said eagerly. Shen Yijing resisted the urge to strike him. Even knowing that her black blade was like attacking a reflection in water, sometimes, certain impulses are uncontrollable. Jiang Yunu didn't say anything about understanding or not understanding this time. She only said, "You can speak first, I listen." "I originally had many more secret research institutes," the middle-aged man said. On his holographic projection, his gaze became distant, as if recalling events from a past life. "Those research institutes didn't borrow anyone else's land. It was all my own space and territory." The middle-aged man continued with a nostalgic tone. "Do you know how much money it took to own so much space and territory back then, young lady? It was a very, very large sum of money, enough to buy a small sector in a backward region." Jiang Yunu remained silent, but she felt she had heard this "my insert value here is enough to buy an entire insert value here in your backward sector" phrasing many times before. The last time she heard a similar comparison of wealth was when it was said that a near-grade elemental weapon could buy a city in a backward sector. She glanced at Shen Yijing, and suddenly realized that assets far exceeding a city were in Captain Shen's hands. Shen Yijing's black long sword was more than just near a grade. Shen Yijing didn't know why the white-haired girl was suddenly looking at him. He was always exceptionally sensitive to Jiang Yunu's gaze, and his eyes suddenly shifted towards her. Jiang Yunu's gaze had already returned to the middle-aged man. She couldn't delve too deeply into the idea of Captain Shen carrying a whole city in a fight, lest she spoil the current atmosphere. The middle-aged man didn't notice the flirting between the two students. Even the mastermind behind everything couldn't escape the common middle-aged flaw when reminiscing about the past, becoming overly self-absorbed and indulging in the pleasure of expressing himself to the younger generation. Even with such a high investment, such a large sum of money at the time, I felt it was all worthwhile, and it wasn't a burden for me. The middle-aged man casually flaunted his wealth. "In my countless private spaces, I built research institutes one after another. I even set up different environmental simulations based on varying research needs, ensuring each institute has a unique basic cultivation environment, complete with researchers, experimental equipment, and the finest consumables. And of course, the most important experimental subjects." Jiang Yunu's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing the words environmental simulation. A desolate island base, the moon appearing nightly atop a barren mountain peak, the seawater that looked a clear, salty blue but utterly devoid of any biological scent. She spent a few seconds recalling her origins. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's self-narration continued. "However, just as no grand vision is easily realized, and every ambitious goal inevitably encounters setbacks, no one can escape this rule. Not even a genius madman like me." The middle-aged man's tone not only became heavy, but also carried a profound, strange self-pity. "Yes, he's just a rare genius, a madman, and insanely rich, resourceful, and powerful. He's not the darling of the universe. So why does everything he does go so smoothly?" The middle-aged man's holographic projection showed a mixture of self-pity, arrogance, and slight resentment, as if he still harbored resentment towards the universe for its unfair treatment of him. Sometimes it's really strange. People who seem to have everything often feel the most lacking. The more they possess, the more they want. Expanding desires breed greed, and greed is a pocket that can never be filled. I spent so much money, hired so many top talents, and provided jobs for so many people across the 8-star sectors. I didn't even neglect the most backward 7th and 8th star sectors. I gave many people in these two bottom-tier sectors jobs and a chance to earn big money. And what was the return? My experiments made no progress. Before most of my research bases were forced to relocate or be destroyed, I failed to develop anything that would promote breakthroughs in human supernatural abilities, and I failed to complete the task left to humanity by this universe. What's even more hateful? The people around me actually betrayed me. Hearing the middle-aged man talk about betrayal, Shinijing's expression remained unchanged. He still appeared calm and wary. However, Jiang Yunu, who knew Captain Shin very well, knew that Shinijing was listening very carefully to the middle-aged man's words. Shinijing was most likely still trying to deduce a plausible source of evil from the man's so-called betrayal experience, something that could have driven him to this point. Captain Shin is still too naive and innocent, Jiang Yunu thought. She felt that the so-called betrayal might be completely different from what the kind-hearted Captain Shin thought. How did people betray you? Jiang Yunu finally spoke up, joining the middle-aged man's reminiscences. She seemed unusually interested, actively pressing for answers. Did they squander your money, ruin your equipment, or show absolutely no gratitude for the opportunities you provided? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yunu with eyes that said, "You really are the girl I come to love." All of those. The middle-aged man said, moved, then quickly turned to gritted teeth. But of course, the most despicable thing is the last one. Not only were they ungrateful, they even resisted me. Jiang Yunu, why? The middle-aged man's projection waved his arm, as if swatting away ungrateful wretches from past memories, the force large, like swatting away annoying flies. I only made them work a little more, made them collect more experimental bodies for me, and I even raised the purchase price for the new batch of experimental bodies. How kind I am. In such a poor place, many people might not earn the star coins they get from selling just one body in their entire lives. I not only gave them the opportunity to make money, but I didn't care about the quality of the bodies, as long as the quantity matched. Shinijing said, "What are experimental bodies?" The middle-aged man glanced at Shinijing, as if the young boy present had finally asked a question he found acceptable. An experimental subject is just an experimental subject, the middle-aged man said. What else could it be? Of course, it's those people in backward regions who are constantly creating, who will never enjoy any quality resources in their lives, and who have no chance of becoming successful in the future, unable to contribute anything to the universe on their own. So I'm here to give them a chance to contribute. In the projection, the middle-aged man's expression was almost smug. As an experimental subject, participating in a cross-era human evolution project, this will definitely be the most dazzling highlight of their lives, their only chance to be recorded in history. And it will also bring their families a large sum of money. Isn't that good? The calm and indifferent expression that Shinijing had maintained for so long shattered. He seemed to have some suspicions, yet also disbelief. Shinijing subconsciously looked at Jiang Yunu, seemingly wanting to draw power from the white-haired girl. Jiang Yunu's expression remained unchanged. She simply gazed calmly and intently at the middle-aged man. "Why can't you be more direct?" she said softly. "The experimental subjects you're referring to are actually children, aren't they?" She paused, then added, "You must have collected children from the 7th and 8th districts, from the back rows." The middle-aged man, his experimental subject's truth exposed, didn't change his expression, not even raising an eyebrow. "Yes," he said, then asked with interest, "Don't you think describing them this way makes them sound more noble?" He genuinely believed he was giving the children brought in for experiments an opportunity. He thought he was bestowing glory upon them. "Don't look at me like that." The middle-aged man's projection spoke to Shinijing, tilting his head slightly. "You look angry, which isn't right. I already said that's a lower-ranking star region, a place where progress is difficult for decades to come. Inferior people from inferior places give birth to inferior children, yet these inferior children can become superior experimental subjects for superior projects. For them, that's already a leap in social class. I even give them money to help their families escape poverty, and even elevate their family's status within the inferior social circle." The middle-aged man continued, "I remember this is a joint competition between the 3 upper star regions. You are students from the 1st and 2nd major regions. What? Don't you usually feel superior? Don't your classmates and teachers subtly and naturally look down on the lower-ranking star regions?" Shinijing, "I didn't." Captain Shin gritted his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I can't control others," he said, "but I don't." This theory, stated with such an air of self-righteousness, was like a weight thrown at his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Jiang Yunu's voice rang out. She sounded calm, clear, and her tone was frighteningly composed. "What kind of experiments have you done with them?" she asked. "Too many." The experimental subjects consume a lot of energy, the middle-aged man said. Forced activation of basic energy cores, forced injection of high-amplitude supernatural abilities, and exposing the subjects to high-energy light for extended periods, a kind of supernatural bath, draining and refilling their cores all at once, and so on. Elemental beasts spliced with humans, limb mutation, those were later projects. We hadn't even researched that in the early days. Jiang Yunu didn't ask any further questions. Shinijing was speechless. A moment of silence fell, save for the lingering echo of the middle-aged man's proud words, like needles gently pricking at the eardrums. Then Jiang Yunu moved. Jiang Yunu burst forth, her green supernatural power transforming into countless supernatural vines. Each one was sharp as a knife at the tip, hurtling towards the man's holographic projection, with an aura that seemed intent on riddling the projection with holes. Useless. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. He seemed bewildered by Jiang Yunu's sudden outburst, yet also quite tolerant, as if looking down on a clueless junior. I'm just a projection. What use is attacking me? Jiang Yunu's vines pierced through the projection, while an even larger green phantom flew along the projection towards the dome, heading straight for a certain spot on the high ceiling. You're just a projection, Jiang Yunu said, but you're here. She was already very close to the projection, as if she had instantly appeared before the man. The man could almost see the change in the white-haired girl's pupils. I will find you, Jiang Yunu said. Her supernatural power climbed the dome, disappeared into the ceiling, into the walls, and flowed down her body, down her feet, and into the floor. I come to find you, she said softly. Chapter 265. Based on Shinijing's understanding of Jiang Yunu, sometimes, when the white-haired girl says she's done one part of something, she's actually likely already done 10. Green supernatural power instantly filled the entire space, like an invasive parasitic species, aiming to turn the entire space into its nutrient supply base in the blink of an eye. Shinijing watched as the vines and tendrils spread out, reaching into the ceiling, walls, and floor. But he clearly saw that further away, at the very limit of human vision. There, green was also emerging, echoing the supernatural light surrounding Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu must have already silently invaded this place with her supernatural power, while the middle-aged man was indulging in his past, talking at length about personal regrets and past achievements to the two young students. Shinijing still doesn't know how she did it, but that's not the point. What puzzled him even more now was that the middle-aged man's projection had already witnessed how Jiang Yunu had invaded the new type of mutant, yet the other party seemed completely unsuspecting. It was as if they hadn't even considered that Jiang Yunu, capable of invading a mutant without making a sound, could naturally infiltrate this place through the flesh wall passage before the invasion, thus invading what the other party considered their safe territory. When Jiang Yunu's power first erupted, the middle-aged man maintained a composed demeanor, displaying a nonchalant I'm just watching a spoiled child throw a tantrum attitude. But soon, his expression in the physical projection changed. No, impossible. The middle-aged man's expression first shifted from disbelief to frenzy and doubt. In the physical projection, he still had his eyes slightly closed. The edges of the projection blurred, revealing rapidly flowing, interwoven sets of tiny data codes, indicating that he was deep in thought, searching, and repeatedly verifying something. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. You found my core? The middle-aged man's expression was no longer that of seeing a little girl he inexplicably clicked with, but rather like he had seen a ghost. Jiang Yunu was still standing in the same spot, not having moved an inch since she had approached the middle-aged man's projection. Yet she seemed to have arrived at a very far place. She was here, yet not there. She seemed to be everywhere. I found it. Jiang Yunu's tone remained calm and light. She stared at the middle-aged man's ever-changing expression on the projection, seemingly no longer feeling anger towards him, nor contempt for his crimes. Beside him, Shinijing felt that Jiang Yunu's gaze towards the other person had shifted from looking at someone with whom he could have recently engaged in equal conversation to looking at. Looking at what? It seemed even the quantifier one was no longer appropriate. Because Jiang Yunu appeared to be merely staring at a piece of food that would soon be cleaned, gutted, and placed on the stove. Shinijing felt a slight chill run down his spine at his own analogy, a coldness creeping up his spine to the back of his neck, making even the finest hairs stand on end. He looked at Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu, still with that eerily calm demeanor, softly said, I saw you running away. Saw? How did she see it? What exactly did Jiang Yunu see in a place she couldn't see? Captain Shin could only rely on his innate intelligence to extract and deduce information from these two short sentences. The middle-aged man's projection was here, the projection could not be attacked, but the other party's real body must be hidden somewhere in the research base, and perhaps the real body and the core were one and the same, and this crucial core had been found by Jiang Yunu at lightning speed. And the core itself also had the ability to move. The middle-aged man's projected expression was extremely ugly. Jiang Yunu tilted her head slightly. "Where do you think you're going to escape to?" She paused for a second, watching the man's constantly shifting face, staring at his slightly distorted features. "I can see wherever you run." The middle-aged man's physical projection didn't speak. He also stared at Jiang Yunu, looking at her deeply, as if trying to understand what kind of monster this young girl, whom he had initially found so appealing, truly was. "Keep running," Jiang Yunu urged. The obvious green supernatural vines climbing the walls, floors, and ceiling were no longer visible. Everything within sight was tinged with a faint green. A soft, pale green seeped from the walls, the floor, and the surfaces of various materials. It was as if everything inanimate here was now alive. And now, they were all uniformly stained with green blood. The middle-aged man didn't speak. But deep within the Research Institute's base, a rumbling sound echoed once more. Amidst the earth-shaking rumble, there were the dull thuds of heavy objects slowly pounding the ground, and the crisp, rapid stomping of hoofed creatures. Shinijing's ears caught a sound, ding. It sounded like an old-fashioned, traditional elevator automatically emitting a notification sound when it reached its designated floor. The middle-aged man was still staring at Jiang Yunu. Amidst the approaching, chaotic noise, his expression twisted, half fear of the white-haired girl, the other half a complex mixture of deep curiosity, inquiry, and fanaticism. "I want to know what else you can do." The middle-aged man finally spoke again, his voice clenched between clenched teeth. His gaze towards Jiang Yunu was strange, causing the phrase Lord Ye's love of dragons to suddenly pop into Shin Yijing's mind. The holographic projection of the man looking at Jiang Yunu was like an ancient person who claimed to love dragons suddenly realizing he might actually see one. They quickly understood the source of the chaotic sounds, and the outcome wasn't unexpected. It was the army of mutants the middle-aged man had summoned. Extremely large in size. Their limbs mutated in segments. They had lost nearly 70% of their human characteristics, looking like aliens from some old movie. Most of them retained human characteristics, but their heads had essentially mutated into beast heads. A vast, swarming mass of mutants. This considerable number of mutants, each one resembling a mutant composite that Jiang Yunu and Shin Yijing had encountered before. "Can you track me down and take care of them at the same time?" the middle-aged man asked. Jiang Yunu only corrected his inappropriate wording. "We," she said briefly. Shin Yijing had recently felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stand on end because of Jiang Yunu, but that didn't stop him from feeling inexplicably moved when he heard "we." He was touched that Jiang Yunu still recognized him as a teammate and combatant in this situation. Captain Shin expressed his gratitude by immediately proving that he was indeed a trustworthy teammate and a usable fighting force. He and Jiang Yunu cooperated seamlessly, meeting the surging tide of mutated beings without hesitation. Shin Yijing couldn't share Jiang Yunu's vision, and was unaware that within Jiang Yunu's sensory system, she could fully grasp the middle-aged man's core movements. Within Jiang Yunu's perception range, the object resembled an orange-red energy cluster, its outline blurred but highly active and relatively agile. Jiang Yunu and Shin Yijing fought side by side, yet also engaged in one-on-one combat somewhere within the Research Institute base. The supernatural power flowing through solid media like walls and floors served as her omnipresent eyes and ears, her omnipresent hands and feet. When the two had wiped out nearly half of the mutated army, Jiang Yunu suddenly caught a glimpse of something in her peripheral vision. The flash was extremely subtle and sharp. It didn't strike her directly, but rather at an extremely tricky angle toward Shin Yijing, who was about 3 arms lengths away. Jiang Yunu's gaze followed the flash, and with her exceptional dynamic vision, she further discerned that it was a needlepoint. In the chaos of battle, it was impossible to discern which mutated individual held the syringe connected to the needle, especially since there were many other mutated individuals nearby with more than 2 arms. Shin Yijing was unaware of the needle so close at hand. He was surrounded by mutated individuals in front, to his left, and to his left rear, leaving his right side a blind spot. Jiang Yunu didn't hesitate, she darted over in the blink of an eye. She didn't shove Shin Yijing aside. Captain Shin was engaged in combat, his supernatural abilities and fighting techniques working in perfect unison, while simultaneously dealing with attacks from 3 directions. Rushing into someone caught in the flow of battle might instead send him flying into the blades of other enemies. Jiang Yunu floated to Shin Yijing's right, inserting the needle between Shin Yijing and Captain Shin, just before it touched Shin Yijing. As expected, the gleaming needle pierced Jiang Yunu's skin. Shen Yijing noticed Jiang Yunu's sudden approach and turned his head, just in time to see a syringe inserted into Jiang Yunu's left upper arm, causing his mind to go blank for a moment. Captain Shen, his mind blank, relied entirely on the muscle memory honed through long-term training and his combat instincts to launch another attack on the surrounding mutants, forcing them all back and clearing a semicircular temporary quiet zone around himself and Jiang Yunu. You? Shen Yijing opened his mouth, his gaze locked on the syringe in Jiang Yunu's arm, his pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead. He wanted to say something but couldn't, wanted to help Jiang Yunu remove the syringe but didn't know how. The projection of the middle-aged man had been observing and occupying the area, paying particular attention to Jiang Yunu. Seeing Jiang Yunu stop the syringe for the less important young man, he first widened his eyes slightly, then became intrigued, waiting for something. Jiang Yunu, however, remained calm. This is the latest product from the research lab, the middle-aged man explained. It was probably just rolled out of the synthesis machine 10 minutes ago. Its composition is complex, and its cost is exorbitant. The middle-aged man deliberately omitted its effects. Shen Yijing's expression grew increasingly tense. Jiang Yunu glanced at the syringe and noticed that the medicine hadn't been fully injected. The mutated individual holding it had only completed the simple action of inserting the needle. She raised her hand and grasped the syringe. Shen Yijing also noticed that there was still more than half the medicine in the syringe, which made him slightly relieved. At least the medicine hadn't completely entered her body. However, his relief was premature. Because the next second, Jiang Yunu's action wasn't to pull it out, but to push the needle inward. She injected the medicine into her body. It's like a more concentrated version of glucose. After administering the injection, Jiang Yunu pulled out the needle and casually tossed the empty syringe on the ground. How boring, your research failed again. Chapter 266. The empty syringe fell to the ground with a slight clatter, then rolled away. The middle-aged man's projection followed the syringe, as if his brain had rolled away with it. Since the mainframe hadn't issued any more commands, the surrounding mutants also fell silent for a moment, like a thrilling martial arts drama abruptly paused. A moment later, the middle-aged man's 3D projection moved. Even the 3D projection showed the stiffness in his joints. He seemed to be struggling, slowly turning his neck towards Jiang Yunu. Then he stared intently at the needle marks on Jiang Yunu's arm. During the previous battle, Jiang Yunu's combat uniform wasn't as durable as her own, already battle-damaged. To make it easier to move, she had even cut off the half-undone, nearly falling off sleeves of her uniform, instantly turning her long-sleeved uniform into a short-sleeved one. Because she was wearing short sleeves, when she blocked Shen Yijing's attack, her arm was able to easily and firmly pierce between the mutant and Captain Shen, making the needle prick her effortless and real. The needle marks on Jiang Yunu's upper arm were still clearly visible. They pierced the middle-aged man's vision like needles, and also pierced Shen Yijing's vision. You? Shen Yijing finally managed to utter the first syllable, his hand cautiously rising to tentatively touch Jiang Yunu's shoulder and back. Are you alright? Jiang Yunu wasn't used to this treatment. She felt like a balloon that had been inflated to its limit, ready to burst at any moment. He's got something on his mind. Jiang Yunu spoke succinctly, gently nodding at the middle-aged man not far away with her chin. The middle-aged man went into a frenzy. No, impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The middle-aged man's projection closed in on Jiang Yunu, even ignoring the long sword Shen Yijing immediately thrust in front of her. My research cannot fail. The middle-aged man said resolutely and maniacally, all previous versions of the potion have undergone clinical trials and been tested on humans. Not a single dose malfunctioned, and not a single dose failed to produce a rapid reaction. He circled around Jiang Yunu, frantically speculating about why Jiang Yunu seemed perfectly normal. Is it because you have better drug resistance? Are you a perfect body, superior to them all? Or is it that your drug digestion is exceptionally slow? The drug enters your body, but its effects are delayed by your mysterious physiological system? Why? Why? He even demanded that Jiang Yunu report her feelings. Tell me how you feel right now. Tell me, do you feel the drug flowing through your body? Jiang Yunu didn't speak, she just looked at him. This gaze alone was enough to make the man unbearable. Speak. The man commanded loudly, say something. Their roles seemed reversed. Jiang Yunu looked at the man like she was looking at a child who would throw a tantrum at the slightest dissatisfaction. She quietly observed him for a while longer, also making sure that the other mutants around them were still behaving themselves, none of them showing any sign of wanting to break away from the crazed core and act independently. She finally spoke calmly. I already said, it's like injecting a super-strength glucose. Jiang Yunu tilted her head slightly. Before helping Captain Shin block the needle, I probably did anticipate the effect myself. After all, I really wanted to know what would happen after this injection entered my body. The white-haired girl's voice was calm and unhurried, but it made Captain Shin feel like he was about to have a heart attack. When Jiang Yunu uttered the words anticipate, and after all, Captain Shin's expression was indescribable. He felt he never wanted to hear Jiang Yunu say those two words again in his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunu continued to mock the projection of the middle-aged man. She shrugged slightly and opened her palm, but unfortunately, despite my best efforts, I really didn't feel anything. The projection of the middle-aged man, The 3D projection was so vivid and realistic that you could clearly see the middle-aged man clenching his teeth again, the muscles near his cheekbones bulging, and the nerves near his temples throbbing with each clenching motion. Jiang Yunu said, "Why don't you explain what effect this injection was originally supposed to have?" Jiang Yunu was sincere in asking this question. This wasn't sarcasm. To some extent, shielding Shen Yijing from the injection was also because she genuinely wanted to know the effects of the injection, and was even more curious about how it would work on her. Jiang Yunu also noticed her own changes at this moment. They were so obvious that pretending not to know was impossible. Moreover, she was an honest person. From the moment she entered this research institute base, she felt herself becoming different. It was a very strange change. Rather than saying she was being changed, or undergoing some kind of more sophisticated and silent alienation by the environment, it was more like she was returning to a pure, more authentic self. Her animalistic instincts became even more pronounced here, almost perfectly accurate. Her innate combat skills were used with greater finesse, and numerous new combat strategies flowed into her mind like a spring, readily available. She used to have many wildly imaginative ideas, occasionally criticized by close friends for her strange thought processes, but here, she found that every one of her ideas seemed feasible. This research base seemed to be a perfect fit for her developmental environment. Shen Yijing had previously watched Jiang Yunu's supernatural vine surge and spread everywhere, thinking that this research base was becoming her giant culture medium. Perhaps this association was a lucky guess. Jiang Yunu felt that the drug the middle-aged man had instructed the mutants to inject was like a supplement. Being here felt like being at home. No, not home, but like being in a luxurious buffet restaurant. This potion. The middle-aged man's projection finally answered Jiang Yunu's question. This potion should rapidly transform the male student next to you. He will possess at least 3 elemental powers simultaneously, and can undergo multiple stages of transformation, from human to half-human, and then from half-human to fully mutated. If the potion works properly, and the target is correct, he can now switch between at least 3 forms to fight you. I can also use him after transformation to test your ability limits, record your combat data, and leave valuable information for further research. Captain Shin had regained his usual expressionless face, as if his recent outburst had never happened. He didn't know why Jiang Yunu seemed perfectly fine, or why the potion seemed ineffective on her. Just as he didn't know much about her past. But this did not change Shen Yijing's stance. He remained steadfastly on Jiang Yunu's side. "If you use me to test her, I'm willing to tell you the result beforehand," Shen Yijing said. "I will lose." This was the first time Jiang Yunu had heard him say he would lose so frankly. The two had faced each other before, and during their first encounter on the team battle map, she felt that she and Shen Yijing were at best evenly matched. Shen Yijing said he would lose. Jiang Yunu thought about it, and also felt that, given the current situation, Captain Shin might really lose. She had improved too much in a short period of time. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened for a moment, as if he couldn't understand why a prodigy born in the top 3 districts would so naturally and willingly admit to being inferior, unable to be provoked in the slightest. "I don't think you have a high chance of winning either," the middle-aged man said coldly. "I just want data, a better benchmark for her combat strength." Jiang Yunu said, "Then why don't you fight me yourself?" The question was casual. Not passionate, not forceful, not probing. Jiang Yunu seemed to be just asking a question as the conversation flowed, but the look in her eyes, as she stared at the middle-aged man, showed that she was serious. Her other vision was still intact. She could still see the movements of his core. "You don't think that after fighting the mutant you summoned, getting a glucose injection, and seeing you go crazy for a while, I've forgotten about your true form, do you?" Jiang Yunu said. Meanwhile, outside the research base, when the sealed energy surrounding the entire Advanced League camp plummeted by another 10%, the people at the nearest transfer station were able to pinpoint the camp's detailed coordinates and even see its physical silhouette. The energy level dropped another 10%, and one entrance to the League camp began to materialize completely, providing a breakthrough for all supporters. As the physical lead camp gradually broke free from the energy control of the heart of the secret treasure, and an entry point was created, a persistent communication signal seized the opportunity during the camp's escape and was immediately launched from within. Even without engaging in combat deep within the underground research base, the students were doing what they could in the surface training hall, which served as a safe base. For example, Duma, a student skilled in signal network exploration, and his companions built this new communication station within the camp. The signal emitted by the communication station was immediately retrieved by the temporary meeting room at the relay station. We made contact with the students. The association's ability users, having received the signal, exclaimed excitedly, relaying the good news to everyone immediately. Where are the students? Are they all alright? How many are there? Quick! Notify the first advance team entering the camp, and send them the students' exact coordinates immediately. How many people went to that advance team? Add more. Pass the word down to the second and third teams to move out immediately, one to reinforce, and one to prepare to welcome the children at the entrance. The liaison officer, an ability user, received the messages in real time. Even on the newly restored signal network, the students' messages came intermittently. The joy on the liaison officer's face suddenly faded slightly. President Shin keenly noticed the change in her mood and asked, "What's wrong?" The children didn't give a specific number, the liaison officer said. They only said that those who could are. Chapter 267. Everyone who can is here. This message, relayed intermittently from the lead camp to the temporary operations room at the transit station, seemed to carry an ominous connotation. But ultimately, the reemergence of the advanced lead camp, providing the rescue team with an entry point, was a good thing. The fact that there were still children within the camp capable of responding to external communications was also a great thing. As the advance team passed through the first entrance and began entering the airspace of the lead camp, inside the underground research base, unaware of the outside world's movements, Jiang Yunu had already resumed his pursuit of the middle-aged man's core. Actually, I wanted to ask this for a long time. Jiang Yunu, while driving his power vines to chase the energy cluster ahead, observing its shape and structure with great interest, asked the man's holographic projection, "What exactly is your core?" The chase had been going on for a while. At several moments earlier, the green power vines had almost touched the edge of this energy cluster called the core. However, when a vine swept down towards the edge, the impact on Jiang Yunu was light and fleeting, almost like hitting a ball of foam. This meant that the core the middle-aged man spoke of wasn't as large as it appeared. Its actual size was far smaller than its appearance. The true physical part was likely encased in a large amount of supernatural energy, the overflowing energy sealing its true essence, a thick layer of protection that also concealed its form. Jiang Yunu wanted to explore further, but soon, with a bang, the foam energy entangled by her vine dissipated, and the energy ball escaped the reach of the green vine, speeding away. Jiang Yunu, The white-haired girl wasn't discouraged. She merely raised an eyebrow at the unusual tail-cutting survival she had inadvertently witnessed. Then she chased after him again. After being repeatedly brushed and rear-ended by her vines, the energy cluster continuously severed the parts it touched, its overall size shrinking considerably. Even so, the core within remained indistinct. The middle-aged man's projection didn't answer Jiang Yunu's question. His previous air of ease and feigned superiority had completely vanished, and he had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with the young man. He could sense that the white-haired girl truly wanted to catch him this time. He couldn't predict what the girl would do to him if he were captured. He wasn't even confident he wouldn't be caught. Many mutated individuals remained within the underground research base. In the Institute's Prototype Recycling and Processing Center, there was a batch of reusable experimental prototypes. Mutated individuals recently recovered from various locations within the camp, now incapacitated and labeled awaiting processing. The entire underground research base was driven and operated by the middle-aged man's single consciousness. And the core currently escaping was his main consciousness. Of course, he couldn't reveal the existence of his main consciousness to Jiang Yunu. Strangely, deep within the middle-aged man's sense of crisis, he felt that the white-haired girl had probably already guessed what his core truly was. Her question might simply be an attempt to hear him admit it himself. She seemed to want to play. Almost like a feline toying with its prey. The middle-aged man remained silent, his core, his mainframe, moving rapidly. He continued summoning mutants, instructing the recycling center to expedite the process, creating a continuous army of mutants to slow down Jiang Yunu's movements. Even with her exceptional abilities and combat talent seemingly beyond the reach of ordinary humans, she still had her physical limits, her limits on ability usage. At the very least, she had a limit to her energy tolerance. The middle-aged man even manipulated Shinijing, sending a large number of upgraded mutants to attack the young boy, intending to distract Jiang Yunu and force her to support her comrades. Captain Shin was openly underestimated. His reputation as the youngest school team captain in Duma's history was treated as a joke, yet he remained calm and composed, silently and steadily dealing with all the targeted attacks. Jiang Yunu's earlier assessment of Shinijing proved remarkably accurate. Perhaps Captain Shin is outwardly cold but inwardly soft, kind-hearted and a little naive, but between Jiang Yunu and the others, he would unhesitatingly support the one in front. Shinijing, who had previously shown pity for the mutants, changed the attack on his black long sword from the blade to the back. Now, to avoid slowing down Jiang Yunu's movements, he silently switched the back of the blade back to the edge, showing no mercy to any mutants who surrounded him. After this seemingly endless chase, encirclement, and breakout continued for quite some time, finally, it was the middle-aged man's holographic projection that spoke. He asked Jiang Yunu, "And what exactly are you?" The middle-aged man's voice was filled with utter confusion. He looked at Jiang Yunu as if he were looking at a puzzle even more difficult to decipher than the so-called cosmic mystery. Jiang Yunu said, "How rude. Who did you call a thing?" Before the middle-aged man could reply, Jiang Yunu readily added, "Of course, you can't immediately follow up with "you're not a thing. That little combo is too old-fashioned. I haven't done it since I was 12. Shinijing, Shinijing, distracted by a question completely unrelated to the atmosphere, thought. He was wondering, how old is Jiang Yunu right now? The middle-aged man, however, wasn't distracted. He stared at Jiang Yunu for a full 5 seconds, while simultaneously driving his mainframe to continue running, escaping the pursuit of the supernatural vines. Looking at the white-haired girl's face in contemplation didn't affect his escape. In that short time, he had become more than just instinctive in fleeing Jiang Yunu's pursuit. "You know," the middle-aged man spoke again, looking at Jiang Yunu, as if the confusion he had been suppressing could no longer be contained, forcing him to speak out. "Do you know you're still evolving?" Jiang Yunu, "Oh?" The white-haired girl replied with a simple monosyllabic sound, as if she had everything under control. The middle-aged man's emotion surged again. "Your cell activity is increasing. Your muscle strength is growing. And normally, with prolonged remote control of superpowers, the superpower index should decrease over time, and the energy that can be remotely controlled should weaken. But that's not the case with you." The middle-aged man had actually been observing Jiang Yunu all along. Since his mainframe could control the entire underground research base, he naturally glimpsed some of Jiang Yunu's power information during those brief moments, when the superpower vine swept to the edge of the core energy cluster. "You're getting stronger," the middle-aged man explained. "You're getting stronger and stronger. Stronger than any theory could suggest." Jiang Yunu said, She replied with another monosyllabic sound, ambiguous. But only she herself knew the truth, and she was also pondering, what is she? Meanwhile, on the ground, the advanced rescue teams from the 3 major associations had arrived at the League camp, entering the camp's central floating platform from airspace. Chapter 268. The advanced rescue team followed the signal source, entering the inner complex through the central control gate, and proceeded almost unimpeded to the training grounds. As soon as the main building of the training grounds came into view, the rescue team leader gestured for her team of supernatural beings to stop. She sent the team's best performing member, a sensory expert, forward, while a technical staff member carrying advanced compressed supply boxes assisted, allowing both members to simultaneously confirm the situation. Any unusual activity near the training grounds? What's the student's remote observation status? The rescue team's reconnaissance and support were professional. The sensory expert quickly and confidently replied, "No abnormal energy fields around the training grounds. No adverse magnetic fields detected." The technical staff member reported, "The ground around the grounds, the building walls, and the connecting roads are all normal. No signs of traps have been detected." In fact, theoretically, the students had already informed them via communication that this training ground was a temporary safe base, so its trustworthiness should be high, and it was the primary destination of this rescue operation. However, the cautious and meticulous rescue team leader still considered the possibility that there might be a trap here. It's understandable that she was overly suspicious. The rescue team's journey from the central platform to entering the inner complex had been remarkably smooth. They had already received news of the rampant mutated beings within the camp, and had made thorough preparations for combat. However, from the moment they landed on the central platform to entering the complex, they hadn't found a single mutated being, let alone even half a mutated being's remains. If it weren't for the numerous signs of battle throughout the camp, clearly indicating the presence of various conflicts, the rescue team leader would almost suspect that someone within the three major associations was spreading false information. "Captain," a team member suddenly called out, "there are people at the training hall entrance. Students coming out, wearing Earthly Radiance Academy uniforms." The rescue team leader immediately snapped back to reality. At the entrance to the training hall, Earthly Radiance's captain, Lulu Marin, who had noticed the commotion outside, personally came out to investigate. She appeared to emerge alone, but behind the half-open hall door, at least two student teams comprised of students from multiple schools were hidden. They were lying in ambush, awaiting Lulu Marin's first-hand feedback. Captain Momfi, Zoe, and Captain Golden Uriel Sorok were at the closest concealed position to Lulu Marin, ready to provide her with immediate support. As the captain of Earthly Radiance, Lulu Marin naturally recognized the insignia of the three major associations. "It's the rescue team." Rurumarin breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing the combat attire and gait of the approaching figures, then turned to relay the message through the back door. She then descended the steps in front of the training hall and approached the association's rescue team, which was also rapidly approaching the hall. The rescue team leader was efficient and decisive, a member of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association. She relayed information, verified identities, and checked the situation of the students inside the temporary safe haven. When a support member quietly sent a rough headcount to the team channel, the rescue team leader glanced discreetly at her personal terminal screen. Even with her home composure, her gaze involuntarily darkened at that number. It was a number that clearly didn't match the original number of students in the camp. It was much smaller. But the students around her were all in good condition, overjoyed at the arrival of the rescue team, and the rescue team leader couldn't let any unnecessary emotion show. Seeing that Lulu Marin was also composed, and that Sorok and Zoe were in good spirits, all three team captains were capable and able to discuss issues rationally. The rescue team leader called the three students aside alone. "The report says that mutants are rampant in the camp, and we saw many signs of battle on our way here," the captain asked, addressing the question that had been troubling her all the way. "But why haven't we seen a single mutant corpse? Nor have we encountered any mutants head-on. They seem to have suddenly vanished from this camp? Do you have any clues or information about this?" The three captains exchanged glances. The mutants in the camp seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and as those trapped inside the fallen camp, the students naturally sensed it immediately, and very clearly. Furthermore, the three team leaders could even roughly estimate when the large number of mutants in the camp had suddenly disappeared again. "Any clues?" the rescue team leader asked. Her sharp eyes noticed the students seemed to be secretly exchanging information. Lulu Marin took a deep breath. She was still concerned about Jiang Yunu and Shinijing's safety. She stepped forward, straightening her chest. "Actually, we still have companions. They left the stronghold earlier, saying they wanted to explore the camp further to find a way for everyone to escape. One of them is Shinijing, the son of President Shin of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association and captain of the Duma Academy team. The other is Jiang Yunu, a student from the Golden Uriel Academy." She was a very tall girl. When she stood up straight, her line of sight was level with an adult's. She didn't reveal all her guesses to the rescue team leader, only cautiously sharing the information she believed was safe, hoping the team could find Jiang Yunu and Shinijing and provide assistance to them, who might be trapped. Jiang Yunu was destined to a Lulu Marin a treat. Lulu Marin, whose personal terminal had been silent for nearly 6 hours, knew the white-haired girl completely disregarded their bet. That was very much Jiang Yunu's style. When revealing the information, Captain Di Yao deliberately placed Shinijing's name first, using the title son of the Snow Wolf Association president to subtly overshadow Jiang Yunu, and also to better attract the attention of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association. All the students remaining at the base were unaware of Jiang Yunu and Shinijing's current situation, worrying that they might be in a difficult battle, and that the large number of mutated individuals who had disappeared from the camp were all heading towards the two of them. This guess wasn't entirely wrong. Shinijing was indeed frequently besieged, but not yet in dire straits. Jiang Yunu, on the other hand, single-handedly surrounded the middle-aged man's core, putting the others in a difficult position. The middle-aged man's mad genius side was battling his survival instincts. On one hand, he had to guard against Jiang Yunu actually capturing his main consciousness. On the other hand, his desire to explore Jiang Yunu herself was growing stronger. The middle-aged man no longer had a physical body. He had exhausted all his knowledge to achieve his current state of main consciousness driving everything. In his frantic research into the mysteries of human evolution, he had discarded his own physical body, making his former body a stepping stone in his research. Therefore, he couldn't understand how Jiang Yunu, possessing both a physical body and the ability to consciously control external objects, could do it. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. How is this possible? The more he fought against Jiang Yunu, the more he felt that she was almost a perfect form he had envisioned. You will continuously grow stronger, you are not afraid of prolonged combat exhaustion, and you grasp combat awareness instantly. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Yunu, listing all the advantages he had discovered in the white-haired girl. You also have resistance to the potion. The potion has absolutely no effect on you. I don't think there's anything wrong with my potion, so the problem must lie with you. You are someone who is ahead of my potion version. Jiang Yunu hadn't been idle while the middle-aged man was rambling on. Her supernatural vines had already wrapped around the energy ball several more times, gradually shrinking what was initially quite large to the size of a rugby ball. Haven't you reached a conclusion yet? Jiang Yunu asked, her gaze lingering on the men's ramblings. If you don't reach a conclusion soon, you might be nothing more than a walnut kernel in a minute. She wasn't sure what she was either. She only knew that when she first woke up in the base at the foot of the desolate mountain on the isolated island, she still looked like a human, felt intense hunger, had a clear mind, and a survival instinct. After arriving in a human city, she still retained the habits of a social animal and needed to socialize with people. Therefore, she believed she should still be considered human, at least for now. After all, the attributes of humanity within her were so strong. As another green vine of supernatural power lashed out at the middle-aged man, he seemed to change his approach. He deliberately didn't dodge, instead using the peripheral energy of his main brain to absorb the attack. Then, like a seasoned masochist, he meticulously savored the vine's lashing sensation. Jiang Yunu sensed something strange about the way the man was savoring her attack, causing her to pause slightly before unleashing her next strike. In that brief moment, the middle-aged man in the holographic projection reopened his eyes, which had been closed from his intense contemplation. Your energy has increased again, the man said. Although the increase is slight, in such a short time, you truly become stronger again. In a flash, a spark seemed to pierce through the middle-aged man's brain. He stared at Jiang Yunu, suddenly ceasing his dodges, his main brain ceasing its flight. The lips in the middle-aged man's projection murmured, as if he were whispering a few words, but the syllables were very soft, the volume very low, making them inaudible. Shenijing also glanced over. He always kept a close eye on Jiang Yunu's situation whenever he had a spare moment. He saw the man's lips move, and wondered what he was going to say. The middle-aged man's gaze towards Jiang Yunu became even more fervent. He spoke again, his voice clearer. Perfect. You're just like the perfect being I once envisioned. The main consciousness stopped fleeing, and instead moved towards the countless psychic vines extending from Jiang Yunu. Let me see, the middle-aged man said. Let me take a closer look, to see where you came from. How did a perfect being suddenly appear in this world? Jiang Yunu didn't like being probed in reverse, and she wasn't sure if the man could invade other people's minds. So she didn't hold back, piercing the edge of the energy ball with her psychic vines, forcing out the middle-aged man's survival instinct, and freezing him in place. Behave yourself, the white-haired girl said. I give you a question card. You can answer one of your questions. Chapter 269. From an observer's perspective, Shenijing felt that Jiang Yunu's tone when he said this was very similar to a tutor in the first district coaxing a preschooler, his words almost like, if you behave for 5 minutes, the teacher will reward you with an extra piece of candy beyond your daily sugar intake. But this candy actually worked. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, eager to verify Jiang Yunu's origins, this candy was perhaps more precious than his entire underground research base at this moment. Okay. The middle-aged man immediately stopped all his movements. Even the energy cluster surrounding his main consciousness froze in place, no longer resisting the supernatural vines piercing the edge of the energy cluster. He obediently replied to Jiang Yunu, Look. I'm not moving at all, please let me ask. Shenijing noticed that he didn't seem to enjoy seeing other men so compliant with Jiang Yunu's words, which seemed to make him lose his uniqueness. This strange thought swirled in his mind, then he gently brushed it aside with a hint of doubt, before realizing, if he had known this would happen, perhaps Jiang Yunu should have tried saying it this way earlier. It would have allowed him to control her actions sooner and conserve her energy. Fortunately, the white-haired girl, as the middle-aged man's projection had said, was a monster with limitless energy. She manipulated her supernatural vines to circle her opponent, finding her as docile as a sheep frozen in place. With a single thought, the sharpest tip of the vine could whoosh, pierce the center of the energy cluster. This precise control gave Jiang Yunu a genuine sense of pleasure. All killer animals in this world probably share a common trait. Even when preparing for entertainment and relaxation, they habitually first confirm the angle from which to strike their prey. Jiang Yunu confirmed her position, ensuring the supernatural vines continued to coil around the middle-aged man's core, and then finally granted him permission. Now, you may begin asking questions. The middle-aged man, like a schoolchild who had been eagerly awaiting his turn to be called on by the teacher, his three-dimensional image rippled with excitement. Shen Yijing felt he was practically shouting report before even asking his question. The middle-aged man even stammered, as if he needed to reorganize his sentences to ensure this precious opportunity to ask a question wasn't wasted. Jiang Yunu, true to her word, didn't mind the man stammering and waited patiently. Finally, the middle-aged man decided what he wanted to ask. He solemnly asked, "Where exactly do you come from?" Such a simple question, yet it was definitely not about Jiang Yunu's place of origin. The middle-aged man, who could only appear as a projection, and Jiang Yuna hadn't known each other long enough for him to know everything about the female student who had skipped grades to enter the Golden Ariel Academy, let alone the background information about Jiang Yuna's family, which she had formed halfway through her studies. But he had a gut feeling. Even a mad genius is still a genius, and geniuses are often most sensitive to the subtle inconsistencies in things. When a person dedicates their entire life, turning themselves into something inhuman, just to pursue the answer to a question, they naturally become incredibly sensitive to anything that might be related to the ultimate mystery of that question. Their pursuit of even the slightest clue is like a starving mad dog smelling a fragrant bone. I can't think of any region in the entire 8-star sectors that could have nurtured an evolutionary being like you. The middle-aged man bluntly revealed his shocking secret. I have reproductive information on many high-class families in the upper 3 districts, and I also have a backdoor in the medical databases of several major districts. Every year, I observe the children born to parents with equally excellent genes in the most resource-rich areas, wanting to see how different naturally born children are from my cultivated bodies, and to compare the growth rates of their abilities. The middle-aged man must have used this vast database for much more than what he said, but this information was too much to focus on. And even this small portion he revealed was enough to make Shen Yijing, standing behind Jiang Yunu, widen her eyes instantly. In all the databases, I haven't seen a child like you. The middle-aged man's gaze towards Jiang Yunu was almost pious. I know you must come from a place I haven't been able to explore. You are simply a perfectly born adult, perfectly meeting my highest expectations. Jiang Yuna rarely receives such pious praise, especially from a villain whose eyes were starving at her. Her expression remained calm, as she patiently listened to everything the other person said. Caught between being witty, giving a perfunctory answer, and simply telling the truth, Jiang Yuna didn't hesitate much. Because she herself wanted to know the truth. So she said, I come from a place where the sea is neither sea nor sky, and the corpses beside me don't even look like real corpses. This was almost a riddle. Shen Yijing was clearly confused. However, the middle-aged man's expression changed. His initially pious expression froze, a hint of confusion showing between his furrowed brows, then transformed into a thoughtful look. It all boiled down to a mixture of sudden realization and disbelief. It can't be. The middle-aged man had a guess, but his first instinct was to deny it. His holographic projection shook its head, causing the surrounding new-type mutants, who had already ceased their attack, to stir again. You are, but how could you possibly be? This shouldn't be possible no matter what. But the sea isn't like the sea, the sky isn't like the sky. I did create a virtual sea and a space with virtual day-night cycles, and it has long been shut down. The man's holographic projection continued to mutter to itself. Upon hearing the word shut down, Jiang Yunu interrupted him. Can I also ask, how do you usually shut down a space? The sudden meteor storm was still deeply etched in Jiang Yunu's memory. She could still clearly remember the large cracks in the sky caused by the meteor impact, and the scorching wind, sand, and heat that hit her when the meteor crashed nearby. To this day, that remains the most humiliating experience Jiang Yunu has had since arriving in this world. The man answered Jiang Yunu's question. There are many ways to stop the operation of a space. Some can be shut down directly, simply by stopping the corresponding energy devices. Others may require more radical methods, because there might still be resources within the space that need to be crushed and recovered. Jiang Yunu asked, how radical? Whether in terms of power or other aspects, the man had already acknowledged the fact that he couldn't do anything to Jiang Yunu. On the contrary, he now desperately needed Jiang Yunu to answer his questions. Perhaps she could even help him write the correct answer to that problem of the century. He was completely open with her. I will activate the space's self-destruct system. There might be a ground storm, or it might be a meteor storm erupting from the top layer of space, attacking inwards, ultimately completing the self-annihilation of the entire space. I generally call the latter method self-annihilation. And so, there were no more doubts, no more need for self-deception. This time, Jiang Yuna knew definitively and completely where she came from. She had indeed escaped from a self-annihilating space. And that place was undoubtedly one of this mad genius's secret research bases. She was probably indeed that so-called perfect body, a masterpiece that this mad genius desperately craved, yet almost personally destroyed. You asked too many questions. The man's projection murmured after answering the question. You ask such detailed questions because you witnessed space being destroyed? Did you leave from a space that was being destroyed? Did you escape successfully? The middle-aged man suddenly looked up, his gaze more intense than all his previous stares combined. He stared at Jiang Yunu. No, that's not right. I didn't notice you. You didn't escape. From the moment you were born, you were already silently ahead of me, and then, without my noticing, you directly crushed the environmental and defensive facilities I created. You just left with your innate, perfect power, right? The man seemed to have witnessed Jiang Yuna's evolutionary speed and extraordinary talent, and was now convinced of her connection to his research, leading to uncontrollable fantasies about her. In his fantasy, he saw an omnipotent white-haired girl, intelligent and cunning from birth, easily escaping the environment he had created specifically for her, growing and developing freely in a place he didn't know. Then, when she became very strong, able to control his base and even devour him, she would return to him, her creator, to flaunt her talent and power. He couldn't help but call out, "Daughter, daughter!" He cried out, "Did you know I'd be here all along? So you came all this way to see me?" Chapter 270. Shinijing felt the middle-aged man had completely gone mad. He was acting incoherently, his expression crazed, and the words he uttered were utterly incomprehensible. He frantically and fanatically shouted, "Daughter!" at Jiang Yunu, even raising goosebumps on Captain Shin's arm. Shinijing almost thought Jiang Yunu was being sexually harassed by the enemy. But Jiang Yuna's mental fortitude was strong. Even in the face of this madman coming straight at her, she remained unfazed. She was simply pondering another question. The isolated island and desolate mountain base belonged to this man, and the destruction of the space was most likely an act he deliberately carried out to destroy research evidence or dispose of abandoned resources. So, when she jumped into that fake sea, swimming across the bounded space with the island on her back, trying to save herself, what was that temple-like building that pulled her from the sea and then teleported her away? Jiang Yunu's intuition told her that the temple was probably unrelated to the middle-aged man's research base. He might not even know of its existence. Just to be safe, Jiang Yunu probed further. "Come on," Jiang Yunu said calmly, with a hint of coaxing. "As a genius, you must know all the spaces you ever possessed, right? Want to guess which space I left from?" Of course. The man was pleased with any response from Jiang Yunu. He immediately said, "Of course I remember. Let me think. You mentioned a simulated sea, an artificial sky. Being able to see the sky and sea means there's an outdoor environment, and you must also be able to see the day-night cycle. Then you mentioned spatial annihilation. In my memory bank, there are 5 spaces that meet all these conditions." After the man in the holographic projection finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yunu with expectant eyes. He seemed to treat this exchange as a special kind of parent-child interaction, still waiting for the white-haired girl to give him further hints. Jiang Yunu did indeed satisfy him. Jiang Yunu provided further information. The main part of the base is located underground, while the surface environment is mainly natural. During the day, there will be some unpleasant sandstorms. The middle-aged man became even more delighted. An underground base, simulated natural winds. Now there are 2 spaces that meet all the conditions. Jiang Yunu, however, gave no more information. She said, "Since there are only 2 options left, it's simply option A or B. Now, it's time for you to make your own judgment." She added, "I also like to hear your thought process." The middle-aged man thus fell into Jiang Yunu's trap. He generously shared his thought process, reviewing every detail of the 2 bases and verbally explaining their differences to Jiang Yunu. From this meticulous deduction, Jiang Yunu further confirmed her conjecture. The temple was not a man's base facility. But this was strange. A temple capable of rescuing her from the illusory artificial seawater. It actually appeared in that simulated sea area, and she was allowed to enter it. Excluding the possibility that she was actually half dead and delirious at the time, and that her soul had left her body before she saw herself entering the building, she simply couldn't understand how a building unknown to the owner of a privately owned space base could exist. Why was it there? How did it exist there? Jiang Yuna still had questions. But it was clear that the eccentric genius before her couldn't answer them. Shinijing remained quietly in the background, acting as a security guard, something Jiang Yuna probably didn't need. Suddenly, he glanced down at his wrist. On his personal terminal, the communication light had lit up for the first time in a long while. Since they ventured deep into the underground base and arrived at this research institute through the special passage, they seemed to have lost all contact with the outside world, sending and receiving no messages. Now, the light on his personal terminal was on. Someone was sending him a message. Shen Yijing didn't immediately look at the message content, but subtly hinted to Jiang Yunu, presenting his wrist to him. Jiang Yunu directly pulled Shen Yijing's hand, operated his personal terminal screen, and discovered that the sender was Lulu Marin. Captain Diao informed them of a few things in the most concise language possible. First, access to the camp and the outside world had been restored. The rescue team had arrived. Second, the association's professional rescue team is searching for Jiang Yunu and Shen Yijing. Third, as student representatives more familiar with the camp's interior, Lulu Marin, Sorik, and Zoe are also with the rescue reconnaissance team. Jiang Yunu quickly skimmed through the information, a slight smile appearing on her face, somewhat mitigating the lingering inhuman feeling she had been experiencing. She smiled because this information told her that the remaining students in the camp were safe, and her familiar companions and allies were also in relatively good condition, still capable of joining the rescue team to capture them. She still had a little time before the main force arrived. "I have one more question for you," Jiang Yunu said, looking at the middle-aged man's holographic projection. Not long ago, in a choose option A or option B situation, the other party successfully deduced Jiang Yunu's true origin. His final choice was approved by Jiang Yunu, the real person, which plunged him into a new round of ecstasy. He immediately began reviewing the base data, trying to find the crucial point in which the white-haired girl was born within the base. The surrounding mutants were now completely like bizarrely shaped ornaments, frozen in place, some like mechanical puppets drained of energy, their limbs scattered and slumped on the ground. Jiang Yunu stepped over the scattered beast and human bodies on the ground and came to the middle-aged man's projection. "In all your bases, are there any buildings similar to temples or palaces?" she asked. The middle-aged man took a moment to recover from processing his massive amount of information and slowly looked up. He was like a processor running a high-load program, causing other functions to lag and become sluggish. It took him 2 minutes to understand Jiang Yunu's words. Then he slowly said, "A temple? Or other buildings of similar nature and architectural style?" Jiang Yunu said, "Are there?" The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Then this malfunctioning processor laughed. His laugh was somewhat sluggish and very strange. "A temple? How could there be a temple in my base space?" He chuckled foolishly. "That's something only found in legends. I read about it in a very ancient document. It said that in ancient times, the first human with superpowers was someone who saw a temple and received its blessing, thus giving humans the genetic data of an energy core." Jiang Yunu had only asked tentatively, never expecting such a legendary secret. "When I was almost driven mad by my research, I knelt down, praying that the temple would also bless me and grant me the genetic code for humanity's breakthrough evolution." The middle-aged man's smile twisted. "But the temple doesn't exist. Non-existent things won't bless humanity, won't bless me." Jiang Yunu wasn't sure if the structure she saw was the so-called ancient temple, but she was at least certain that if being salvaged and teleported wasn't a severe hallucination, then she might have truly received its blessing. The temple had blessed her. When she was blasted to a crisp by a meteor storm, nearly choked by fake seawater, and finally dragged to a safe, dry area, wanting only to sleep, did someone whisper something in her ear, ask her questions she didn't hear? She not only didn't hear them, but she also didn't remember them. At that time, she felt the other person's babbling was disturbing someone who had just escaped death. Shen Yijing listened silently the whole time. He was the most silent person there, and he felt his brain was about to crash from the overwhelming amount of information. Every question Jiang Yunu asked had a purpose behind it. He knew this better than anyone else, yet, when he connected all the questions the white-haired girl had asked, the direction they pointed to made Captain Shen hesitant to delve deeper. After the middle-aged man finished answering Jiang Yunu's questions, it was as if he had only briefly run a small program. His entire mental processor was once again occupied by reviewing the abandoned base. Jiang Yunu stared at the man for a while longer. The several psychic vines that had been fiercely guarding his core began to gently sway again. "Captain Shen," Jiang Yunu suddenly called out to Shen Yijing. After a pause, she called his name again, Shen Yijing. Shen Yijing suddenly called out, didn't know what Jiang Yunu wanted to say, but quickly responded, "Yes." "It seems you accidentally learned one of my biggest secrets," Jiang Yunu said. Shen Yijing immediately said, "I will definitely keep your secret." He spoke quickly and sincerely, as if afraid that if he hesitated even a second, he would lose her trust. But the white-haired girl still said, not enough. Jiang Yunu turned around. No longer looking at the middle-aged man's holographic projection, she looked straight at Shen Yijing, without any deviation. Even after a period of intense exploration and grueling battles, Shen Yijing was inevitably travel-worn, his clothes and trousers stained with an unknown liquid and dark marks. However, there was no doubt that Captain Shen from the 1st District was still a very handsome young man, maintaining a certain charm even in these conditions. Jiang Yunu stared at him, her mind flashing back to the "I want to eat" two thoughts she had uttered while conversing with the chunks of flesh in the fleshy passage. Indeed edible. She thought somewhat unrestrainedly, not caring whether her thoughts were somewhat inhuman. Then she continued, you not only know one of my great secrets, but you also know the doubts I still hold, which means that in the future, you may learn even new secrets about me. Words seemed inadequate at this moment. Shen Yijing could only repeat, I won't say a single extra word to anyone. Captain Shen paused, gazing intently at Jiang Yunu, not avoiding her gaze. He said, I won't betray you. This was a promise that needed time and experience to prove. Jiang Yunu said, I don't believe empty promises. Shen Yijing paused, then thought for a few seconds, I show you. He stared at her, letting her see every emotion in his eyes. For example, whatever you need to do before the rescue team arrives, Shen Yijing said, whatever it is, I assist you. Jiang Yunu blinked. A smirk played on her lips. It sounds like you want to be my accomplice. I can be, Shen Yijing said quickly. If you need, I can. Becoming partners is one of the best ways to build trust. Then do you want to guess? Jiang Yunu tilted her head slightly. What might I be doing next? I'm not sure, Shen Yijing said honestly. Maybe you feel it's better if there were one less person in the world who knows your secret. His gaze didn't drift towards the middle-aged man's projection. But they both knew perfectly well what was going on. Jiang Yunu's supernatural vines had already coiled around the middle-aged man's precious core. His main consciousness. Circling for a long time, every blade at the tip of the vines had been aimed precisely, finding the most accurate angle to penetrate and cut. Jiang Yunu didn't speak. But she beckoned to Shen Yijing, gesturing for the handsome, black-haired boy to stand closer to her. Shen Yijing stepped forward, feeling a supernatural vine gently drape over his neck, pressing against the back of his nape. He yielded to its strength, lowering his head to face the white-haired girl, until he was level with her. Jiang Yunu whispered in his ear, Congratulations, you guessed right. The supernatural vine pierced deep into the core energy cluster. The middle-aged man's holographic projection trembled violently. His mouth gaped open, but he couldn't utter a sound. The image distorted like ripples on water before dissipating. But the energy cluster didn't completely disappear. Like prey strangled by a green spiderweb, the outer ring of energy had dissipated, revealing a still slightly writhing, human brain-like object inside. Jiang Yunu's supernatural vine twisted around this brain, probing inside with its tip. I take all the information about me from his head, as well as anything else I don't think needs to be made public yet. Jiang Yunu calmly discussed this with Shen Yijing while doing something that would chill any normal person to the bone, as if she were simply discussing how to divide the ingredients for tonight. Shen Yijing thought he would feel the chill creeping down his spine again, but strangely, it seemed that in a short time, Jiang Yunu had already adjusted him again, making his adaptability level several levels higher. He said, Is it safe? Shen Yijing quickly recalled the common information extraction methods used by the three major associations. He shouldn't have known this as a student, but since his father happened to be the president of the Snow Wolf Association, he had coincidentally shared the information he knew. Jiang Yunu said, with you providing me with an extra layer of insurance, I think it's safe now. In this atmosphere, Shen Yijing strangely felt happy. Jiang Yunu processed the information in the man's main brain. Meanwhile, Lulumarin had sent another message to their terminal, asking if they were alright, where they were, and if they could reply to the other side. Jiang Yunu still had many things to do. She had finally figured out her origins. The inter-school competition that had been interrupted was about to end, and the end was accompanied by countless miscellaneous matters. She would soon be meeting up with her companions. She needed to come up with a story and coordinate with Shen Yijing beforehand to cover up everything that couldn't be made public. Whether she had actually encountered the temple was still a mystery. What form she would ultimately evolve into as a perfect being was also unknown. She couldn't even bring herself to mention the foresight about what her future would be like. But what did it matter? A clear future that could be seen from the beginning was so boring. No matter what awaits her, she will always choose to follow her heart, defy fate's attempts to impose upon her what she dislikes, and accept what she finds interesting. Whatever she is, whatever she becomes, she is herself. That will never change. Shenijing. Jiang Yunu had almost finished editing the information in the man's main consciousness. She called Captain Shen's name again. If you betray me, I will devour you, she said sternly. Captain Shen inexplicably blushed slightly. That doesn't entirely sound like a punishment, he replied. Jiang Yunu couldn't help but glance at him, suspecting that Captain Shen must have some kind of quirk. But it doesn't matter, it's delicious to her too. Okay, she said, then, after a moment's thought, changed her threatening approach. I can also start looking for more suitable people to command from now on. If your performance worsens, I replace you and ruthlessly abandon you. Shenijing was clearly more susceptible to this kind of coercion. His expression changed. Jiang Yunu continued to finish her manual message processing in a good mood. Shenijing watched her actions, not replying to the constant stream of messages on his personal terminal, until Jiang Yunu looked at him again. Can I reply now? He asked obediently. Yes. Jiang Yunu waved her hand. Share the coordinates with them. We stay here and wait for them. Chapter 271 Extra. For many years, President Shen of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association had always felt that staying away from Su Xiuquan and those around him was an exaggeration. He had, of course, met Su Xiuquan. He had also met Deyeli, who had been inseparable from Su Xiuquan since their youth. President Shen of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association was quite accomplished for his age. He had held the position of president for 10 years, and in terms of age, he was only slightly older than Su Xiuquan and Deyeli, barely qualifying as their senior. A senior. When Su Xiuquan's graduating class of ability users graduated from advanced academies, the newly appointed President Shen personally went to recruit them. They had met at the campus recruitment fair specifically for elite students. Deyeli declined President Shen's invitation and resolutely followed Su Xiuquan to the Spirit Deer Ability User Association. Just as they had established themselves in the Spirit Deer Ability User Association and accumulated considerable high-quality resources in the top-tier districts, Su Xiuquan was suddenly transferred to a lower-tier district. Deyeli once again resolutely abandoned his post and followed without complaint. Chairman Shen had heard the widespread rumors and heard that the Deyeli family head was so angry his blood pressure monitor nearly exploded, and had even issued a family ban to all the young members. Stay away from Su Xiuquan and those around him. Frankly, he felt that was a bit much. The child had already resolutely run off with someone else. Issuing such a ban was just pushing him further away, completely binding him to Su Xiuquan. Moreover, it was said that after Deyeli left the upper 3 districts, he became even more obedient to Su Xiuquan, almost never contacting his family directly. President Shen thought that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't want to be a parent like the head of the Yili sect next door. Then his son, Shenijing, was relentlessly pursuing a girl who was supposedly highly regarded by Su Xiuquan. Relentlessly pursuing. Those 4 words are absolutely true. This wasn't something anyone told President Shen off, nor was it based on rumors circulating among students. It was something he actively observed and personally determined. His son was indeed relentlessly pursuing her. Ever since the infamous Advanced League Camp collapse incident, Shenijing's personal terminal contact list had been pinned to a girl. Although the girl studied in the 2nd region at Golden Uriel Academy, while Shenijing studied at Duma Academy and was normally in the 1st region. However, according to President Shen's observation, he discovered that Shenijing not only frequently fiddled with his terminal during his spare time, most likely sending messages to the girl, but also that during holidays, Shenijing would inadvertently disappear to the 2nd region, and the frequency with which he couldn't catch his son at home on weekends increased dramatically. Finally, he discovered that Shenijing had even established a one-on-one personal transport line with the Oli family, renowned for its sales and logistics in the 2nd district. Shenijing was a permanent member of this transport line, which was primarily used to transport the things he liked to get Jiang Yunu, things he thought Jiang Yunu would need. Sometimes, this line would also transport him personally, sending him and his sentiments to the 2nd district together. Upon discovering all this, Chairman Shen murmured, Chairman Shen's feelings were somewhat complicated. Shenijing's actions were neither high-profile nor low-profile. He didn't feel the need to hide anything, though he didn't publicize anything either. But his status was undeniable. President Shen's only son, the rising star of the 1st district, a child prodigy from Duma Academy. The sudden and frequent visits to the 2nd district by someone with all these accolades naturally attracted attention. President Shen. Someone approached President Shen to gossip. I heard your young master has been frequenting the 2nd district lately. President Shen didn't even flinch, calmly replying yes. Those with a keen eye could notice Shenijing's visits to the 2nd district, and since Shenijing didn't deliberately hide it, Others only needed to use their brains and connections to figure out that Shinijing's frequent trips to the 2nd District weren't for anything else, but for Jiang Yunu. A young prodigy even younger than Shinijing, a star among the commoners from the 7th District, who skipped grades to gain admission to higher levels, was one of the brave warriors who, along with Shinijing, stormed the Mastermind's lair during the Advanced League Camp Fall incident. Things have changed drastically. Jiang Yunu's accolades are now no less impressive than Shinijing's. They publicly claim that the two of them joined forces to storm the Mastermind's lair, endured a fierce battle, and finally, by sheer luck, found the Mastermind's weakness, killing him through a combination of wit and chance. Judging from the current reactions, this story has successfully gained public trust. Jiang Yunu is currently a genius on par with Shinijing. In the public eye, the only area where she is slightly inferior to Shinijing is her background. But her background only makes the title of commoner genius shine even brighter. However, for the person who came to chat with Chairman Shen, none of Jiang Yunu's other titles mattered. Jiang Yunu was Su Xiuquan's chosen daughter, and that was currently the most important thing. Young Master Shen has been running around the 2nd District lately. Is it still for that person? The person who came to chat with Chairman Shen had a subtle smile, and their tone carried a hint of implication. Chairman Shen didn't even raise their eyelids. She's a child with her own name. Her name is Jiang Yunu. I don't think there's anything wrong with mentioning her full name directly. After all, we're not discussing something that's inappropriate. The person's subtle smile faltered for a moment. Regardless of Chairman Shen's attitude towards his son frequently visiting Jiang Yunu, at least it seemed that he respected Jiang Yunu, this commoner genius. He himself had children, had raised children, and had even raised a famously talented child from the 1st District. No one knew better than a florist, who had carefully cultivated rare flowers, how difficult it was to grow a famous flower. Temperature, humidity, climate, soil. Every element is indispensable. And Jiang Yunu was like a domineering flower that suddenly sprouted from a pile of rocks and dirt in an unknown countryside. In an environment where even the top-tier species of the 1st District could instantly die, it thrived with just a little sunlight and rain, growing robust and domineering, easily outshining the precious flowers and plants nurtured by abundant resources. It was truly hard not to feel respect for it. Leaving aside the fact that his son was closely pursuing Jiang Yunu, Chairman Shen himself was also very interested in Jiang Yunu's growth potential. But the former matter was something he couldn't quite let go of. Throughout the latter half of Shinijing's advanced academy career, he maintained a proactive and enthusiastic attitude, striving to move to the 2nd District with an enthusiasm quite incongruous with his appearance, dedicated to linking his name with Jiang Yunu's name in many ways. What pleased President Shen most was that, at least until Shinijing graduated from Duma Academy, he hadn't heard any of his son's thoughts of leaving the 1st District to follow Jiang Yunu to another district. Always remembering his responsibility to be an enlightened parent, President Shen secretly didn't want his child to be too far from home. So he planned ahead. For example, entrusting Supervisor White to travel between various universities and associations, organizing more events that could involve Golden Uriel Academy, and doing his best to showcase the superior resources and reliable benefits of the upper 3 districts. Also, as the president of the Snow Wolf Ability User Association, he spearheaded the advocacy for the 3 major associations to provide more opportunities for young people, increasing the number of internship opportunities for students, and linking internship points to future positions in the upper 3 district associations, and other similar initiatives. In short, President Shen's actions can be summarized in one sentence: striving to make the genius from the 7th district see the advantages of the upper 3 districts, providing her with a natural path to staying, and doing everything possible to prevent her from thinking about returning to the 7th district after graduation. Jiang Yunu ultimately did not return to the 7th district, because she clearly understood that one must stand at a high level, in a position that combines power and authority, to be the one who can drive things forward and influence their course. Initially, my expectation of this world was simply to survive, Jiang Yunu said. Then I survived, and then I wanted to try to become stronger, to explore the limits of my power. And now? Shinijing asked. As their graduation approached, Jiang Yunu had become even stronger than before, her combat power arguably the ceiling of all previous high school student superhumans. Deep down, Shinijing believed that Jiang Yunu was already stronger than many of the association's full-time superhuman warriors. He didn't care at all about the title of genius or top student changing hands. In fact, he was quite happy that it had gone to Jiang Yunu. A strange sense of satisfaction, she should surpass me, welled up inside him. Shinijing wanted to know Jiang Yunu's next goal more than anyone else. Now, the white-haired girl glanced at him sideways. Shinijing suddenly noticed that Jiang Yunu's cup was empty. He remembered that she liked to drink hot drinks in the morning and iced drinks in the afternoon. It was afternoon, just past lunch break. Shen Yijing immediately and readily got Jiang Yunu a new bottle of ice water, even loosening the cap before handing it to her. When Jiang Yunu took the water, she felt that Shen Yijing's mannerisms were somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place the source of the familiarity. So she simply praised Captain Shen for his increasingly attentive service lately. Ice water rushed down her throat, leaving a chill in her mouth. Jiang Yunu, her lips still damp with ice water, said, "Now I want to be someone who is more than just power." Shen Yijing, standing beside her, took 3 seconds to quickly grasp her meaning. Through a series of major events in the past, and through her experiences in the upper 3 districts over the past few years, Jiang Yunu's pursuit of self-improvement had transcended simply increasing her combat strength. When I want to change something, I must first be in a position with the corresponding authority, right? Jiang Yunu had become increasingly audacious with Shen Yijing. She touched his chin. Shen Yijing lowered his head slightly, letting his sharply defined chin rest on her palm. The Spirit Deer Ability User Association has always been very close to you, and the Snow Wolf organization is actively recruiting you. As for Golden Horse, they're always very opportunistic. The Golden Horse branch president I met at the last event was very attentive to you. Even in this posture, Shen Yijing could still naturally analyze the situation for her. Jiang Yunu laughed. "But I need more than just intimacy, recruitment, and flattery," she said. A key sign that Jiang Yunu had brought Shen Yijing from an outsider into an insider was that she could speak frankly to his face. "Do you think one day I can gain the loyalty of the 3 major associations?" she asked softly, yet with unwavering conviction. Shen Yijing held his breath for a second. His Adam's apple bobbed. Then he said, "Yes." President Shen had no reason to worry that her son would follow the commoner genius and run off to a lower-ranking star sector after graduation. Because the commoner genius's ambition encompassed an entire interstellar space. Her teachers, relatives, and friends in her hometown would be her eyes and ears in the lower-ranking star sectors. Her close friends would control the information and transportation networks connecting the upper and lower sectors. Everyone who approached her would eventually become part of her vast network of growth. She would continue to climb.